Klein Asylum with a sharp creak, the weathered door emitted a haunting wail, causing Lin Maimai to break into a cold sweat. Almost instinctively, she lifted her gaze. A pale hand gripped the rusted black doorframe tightly. Following that, a large foot clad in black slippers emerged. Its skin as pallid as the hand, with bluish veins visible beneath, intertwining like writhing worms, inducing a sense of unease. Then came the upper body. The moment their eyes met, Lin Maimai's heart constricted violently, her body stiffening, her breath constricted. After a year, Shen Nanzhi reappeared before her. The ill-fitting blue and white patient uniform billowed in the wind, slicing through Lin Maimai's meager courage like a knife. Disheveled hair obscured most of his face, yet his eyes gleamed through the strands, radiating an eerie chill that sent shivers down her spine. With gritted teeth, Lin Maimai anchored her feet to the ground. Under the scrutiny of his blood-red gaze, her lips trembled, forming a smile more grotesque than tears. The countless rehearsals of her words ceased as Shen Nanzhi approached, his calm exterior concealing a flicker of eerie madness and an inexplicable thrill. A cold shiver raced from her tailbone to the crown of her head. What should she do? She desperately wanted to flee, but she couldn't. She vividly recalled the elation with which she had sent Shen Nanzhi to Klein Asylum. No longer would she have to endure life with this lunatic. No longer would she be imprisoned. No more coercion or fear. From that moment on, she was free. Even the breeze that caressed her cheeks felt joyous, the air sweet. Yet, in the aftermath, after parting ways with Shen Nanzhi, she realized that living under his control had, in fact, been a form of happiness. Just 7 days later, the world would descend into madness. Zombies, unknown monsters, and mutated plants would engulf the earth. The apocalypse would arrive without warning. In her darkest hour, she encountered Gu Yisen. Unlike Shen Nanzhi's dark insanity, Gu Yisen was the quintessential warm-hearted man. He was gentle, strong, and considerate. No matter her actions, he offered boundless tolerance. She felt like a beloved princess, with him as her gallant knight. She hopelessly fell for him, surrendering everything without reservation. Yet, this very decision heralded her descent into hell. She had thought her divine lover, Gu Yisen, concealed beneath a gentle facade, a more twisted and horrifying nature. For his so-called resources, he could mercilessly hand her over to those who lusted after her body. After her escape, he was enraged, blaming her for her lack of awareness, losing both resources and offending those with abilities. Thus, he sold her to the underground auction of the apocalypse. There, she ceased to be human, reduced to mere merchandise. She watched as a deranged scientist dissected her, her blood drained, her organs removed, her flesh transformed into human batteries. Everything about her was commodified, a means to enhance the powers of those with abilities. Yet, she would not perish, for her unique powers ensured her survival. As long as her brain functioned, the ability cores of others would allow her to heal and regenerate endlessly. She endured this inhumane torment for 3 full months, until her brain ceased to function, rendering her powers ineffective. And still, they did not relent. They exploited her body to lure and kill high-level zombies to acquire more powerful cores. Ultimately, she was left with nothing but bones. She had escaped Shen Nanzhi, yearning for freedom, only to end up in such a fate. As these thoughts consumed her, Lin Maimai could hardly suppress her rage. The agony of her body being cut seemed to resurface, rendering her breathless. She did not comprehend why she had been reborn or how she had returned to the time before the apocalypse began. But one thing was clear to her. If this was not a dream, she was determined to live well in this life. Not only to live, but to exact revenge. In that dim basement, amidst extreme pain, she faintly overheard discussions about Shen Nanzhi. They spoke of him searching for a woman. If they knew who that woman was, they would undoubtedly use her as bait to lure Shen Nanzhi, allowing them to study him. After all, he was the only known multi-powered individual in existence. No one knew how many abilities he possessed, nor what they entailed. All that was known was that Shen Nanzhi was terrifyingly strong. One of the 4 major bases, Wudu Base, had faced an almost catastrophic levels even zombie tide, which he single-handedly vanquished with ease. Thus, if she wished to survive and seek vengeance, she would have to cling tightly to Shen Nanzhi. With his obsession for her, as long as it remained, she could achieve her desires. Therefore, she brought all her wealth to redeem him herself. Hada! A chilling laugh echoed in her ears. Lin Maimai jumped, lifting her gaze to meet the man's face, mostly obscured by his hair. Standing amidst the elements, sunlight perfectly avoided him, rendering him even more ghostly. It was reminiscent of the times he pinned her against the wall in that basement, forcing her to profess her love for him, his eyes as cold and predatory as ever. How dreadful! She had considered everything except whether this dark, deranged man might harbor hatred for her. After all, she was the one who had sent him to Klein Asylum. Klein Asylum, the most notorious psychiatric institution globally, housed individuals rumored to possess extraordinary abilities. Here, all anti-scientific phenomena would be studied as science. Thus, the patients were the most deranged of the deranged, and the doctors even more so. Having endured the agony of being studied, a suffering capable of driving a sane person to madness, Lin Maimai trembled in fear. Shen Nanzhi, infamous throughout Chengdu for his madness, was equally renowned for his stunningly otherworldly looks. And now he was emaciated. No trace of his former splendor remained. She dared not contemplate the torments he had faced during the past year. Her heart felt as though it might cease to function from sheer terror. You, Lin Maimai gritted her teeth, forcing her voice to steady. You've lost weight. What was intended as a comfort turned into mockery in the man's eyes. Ha! Shen Nanzhi laughed, his cold gaze now tinged with cruelty. Isn't that thanks to you? Lin Maimai. Had she not been reborn, she would have never admitted her fault. Shen Nanzhi was a madman. Yet he is a madman, consumed by his love for her. She did not seek him out upon her rebirth. 3 days prior, she had returned. During these 3 days, she accomplished nothing but incessantly reflecting on all her past moments with Shen Nanzhi. How could she have forgotten in her previous life that the madman named Shen Nanzhi was someone she had personally enticed? In the beginning, he was not like this. It was her disdain for his constant surveillance, her aversion to his restrictions, her irritation at his anger when she took too long to reply to his messages. It was her repeated disregard for his profound sense of insecurity, as she stubbornly deemed him unreasonable and tyrannical. It was she who had driven him to gradually unveil his true nature. Thus, when she sought to escape, he imprisoned her. Even more egregious was the fact that following the death of his grandfather, she had conspired with his greedy uncles and aunts to strip him of his inheritance, sending him to the Klein Asylum. I am sorry I was wrong. Tears streamed down Lin Maimai's cheeks, her voice quivering with emotion yet laced with a pleading tone. I should not have treated you that way. Will you forgive me? As she spoke, she swiftly retrieved a small USB drive from her bag. Here lies the evidence of your uncle and aunt's crimes. I have gathered all. If you return, you will reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. Shen Nanzhi's gaze did not linger on the object for even a moment. Instead, a sinister smile slowly curled at the corners of his lips, eerie and foreboding. You seek redemption? The man's expression darkened, the crimson in his eyes beginning to boil, his smile growing increasingly chilling. Or, do you have ulterior motives? Chapter 2. Distorted Madness. Of course there is a purpose. Yet, how could Lin Maimai dare to voice such thoughts? Immediately, she grasped Shen Nanzhi's hand, even as the cold touch sent shivers down her spine. Nevertheless, her smile radiated an extraordinary brightness. Her large, bright eyes, kissed by Shen Nanzhi countless times, sparkled like stars, causing the other hand of Shen Nanzhi, resting at his side, to tremble slightly. Brother, I was wrong. Her soft, melodious voice was laced with a plea for mercy. Her delicate, fair complexion was adorned with a pair of red eyes, both sorrowful and pitiable, especially the tears that hung precariously, evoking an urge to torment her further. Shen Nanzhi's eyes grew redder, yet his lips curled into a faint smile, albeit a minuscule arc. This revelation brought immense relief to Lin Maimai, causing her body to relax. It indicated that her gamble had paid off. Shen Nanzhi and Appo's feelings for her remained intact. She leaned in closer, her lifted chin resting perfectly in the palm of his large hand. Cold and damp, Lin Maimai shivered involuntarily. She understood that, even now, her desires had never wavered. His voice was deep and hoarse, resembling a devil and Appo's whisper. It coursed through her heart, sending a chill from head to toe. Shen Nanzhi had completely lost his sanity. Yet, similarly, she found herself with no retreat. Let us return to the home you built for me, and I shall reveal everything." Upon hearing this, a peculiar light flickered in Shen Nanzhi's eyes. He gazed at Lin Maimai as a hunter would his prey. "My Maimai, should I trust you? This time, I offer myself entirely to you." Lin Maimai made a gesture of assurance, her smile radiating sincerity. Time was of the essence, with only 7 days remaining. There remained countless tasks to ensure survival in this apocalyptic world. She could hardly contain her eagerness as she pulled Shen Nanzhi towards her vehicle, completely forgetting her fear. Meanwhile, Shen Nanzhi observed their intertwined hands, his eyes reflecting an almost twisted greed. "You had better not be deceiving me, my Maimai." As the car roared to life, Lin Maimai suddenly felt a chill at her wrist. Looking down, her pupils dilated momentarily before settling into calmness. There it was, a silver handcuff, adorned with exquisite pink diamonds. Just as she suppressed her rising terror, another question surged into her mind. Where did he acquire this? Bang! With a deafening noise, the car abruptly lost balance, hurtling towards the protective barrier ahead, beneath which lay an endless ocean. The asylum, Clem Psychiatric Hospital, was perched upon a solitary island, accessible only via a coastal road leading to a small airport at its end. Lin Maimai had long since booked a flight awaiting her there. Yet now, she was in a state of sheer panic. For she, who had once survived in this dystopia, recognized that the tire had been shot out by a sniper. The fear of death sent tremors through her body, though her mind remained alert. At this moment, no one would dare to attack her. Thus, the target was Shen Nanzhi. "Brother, you." But he merely made a gesture. As the second bullet whizzed past, he bowed his head, reverently kissing their handcuff. Bang! The bullet embedded itself in the steering wheel, mere millimeters from her hand. Shen Nanzhi, however, wore a grin that was utterly deranged. "Maimai, you can never escape me now." "Madman!" Lin Maimai nearly burst into a tirade. He had known all along that someone sought to kill him. He even understood that she had come to rescue him. Yet he still allowed her to be exposed to these threats, simply because he did not trust her. No matter how many times she professed that she would never leave him, he remained unconvinced. He had ensnared her in this manner, ensuring his own safety in the process. "Do not fear. As long as you do not abandon me, you shall not perish." The madness in his eyes threatened to overflow. "Of course, I shall not die either. We will remain together forever." In response, she shed a cascade of tears. Amidst the gunfire, he tenderly kissed away each one, until tranquility returned, until they boarded the plane, until she found herself once again ensnared in his embrace. Though she still sobbed, her anger could no longer be suppressed, allowing her to forget her fear of him. Was this intentional? "You knew I would come to find you today. Was this all part of your plan?" Shen Nanzhi squinted, savoring her fragrance, his cold body finally absorbing a hint of warmth from her presence. As he grew increasingly forward, the buttons of his shirt strained to contain themselves. Lin Maimai, finally gathering her courage, seized the hair at the nape of Shen Nanzhi's neck and yanked him forcefully away from her. "There are people around. You pervert. Tone it down." The girl's cheeks flushed like ripened apples, prompting Shen Nanzhi to succumb to temptation and bite down. "Hiss!" She gasped in pain but dared not push him away, fearing that even a slight movement would result in him tearing flesh from her face. When Shen Nanzhi finally relented, she predictably bore a deep bite mark on her cheek. Pouting in grievance, she was met with a kiss that was restrained yet fervent. The partition between them obscured their view. Lin Maimai glanced up, her expression softening slightly, though her eyes still reflected a pool of sorrow. "You have yet to answer my question." After a prolonged silence, she turned to see him asleep against her shoulder. Gazing at his familiar visage, an ache welled up within Lin Maimai, igniting an impulse to weep. In times of sweet affection, she had called him a refined scoundrel, a man of extraordinary nobility, yet undeniably unhinged. Bipolar, antisocial tendencies, an extreme lack of security. Yet now, he had transformed into the very image before her. The man who would meticulously scrutinize every drop of water was now seen consuming the cheap beverage provided on the plane. Tears slipped from her eyelids, landing gently on his cheek. In a flurry, she turned away, hastily wiping them away, only to find him soundly asleep upon her return. Once the woman in his embrace began to breathe evenly, Shen Nanzhi gradually opened his eyes. They sparkled with unmasked greed as he tucked a stray strand of Lin Maimai's hair behind her ear, leaning down to kiss the very spot where he had marked her. "You shall never leave again." The fervor in his gaze was nearly deranged, bordering on twisted. "If I could, I would personally end your life." Chapter 3. Never Let Go. The airplane glided silently through the dark, starry sky. Lin Maimai slept soundly, her small face flushed, resembling a docile kitten curled up in Shen Nanzhi's embrace. In this moment, the long-suppressed madness and obsession within Shen Nanzhi found a semblance of solace, preventing him from succumbing to any frenzied actions. At that moment, the partition silently slid apart, and a handsome youth emerged from the rear. Had Lin Maimai been awake, she would have been astonished to discover that the young man bore an almost identical face to a teenage Shen Nanzhi. The only distinction was a deep blue diamond embedded in the bridge of his nose. Even more striking was the youth's unnaturally pale complexion, contrasted by his exceptionally red lips. White, blue, red, these colors intermingled on his face, creating an otherworldly visage. He was Shen Nanzhi, Shen Nanzhi's younger brother. Perhaps madness coursed through the veins of every member of the Shen family. Shen Nanzhi's father was a lovesick soul upon the death of his wife. He disregarded the 3-year-old Shen Nanzhi and the vast Shen conglomerate, taking his own life at her funeral. Shen Nanzhi's grandfather was even more deranged. When he learned of Shen Nanzhi's mental instability, his response was not to seek treatment, but to employ scientific means to create a child in a test tube. Thus, Shen Nanzhi was born. He was raised with the sole purpose of existing for Shen Nanzhi. Shen Nanzhi remained unaware of Shen Nanfeng's existence. However, Shen Nanfeng had always known about his brother. He watched Shen Nanzhi from the shadows every day. It was only after their grandfather's death and Shen Nanzhi's orchestrated admission to the Clem Asylum that he finally revealed himself. It was then that he understood why the uncontainable Shen Nanzhi would obediently stay there. It was solely for Lin Maimai. To bring her joy and fulfill her desire to venture outside, he willingly sacrificed everything, accepting the horrors of the Clem Asylum, where he was treated like a specimen for research. Despite such inhumane conditions, he held on to hope each day. Shen Nanfeng knew his brother was waiting for Lin Maimai. Therefore, he too awaited her arrival, longing for the day she would come to take his brother away and give his life purpose. Now, he felt elated. Lin Maimai had finally come. Even after a year, as long as his brother was happy, he too was content. "Brother, the people at Clem don't want to leave," he remarked, his tone unexpectedly cheerful despite discussing a serious matter. Shen Nanzhi's gaze fell upon the delicate back of Lin Maimai's hand, where a faint red mark lingered, a clear indication of a previous mishap. Though everything was meticulously orchestrated by him, a flicker of hostility surged within his eyes. "Fetch the ointment." Shen Nanfeng promptly rose to retrieve a medical kit, selecting an ointment and presenting it to Shen Nanzhi. Once Shen Nanzhi had tenderly applied it to Lin Maimai's skin, he began to voice his complaints. "Brother, I'm all you need. Why keep those others around?" A bloodthirsty madness tainted Shen Nanzhi's gaze. "Have you found out anything?" Shen Nanfeng pouted, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face at his brother's insistence on retaining the group of lunatics at Clem, fearing that his own position might be threatened. However, his spirits lifted quickly. "It's clear that only I can handle such matters for you. Brother." 3 days prior, their sister had unexpectedly visited Shen Nanzhi and Appo's villa. She hadn't done much, merely lingering for over half an hour, emerging with reddened eyes, indicating that she had likely cried. Shen Nanzhi gently caressed Lin Maimai's cheek, his touch tender, yet his words sent shivers down one's spine. "I understand her, for no reason at all. She must wish for my demise. Why else would she come to fetch me?" He spoke with a tone laced with a subtle humility, as if to placate her. "As long as she returns to you, it suffices," Shen Nanfeng shrugged, lacking comprehension of emotions. To him, if his brother desired Lin Maimai, then her mere presence was enough. Shen Nanzhi snorted coldly, his eyes filled with a morbid obsession. "Regardless of her motivations, if she believes I am her sole reliance, then I shall ensure she is dependent solely upon me. Thus, brother, I have taken care of everything. Our sister has been stockpiling supplies in large quantities for some reason. I've filled 3 warehouses to the brim." He blinked his bright eyes, wearing an expression eager for praise. "Brother, do you think she will be pleased?" Shen Nanzhi remained focused on the ointment. Only when the red mark faded did the hostility in his eyes diminish slightly. "Let Lin Yang take care of it." Lin Yang referred to a boy of similar age residing in the Clem Asylum. Unfortunately, he was a socially withdrawn individual, prone to shutting others out when displeased. Save for the doctors at Clem, no one could approach him. Yet, this fool had become Shen Nanzhi's shadow since their first meeting, obedient to his every command. "Brother, can Lin Yang handle it alone?" "He-s a fool." Shen Nanfeng expressed a hint of jealousy, feeling a sense of insecurity. He subtly attempted to undermine Lin Yang's position, but Shen Nanzhi saw through his intentions. With a cold tone tinged with disdainful mockery, he replied, "Can he manage to gather all those supplies?" Shen Nanfeng hesitated, muttering in dissatisfaction, if I had spatial manipulation abilities, I wouldn't have to compete with him for your attention, since he had appeared before his brother a year ago. He felt that Shen Nanzhi's affections leaned more towards Lin Yang. He was consumed with jealousy. Shen Nanzhi pulled Lin Maimai closer into his embrace, casting a dismissive remark. Those assassins are your responsibility. Shen Nanfeng's mood brightened instantly, nearly bubbling over with joy. I will handle it splendidly. He cautiously observed Lin Maimai, hesitating slightly before speaking. Sister seems to be waking up. Have you thought about how to explain things, brother? He had read numerous books that indicated girls generally dislike being deceived by men. His brother had certainly deceived their sister terribly. Noticing the chill in Shen Nanzhi's expression, Shen Nanfeng swiftly departed. As the partition closed, Lin Maimai awakened. The girl, just roused from sleep, had a glimmer of moisture in her eyes. Upon locking her gaze with Shen Nanzhi, she froze entirely. Despite her attempts to feign calmness, her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her inner fear. Shen Nanzhi observed her reaction, a surge of repressed madness almost igniting within him. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Maimai reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck, willingly nestling into his embrace. Maimai. Shen Nanzhi's voice was dangerously hoarse. He held her tightly, his lips brushing against her ear, the suppressed desire in his tone teetering on the brink of eruption. This time, you initiated the closeness. There is no escape for you now. Lin Maimai shut her eyes, a whirlwind of fear surging within her, yet she nodded obediently. In this life, I will always be with you, brother. Together we will survive this apocalypse. Together we will tread a path more blissful than in our past lives. She returned with this resolute determination, so how could she possibly leave? She clung tightly to his thigh, refusing to let go even in the face of death. Chapter 4. The thigh was accompanied by a reinforced squat. Lin Maimai shook her wrist, wearing a face of innocent charm. Could you please take off these handcuffs? Upon hearing this, a crimson fury flickered in Shen Nanzhi's eyes. He slowly curled his lips into a smile that held a hint of madness, his hand gently caressing her chin, sending a shiver down Lin Maimai's spine. Maimai, be good. Your brother doesn't want to frighten you just yet. Lin Maimai froze for a second before instantly adopting a coy demeanor. She twisted her body in his embrace, presenting her nape to his increasingly distorted face. Humph. I haven't even asked about those assassins, yet you're threatening me. Perhaps due to the absence of a direct confrontation, she bit her lower lip, her small fists aimlessly pounding backward. This thing is so hard, it's chafing my wrist. Can't you see that? The air behind her grew noticeably heavier, and Lin Maimai's pupils constricted for a fleeting moment. The words that had risen to her lips were swallowed down, and when she spoke again, her tone softened a fraction, tinged with grievance. If you're still angry with me, then let me feel the pain. After all, I was in the wrong first. By the end, her voice was laced with a clear hint of tears, reminiscent of their sweetest moments when she would often elicit both love and pity from him. A searing kiss descended unexpectedly, leaving Lin Maimai breathless. Her hands, forcibly held above her head, made her delicate skin redden and heat up, contrasting sharply with the pale hue of his complexion. Lin Maimai could distinctly sense Shen Nanzhi's body had relaxed compared to before. He enveloped her entirely in his embrace, drawing her close to his chest, his arms crossing protectively in front of her. This position exuded an extreme lack of security, yet he truly released the handcuffs, even tending to her wounds with a gentleness that was uncharacteristic of him. Once everything was settled, he gently unfurled her fingers one by one, intertwining them with his own. Their fingers locked together. It was perhaps her consistent display of obedience that led him to relax entirely. Or maybe it was because she was right there in his arms. Not a figment of his dreams or fantasies, but a tangible reality. Shen Nanzhi let go of all tension, his long eyelashes casting deep shadows as they drooped. Maimai, you must stay by my side. Only here is safe. Lin Maimai rolled her eyes secretly, knowing he would threaten her. Yet, she still obediently promised, I know. I won't leave my brother. Shen Nanzhi buried his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent, his tone filled with satisfaction. Good, don't move. Just let me hold you for a while. The atmosphere was pleasant, at least for Lin Maimai, as this version of Shen Nanzhi posed no danger. Yet, her heart harbored a restless rabbit, jumping anxiously. Brother, who are those people? At last, when the question escaped her lips, Shen Nanzhi opened his eyes, which had been resting on her shoulder. What does Maimai wish to know? His calm demeanor transformed into a tempestuous rage with a mere inquiry. Lin Maimai swallowed hard, her voice soft and pleading like a child seeking shelter. Those people have guns. I'm scared. Though her nerves remained taut, his tone was exceedingly gentle. Do not fear. Your brother will handle it. Just stay by my side obediently. Lin Maimai yearned to ask more, but Shen Nanzhi had already closed his eyes again, leaving her to fall silent. The plane landed an hour later, and as soon as it came to a halt, Lin Maimai woke. Surprised to find herself once again cradled in Shen Nanzhi's arms, she felt a mix of astonishment. The painful memories of the apocalypse had not vanished with her rebirth. Instead, they had morphed into nightmares. Before meeting Shen Nanzhi, she had barely dared to sleep. The moment her eyes closed, she was engulfed by the same blood-soaked room. Day in and day out, she even refrained from turning on the lights. The brightness would remind her of that horrid lamp that loomed above her. Yet now, besides Shen Nanzhi, why was she able to fall asleep so easily, even without dreams? What is Maimai thinking about? The man's voice was soft, his lips brushing against her delicate neck, bearing sharp fangs. Lin Maimai quickly shook her head with a smile. No, brother, I just woke up and feel a bit dazed. After speaking, she dared not meet his gaze and tugged at his hand to head outside. Oh dear, we've arrived. Brother, let's hurry and disembark. Shen Nanzhi watched her pull him along, a hint of suppressed madness glinting in his eyes. Indeed, time had stretched too long. His precious one dared to fool him. This plane had been rented by Lin Maimai. She thought that aside from the crew, it would be just her and Shen Nanzhi. However, upon reaching the cabin door, she was met with the sight of 5 men outside, 3 of whom were foreigners. As they emerged, the men cast wary or hostile glances their way. Lin Maimai immediately tightened her grip on Shen Nanzhi's hand, instinctively retreating behind him, whispering, "They couldn't also be assassins, could they?" Shen Nanzhi was pleased with her reaction. Tightening his hold, a rare hint of amusement in his tone. "They are my people." He raised his hand slightly, and Shen Nanzhi rushed over with a bright expression. When he stood before them, Lin Maimai's eyes widened in surprise. "I am Shen Nanzhi, brother's only younger brother," the boy announced sweetly. After a moment's thought, he added, "Biological brother, same father and mother." Lin Maimai's mind momentarily short-circuited, and faced with the boy's overly enthusiastic gaze, she could only nod blankly. Shen Nanzhi, however, interpreted her reaction as fondness for him as a brother, concluding that since brother liked sister, sister's affection implied that brother also liked him. With this deduction, Shen Nanzhi eagerly began introducing the remaining members. Yet, the very first sentence caused Lin Maimai's mind to grind to a halt once more. "The 4 of them are all from Clem." He pointed to a tall, strong black man. "This is Mike. He's incredibly strong, and I usually call him Gorilla. He can handle any heavy lifting." He gestured to the bespectacled man behind Mike. "This is Lin Yang. He can cut through space, creating independent areas in the air to store many things. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He has a terrible temper and will lock people away if he is unhappy. Then there's Carl, with the red hair. He breathes fire, so be careful, sister. But he's afraid of brother." He motioned to the boy beside Carl. "That's his brother, Ivan. He has the same abilities as his older brother. But he's a bit slow and a pervert." Lin Maimai's mind could no longer be described as merely shocked. "So I struck gold, returning from my rebirth. All I wanted was to cling to a powerful figure, but this figure brought along a whole squad." She felt dizzy from this revelation, her emotions soaring while her legs turned to jelly, ultimately leading to Shen Nanzhi carrying her effortlessly. The man walked steadily, yet his eyes concealed a terrifying obsession. "No matter what Maimai wishes to do, having me is enough." Lin Maimai's first instinct was to recoil from his obsessive nature, the frightening possessiveness. Yet, upon reflection, a hint of guilt crept in. Did Shen Nanzhi know something? But then she dismissed the possibility. The apocalypse is merely 7 days away. Yet, at present, aside from sporadic reports of natural disasters, everything remains astonishingly tranquil. To describe this period as one of serene tranquility would not be an exaggeration. Who could have anticipated that in just 7 days, the world would transform into an immense inferno? Chapter 5. A fool would let him go. Shen Nanzhi cheerfully trailed behind them, casting a sidelong glance at the few individuals following him, and let out a soft, disdainful sniff. With a quick turn of his eyes, the young boy, seemingly harmless, hopped into the vehicle with them. The remaining 4 exchanged glances and silently boarded another car. The black vehicle gradually pulled away, heading towards a villa on the outskirts of the city, while the other car veered off in a different direction after leaving the airport. In the rearview mirror, the boy observed everything and began applying eye drops. "Sister, it and Oppos. It's not that my brother wants to take them along. They just refuse to leave. Clearly, I am enough for my brother. I am far more obedient than they are. Sister can rely on me for anything. I can handle it all," he boasted, thumping his chest with confidence. Lin Maimai offered a polite smile, but leaned closer to Shen Nanzhi to quietly express her thoughts. Brother, are you certain he is your brother? He seems rather dim-witted. She believed her voice was so soft that only Shen Nanzhi could hear her. However, what Lin Maimai did not realize was that Shen Nanfeng possessed extraordinary senses, allowing him to hear her words clearly. The boy's smile immediately faded. He pouted and turned away, refusing to utter another word. When the car halted in front of the villa, he buried his head and darted out. Lin Maimai watched his swift retreating figure and noticed the unmistakable amusement in Shen Nanzhi's eyes, leading her to ask, "Did he hear that?" Before Shen Nanzhi could nod, the previously darting figure dashed back, this time with an expression of mature coldness that one would expect from an adult. "Brother, there's an annoying old woman inside." "Old woman?" Lin Maimai craned her neck to see. In the sunlight, a woman in a fiery red dress stood gracefully on the villa steps, her exquisite makeup accentuating her presence. It was Zhou Qing, who claimed to be Shen Nanzhi's fiancée. She stood there elegantly, holding a bouquet of flowers, her head slightly raised, exuding the usual pride of a woman. In her memories, Zhou Qing had looked down upon her with that haughty demeanor more than once, her contemptuous gaze making Lin Maimai feel like something repugnant. In the past, Lin Maimai had been indifferent. Indeed, she had wished for Zhou Qing to remove her from Shen Nanzhi's side, granting her freedom. Yet now, her yearning for life and her obsession with revenge surpassed everything else. She would be a fool to let Shen Nanzhi go. The little one's body tensed. Her fingers pressed against the car window, turning pale from the strain. The earlier smile had vanished, replaced by a vigilant gaze towards the newcomer. A glint of crimson flashed in Shen Nanzhi's eyes as he quietly clasped her small hand in his. Without the usual resistance and subsequent relaxation, his precious seemed to have become even more obedient. "Do not mind her. She is inconsequential." He pressed her hand against his chest. "You are the only one here for me. In this lifetime, I have already allowed you to leave once. There shall not be a second time, regardless of the reason." His eyes burned with a fervent obsession akin to a tempest, threatening to engulf her. Lin Maimai trembled internally. She wished to survive, but not to be confined in a basement, deprived of sunlight and the world beyond, with only him for company. Moreover, the apocalypse was imminent. Survival was paramount. She subtly withdrew her hand, feigning anger and jealousy at his suddenly darkening gaze. "Brother's favoritism is not exclusive to me." She raised her delicate finger, pointing at the approaching woman outside the vehicle, tears streaming down her face. "Brother tolerates her even more than he does me." Shen Nanzhi gripped her chin, compelling her to lift her head. His cool lips gently brushed away her tears, and he tenderly kissed her eyelids. "Do not say such things again. I do not wish to hear them." Lin Maimai, emboldened by her emotions, pushed his face away and queried indignantly, "Then why did you let her go back then? Why allow her to claim to be your fiancée?" Shen Nanzhi regarded her, the fury in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a nearly pathological tenderness and affection. "Is my little one feeling jealous? If you dislike her presence, I shall ensure she never appears before you again. If you care about titles, we can go get our marriage certificate tomorrow." Lin Maimai's eyes widened in shock. She was at a loss for how to deflect his proposition, glancing at Zhou Qing, who had now positioned herself at the car window. She hastily pushed Shen Nanzhi aside, opened the car door, and stepped out with her head held high. Unfortunately, her stature fell short of Zhou Qing's, and even on tiptoe, she lacked the imposing aura. Shen Nanfeng stifled a laugh. Lin Maimai, flushed with embarrassment and rage, refused to engage Zhou Qing in a stare-down. Instead, she declared fiercely to Shen Nanzhi, "If this is not resolved properly, do not come inside." With that, she stormed into the villa without looking back. Once indoors, she closed the door and let out a deep breath, kicking off her high heels and scampering to the window to peek through the curtains. Outside, the man and woman stood side by side, handsome and beautiful. Even Lin Maimai couldn't help but mutter that, purely based on looks, they indeed made a striking pair. Nonetheless, she scoffed. "Both are lunatics." Shen Nanfeng subtly shot a glance at his brother, who caught the fluttering curtain in the corner of his eye, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Zhou Qing, despite her efforts to maintain composure, revealed her excitement through slightly trembling red lips. "Anan." The feigned intimacy prompted Shen Nanfeng to make a gagging gesture. Zhou Qing's expression stiffened momentarily before she quickly masked it. She presented the bouquet before Shen Nanzhi, smiling as she said, "Welcome back, Anan." Shen Nanzhi stepped back, hands in his pockets, his demeanor frosty. "Do not come here again. She does not like it." Zhou Qing's previously serene countenance twisted with fury, her anger nearly causing her to crush the bouquet in her hands. "What is the place called, Clem? It is no place for humans. Have you forgotten who caused you to become what you are now? Shen Nanzhi's gaze shifted towards the window, where a small head quickly retreated. He smiled. Yet his words dripped with icy disdain. It seems you know more about Clem than I do? This inquiry caused Zhou Qing's pupils to constrict, a flicker of guilt crossing her face. Then, she discarded the bouquet, adjusted her hair, and resumed her dignified, haughty demeanor as if the brief moment of hysteria had never occurred. Anan, I am greatly disappointed that the hardships of this past year have not led to your growth. Shen Nanfeng could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, You old woman. If it weren't for the fact that you saved my brother's life back then, given how you've manipulated my sister to get him into Clem, I would see you dead. Zhou Qing merely smirked disdainfully before addressing Shen Nanzhi. Anan, everything I have done is for you. It is just that you cannot yet comprehend my intentions. As Shen Nanfeng prepared to retort, Shen Nanzhi stepped forward, his eyes radiating a chilling warning. I owe you nothing from now on, but if you dare to harm Maimai, I will make you wish you were never born. Having spoken, he disregarded her entirely, coldly issuing commands. Do not allow her to enter again. Shen Nanfeng had long been intolerant of that old woman, flaunting the little kindness she had received for so many years. Even now, she paraded under the guise of caring for her brother, oblivious to the countless repugnant deeds she had committed. Were it not for her brother's orders, he would have dealt with her long ago. How dare she come here to offend others? Old hag, why don't you leave at once? Zhou Qing, her face contorted with rage, screamed heartbreakingly at Shen Nanzhi's retreating figure. Anan, you will regret this. I will ensure you come to regret it. Chapter 6. The mad are attracted to the mad. Lin Maimai peered through the window, witnessing Zhou Qing's delicate features contorted into a grotesque expression. Indeed, like attracts like, the mad are drawn to one another. After her moment of derision, she lost interest, letting the curtain fall. Turning around, she found Shen Nanzhi standing silently behind her. The man's expression was calm, yet his gaze was unervingly intense and cold. He simply stared at her, not uttering a word, nor did he approach her. This abnormal behavior sent a flutter of anxiety through Lin Maimai's heart. Could it be that he overheard? She shyly offered him a sweet smile. Has brother sent that woman away? Yes, he replied, his voice equally frigid, making Lin Maimai feel genuinely guilty. She had no idea when he had entered, making no sound at all. He likely heard everything. What should she do? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She moved closer to him, stopping in front of him, her hands clasped behind her back, her body slightly leaning forward, wearing a mysterious smile. Brother, would you like to guess what I just discovered here? Shen Nanzhi gazed at her, the cloud of gloom in his heart dissipating slightly. His little one had truly changed. She was now aware of how to play her tricks, yet he was pleased to indulge her. What is it? His tone softened, and Lin Maimai felt a wave of relief wash over her. Brother, look. She extended her hands toward him. It's the diamond bracelet you gave me before. Her voice was playful and filled with joy. Shen Nanzhi's gaze fell upon the pink diamond bracelet in her hands, and his pupils momentarily constricted. Something within him threatened to burst forth, but he suppressed it with sheer force. His hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into fists, veins protruding. Oblivious to his turmoil, Lin Maimai cheerfully took his hand, placing the bracelet in his palm. Then, she extended her wrist to him. Brother, will you help me put it on? Shen Nanzhi examined the bracelet, his expression twisting for a fleeting moment. The beast within him, which had been caged since their first encounter, seemed on the verge of breaking free. A voice whispered, She is deceiving you. She does not love you, and all of this is for a purpose. Yet another voice roared, So what if she is? Can you endure a life without her? Not seeing her, not touching her, not even sensing her presence? The internal chaos was masked by a single question on his lips. Maimai, are you sure? It was a question born from extreme repression, barely above a whisper. So light that it felt as if any extra weight would send everything spiraling out of control. Lin Maimai was filled with trepidation. Such behavior would not bring him joy, but would instead drive him further into madness. Still, she maintained a facade of joy and sincerity. This time, I'll put it on myself. Brother, do you trust that I won't leave you again? The bracelet, a gift from Shen Nanzhi, concealed a tracking device. Even though she could not step outside the villa, constantly within his sight, he remained restless. Thus, when Zhou Qing and Shen Nanzhi's relatives came to find her, she readily agreed. She longed to escape, to slip away from his gaze. Yet now, she willingly donned the shackles. Maimai. It was a sigh. But only Shen Nanzhi understood that the beast within him had finally been unleashed by Lin Maimai's own hands. He smiled. a glimmer of crimson at the corners of his eyes. Lin Maimai's lowered eyelids trembled slightly as she watched him fasten the bracelet around her delicate wrist. Something heavy settled upon her heart. Maimai, even in death, you must remain with me. Lin Maimai felt the chill of his fingertips, causing her to shiver. The madness swirling in his eyes was palpable. She immediately raised her smile, lifting her wrist towards the chandelier, the refracted brilliance momentarily overshadowing the intensity of his obsession. Isn't it beautiful? Shen Nanzhi gripped her wrist tightly, burying his face in the crook of her neck, his icy breath sending shivers down her spine. In the next moment, he swept her up in his arms. Lin Maimai met his fervent gaze, fear creeping into her heart. Brother. Shen Nanzhi looked at her, madness boiling in his eyes. Maimai, you are mine. He carried her upstairs with urgency. Despite her slender frame, his grip was steady, his steps hurried. Upon entering the room, before Lin Maimai could utter a word, he pressed her against the door, his cold lips igniting a fervent heat upon contact. Lin Maimai froze, too afraid to resist. Enduring the warmth he offered, she understood his intentions and had prepared herself. When she sought him out, she knew this moment would come. Yet, as it approached, the memories of past traumas resurfaced, instilling a sense of dread. In this regard, he was always gifted yet utterly deranged, like a beast never satisfied. But ultimately, she summoned her courage, timidly offering herself to him. Shen Nanzhi's eyes blazed with a fervent, obsessive love, and his movements grew increasingly unrestrained. When Lin Maimai awoke, the room was bathed in warm light. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. She blinked several times before reaching out to touch. Her delicate fingertips were still tinged with pink as she cautiously explored. The coldness she encountered brought a flicker of joy to her eyes. Turning back, she found the space empty. Straining her ears, she listened intently. The house was quiet, devoid of anyone. She exhaled deeply, her tense body finally relaxing. In the next moment, as she lifted the blanket, a glance made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How excessive. She mentally cursed Shen Nanzhi, labeling him a beast. After lying there for a while, the soreness in her body became increasingly evident. Her gaze wandered to the bracelet on her wrist, and after blushing, she wrapped herself in the sheets and hurried to the bathroom. It was only after immersing herself in hot water that a content smile graced her face. In front of her stood a large floor mirror. Gazing at her blushing reflection, she fell into contemplation. If her sleeping beside Shen Nanzhi on the plane was an accident, how could she explain the present situation? There were no endless nightmares, nor fear and anxiety, only the undeniable comfort of sleep. It was because of him that she felt at ease. She would never admit it. Just then, she noticed something inscribed on the inner side of the bracelet. It was a small line of text, still legible. Maimai will forever be mine. At that moment, the bathroom door was abruptly pushed open. Lin Maimai jumped, startled to see Shen Nanzhi, clad in a black suit, standing at the entrance, his icy gaze fixed upon her. His expression was calm, yet the intensity of his cold, obsessive eyes sent shivers down her spine. She quickly concealed the bracelet behind her back. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Brother, how did you get in here?" Without responding, Shen Nanzhi approached her, his face impassive as he gripped her damp wrist, unbothered by the expensive fabric of his tailored suit. His cool fingertips glided over her warm skin, raising goosebumps, finally resting upon the bracelet. What is Maimai afraid of? She clutched the clasp of her bracelet, the metal teeth suddenly biting into the skin of her wrist, causing her to gasp in pain. Is it fear of me, or fear of this? As he spoke, he slowly lowered his head, his warm tongue gliding over the engraved words, a fervent obsession swirling in his gaze. Lin Maimai looked at the man before her, who seemed to be consumed by madness, her body trembling involuntarily. Brother. Shen Nanzhi abruptly lifted his head, meeting her pale face, and the wild obsession in his eyes suddenly receded. He released her wrist, his fingertips gently tracing the tiny wound left by the metal teeth, his cold demeanor softening ever so slightly. I'm sorry, Maimai. I didn't mean to frighten you, but you must be obedient, otherwise I cannot promise I will be able to control myself next time. Chapter 7. Temptation, revised. In the bathroom, the floor-to-ceiling mirror reflected the entwined figures of two individuals. The dense steam enveloped the room but could not obscure Lin Maimai's porcelain-like skin, marred only by a few blemishes. The man's gaze was fiercely aggressive, prompting Lin Maimai to instinctively draw her neck in and tighten the towel around her. At that moment, his hair brushed against her brow, landing softly on the bridge of her nose, carrying with it a faint metallic scent of blood. She slightly turned her head to evade his intimate advances, but in the chilling depths of his gaze, she pivoted and embraced his neck. "Where have you been, brother?" The girl's tender lips were vibrantly red, inciting an irresistible urge to bite. Shen Nanzhi's Adam's apple bobbed as the icy demeanor in his eyes softened slightly at her playful demeanor. "Are you concerned for me, Maima?" The final note of his question rose dangerously. His frigid fingertips tangled in her hair, gradually moving upward until they pressed against the nape of her neck. Lin Maimai shivered lightly, her nostrils flaring as she nestled into his embrace, the metallic scent intensifying. Her body was turned, his hand gripping her chin, forcing her to gaze into the mirror before them. Lin Maimai's pupils dilated as she clearly saw the wound on his wrist. His eyes brimmed with probing curiosity, his fingertips applied gentle pressure, aligning her face with his cold lips. "Tell me, Maima, is this concern?" "Yes, I am truly worried about you, brother." Lin Maimai's voice trembled, her lashes quivering as well. Yet the expression on the man's face was perilously intense. Gritting her teeth, she turned and rose on her toes to kiss the corner of his lips. "You're injured. May I assist you with the bandaging?" The response was swift as he swept her up in his arms and strode out of the bathroom. A medical kit awaited on the table by the window. As she was set down, the white towel was already stained with traces of blood, the wound revealing raw flesh beneath. Lin Maimai's heart quaked, yet she feigned anger, reproaching, "Brother, why do you neglect your own well-being? I used to disregard it. But now this body belongs to me. You cannot harm it without my consent." A short, abrupt laugh escaped him, leaving his intent ambiguous. Lin Maimai chose to play the fool, focusing intently on tending to his wound. Sunlight streamed through the room, illuminating her earnest profile. Her fair, rosy cheeks glimmered as if dusted with gold. Shen Nanzhi, kneeling before her, leaned in to kiss her. "Come with me tonight to the old residence. The evidence you diligently gathered cannot go to waste, can it?" Lin Maimai rolled her eyes internally. It was framed as a trip to address Shun Yi and Gu Yuan, his uncle and aunt, but in truth, it was a test of her loyalty. "Very well. If the wolf demands more loyalty, I shall provide it." The sleek black Lincoln sped through the night. Lin Maimai curled up in the leather seat, her fingers unconsciously tracing the engraved marks on her bracelet. Opposite her, Shen Nanzhi skillfully carved an apple with a silver knife. Moments later, a beautifully curved slice was presented to her. Lin Maimai looked up, noticing the blue diamond adorning the boy's nose, his face beaming with delight, his eyes sparkling. "Would you like to eat, sister?" A slight sting pricked her fingertips as she gently shook her head and turned to Shen Nanzhi. Upon meeting his penetrating gaze, she instinctively recoiled but quickly lifted her chin again, her voice sweet and melodic. "Are you handling the inheritance of the Shen family?" Shen Nanzhi tightened his grip around her neck, his heated lips brushing her ear. "That is merely a side matter. My Maima should witness the fate of the traitors firsthand." A flicker of fear danced in Lin Maimai's eyes, yet her expression remained innocently charming, feigning vulnerability. "Brother, I understand my mistake. Please do not frighten me. I am so afraid." Gently squeezing her delicate face, Shen Nanzhi's voice softened. "So, Maima, do you know what to do?" Instantly, Lin Maimai raised her tiny fist, resolutely promising. "I do. Just wait. Brother, I will not disappoint you." As the scenery outside blurred past, Lin Maimai realized they were not heading to the old residence. "Brother, did the driver take a wrong turn?" The driver, a man named Mike, remained unfazed, speeding along the expansive road. Shen Nanzhi, taking a bite of his apple, remarked with a hint of mockery, "Those two old fools moved out overnight, fearing you would come knocking." The car soon veered into an upscale residential area. Halting in front of one of the villas, Shen Nanzhi lowered the window, and the guard, initially indifferent, turned pale upon recognizing Shen Nanzhi and the presence of Lin Maimai in the back seat. As the electric gate swung open, the guard stood nervously aside. Shen Nanzhi tossed a wad of cash at him as he passed. "Well done." After the car departed, the guard trembled as he picked up the money, joyfully dancing with excitement. Inside the villa, Shen Yi was being berated by Gu Yuan. "You're his uncle. What is there to fear? Will he really harm you?" Shen Yi, shrinking his head, mumbled, "If you're not afraid, why don't you call? You were terrified enough to have me pack and move here the moment you heard he returned." Gu Yuan's anger made her chest ache. "Who do you think I'm doing this for? It's all for you." Shen Yi turned away, retorting, "For your Gao family. For yourself. Certainly not for me. You fool." Gu Yuan's sharp voice seemed to pierce the ceiling. "The Shen family is yours now. You can handle it however you wish. Even if he shows up, he wouldn't dare to touch you." She tossed a transfer agreement in front of Shen Yi. "Sign it quickly." Hand it over to my brother. We have nothing to fear anymore. Soon, it will be Shen Nanzhi begging us. What are you talking about, Aunt? Why would my brother need to beg you? The sudden voice made both Shen Yi and Gao Yuan's faces blanch in unison. They turned to see Shen Nanfeng standing at the door, smiling at them. While behind him, Shen Nanzhi emerged from the car, cradling Lin Maimai. Upon seeing Lin Maimai, Gao Yuan's face contorted in rage. Her mind racing with curses directed at the girl, yet she dared not voice them. Lin Maimai was keenly aware of Gao Yuan's desire to kill her, covering her mouth. Her large, damp eyes reflected pure fear. Why does Aunt Gao look at me like that? It's as if she wants to devour me. I'm so scared, brother. Her voice was soft and sweet, resembling that of an innocent little rabbit. However, upon hearing her words, Gao Yuan's complexion paled even further. Watching Shen Nanzhi's cold, calculating demeanor, she froze in place, glancing desperately at Shen Yi, hoping he might speak up. Yet he too was stricken with fear, unable to conceal the trepidation in his gaze directed at Shen Nanzhi. His nephew was far too ruthless, especially considering the events of years past. Chapter 8. The Forbidden Word Rabbit, revised. Upon observing Shen Yi with his head bowed and neck withdrawn, as if wishing to vanish entirely, Gao Yuan felt an immense surge of anger. She scoffed coldly, very well, Shen Yi, I shall no longer concern myself with the Shen family's affairs. With that, she turned to leave. However, upon glancing back, she discovered Shen Nanfeng standing behind her, having appeared unnoticed. Then, Lin Maimai watched as Shen Nanfeng lightly tapped 2 fingers against Gao Yuan's waist. In an instant, half of Gao Yuan's body became numb, and she collapsed to the ground, reminiscent of a stroke victim, trembling hands, stiff legs, and frothing at the mouth. Lin Maimai gasped softly and instinctively nestled into Shen Nanzhi's embrace. Oh, brother, Aunt Gao looks terrifying like this. I can't bear to watch. Shen Nanzhi's hand rested on the nape of her neck, the chilling sensation making her wish to retreat. Then you need not watch, Maimai. He lowered his head slightly, planting a cold kiss on her hair. Lin Maimai's eyes twitched, but she quickly regained her composure. She turned to Shen Yi, who was cowering in the corner of the sofa, his face a mask of terror. He had already been rendered weak at the knees upon witnessing Gao Yuan's collapse. At this moment, it was not Shen Nanfeng who had taken action. With a thud, he had knelt before Shen Nanzhi. Nan, Uncle was wrong. I was blinded by greed, allowing myself to conspire with that wicked woman against you. I am damned. I shall relinquish the Shen family to you. And the old residents too. For the sake of your grandfather and father, please spare me. Gao Yuan remained conscious. Upon seeing Shen Yi present a pre-prepared document to Shen Nanzhi, she was instantly overcome with rage, trembling uncontrollably, saliva dribbling down her chin. The agony deepened, fueling her hatred for Lin Maimai. It was she who had led Shen Nanzhi, the madman, out of the confines of the asylum to torment her. Gao Yuan's eyes burned with fury as she glared at Lin Maimai, wishing she could carve her into 1,000 pieces. Lin Maimai, nestled in Shen Nanzhi's embrace, was filled with dread. Brother, she is still looking at me. Shen Nanzhi's expression darkened further. Icy glints piercing through his gaze directed at Gao Yuan. She shivered, but her eyes quickly filled with malice and resentment, her lips muttering incoherent curses. Shen Nanfeng promptly picked up a slipper from the floor and shoved it into her mouth. Aunt, perhaps it would be wise to behave, lest your beloved Gao family face dire consequences. I trust you do not wish for that. Gao Yuan's body stiffened, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and uncertainty. Shen Nanfeng smiled. Surely you do not believe that just because my brother is away in the capital, I am oblivious to everything? With those words, Gao Yuan no longer dared to cast her venomous glances at Lin Maimai and Shen Nanzhi. She fell silent. Finally, Shen Nanzhi settled onto the sofa with Lin Maimai in his arms. At that moment, Shen Nanfeng reached out to assist Shen Yi. What are you doing? Second uncle? If outsiders were to learn that you, an uncle, knelt before your nephew, would that not bring shame upon my brother? Shen Yi trembled, shaking his head vehemently. I did not mean it, Nan. I meant no harm. Shen Nanzhi's gaze remained fixed on Shen Yi, his cold demeanor unwavering as he ignored the transfer documents being offered again. He adjusted Lin Maimai in his lap, adopting a possessive hold, and finally directed his chilling eyes at Shen Yi, whose forehead was glistening with sweat. If second uncle were wise, he would understand what I desire. Shen Yi's expression stiffened, terror enveloping him further. He feigned wiping sweat as a guise to mask his deeper fear. I do not comprehend your words. Lin Maimai giggled. Uncle Shen, you're quite the joker. Was it not you who administered the potion to me previously? Shen Yi's lips turned pale, devoid of any color. Lin Maimai feigned confusion. Brother has developed a robust tolerance due to long-term medication. Ordinary sedatives would have no effect. However, that day, the tranquilizer you provided was not fully administered, and Brother fell into a deep slumber. Her voice was sweet and melodic, yet it struck terror within Shen Yi. At that moment, Maimai believed Uncle Shen to be the kindest person in the world, willing to betray his own nephew for the sake of an outsider. She laughed, nestled in Shen Nanzhi's embrace. Shen Yi, trembling, turned to Gu Yuan, who was still frothing. At this point, Gu Yuan was devoid of hatred, her eyes mirroring Shen Yi's fear, her body shaking violently. Shen Nanzhi grasped Lin Maimai and Appo's chin and leaned down, fiercely kissing her vibrant lips. Only when the girl gasped in pain did he release her with a cold smile. So, Maimai, do you understand now? There are no good people in this world. Stay close to me, and you shall not be deceived. Lin Maimai rolled her eyes internally, but obediently replied, Yes, yes, I shall be the best. And from now on, besides Brother, I shall trust no one else. They are all villains. She slightly lifted her head to glance at Shen Yi and Gu Yuan, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Those who harm Brother shall not escape my wrath. That is how you must be. Shen Nanzhi lifted her in his arms, planting affectionate kisses on her face before carrying her out. Brother and sister, take care. I will handle everything. Shen Nanfeng bid them farewell with a smile, but once they turned away, his expression darkened. Let me ponder where to begin with you. He stepped forward, crouching before Gu Yuan with an innocuous smile. Aunt, how do you suggest I pry open your mouth? Shortly thereafter, the villa echoed with escalating screams. In the car, Lin Maimai could no longer contain herself and turned to glance back at the diminishing villa. Brother, how will Xiaofeng handle this? Will he kill them? The thought tightened her fingers. However, upon seeing Shen Nanzhi's taut jawline and icy gaze, she instantly donned a smile. Brother, are you pleased with my earlier performance? Shen Nanzhi grasped her chin, his tone dangerous and possessive. I wish to delve into your heart and discern whether your feelings are genuine or feigned. Lin Maimai's eyelids fluttered, her lips pouting. It's clear that you simply do not trust me. Shen Nanzhi's fingers hesitated, the chill in his eyes intensifying. He squeezed her face, his thumb pressing hard, leaving a red mark. Because my Maimai is a cunning scorpion. In retaliation, Lin Maimai playfully bit his finger. Humph. I am your adorable and beautiful little rabbit. I am no scorpion. In the next moment, the car abruptly swerved into a small grove, and Make exited the vehicle. By the time Lin Maimai realized what was happening, it was already too late. Regarding the rabbit, their first encounter had seen her unexpectedly leap into his embrace like a playful bunny girl. Thereafter, it became a forbidden term, a switch that unleashed his desires, rendering him uncontrollable at each mention. Only when she cried herself hoarse did he reluctantly relent. The consequences of overindulgence left Lin Maimai feeling as though her waist might snap. Chapter 9. The Red Rain Signals the Apocalypse. Revised. Awakening in a haze the following day, Lin Maimai found herself cradled in Shen Nanzhi's embrace as he carried her downstairs. Even sitting proved arduous, and she could only nestle deeper into his hold, silently resenting his lack of humanity. Sister, I have procured an extensive array of supplies based on your previous purchases, nearly exhausting all available resources, Shen Nanfeng said, presenting her with an iPad filled with an overwhelming inventory list. The shock that coursed through Lin Maimai was beyond mere surprise. It was a revelation. After deducting the funds to redeem Shen Nanzhi, she was left with a paltry sum of merely a few $100,000. A figure that represented her utmost efforts in liquidating all her possessions. While this sum might seem substantial, it was but a drop in the ocean considering the chaos of the impending apocalypse, where resources would be perpetually scarce. Initially, she had pondered how to persuade Shen Nanzhi to invest in supplies from the past, yet now, those very necessities were laid before her with such ease. Do you not wish to inquire about my reasoning? Shen Nanzhi asked, encircling her waist. His demeanor relaxed as he toyed with her delicate fingers. As long as you are obedient, I shall grant you whatever you desire, no questions asked. Shen Nanfeng nodded eagerly beside them. Sister, feel free to voice your needs. Brother is exceedingly wealthy at present. The two elderly men had proven to be utterly unamusing, devoid of any thrill. Lin Maimai had intended to ask about Shen Yi and Gu Yuan's current circumstances, but upon witnessing the stacks of black gold cards Shen Nanfeng had produced, she found herself swallowing hard. Each card was a limited edition from various banks, devoid of any spending cap, leaving her starry-eyed with astonishment. Could it be that in this lifetime, she would no longer endure starvation amid the apocalypse? Her rational mind cautioned her against revealing too much too soon, lest she be deemed insane. Yet in that moment, she was intoxicated by visions of endless supplies. In merely 6 days, the apocalypse would descend with no warning. The initial revelation seemed rather manageable. However, she failed to notice the lack of surprise or skepticism reflected in Shen Nanzhi and Shen Nanfeng's expressions as she recounted her knowledge of the impending doom. With fervor, she relayed the details she understood about the apocalypse, just as the television announced the weather forecast for the upcoming week. What was to come was not merely a torrential downpour. The initial rains would soon transform into acid rain, and by the final day, she lowered her voice, striving to maintain an air of normalcy. The last rainfall would be a vivid red, reminiscent of blood. The apocalypse would arrive accompanied by this crimson rain, yet even then. She chuckled bitterly. No one would perceive it as a calamity, let alone an irreversible disaster. Most individuals drenched in the red rain would become zombies, akin to those portrayed in films. The distinction lay in their uncorrupted forms, featuring crimson eyes and ashen skin. They would not be confined to nocturnal movement. Rather, they would roam freely at all hours, appearing even more terrifying under the cover of night. They would be devoid of pain, yet their sensory capabilities would far surpass that of humans. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, her fingers clutching tightly at her clothing as her body trembled slightly. These creatures would feast upon human flesh, yet some they would bite without consuming, leading to the transformation of those individuals into zombies like themselves. Thus, some zombies bore physical deformities, while the majority remained intact. After a prolonged silence, she finally met their gazes, her eyes filled with trepidation. "Do you believe me?" Shen Nanzhi remained unusually silent, tightening his grip around her waist, his lowered gaze concealing a cold and bloodthirsty glint. Shen Nanfeng, overwhelmed by shock, seemed on the verge of flight. "Sister, is everything you said true?" Lin Maimai nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The red rain would transform both zombies and superhumans, though only an exceedingly rare few would be fortunate enough to possess such abilities. Shen Nanfeng had intended to inquire further, but the icy glare from his brother caused him to recoil. He sprang to his feet, striding towards the door. "If that is the case, we must acquire even more supplies. I shall prepare accordingly." Once the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, Lin Maimai became acutely aware of Shen Nanzhi's unsettling silence. "Brother." He lifted his gaze, and in his cold eyes, a flicker of crimson glimmered. Lin Maimai inhaled sharply. He lifted a hand, his cool fingertips brushing against her cheek, finally resting at the corner of her eye. "How could you know all this? It is as if you have lived through it yourself." I had a dream." Her attempt to deflect was abruptly silenced as he seized her lips with his. The pain was minimal, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. "I detest it when you lie to me. I shall grant you one more chance. Start anew." His voice was deep and gravelly, as if emerging from the depths of his throat. Lin Maimai's heart quivered under the weight of his piercing gaze, forcing her into submission. "I died once," she cried out. Eyes shut tightly. In that moment, she failed to see the fleeting look of horror that crossed his face. "Brother, I have died once." Shen Nanzhi's grip on her neck trembled, his voice strained and hoarse. "Did I not protect Maimai as I should have?" Shen Nanzhi could not fathom how Lin Maimai could have suffered, let alone perish, unless he himself was dead. The mere thought threatened to shatter his sanity. As the crimson hue in his gaze intensified, signaling an impending breakdown, Lin Maimai dared not conceal any longer. "No, brother, it was my fault. In my previous life, I failed to seek you out at Clem. It was my mistake." She wept, burying her face in his chest. "I never intended to abandon you. I was simply terrified that you would confine me once more." "I'm so sorry, brother. Heaven has punished me. I died, and it was a horrific death. At that moment, I vowed that if given another chance, I would find you immediately." Shen Nanzhi watched her trembling form, the frenzied crimson in his eyes gradually receding. He embraced her tightly, his cold lips brushing against her hair. "So, this is the purpose of your return? To seek my protection?" Lin Maimai dared not affirm, instead tightening her grip around him. "I will never leave you again, brother. I truly regret my past actions. I do not wish to die. Not like that." Her sobs were ragged, and Shen Nanzhi felt a chilling sensation in his heart, yet he held her close. "I will protect you, Maimai, without fail. With me here, no one shall harm you." Yet, in the shadows of his gaze, the crimson light was on the verge of coalescing into something tangible. "Tell me, who was that person?" Lin Maimai's cries momentarily ceased. She truly dared not imagine the consequences if Shen Nanzhi were to discover her past betrayal in matters of the heart. A shiver coursed through her. Brother. As she raised her gaze, her eyes brimmed with tears. I do not know how I arrived there. When I awakened, I found myself in that place. A clandestine auction house wielding considerable power in this apocalyptic world. Due to the peculiarity of my abilities, they regarded me as a specimen for their experiments. She clutched tightly to Shen Nanzhi's shirt, her fingers trembling slightly with the memories. Even in death, they would not relinquish me. They would still. She bit her lip, tears blurring her vision. In that moment, the pain surged back as if it had never left. Unable to contain herself, she curled up. And despite being surrounded by the very shackles she once yearned to escape, in that instant, she felt secure only in his embrace. They suspended my body in a place frequented by high-level zombies, using me as bait to capture more advanced crystal cores. The malice in Shen Nanzhi's eyes instilled a sense of dread. The gentle voice of the one in his arms seemed to cut through him like a blade, leaving him riddled with wounds. He held her tightly, tenderly caressing her back. His cold gaze fell upon the crystal chandelier, refracting a light that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 10. The Apocalypse Pest? In the span of 6 days, a multitude of affairs can unfold. The Shen family has long held dominion over the Magic City, akin to local emperors. During Shen Nanzhi's leadership, the family ascended to unprecedented heights. Although later, due to the machinations of his uncle and aunt, there was a slight decline. The family's standing still far surpassed that of previous generations. Now, the once feared Shen Nanzhi has returned to the Magic City. Influential figures across the city are on edge, wary of impending retribution from him. It is worth noting that Shen Nanzhi's downfall coincided with the first anniversary of the family patriarch's passing, a day thronged with guests who bore witness to his fall from grace. Consequently, many took pleasure in his misfortune, and now they live in trepidation of his revenge. Thus, when Shen Nanfeng arrived with a list of supplies, scarcely a business dared to refuse him. In fact, some establishments, preemptively, offered goods even before his arrival. In just 3 days, Shen Nanfeng reported that all warehouses were overflowing, and Lin Yang truly could not accommodate anymore. Lin Maimai stared in astonishment at the colossal inventory displayed on the iPad handed to her by Shen Nanfeng. Surely, this could sustain an entire army. Even in her previous life, she had heard of level 9 spatial ability users whose capacities did not exceed 2 square kilometers. If we assume 1 cubic meter of goods weighs 1.5 tons and consider their volume, the total weight would not surpass 20 million tons. Yet, the current volume of goods was undoubtedly several times that, and this was merely related to daily necessities, not to mention the forbidden firearms and an abundance of cold weapons. However, Lin Maimai soon felt a flush of embarrassment. She pointed to a warehouse marked for infant supplies and inquired, "Why is this here?" Shen Nanzhi grasped her finger and playfully bit it, eliciting a frown of pain from her, yet he smiled with satisfaction. "Maimai belongs to me. No one else, not even your children, can share you." Lin Maimai inwardly cursed his possessiveness, recognizing it as somewhat twisted. Nevertheless, she had no desire for children. Given the situation, it seemed prudent to eliminate unnecessary items. The supplies had far exceeded their budget, and with Lin Yang's limited space, many items needed to be streamlined, rendering the superfluous items dispensable. She deleted items without hesitation, oblivious to the tempest brewing in the depths of Shen Nanzhi's eyes. Soon, her hand was halted by a cold grip, the force causing her to gasp in pain. As her dissatisfaction bubbled, the sight of the man's chilling expression and his alarmingly red eyes prompted her mind to race. "Brother?" she thought, enduring the pain without resistance, her large, tearful eyes imploring him. "Is there something I've done wrong? If you're unhappy, please tell me, and I will amend my ways." Gathering her courage, she gently placed her other hand on his, though fear lingered in her heart. The days of close quarters and her evolving mindset had led her to discern a method of interaction with him. "Brother, you're making me worry. How about?" She bit her lip as if making a resolution. "How about you hit me, if it makes you happy?" Upon hearing this, Shen Nanfeng immediately turned away, covering his ears. Lin Maimai, momentarily forgetting to chastise him, felt liberated without anyone watching. She leaned closer, tilting her head, and softly planted a kiss on his cheek. Shen Nanzhi's clenched fist relaxed slightly, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes, the chill within him receding. As Lin Maimai bestowed a second kiss, he hoarsely questioned her. "Do you truly not wish to bear my child?" Lin Maimai was taken aback, then vehemently shook her head. "Of course not." Shen Nanzhi lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Then why not? Her long lashes fell, concealing the coldness in her eyes, yet her words brimmed with affection. In this life, all I desire is to be with you, brother. After voicing her thoughts, she listened intently for a response, yet silence enveloped her. Just as she was about to glance up, she caught Shen Nanzhi's soft murmur. Maimai, you are obedient, and you have not disappointed me. At that moment, Lin Maimai felt a profound tremor in her heart. The ongoing tests were relentless. A single misstep could ensnare her. However, she dared not show an ounce of fear and quickly shifted the subject. Xiao Feng, with so many supplies, can that Lin Yang truly store them all? Shen Nanfeng turned back, grinning. Sister, do not worry. Lin Yang's spatial abilities are quite extraordinary. Everything has already been secured. Lin Maimai was taken aback. In her past life, she had recognized the prowess of such individuals. Yet, the red acid rain had yet to fall, and the apocalypse had not arrived. How could their powers be so formidable already? All stored. Shen Nanfeng nodded vigorously. If you have more to add, there are still 3 days left. I can procure everything. More can be stored. Lin Maimai suddenly felt as if fortune had smiled upon her. Did this mean she could now relax? Could she become a mere pest in the apocalypse? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Shen Nanzhi, repeatedly seeking confirmation. Brother, Lin Yang can truly accommodate it all. Shen Nanzhi chuckled softly, his rare good mood evident as he playfully ruffled her hair. If he lacked such utility, there would be no need for him to follow me. At that moment, Shen Nanfeng wore a proud expression. Without his brother, he would have been incapable. All his skills were imparted by Shen Nanzhi. Lin Maimai questioned her own reality, overwhelmed by the sheer delight. Does brother also possess spatial abilities? Shen Nanzhi winked, his cool lips brushing against her forehead, her nose, her cheeks, and finally resting at the corner of her lips. Everything you require is with me. Should you desire anything, just let me know, and I shall fulfill your wishes, as long as you remain disobedient. As he spoke, a delicate pink diamond ring appeared from nowhere in his palm. Though not ostentatious, it looked exquisite upon her finger. Do you like it? Lin Maimai nodded, her mind reeling in disbelief. He truly possessed spatial abilities. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside. As Lin Maimai turned to investigate, Shen Nanzhi furrowed his brow and pulled her closer. Shen Nanfeng, understanding the cue, promptly moved to the window. The view from the second floor was splendid, allowing a clear view of the commotion below. A black sedan was parked outside, where a man and a woman were vociferously confronting a black man named Mike. To her shock, the duo was none other than Lin Yi and Gu Yuan, whom she believed had bid farewell to this world. Not only were they alive and well, but they also dared to come here and provoke a scene. Lin Maimai could not help but gaze upward at the clear blue sky, devoid of any ominous red ring. She then turned to Shen Nanfeng, who shrugged, pointing at Shen Nanzhi. What does that mean? She pondered, her large, innocent eyes brimming with questions. However, Shen Nanzhi merely pressed her back into his embrace, his voice icy. After you witness this spectacle, Maimai, I expect your thoughts on it. Do you understand? What on earth? Lin Maimai truly feels exasperated. Is this yet another test? There is no need to inquire further. It certainly is. How dare you obstruct us? Do you not fear that the madman Shen Nanzhi might take umbrage and dispose of you? Indeed, you still refuse to allow us entry. The two of them exchanged banter, a testament to their 30-plus years of marriage. Suddenly, Lin Maimai recalled that this couple was a fashionable dink, dual income, no kids. Perhaps they had engaged in too many unkind deeds to bear children, clinging to their pride and fabricating their dink status. Yet, judging by their appearances, they both bore the marks of solitude. Shen Nanfeng, unwilling to descend the stairs, cast a glance at Mike, whose indifferent expression was nearly a mirror of Shen Nanzhi's. My brother instructed you to guard the entrance. What sort of creature are you allowing inside? Mike, unable to comprehend Chinese, was akin to Shen Yi and Gu Yuan, who were equally perplexed by English. They did not grasp Shen Nanfeng's words. They merely witnessed the silent black man stepping aside. It was unclear from where he had procured a precious stone, which he raised above his head, kneeling with a blank gaze. At that moment, Shen Nanfeng's voice drifted into their ears. If uncle and aunt are not afraid of death, they may come in and have a seat. My brother is here. Chapter 11. Perhaps they have become foolish. The fear that Shen Yi and Gu Yuan harbored towards Shen Nanzhi was ingrained in their very bones. Coupled with the recent events from a few days prior, it was reasonable to conclude that neither of them would dare approach him. Had it not been for Zhou Qing's unwavering support, they would not have even contemplated scheming against him. Today, similarly, had they not heeded Zhou Qing's words, they would have preferred to distance themselves from Shen Nanzhi as much as possible. It seemed that uncle and aunt were not afraid of another collapse. Shen Nanfeng's remarks evoked memories of their recent ordeal, sending chills down their spines. The imposing entrance loomed ahead, and neither dared to step inside, pushing each other hesitantly. Ultimately, Shen gave Gao Yuan a firm shove. Though Gao Yuan was infuriated by his cowardice, she cautiously inquired, "May I ask about your brother, Anan? And Lin Maimai? Are they well?" Shen Nanfeng smirked. "Are uncle and aunt wondering if my brother has calmed down? That he once hold a grudge against you?" His bluntness flushed Gao Yuan's cheeks. She recalled Zhou Qing's words, if Shen Nanzhi could forgive Lin Maimai, perhaps they could be granted a sliver of mercy after having willingly surrendered the Shen family and the Shen Corporation. They had already been frightened and punished. Might they not be afforded a chance for redemption? Otherwise, with a newfound determination stemming from the items she had brought today, Gao Yuan held her head high and pulled Shen inside. Upon entering, both were struck by a wave of jealousy. It was no wonder Shen Nanzhi had remained silent about the ancestral home. Clearly, the old man had shown favoritism, as all the treasures were gathered here. Shen, lacking ambition, had no hobbies apart from his fascination with art. Upon seeing the magnificent artworks adorning the walls, he found himself momentarily entranced. As he made his way toward a painting hanging on the wall, Gao Yuan, exasperated, yanked him back by his ear. "Have you forgotten why we are here?" Shen Yi's gaze lingered on the painting as he mumbled, I remember. Let go, it's so embarrassing." Gao Yuan huffed in frustration. Some habits die hard. You never learn. After chastising him, her eyes fell upon Shen Nanzhi standing at the balcony on the second floor, his cold gaze sending a shiver down her spine. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was focused on Lin Maimai, nestled comfortably in Shen Nanzhi's embrace. The young girl appeared radiant, adorned with a necklace worth millions. It seemed Zhou Qing's words held merit. Shen Nanzhi was indeed utterly captivated by Lin Maimai. "Anan, Maimai," he called out, his voice bright and intimate. As if genuinely delighted to see Shen Nanzhi, Shen Nanfeng cast a mocking glance before retreating to the tea room. Shen Yi began his performance. "Anan, you've lost weight. I paid quite a sum to ensure you were well taken care of, yet it appears they have not fulfilled their duties." Shen Nanzhi turned, allowing Lin Maimai to rest against him while leaning against the railing, peering down. So the special care was arranged by uncle. The coldness in his indifferent tone made Gao Yuan stiffen, cursing him silently for being such a fool. However, she exchanged glances with Shen Yi, who remained oblivious and continued to bask in his self-importance. "My brother left early. It's only natural for me, as your uncle, to look after you. It's just unfortunate that these people took the money without delivering results. Rest assured, uncle will address this matter." Gao Yuan and Appo's face twitched with anger. At that moment, she overheard Shen Nanzhi casually inquire, "Then, can uncle tell me what happened with those assassins?" The chilling tone of his voice sent terror coursing through Gao Yuan. Just when she thought they had escaped calamity, the very concern she had harbored had come to fruition. Her mind buzzed, palms sweating. How could Shen Nanzhi possibly know about their covert actions? Shen Yi, oblivious, asked, "What assassins?" Shen Nanfeng, carrying a pot of fruit tea and snacks, passed by them. "Why? The assassins you hired, of course." He paused deliberately, leaning close to Shen Yi's ear to whisper, "The ones who tried to kill your brother." Gao Yuan's heart raced, but her mind was also churning. She realized that Lin Maimai was Shen Nanzhi's lifeline. Fortunately, she had kept a close watch on Lin Maimai. Given Shen Nanzhi's obsessive possessiveness over her, he would undoubtedly seek her out immediately upon his return. However, she had not anticipated that Lin Maimai would be the one to approach Shen Nanzhi first. "Uncle can inquire with aunt," Shen Nanfeng stated nonchalantly before ascending the stairs. Shen Yi was in disbelief as he turned to Gao Yuan, who, despite her usual cunning, could not mask her guilt. Gao Yuan averted her gaze and feigned anger. "Are you foolish? You believe everything others say?" Having been under Gao Yuan's thumb for a lifetime, Shen Yi felt utterly defeated by her reprimand. He felt as if he were losing himself to his wife of over 20 years. He wanted to retort, but was silenced when Gao Yuan seized his arm. With a seemingly gentle smile, she spoke words that cut like a knife. "Anan, we are your blood relatives. Have you forgotten the old man's dying wish? It was the only time he helped his youngest son, wanting to spare you both from a disgraceful demise. You've withdrawn funding for the northern suburbs development, halting the entire project. This alone incurs tremendous losses." Yet Gao Yuan felt empowered, as if she held an invulnerable amulet, and continued her tirade. "For years, your mental state has instilled fear in us. With the old man gone, Your uncle and I could no longer contain you. Sending you to the asylum was a desperate measure. At this point, her eyes glistened with feigned tears. Neither your uncle nor I were aware of how dire the situation had become. With exaggerated sobs, Lin Maimai felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy for her. Could you not consider the times when I cared for you as a child and reinstate the funding? Lin Maimai mused. Gao Yuan was truly impressive. Her audacity in being so brazen was a skill worthy of emulation. As she pondered this, Shen Nanzhi shifted slightly, sending a chill through her. She quickly glanced up, only to find his eyes filled with icy disdain. The recollection of Shen Laozi's words flooded her mind. What Gao Yuan referred to as raising was akin to locking a child rescued from abduction in a room without food. Once Shen Nanzhi was gone, the Shen Corporation would undoubtedly belong to Shen Yi, and by extension, to her. The Gao family could manipulate the situation as they pleased. Alas, Shen Nanzhi had survived a week without food. Though he had been beaten, he had not sustained a concussion, nor would he suffer from amnesia. Then there was this recent assassination attempt. Who dared seek Shen Nanzhi's favor? Their act was poorly executed, while they feigned pleas for mercy. Their eyes betrayed their concealed disdain and hatred. At that moment, Gao Yuan cursed inwardly, lamenting the incompetence of the mercenaries. How could they not have ensured Shen Nanzhi's demise? Shen Yi hunched his shoulders, his gaze fixed on the ground. You desire the Shen family. I have relinquished it. My life with your aunt at the Gao family would remain unchanged. But for the sake of our grievances, withdrawing funds from the Gao family, you must truly be mad. Although collaborating with the Gao family, he harbored ulterior motives. However, this pertains to the strategic plan for the Shen family's development over the next decade. Lin Maimai gazed at the two individuals, rendered speechless. Truly, words fail to express the situation. Was her former self blinded by ignorance? To collaborate with two individuals devoid of clarity? Is that why her end was so tragic? Ainen. Gao Yuan was about to say more when Shen Nanzhi's gaze shifted, icy and unfeeling. I remember my grandfather's admonition. This is the last time. Leave now. The smile on Gao Yuan's face nearly faltered. Yet, recalling Shou Qing's words, she steadied her resolve. Ainen, the Gao family and the Zhou family signed a strategic partnership yesterday. Your actions bear no benefit for the Shen family. Shen Nefeng leaned against the railing, laughing heartily. Collaborate with Shou Qing? Surely, you jest. Gao Yuan's face turned a mix of pale and green, nearly bursting into curses. But this was Shen Nanzhi's domain, and she dared not. She tugged at Shen Yi's sleeve. He immediately understood, cleared his throat, and shouted, Shen Nanzhi, do not claim that the elders did not advise you. If you insist on your stubbornness, do not blame us when everything falls apart, leaving no one with a semblance of benefit. With that, he flung the documents he had clutched since entering the room. Do not forget that I hold 10 of Shen's shares. This is the transfer agreement I signed. Now, the Gao family is the largest shareholder of Shen, while you. He scoffed, a smug expression gracing his features. What of the 28 stake? With the Gao family's acquisition, combined with my 10 and your second aunt's original 5, it totals a substantial 31. You cannot compete. In that moment, Gao Yuan's gaze towards Shen Nanzhi brimmed with mockery and disdain. As your aunt, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Simply sign the share transfer agreement, relinquishing your 10 stake. Otherwise, prepare to be left with nothing. This was, after all, the primary purpose of their visit today. Chapter 12. Familiarity from a Past Life. Revised. Gao Yuan and Shen Yi held their heads high, their eyes brimming with uncontainable pride. However, the individual they had threatened merely cast his gaze downwards, fixating on the delicate figure in his arms, swallowing hard. Did Maimai wish to witness a spectacle? Lin Maimai recognized the fury simmering within him, yet it was not the end of days. Thus, extreme actions were to be avoided. Most significantly, the incompetence of these two fools had already delayed crucial preparations for the impending apocalypse, rendering their arrogance utterly unwarranted. With a playful glimmer in her eye, she gently prodded his chest with her fingertip, swaying the second button of his shirt as she feigned innocence. Is it not a tad premature? Might we not wait 3 more days, dear brother? She blinked, pretending to be aggrieved as she spoke. I have yet to encounter a true miser. Could you indulge me, brother? After all, the end of the world is merely 3 days away. She was eager to observe the farcical antics of these two avaricious individuals when the time of reckoning arrived. Shen Nanzhi chuckled softly, the sound reverberating in Lin Maimai's ears. His lashes cast shadows beneath his eyes as he looked down, and when he raised his gaze, the crimson depths within sent a shiver through Gao Yuan's legs. Maimai wished to see, and her brother would surely grant her that opportunity. He clasped Lin Maimai's waist, pushing her against the railing, surveying the scene below from his elevated position. Gao Yuan and Shen Yi instinctively swallowed hard, their confidence now wavering. At that moment, Shen Nanfeng appeared before them, holding an iPad. "Uncle, Aunt, take a look." As the screen illuminated, images materialized before their eyes, footage of the time they had conspired with Zhou Qin to send him to the asylum at Clem. As the echoes of their conspiratorial laughter filled the air, Gao Yuan staggered back, inadvertently toppling a delicate blue and white porcelain vase. It teetered and rolled before finally coming to rest beneath a table. Shen Nanfeng let out a disheartened huff. Gao Yuan's face drained of color as cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her entire being frozen in place. Shen Yi stood in stunned silence. The man who had been manipulated by his wife for a lifetime finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Slowly, he lifted his head, his lips quivering in despair. You knew all along." "Of course, I did," Lin Maimai chimed in, peeking from Shen Nanzhi's embrace, her charming smile failing to conceal the mischief in her eyes. "Otherwise, why would uncle and aunt assume that my brother would forgive me? Naturally. He knew I was but a pawn in your game." Outside, thunder rumbled, and breaking news flashed on the enormous television screen in the living room. The melting of Antarctic glaciers had triggered tectonic movements, leading to numerous incidents of animal attacks influenced by magnetic fields. Lin Maimai paused momentarily before swiftly pulling out her phone to check. Indeed, the weather forecast had shifted from sunny to an impending deluge. "Brother." She tugged at Shen Nanzhi's sleeve, directing her phone towards him. Outside, the mournful wails of a wild cat echoed. As two orange cats with glowing eyes appeared abruptly at the window, Gao Yuan screamed as she fell to the ground, and Shen Yi stumbled backward in fright. Shen Nanfeng doubled over with laughter. "Is this all? You still wish to scheme against my brother?" He raised his hand slightly. In an instant, the wild cat was whisked away by Mike, and Shen Nanzhi and Lin Maimai vanished from the second floor. Shen Yi was bewildered. Given Shen Nanzhi's temperament, why would he so easily let them off the hook? After a moment of contemplation, he helped Gao Yuan to her feet, and the two departed in a disheveled embrace. In the dead of night, Lin Maimai curled up in Shen Nanzhi's arms, both wrapped in a shared blanket. Seated on the carpet as they watched a film projected onto a screen. Rain had begun to fall outside, the gentle drizzle reminiscent of her past life. Lin Maimai felt a sense of unease. This rainfall had arrived 3 days later than in her previous life, prompting her to wonder if it was somehow linked to her rebirth, akin to the butterfly effect. Had her actions altered the course of events? "What troubles you?" Shen Nanzhi inquired, restraining her fidgeting hand, his pupils glowing an eerie red from recent medication. This had become his pattern. Post-injection, he would frantically bite her, followed by an unsettling calm. Yet, Lin Maimai sensed an escalating madness within him, compelling her to tread carefully. His voice, while soft, carried an undercurrent of anger that she could not ignore. Suppressing her unease, she gently shook her head, her gaze falling upon the necklace adorning his neck. "You've worn this for quite some time. Is it particularly special?" As she reached out to touch it, she caught sight of the suddenly prominent veins at his neck, her fingers freezing in place, hesitating as they slowly descended into his other hand. Upon contact, he grasped her fingers tightly, the force causing her to gasp softly. She sensed a tremor in his hand, yet when she looked down, he abruptly released her. "I want to show you something." He stood, guiding her from the carpet. Lin Maimai, perplexed, followed him up to the third floor. This area had been off-limits during her confinement in the villa, and she had been warned against approaching it. However, at that time, her sole focus had been on escape, leaving little room for exploration. Now he personally led her there. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, they proceeded down a corridor that culminated in a single room. The door was metallic, adorned with a password lock, which he unlocked using facial recognition and a code. Even as he entered the complex sequence before her eyes, she could not commit it to memory. Her previously calm demeanor transformed into sheer astonishment as the door swung open. The room was modest yet entirely white, starkly highlighting a metallic box at its center. Shen Nanzhi, his expression severe, held her hand as they approached, and Lin Maimai acutely sensed a shift in his demeanor. She could not discern whether it was positive or negative. It simply felt as though he was forcing himself to be there. In the next moment, he placed his hand on the box, and after a series of electronic sounds, it clicked open with a crisp sound. Lin Maimai looked up to find a small black box within, scarcely larger than her palm. "Are you frightened?" Shen Nanzhi's voice was icy, his grip tightening around her hand. Unsure of his intent and feeling a twinge of fear, she nodded hesitantly. The very next second, Shen Nanzhi lightly touched the surface of the box, and a miraculous event unfolded. With a pop, the black box sprang open, revealing a vial of azure liquid glowing softly within. Shen Nanzhi retrieved the vial, his lips taut, and placed it in the palm of her hand. The moment their skin met, a long-buried memory surged into her consciousness. At that instant, Lin Maimai finally recalled that she had crossed paths with Shen Nanzhi in her previous life. It was during the early days of the apocalypse when she had been rescued by military personnel, only to be besieged by zombies en route to a temporary shelter. As despair loomed, it was Shen Nanzhi who had appeared at the last moment. He single-handedly vanquished hundreds of zombies, standing before her, drenched in blood. In that moment, his gaze was as cold as ice. Grasping her neck, he wordlessly forced the potion into her mouth. At that time, she was enveloped in terror. The instant she laid eyes on him, her mind went blank, compounded by the despair she had previously endured, leading her to lose consciousness. However, upon awakening, she found herself beside Gu Yisen and discovered that she had acquired extraordinary powers. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon her. Her abilities were not merely the fever that Gu Yisen had mentioned, but rather a consequence of the enigmatic potion. He had saved her, bestowed upon her these powers. Yet out of fear, she had chosen to forget, even surrendering herself to a hypocritical scoundrel driven solely by profit. Tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into Shen Nanzhi's embrace. Since her rebirth, it was the first time she had sincerely apologized. Brother, I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. Chapter 13. The Frantic Administration of Drugs. Revised. Lin Maimai wept inconsolably, her heart heavy with both regret and relief. Shen Nanzhi held her tightly, his gaze fixed upon her face, his eyes swirling with a tumultuous crimson. Maimai, I should have done this sooner. With tear-filled eyes, Lin Maimai lifted her gaze, yearning to inquire about his intentions. Yet, he lowered his head, capturing her trembling lips with his kiss. The sudden intimacy unsettled her, and as she attempted to recoil, he firmly gripped her waist, pinning her against the wall. In that moment, he exhibited an even greater ferocity. His kiss was tyrannical and savage, reminiscent of a beast's gnawing. If given the opportunity, she had no doubt he would consume her whole. Pain coursed through Lin Maimai, yet she dared not resist, inhaling sharply. Gradually, she tasted the metallic tang of blood. Her lips grew numb, and her breathing became increasingly labored. Just as she felt herself nearing the brink, Shen Nanzhi abruptly released her. She then heard him exhale a deep sigh and caught sight of the slight upward curve of his lips, alongside the intensified crimson in his gaze. Fueled by the effects of the drug, despite having mentally prepared herself, having spent so many days together and engaged in various intimacies, she believed she had acclimated. However, witnessing his current state made her heart tremble violently. Brother, it's all right, Maimai, do not fear. Do not be afraid, Shen Nanzhi reassured her, his voice soothing as he gently held her shoulders. Be obedient, and I will remain by your side, always, until my last breath. In her stunned silence, she felt the vial of medication slip from her grasp. In the next moment, he forcefully tilted her chin upward, the cold vial pressing against her lips. His gaze was frigid, devoid of warmth. My dear, drink it. Once you do, you will be just like me. Lin Maimai was drenched in cold sweat, memories from her past life flashing before her eyes, overwhelming her with fear. She did not wish to possess that bizarre ability any longer. She did not want to be treated as a power bank for those endowed with abilities. She longed to live as a human. This thought spurred her to struggle violently. Shen Nanzhi's strength was insurmountable. She looked up at him pleadingly, unable to articulate her thoughts, emitting only faint, pitiful whimpers. Yet, Shen Nanzhi's gaze remained icy and unyielding as he grasped her chin, pouring the entire vial of medication into her mouth. The bitter taste instantly filled her mouth. He discarded the empty vial, forcefully covering her mouth as he repeatedly pressed kisses to her forehead. Be good, my. Only by becoming the same as me will you truly never leave my side. Do not resist, accept it, just as you accept me. The night was dark as ink, and the rain continued to pour. Shen Nanzhi sat on the edge of the bed, watching the slumbering Lin Maimai, his eyes reflecting a blend of obsession and satisfaction. In his hand, he held a bracelet, the very one Lin Maimai had insisted on wearing earlier. Yet now, a small red gemstone the size of a fingernail adorned its center, glowing faintly with a pulsating light. Shen Nanzhi gently placed the bracelet back on Lin Maimai's wrist. A low, sinister laugh erupted in the air. He leaned down, pressing his face against her cheek, affectionately nuzzling her. Unbeknownst to her, his smile was tainted with madness, and his eyes gleamed with something unsettling. At that moment, Lin Maimai felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. She was freezing. No matter how she tried to evade it, a chilling sensation coursed through her body, as if trying to escape from her flesh. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she struggled violently, yet Shen Nanzhi held her too tightly. All her efforts were in vain. The coldness clung to her, penetrating her very bones. "I'm cold. So cold. Let me go." Lin Maimai cried out unconsciously, her voice growing weaker, her consciousness dimming. Shen Nanzhi, however, pressed his lips together tightly, imprisoning her within his embrace. It was not until she completely lost consciousness and sank into a deep slumber that he finally released her. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. Shen Nanzhi's gaze reluctantly shifted from Lin Maimai's face as he rose to answer it. Shen Nanfeng stood outside, holding a tray of food. Noticing his brother's unusually stern expression, he quietly inquired, "Is sister all right?" Shen Nanzhi merely grunted in response, taking the tray from his hands. After shutting the door, he placed the items on a nearby table and settled beside the bed. He gently caressed her cheek, a smile curving his lips. The obsession in his eyes was now fully unleashed. "Sleep well, Maimai. When you awaken, you shall know that from this moment forward, we are the only ones who are the same." At that moment, Lin Maimai felt as if she were lying on a cloud. She was utterly devoid of strength, as though she were floating. She could not discern her surroundings, yet she sensed a familiar voice lingering in her ears. She did not know whose voice it was, but it felt incredibly familiar. She wished to draw closer, yet no matter how hard she tried, the voice remained just out of reach. So, she relinquished her efforts and allowed herself to drift. She could not ascertain how long she floated until a warm sensation brushed against her face. Startled, she opened her eyes to meet a pair of obsidian orbs glowing with a hint of red. Her heart convulsed violently, the familiar sensation coursing through her body indicating that her former abilities had returned. Outside, thunder rumbled as crimson rain cascaded down the window, spreading like a spider's web. Shen Nanzhi grasped her hand, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading. As he lowered his gaze, a peculiar smile danced upon his lips. His voice dripped with tenderness. "Maimai, welcome to my world." Lin Maimai shivered involuntarily. She was uncertain of her emotions at that moment, feeling an unsettling chill envelop her back. Shen Nanzhi leaned closer, his icy breath brushing against her face. He smiled with a softness that belied the menace of his actions, slicing open his wrist with a dagger and feeding her his blood. "Drink, and we shall become one." His eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement at the prospect of merging with her. Lin Maimai felt a strong resistance within her, yet the sweet taste of his blood proved irresistible, compelling her to bite down on his wrist, drawing more of his essence into her throat. A sense of infatuation flickered in her gaze. So sweet. As she tilted her head back, she noticed a web of crimson lines appearing in her eyes. In their shared gaze, both pairs of eyes glimmered with a scarlet intensity. Another knock echoed through the air, followed by Shen Nanfen's voice from outside. "Brother, is sister awake?" Shen Nanzhi glanced at the bite marks on his wrist, a smirk gracing his lips. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Shen Nanfeng, holding a tray. Upon seeing Lin Maimai, he paused in surprise before breaking into a grin. "Sister, you've been asleep for 3 days. If you don't wake soon, I fear brother will become anxious." He placed the food on the table and approached the bed, his expression radiant, seemingly oblivious to the blood staining her lips. Yet Lin Maimai failed to notice the momentary chill that enveloped him when his gaze fell upon the injury on Shen Nanzhi's wrist. Chapter 14. Do you wish to escape? Lin Maimai attempted to rise, but her body felt as though it had been drained of all strength, rendering her utterly powerless. After several futile attempts, she resigned herself to her fate. Shen Nanzhi, with a gentle smile dancing in his eyes, settled by the window, allowing her to lean against him. Though she dared not resist, her heart had turned to ice. Shen Nanzhi was even more unhinged than she had anticipated, as she watched him feed her with a look of utter satisfaction. All her guilt and the myriad reasons she had concocted to justify her reliance on him crumbled into dust. She began to question whether her return to him had been a grave mistake. Shen Nanzhi perhaps posed a greater danger than anyone else. Yet, she could not reveal her true feelings, forced to feign compliance. Shen Nanfeng stood nearby, quietly observing with a faint smile gracing his lips. It was only after she finished an entire bowl of bird's nest soup, with Shen Nanzhi wiping her lips clean, that he began to recount the events that had transpired. Just as her sister had said, the apocalypse had arrived. For reasons unknown, Lin Maimai sensed an odd thrill in his words. Yet, when she looked up, all she saw was the youth's slightly innocent face adorned with a soft smile. She shook her head, striving for clarity. Shen Nanzhi gently grasped her chin, directing her gaze towards a nearby mirror. Maimai, look at yourself. Lin Maimai turned her head, and upon seeing the reflection staring back at her, she nearly screamed. Her long hair was in disarray, her eyes were rimmed with red, and her pupils were laced with crimson veins, giving her an eerie appearance. The vivid red of her lips was strikingly conspicuous. While one might consider her visage to be grotesque, there was an inexplicable allure in her expression. With every blink, a certain seductive quality emerged. She averted her gaze, but Shen Nanzhi held her chin firmly, preventing her from escaping the mirror's reflection. Maimai is truly beautiful. He took her hand, gently prying her fingers apart to reveal her palm, gazing intently at it. I knew my Maimai was one of a kind. Lin Maimai looked down to see the energy swirling in her palm, coaxed forth by him. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This was unlike her previous life. She could distinctly see a blood-red essence within that energy. Was it a result of his blood? She could feel her powers shifting. In her past life, her abilities had altered her very being, making her the sole individual capable of curing the zombie virus. A mere drop of her flesh sufficed. Yet, to the zombies, she was a coveted prize, drawing hordes to her presence. Indeed, Lin Maimai's powers could heal those infected by the virus, but only if the wounds were minor or superficial. Injuries to the head or major arteries rendered her efforts futile, no matter how much of her flesh she sacrificed. That was her power in her past existence. But now, everything had changed. The blood Shen Nanzhi had given her was infused with other energies. Her blood not only held healing properties, she had acquired another ability, the capacity to poison through her blood, gradually eroding a person's mental fortitude until death ensued. In essence, she had become a dual entity of healing and toxicity. Could it be that she possessed the means to protect herself now? Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her eyes sparkled with newfound hope. If she had offensive capabilities, could she not break free? She no longer wished to remain by his side. She refused to be his pet. Shen Nanzhi's eyes glimmered with a disturbing mixture of obsession and fervent excitement. Has my Maimai discovered something? Are you pleased? Lin Maimai clenched her fists, striving to conceal any hint of joy. It's all thanks to my brother. If he is happy, then so am I. Her smile was saccharine, tinged with an air of submission. Shen Nanzhi relished her response, his gaze still scrutinizing, though his tone softened. No one can bully my Maimai. Lin Maimai froze momentarily, then bit her lip, tentatively voicing a suggestion. Brother, what is the situation outside? Perhaps we could go take a look. Shen Nanzhi reached out to caress her head, his touch gentle, yet the words he spoke were fraught with peril. Does Maimai wish to escape? His hand brushed past her face, sending a shiver coursing through her. And no. Lin Maimai's heart raced as she fervently shook her head. Shen Nanzhi lifted her chin and smiled softly. He leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips, then held her face firmly. It's all right. You cannot escape. Should my Maimai try to run, I shall simply retrieve you. His grip tightened slightly as he lifted her onto his lap, his large hand slowly caressing her knees. Applying pressure gently, Lin Maimai trembled uncontrollably. He gazed deeply into her eyes, his grip intensifying until she cried out in pain, after which he eased his hold. Maimai's legs are lovely. If they were broken, wouldn't my Maimai cry? Lin Maimai immediately nestled into his embrace, feigning innocence. Brother, Maimai won't run away. Please don't do that. It scares me. He enveloped her in his arms, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Maimai must be obedient. Lin Maimai nodded vigorously. I want to leave you, brother. Really? Shen Nanzhi seemed skeptical. Lin Maimai quickly placed a hand over his heart, feeling its steady rhythm. I will not abandon you. Good girl. His hand gradually moved to her back, gently patting her. After a while, Shen Nanzhi released her, taking her hand as they ventured outside. Let me witness this hell on earth. Maimai, accompany me. Lin Maimai, initially taken aback, quickly displayed a look of delight upon realizing he intended to take her out. Wherever you go, Maimai will follow. Outside, the scene was indeed reminiscent of her previous life, utter chaos. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the damned. Red rain poured down upon the populace, the speed of mutation astonishingly rapid. In one moment, a person could appear normal, in the next, they could transform into a ravenous zombie, lunging to bite. The streets were littered with torn bodies and severed limbs. The cries of children mingled with the shrieks of women, while men shouted in panic and rage. The entire city reeked of blood and decay. Abandoned cars lined the streets, within which zombies clawed and screamed, desperate to escape. Yet hindered by their seatbelts, they could only watch hungrily as the living fled. At a street corner, a modified off-road vehicle stood silently. Inside, Lin Maimai felt Shen Nanzhi's grip on her hand tighten. Despite having witnessed such horror in her past life, the sight still sent chills coursing through her. The vehicle roared to life. Shen Nanfeng drove them to several locations, each one a bustling hub of human activity, now transformed into a veritable hellscape. Lin Maimai finally understood that Shen Nanzhi's ease in bringing her out was, in fact, a warning. Only in this way. Lin Maimai's body trembled slightly as she endeavored to suppress any sound. Shen Nanzhi was observing her, his gaze imbued with a frigid scrutiny, akin to a hunter regarding his prey, relentless and unwavering. Chapter 15. An unexpected encounter with a scumbag. Go back. Brother, I'm feeling a bit cold. Lin Maimai's hand trembled against his chest, her voice soft, yet laced with a plea. She was reluctant to yield. But the world had a peculiar way of delivering the harshest blows when one's hopes were high. This was the reality, an unavoidable truth. Shen Nanzhi slowly lowered his head, his hand reaching behind to caress her waist, instilling a measure of warmth. Cold. Lin Maimai nodded, burying her face in his chest and gently affirming. Then tell me, Maimai, do you still wish to escape? His words, laced with a chilling breath, brushed against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Shen Nanzhi had long seen through her thoughts. She instinctively nestled closer to him, rubbing her cheek against his embrace, and shook her head softly. I won't escape, brother. I will always stay by your side. A strange smile curled at the corners of Shen Nanzhi's lips. Such a good girl. The car roared back to life. The torrential red rain splattered against the windshield like blood droplets, sending a chill through her bones. A shadow of despair loomed in Lin Maimai's eyes. She huddled in Shen Nanzhi's arms, her gaze fixed outside the window, where silence prevailed. Her only escape lay in pleasing Shen Nanzhi. Leaving now would be far too perilous given her current predicament. Suddenly, several figures burst from a street corner, one colliding heavily with the front of the car. The others disregarded him, rushing forward to pound on the windows. Help us, we don't want to die. Before the man could finish, a scream echoed from behind. Ah! The man, terrified, turned to see a woman at the back being savagely bitten by a zombie. Blood gushed forth, splattering the face of the terrified man, who trembled and collapsed to the ground. The frantic pounding on the window intensified. Open the door. Let me in. Others also crowded around the car, their eyes wild with the instinct to survive. Shen Nanfeng gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other reached for the handgun resting in the glove compartment. Brother, can I handle this freely? Shen Nanzhi focused on brushing Lin Maimai's long hair, the faint fragrance calming him. Hurry back, Maimai. Shen Nanfeng immediately flicked off the safety. Wait for me a moment, brother. Just then, 2 more people fell victim to bites. The sheer volume of blood, even diluted by the red rain, attracted more zombies. Shen Nanfeng cracked the window slightly, eliciting a glimmer of hope from the man outside. I have money. Take me with you. Puffed. The silenced gun emitted a faint puff of smoke, and the man collapsed backward lifelessly. The remaining few froze momentarily, their expressions morphing into terror. As the window opened wider, they could see the faces of those inside, including Shen Nanzhi's cold, cruel smile. Who else wishes to join? Behind them loomed the zombies. Before them the gaping maw of a gun. The last 3 figures descended into despair. At that moment, a clear male voice resonated from a nearby shop. Come here quickly. It's safe. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Maimai's body stiffened uncontrollably. She could hardly believe her eyes as she turned toward the source. In the midst of the red rain, a familiar half-face emerged from the illuminated safe door, so familiar that she could never mistake it, even if it turned to ashes. Gu Yisen. At that moment, immense hatred surged in her eyes. Something lodged in her throat prevented her from uttering a sound, her eyes reddening to the point of tears. Her hands clenched into fists on her lap, trembling from the force of her grip. Suddenly, a cold hand enveloped hers. Shen Nanzhi's voice was icy, as if from the depths of the underworld. Maimai, who are you looking at? Lin Maimai froze, her rationality gradually returning. She released her clenched jaw, masking her emotions with a facade of vulnerability. Brother, it's too terrifying. I'm scared. Let us go back. With that, she buried her face in his chest, feigning genuine fright. Shen Nanzhi remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on her profile. Observing her quivering lashes and eyelids, he finally uttered, Maimai is scared. Let us leave. The throng had already rushed into the shop, and Shen Nanfeng pressed the accelerator to the floor, barreling toward the zombies blocking their path. The temperature inside the car plummeted. Yet Lin Maimai was drenched in sweat. She was uncertain if Shen Nanzhi had discerned anything, but she dared not show any signs of distress. Clenching her fists, her nails digging into her palms, she felt a pang of pain that momentarily steadied her. Yet her thoughts raced uncontrollably. In her past life, she recalled Gu Yisen mentioning that he had always been in Jiangning City, remaining in that shelter until he planned to head to the base. Why then? Was he in the magical city now? The car halted at the villa's entrance. As Shen Nanfeng opened the door, he was met with Shen Nanzhi's cold, tense expression, his eyes betraying a barely contained rage. His gaze shifted to Lin Maimai, who lay in Shen Nanzhi's arms, eyes closed, flushed, and breathing rapidly. He felt a pang of alarm. Brother, what is wrong with her? But Shen Nanzhi offered no reply, swiftly carrying Lin Maimai into the villa. The thermometer indicated that Lin Maimai had a high fever of 39 degrees and had fallen into a deep slumber. Despite Lin Maimai having warned Shen Nanzhi about such a possibility, he stood on the brink of fury. Just then, Zhou Qing arrived uninvited, carrying a large suitcase. Upon entering, she immediately inquired about Shen Nanzhi's whereabouts. Ignored, she proceeded up the stairs. Shen Nanfeng positioned himself at the staircase's entrance, his tone frigid. Old woman, I advise you to leave now. Zhou Qing's eyes glinted with malice, yet a hint of urgency flickered within them. Move aside. Shen Nanfeng remained unmoving. Zhou Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. You can block me, but you've seen the situation outside. How long do you think your brother's medicine will last? Shen Nanfeng was taken aback. His brother had taken all the sedatives from the asylum. What then? Were Zhou Qing and Appo's intentions? A murderous intent gleamed in his eyes as he pressed the gun's muzzle to Zhou Qing's forehead. What have you done? Zhou Qing, unafraid, brushed the gun aside. If you truly care about your brother, you should not be obstructing me now. Shen Nanfeng's eyes darkened with menace. He understood the significance of the sedatives for his brother, yet he would not allow anyone to harm him. Step aside. Zhou Qing's voice turned even colder. Shen Nanfeng hesitated for a moment, then kicked the staircase. In the next instant, Lin Yang, Mike, Carl, and Ivan emerged. Upon seeing these individuals, Zhou Qing's pupils constricted sharply. Shen Nanfeng gestured towards her, cautioning, keep an eye on her. I will go find my brother. In the bedroom, Lin Maimai's body was submerged in ice water by Shen Nanzhi. He tenderly wiped her body with a towel, his movements gentle. In his hand, he held a syringe and a transparent bag, within which a white powder flowed slowly. Had Lin Maimai been able to discern its nature at that moment, she would have been astonished by what it was. A glimmer of madness shone in his eyes. Maimai, be good. I want to let anything happen to you. Subsequently, he inserted the syringe into his own vein, drawing out blood. Watching as the blood streamed into the transparent plastic bag, mingling with the white powder to form a dark crimson hue. He finally infused it entirely into Lin Maimai's body through the tube. Chapter 16. Provocation, Major Revision. When Shen Nanfeng entered, Shen Nanzhi was gently carrying Lin Maimai, who was wrapped in a bath towel, out of the bathroom. At that moment, Lin Maimai's brows were furrowed, yet the flush from her earlier fever had faded from her cheeks. Her breathing was calm, and she appeared tranquil, as if simply in slumber. With just a glance, Shen Nanfeng averted his gaze. Brother, Zhou Qing is here with the sedatives. Shen Nanzhi tenderly placed Lin Maimai into the bed, encasing her within his embrace, holding both her and the blanket tightly. His chin rested atop her head as he looked at Shen Nanfeng, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. She has visited the old residence, he stated, affirmatively rather than as a question. Shen Nanfeng smacked his forehead, a look of regret washing over his face. How foolish of me. Only the old residence carries the medicine for my brother. My concern has clouded my judgment. I almost fell for that old woman's tricks. Brother, why not eliminate her? The harshness of this suggestion starkly contrasted with his youthful visage. Shen Nanzhi's eyes gleamed with a chilling hunger. No, we can use that substance we brought back from cream on her as well. Shen Nanfeng immediately clapped his hands, a wicked grin spreading across his face. That sounds splendid. Didn't T's sister mention that the rain could cause mutations? I think it would be fascinating to let her experience it. Whether she becomes a zombie or a superhuman truly piques my curiosity. Soon enough, Shen Nanfeng descended the stairs. Moments later, the sounds of a struggle echoed from below, but it quickly subsided into silence. Shen Nanfeng hurriedly climbed back up, bursting into the room with a flurry of words. I never would have guessed. Zhou Qing is surprisingly well trained. Brother, that old woman can still hold her own against Mike. She has concealed herself quite deeply. Had you not suggested that stimulant, I doubt she would have revealed herself so easily. That stimulant is designed to heighten one's mental state. In simpler terms, it transforms an emotionless individual into a frenzied attacker. The original plan was to let her take the drug and confront the zombies outside, but now, she could only be incapacitated and discarded. The person in his arms stirred, emitting a faint whimper. Shen Nanfeng braced himself for a cold glare from Shen Nanzhi. He raised his hand to his lips, mimicking a zipping motion, then gestured towards the door. This indicated his intention to handle Zhou Qing, and he exited, closing the door behind him. Lin Maimai awakened due to the heat engulfing her. She felt as though she had just emerged from a pool, her body damp and sticky. Attempting to rise and wash in the bathroom, she found herself utterly devoid of strength. Additionally, she was tightly secured in Shen Nanzhi's embrace, constricting her breathing. The man behind her was invisible, but the rigidity of his arms across her front was unmistakable. She endeavored to relax, not wanting to disturb him. Yet the peculiar sensations within her body were undeniable. Her blood felt sluggish, as if thickened by a viscous substance, while a swarm of insects seemed to scuttle through her bones. It felt as though countless cells within her were clawing at her, yearning to tear her apart. Her mind was a chaotic storm, thoughts refusing to coalesce. She yearned to speak, but her throat burned as if engulfed in flames. As she parted her lips, a sharp pain lanced through her throat. She gently tapped his fingers. As expected, he chuckled softly, immediately offering a cup of warm water to her lips. From now on, Maimai should always seek out brother first. Lin Maimai disregarded her chills and hastily drank through the straw. After half a cup, her throat felt significantly better. Shen Nanzhi's voice, laced with tenderness, whispered in her ear, "Drink slowly. If Maimai desires more, there will always be enough." Yet, Lin Maimai still felt overheated. His body was cool, almost icy, which brought her comfort. After finishing the water, she couldn't resist burying her face in his open collar, reveling in the chill of his skin, her eyes closing in bliss. "Is my Maimai feeling better now?" His voice and expression exuded an eerie quality. However, Lin Maimai remained oblivious, simply craving the coolness. "Then, my Maimai, could you enlighten me about what you saw today that caused such an unusual reaction?" Lin Maimai shivered at his perceptiveness, her hairs standing on end. Unsure of how to respond, she resorted to feigning sleep. Shen Nanzhi did not expose her ruse. He merely caressed her long hair, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Maimai, brother detests deception. Regarding your past life and your rebirth, I hope one day you can reveal everything to me instead of waiting for me to uncover the truth." By then, Lin Maimai pressed her lips tightly together, too afraid to inquire what would happen then, continuing to pretend to sleep. In the afternoon, the rain persisted unabated. Lin Maimai had regained some strength, but Shen Nanzhi forbade her from moving independently. Since her awakening, his obsessive possessiveness seemed to intensify. He carried her downstairs, and the only place she could sit was upon his lap. It was after the incident at the airport that she once again encountered all the members of the reinforced squad. When Carl and Ivan entered, they were still smeared with blood, suggesting they had just emerged from battle, the hostility on their faces still evident. "This damned weather is suppressing our abilities," Carl fumed. Tossing aside his drenched raincoat, Lin Yang trailed behind them, his small stature easily overlooked, a corner of his glasses shattered. Upon entering, he quickly shed his raincoat and approached Shen Nanzhi, bowing his head. "I've taken care of everything. There won't be any issues." If one didn't end Oppos, Tino he was speaking to Shen Nanzhi, they might have thought he was talking to himself, addressing the supplies in the warehouse. Lin Maimai was still curious about his abilities, but before she could inquire, the door swung open once more, revealing Shen Nanfeng returning with Mike. He appeared jubilant, humming a tune, and upon seeing Shen Nanzhi in the living room, he rushed over. "Brother, I've handled it, unless that old woman is exceptionally lucky." "Zhou Qing?" He went after Zhou Qing? Indeed, the twisted brother was as deranged as she suspected. Yet, why was she not surprised? Upon receiving a response from Shen Nanzhi, Shen Nanfeng's laughter brightened. "Brother, rest assured, I will ensure she never has another chance to appear before you and sister." The youth's eyes held a hint of malice. Yet his smile was tinged with an unsettling cheerfulness. Outside, the torrential rain lashed against the windows. Carl's frustration mounted. He slammed his bloodied military knife onto the coffee table, the blade embedding deep into the wooden surface. Shit. On the television, reports of the apocalypse were being broadcast. According to the latest news, riots had erupted globally, with the casualties predominantly ordinary citizens. Eyewitnesses described the assailants as highly aggressive, ruthlessly slaughtering within crowds. Their eyes glowed red, their skin tinged with blue, and they emitted low growls, resembling the zombies depicted in popular narratives. Currently, The relevant authorities are still deliberating on the specific plans. Residents are advised to secure their doors and windows, refrain from venturing outside, and await rescue. Lin Yang sat nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the television screen. Upon hearing the man's account, his brow furrowed tightly. Lin Maimai stared out at the distorted lightning, memories from a past life flooding her mind like a relentless tide. These crimson downpours would activate the zombie factor, while the persistent rain could awaken latent abilities in a select few. A sudden thought struck her. Could they not also attempt this? Perhaps those who already possess superpowers could undergo a secondary awakening? Brother, it might be worth a try. Lin Maimai rested her head on Shen Nanzhi's shoulder. Shen Nanzhi looked down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. If Maimai wished to try, then let her. However, Carl, in a fit of agitation, questioned, Miss Lin, are you jesting? Look at the rain outside. Those drenched have transformed into wretched monsters. Even Ivan could not restrain himself, exclaiming, this is far too perilous. We cannot afford such a risk. Lin Yang adjusted his glasses, his downcast eyes reflecting Shen Nanzhi's figure with clarity. I can attempt it. You. Carl pointed angrily at Lin Yang. Have you lost your mind? Lin Yang stood tall, removed his glasses, gently placing them on the coffee table, and then strode purposefully toward the door. Lin Maimai looked up and realized that this frail young man possessed a resilience that belied his age. Lin Yang. Before she could finish her thought, he had vanished through the doorway, stepping directly into the crimson deluge. Chapter 17. You Cannot Escape. Time seemed to pass particularly slowly, with torrential rain pouring outside and an eerie silence enveloping the room. Suddenly, a flash of lightning pierced the stillness, causing Lin Maimai to spring to her feet. She raced to the window, where she beheld a frail figure completely drenched in crimson rain. Moments trickled by. Carl, unable to contain his anxiety, paced back and forth within the confines of the room, tugging at his hair in growing agitation. Evan and Mike remained rooted in their positions, neither daring to glance outside, silently awaiting the unfolding events. Though no words were exchanged, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Leaning against Shen Nanzhi, Lin Maimai instinctively clutched the hem of his shirt, her gaze unwavering. As the delicate threads of time shifted, her certainty morphed into doubt. Suddenly, Lin Yang emitted a pained howl, collapsing unconscious to the ground, his body limp. Lin Maimai's pupils dilated, a foreboding sensation swelling within her. She watched the figure outside, noting the greenish hue of exposed skin deepening at an alarming rate. Carl, in a fit of rage, kicked the wall, teetering on the brink of collapse. Shit, damn it. The tension reached a breaking point. Lin Maimai stifled her sobs, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. When Shen Nanzhi wrapped his arms around her, she could no longer contain her cries. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Gently, Shen Nanzhi caressed her head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yang. His demeanor was cold, tinged with a hint of bloodthirsty cruelty. In the next moment, lightning that should have struck elsewhere veered sharply, landing squarely on Lin Yang. The immense jolt sent his body soaring into the air before crashing down heavily, splattering more crimson rain upon him. In that instant, he resembled a figure drenched in blood. Yet, it was not over. What should have been erratic bolts of lightning now fell upon Lin Yang like obedient children. Shen Nanfeng glanced sideways and noticed a flicker of electricity dancing in Shen Nanzhi's eyes. A shadow of concern crossed his features, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose silence. Initially, Carl was stunned. Upon comprehending Shen Nanzhi's intentions, a fierce flame ignited within him. Had it not been for Evan's firm grip, he might have lunged at Shen Nanzhi. At that moment, Shen Nanfeng stood beside Shen Nanzhi, his gun aimed menacingly at Carl. Make a move, and I won't hesitate to send you to keep him company. Carl roared in protest, struggling against Evan's hold. Carl, he is saving Lin Yang. But Carl remained unconvinced, even as Evan compelled him to look outside. The downpour continued unabated, crimson rain obscuring Carl's vision, but after several attempts, he managed to discern the swaying figure. His body crackled with electricity. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Yang, like an infant just learning to walk, stumbled back towards them, his entire being reeking of charred flesh, his face ashen. Yet, this was enough to ignite a flicker of hope. Despite being bloodied and sluggish in response, he bore no outward signs of the undead. Evan released Carl, who hesitated only briefly before rushing over, draping his own shirt over Lin Yang's frail form. As he reached out to wipe him down, he vanished into thin air, reappearing at the staircase on the second floor. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Lin Yang. Lin Maimai's eyes widened in excitement. Brother, did it work? Shen Nanzhi appeared weary. Leaning against the wall, gently intertwining his pinky with hers. Yes, the lightning can stimulate the mutated cells within his body, accelerating their division. If they proliferate sufficiently, they can achieve a consuming effect, like how white blood cells engulf viruses. Observing Carl and Appo's dazed expression upstairs, Lin Maimai felt her excitement intensifying. So, did he evolve this ability to teleport, or is it a new power, an evolution, or perhaps a variant of spatial ability? Just as Lin Maimai was about to continue, Shen Nanzhi gestured for her to be silent. Turning back, she realized that Shen Nanzhi had fallen asleep against the wall. Had he exhausted too much energy? She gazed down at their still intertwined fingers. This time, she did not withdraw but tightened her grip gently. Lin Yang had succeeded. Carl and Evan were eager to act. Yet the two brothers ultimately decided to wait for Shen Nanzhi to awaken. But sometimes, waiting equates to missing opportunities. Unbeknownst to them, everything that transpired was being observed clearly through a high-powered telescope from afar. As Shen Nanzhi slumbered, Lin Maimai finally seized the opportunity to inquire with Shen Nanzhi. Could you tell me about my brother? At that moment, only the three of them remained in the room. Downstairs, the noise was raucous, their excitement palpable, occasionally punctuated by Lin Yang's faint protests. Shen Nanzhi was uncertain about how much his brother had shared with her, or if he had revealed anything at all. Thus, he merely smiled and deflected. Sister, why not wait until brother wakes up? He adores you and would never keep anything from you. Yet Lin Maimai sensed that Shen Nanzhi would divulge anything except for this particular matter. For instance, what exactly was that serum? What secrets lay hidden within his body? In this new life, if she failed to discern such truths, it would be a life wasted. Those peculiar abilities had not emerged in the aftermath of the apocalypse. They had existed prior. She was aware that this world was filled with extraordinary individuals. Superpowers were not confined to the realm of cinema. Carl, Evan, Mike, and even Shen Nanzhi and Lin Yang all possessed such abilities. Coincidentally, they were all residents of the CLYM Psychiatric Hospital. The only exception was Shen Nanzhi. Yet he had spent the past year alongside Shen Nanzhi. Another commonality was that their abilities, or perhaps she should refer to them as supernatural powers, were suppressed under the Crimson Reign. They could not be termed as natural enemies, yet they were significantly weakened. However, Shen Nanzhi's abilities remained unaffected. All these factors stirred within her a vague, unsettling hypothesis. Yet she felt such notions were too fantastical, too terrifying. Perhaps it was the influence of CLYM. No. Just as her thoughts began to materialize, a chilling voice interrupted. Shen Nanzhi, who should have been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, pulling Lin Maimai down and securing her tightly in his embrace. Startled by his abrupt movement, Lin Maimai noted the pallor of his face. His gaze directed ominously at Shen Nanzhi. Lin Maimai dared not utter a word, nor could she bear to meet his eyes. Feeling the coldness of his touch seep into her bones, his breaths were erratic, as if he were battling with some inner turmoil, his expression one of agony. A rare sense of guilt washed over Lin Maimai. She had known from the start that it was a trap. Yet she had still conspired with Zhou Qing and Shen Yi. Shen Nanzhi rose and exited. Once the door closed, Lin Maimai wrestled with her thoughts, believing that in a certain sense, his current demeanor might offer her greater safety. Yet ultimately, she summoned her courage and cradled his face in her hands. His eyes glimmered with a fierce tempest, swirling with chaotic emotions. She steadfastly cradled Shen Nanzhi's face, striving to make her voice sound less tremulous. If her brother wished for her to remain oblivious, Maimai could forever refrain from inquiring. Her voice was soft and soothing, imbued with a gentle warmth. Suddenly, Shen Nanzhi grasped the nape of her neck, drawing her close, his Adam's apple brushing against her trembling eyelashes. "Why are you curious, Maimai?" He questioned, a sudden smile breaking across his face. "My dear Maimai, did you truly believe you could escape again?" Without awaiting her response, he bit down on her collarbone. Lin Maimai cursed furiously in her heart, cursing like a dog for such sudden bites. Yet on the surface, her eyes brimmed with tears, teetering on the brink of falling, as she softly yielded, "Brother, it hurts." At that moment, a thunderous gasp erupted from downstairs. They were testing Lin Yang's spatial teleportation. His kiss mingled with a chilling inquiry, echoing in her ear. "Do you wish to flee, Maimai?" His fingertip traced the freshly formed bite mark, sending a slight jolt through Lin Maimai, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "I do not," she denied vehemently. Shen Nanzhi's fingertip glided over the blood-tinged mark on her collarbone, his expression one of obsession. "You are already within my world. There is no escaping now." Chapter 18. The Crimson Winter Violet, revised. Lin Maimai was once again led to the familiar underground chamber, the very place where she had been imprisoned before, spending 3 long months within its confines. Now, she found herself brought back. When she was roughly thrown onto the bed by Shen Nanzhi, she felt a momentary daze. However, as her gaze fell upon the walls inscribed densely with her name, what arose within her was not sentiment, but an overwhelming sense of dread. In the next moment, he had pinned her down. Brother. Lin Maimai was startled by the crimson glint in Shen Nanzhi's eyes, her voice trembling as she instinctively pressed her clenched fists against his chest. Yet, all her efforts were in vain. He effortlessly pried her hands apart and secured them above her head. His icy lips and tongue breached her defenses, claiming her tongue with reckless abandon. Pain surged through her, making it difficult to breathe. She emitted a whimper of protest, only to be met with a fiercer bite from him. Soon, the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. It was he who had broken her skin, and now, like a vampire, he fervently sucked at her lips. His fingers slid down her spine, halting at the base of her tailbone. The chill of his fingertips, devoid of warmth, sent shivers along her back, raising goosebumps. As if the ravenous wolf within him had been momentarily appeased, he loosened his grip slightly. Yet, upon seeing her pale lips and ashen face, he raised a hand, gently wiping away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. His right hand moved upward, brushing against the bracelet on her wrist, and the storm in his gaze gradually subsided. Lin Maimai averted her eyes, feeling a mix of anger, fear, and the bitterness of being wronged. The more he wiped her tears, the more they flowed, until they cascaded like a flood. In that moment, Shen Nanzhi exhibited an unusual patience and tenderness, reminiscent of countless times he had treated her in such a manner before. Maimai, do you understand where you went wrong? Lin Maimai stubbornly held her chin high, refusing to respond. A chill permeated the air, but it dissipated quickly, replaced by a resigned sigh. In the next moment, his left hand grasped her chin, turning her face toward him until their eyes locked. It was then that Lin Maimai detected a warning in his gaze, one that transcended mere concession. Look at me. His voice was cold, yet his fingers caressing her soft chin bore an intimate quality. He embraced her, sitting up, and she beheld the wedding gown hanging on the wall behind him, a gown stained with blood. All this blood is mine. Isn't it vivid? I have fantasized countless times about the day I would marry you, wrapped in a gown imbued with my essence. Lin Maimai's pupils constricted sharply. Beside the gown, her photographs adorned the wall, capturing her in various states, some joyful, some sorrowful, some mundane, and others intimate moments they had shared. A tumult of emotions surged within her, a mix of shame and chill. For the first time, she felt grateful that this was the apocalypse. Had it been otherwise, the exposure of these images would not only scandalize the public, but would surely provoke her parents, who saw only their daughter, Lin Tangtang, to concoct some excuse to ensure she disappeared from society altogether. Do you like it? Shen Nanzhi's breath was a chilling whisper against her ear, sending shivers down her spine as he tightened his hold around her. Does Maimai not like it? What should I do? I like it very much. Would you like to wear it for me? Lin Maimai felt a wave of resistance, yet she dared not oppose him directly, managing only a forced smile. Brother, why not wait until you have your space? When the world is at peace, we can hold a grand wedding. I want many, many people to witness our union. I wish to be the bride everyone envies and admires. Shen Nanzhi caressed her face, the depths of his gaze a tumultuous storm. Does Maimai truly wish to marry me? A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Maimai's heart. Fearing he might perceive her trepidation, she nodded vigorously. Of course, brother is the most powerful person in this apocalypse. If I do not secure your heart soon, what if another woman steals you away? With that, she quickly donned a facade of bravado, threatening Shen Nanzhi. Brother, you cannot have anyone else but me. If you do. The thought of such a scenario was too much for her to bear, and she found herself on the brink of tears. Shen Nanzhi produced a dagger seemingly from thin air, placing it in her palm. His voice, cool yet laced with danger, coaxed her. If that day comes, I permit Maimai to take my life. The knife and Appos, as sharp tip pressed against his heart, and he gently urged her hand forward. The blade pierced through his thin shirt, crimson staining the fabric almost immediately. Yet he pressed on, undeterred. Lin Maimai's face blanched in terror, her grip on the hilt tightening as she instinctively pulled back. Brother, please let go. He stubbornly shook his head, his brows drawn together. If I betray you, Maimai may kill me without hesitation, no matter the method. His tone shifted, darkening with a fierce intensity. But if Maimai were to betray me again, how should I punish her? Should I also take her life? The last words, softly spoken, sent a cold sweat cascading down Lin Maimai's forehead. I would never, she stammered, watching as the blade continued to press into his flesh, her fear rendering her nearly incoherent. Then, his grip slackened slightly. Yet he remained unmoving. Does Maimai wish to show a modicum of sincerity? Lin Maimai, desperate for him to cease his self-destructive behavior, was prepared to agree to any terms he might propose. I will do it, brother. I will give you anything you desire. Instantly, a smile broke across Shen Nanzhi's face, a glimmer of satisfaction twinkling in his eyes. Then, Maimai, let me draw something on you. His finger traced her chest, and upon the bed, a set of tattooing tools lay neatly arranged, their sharpness sending a chill through Lin Maimai. Brother, what do you wish to draw? At that moment, Shen Nanzhi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and instead of answering, he posed a question of his own. Do you know what flower I cherish most? Lin Maimai shook her head helplessly. The more he toyed with the tools, the greater her dread intensified. In the next instant, he had selected the first instrument, holding it eagerly as he gazed at her. The winter violet. Its language symbolizes possession. 3 hours later, Lin Maimai emerged from the underground chamber, her complexion pale, cradled in Shen Nanzhi's arms. Beneath his black leather coat, a vibrant winter violet was tattooed over her heart, its center bearing Shen Nanzhi's name. In kind, a daisy bloomed on his chest, its stem entwined with a serpent revealing its sharp fangs. As dawn broke, the glass windows suddenly reflected a blinding red light. Shen Nanfeng knocked urgently on the door. Brother, a horde of zombies is approaching. Outside, the blood rain erupted into crimson mist, while from a distant rooftop, a telescope refracted a cold glimmer. Chapter 19, Conspiracy Revised. The horde of zombies approached with alarming rapidity. It was only the second day, under normal circumstances. Such a massive swarm acting in unison would be improbable. Unless, of course, someone was deliberately guiding them. Lin Maimai disregarded the persistent pain in her chest and swiftly turned her gaze to Shen Nanfeng. The latter's expression was grave, and Lin Yang approached from the side, handing over a firearm while stating, Xiao Feng, go check the rooftop. The behavior of these zombies is too peculiar, as if something ahead is drawing them in. Shen Nanfeng accepted the high-powered sniper rifle from Lin Yang, glanced at Shen Nanzhi, and then dashed to the second floor, climbing through the balcony to the third-floor window. Concealing himself behind a wall corner, he adeptly set up the sniper rifle. Gradually adjusting the magnification, coupled with his heightened sensory abilities, he quickly locked onto a target. The group was already prepared for combat. In his earpiece, Shen Nanfeng's voice was cold, laced with a hint of derision. It was Shen Yi, driving a car ahead while dragging Gao Yuan's lifeless body, leading the zombies toward them. No one expressed shock over Gao Yuan's death. Their thoughts were consumed by the concealed figure behind it. Lin Maimai turned to look at Shen Nanzhi. Brother, who could it be? A cold smile graced Shen Nanzhi's lips, his voice clear and indifferent in everyone's ears. Whoever it is, do not hold back. Outside, the road was muddy, and the torrential red rain had ceased. Carl clenched his fist in excitement, his knuckles cracking. This time, I will eradicate those monsters completely. Soon, a vehicle came into view. Shen Yi, in the car, was tear-streaked and terrified. He was bound to the vehicle, explosives strapped to his body. As the car barreled through the villa gates, he cried out, Shen Nanzhi, save me. I am your uncle. You must rescue me. When my father died, he said you cannot let me perish. Shen Nanfeng pulled the bolt of his rifle, aligning it with Shen Yi. The next moment, bang, boom, the sound of gunfire coincided with the explosion of the bomb. The vehicle was overturned by the tremendous force, rolling several times before finally halting by the fountain outside. Carl let out a loud whistle. Well done, Xiaofeng. At that moment, hundreds of zombies surged through the villa's entrance. The explosion momentarily disoriented them, but soon the scent of fresher flesh drew them back to their purpose. Deep crimson eyes, pallid skin, and withered, bark-like flesh. This was Lin Maimai's first encounter with zombies since her rebirth. She had thought herself accustomed to such sights from her previous life. Yet witnessing such a multitude gathered together invoked a visceral urge to retch. Shen Nanzhi shielded her from view, his fingertips crackling with electricity. Flames seeped from between Carl and Appo's fingers, swiftly transforming into fireballs, which he hurled at the zombies one after another. Avon stood beside him, and together they unleashed fireballs, igniting a conflagration amidst the horde. Yet these zombies, devoid of pain, driven purely by instinct, pressed forward, undeterred by the flames that scorched their bodies. Newly transformed, they could not suppress their craving for fresh flesh, advancing relentlessly towards their quarry. Carl could not help but curse. Shit, this is far more challenging than yesterday. They had scouted the city in the rain, and those zombies had been significantly easier to dispatch. At least they had not been so relentless. As if something was luring them. He turned to glance back, only to meet Shen Nanzhi's icy visage, the madness flickering in his eyes, which compelled him to avert his gaze immediately. Lin Yang suddenly appeared beside Shen Nanzhi. His abilities, having undergone evolution, remained somewhat unstable. Using them now would cause him considerable pain, a tearing sensation throughout his body. Nevertheless, he spoke up. "Brother Nan, I can escort Miss Lin away." Shen Nanzhi's eyes flashed with electric intensity as he coldly replied, "No need." Lin Yang wished to say more, but Shen Nanzhi's piercing gaze silenced him. Lin Maimai clutched Shen Nanzhi's clothing, her voice soft yet resolute. "I will not leave. I want to stay with my brother." It was absurd. She had returned to cling to Shen Nanzhi's side. Departing alone now, even if permitted, would only lead to more complications due to his unpredictable nature. The one to suffer would ultimately be herself. Thus, she resolved not to leave, no matter what. At that moment, Carl shouted from the front, "More zombies are incoming." Shen Nanfeng continued sniping from the third floor and confirmed Carl's report. To the 7 o'clock direction, approximately 400 zombies were converging, illuminated by the flames. Countless zombies surged forth, the stench of rotting flesh wafting through the air. Avon's firewall could not withstand such a multitude. For every wave they dispatched, another emerged. An unending tide. Carl and Avon bore the brunt of the assault. It appeared to be a one-sided slaughter. Yet, after an hour, fatigue began to set in. As the fire waned, their faces flushed from exertion, they resorted to the firearms previously given by Lin Yang. Even so, their stamina was nearly depleted. And several times they narrowly evaded being seized by the zombies. Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted as a military truck barreled in, crushing through the horde and halting centrally in the courtyard. A figure stood atop the vehicle, wielding a sniper rifle, relentlessly firing into the mass of zombies. Each shot found its mark with deadly precision. It was Mike. A wave of relief washed over the group. From the outset, they had awaited Mike's return. Upon learning of the approaching horde, Shen Nanzhi had instructed him to seek the safest route. Now that he had returned, they wasted no time dispatching the remaining zombies around them and climbed aboard the vehicle. Shen Nanfeng raced down from the third floor, swiftly clambering onto the back of the truck, seizing the mounted machine gun to unleash a hail of bullets at the pursuing zombies. Lin Yang took the wheel. Seated beside him were Shen Nanzhi and Lin Maimai. Just before, Mike had instructed him to steer towards the 3 o'clock direction and stop at the tallest building. The vehicle sped toward the landmark structure of Modu, the tallest in that vicinity, though not the highest in the city. The journey was fraught with peril, as their route led toward the city center, where zombies frequently emerged, trailing behind them. In the end, Carl and Avon succumbed to exhaustion, slumped on the floor of the truck, allowing Shen Nanfeng and Mike to bear the brunt. Occasionally, a stray zombie would attempt to approach, prompting them to fire a shot. At that moment, a massive billboard crashed down in front of the military truck. Lin Yang slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Mike suddenly shouted, "Watch out above." Shen Nanzhi swiftly pressed Lin Maimai down into her seat while unleashing a bolt of electricity through the window, striking a zombie that leapt from a height. Lin Yang's face turned pale. The path ahead was blocked. Shen Nanzhi glanced around. The nearest intersection was a subway entrance located 200 meters away. By traversing that passage, they could reach the opposite side, where traffic congestion would be significantly less. Moreover, with their arrival, the bewildered zombies, stranded and uncertain of their purpose, began to stir restlessly, rushing towards them in a frenzied manner. Shen Nanzhi led Lin Maimai out of the vehicle and decisively commanded, "Move." A cold sweat broke out on Lin Yang and Apos' back. He had just contemplated using his abilities to teleport when Shen Nanzhi had intervened. Only when Shen Nanzhi turned away did he lower his gaze to his abdomen, where a wound was oozing blood. Chapter 20, The Cold-Blooded Madman, Revised. When the billboard fell, Lin Yang noticed a glimmer in the distance. His body reacted faster than his mind, and by the time he comprehended the situation, he had already chosen to turn sideways. The bullet struck him squarely in the abdomen. He staggered 2 steps before being immobilized, the piercing pain rendering him utterly weak. Gazing at the back of Shen Nanzhi, an overwhelming sense of despair surged within him. Was this truly the end? In the next moment, he felt himself lifted into the air, followed by the warmth of another body. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Carl's fiery red hair swirling before him, reminiscent of the flames he once saw at Clem. "Don't speak, lie still," Carl commanded sternly. Lin Yang complied, resting obediently on his back. Carl sprinted swiftly, quickly catching up to Shen Nanzhi and the others. The jarring movement of his injury sent waves of pain through Lin Yang, yet an unexpected sense of reassurance washed over him, dulling the ache in his abdomen. Carl sensed the shallow breaths of the person on his shoulder, and a burning discomfort ignited within him. A horde of zombies approached from behind, and others lurked ahead, emerging unexpectedly. Despite his usual impulsiveness, he clenched his jaw, focusing intently to avoid letting any zombies touch him. Simultaneously, resentment brewed in his heart, directed towards Shen Nanzhi. Why? With all his prowess, had he allowed Lin Yang to be hurt? As time passed, this resentment festered, ultimately becoming uncontainable. When Shen Nanzhi made another move, Carl's fury erupted. Shen Nanzhi. His roar attracted even more zombies. Evan's expression darkened. He understood better than Carl that Shen Nanzhi was devoid of emotion. Their entry into Clem was not due to mental instability, but rather their unique physical conditions. Therefore, he was acutely aware that Shen Nanzhi possessed no feelings. Except for one person, Lin Maimai, whom he now cradled in his arms. The walls of Shen Nanzhi's room in Clem were etched with Lin Maimai's name. Carl and Evan followed him because they recognized that if anyone in this world could protect them, it was Shen Nanzhi. And now, Carl was audaciously provoking Shen Nanzhi, causing Evan deep concern. Carl, he thought, even if Carl harbored grievances, this was not the time for them. However, Carl disregarded Evan's warning gaze and confronted Shen Nanzhi. He first glanced at Lin Maimai in his arms, barely managing to suppress his anger. You have the ability, why act this way? You could easily take us away. A cold glint flashed in Shen Nanzhi's eyes as he tightened his grip around Lin Maimai. If you look at Maimai like that again, I won't hesitate to gouge your eyes out. Carl panted in fury. You're a cold-blooded madman. You don't care about our lives at all. A frigid gun barrel suddenly pressed against his forehead. You'd best keep quiet. Shen Nanzhi warned icily. Evan grasped Shen Nanzhi's hand, pale as he implored. He didn't mean it. Zombies continued to converge around them, yet they were embroiled in their own conflict. Lin Maimai clutched Shen Nanzhi's clothing. Brother, let me down. Shen Nanzhi furrowed his brow, but Lin Maimai insisted. She believed Carl was hot-tempered but not unreasonable. There must be a reason for his outburst. Her gaze shifted to Lin Yang, and recalling how she initially thought Carl was merely annoyed by Lin Yang's slow pace. She now saw his pale face and felt a pang of alarm. Looking closer, she noticed Carl's back was entirely stained red with blood. Startled, she took a step forward, only to be seized by Shen Nanzhi. She assumed he was denying her request, but unexpectedly, he said, "Get out of here. Find a safe place to treat him." Joy flooded Lin Maimai and Appo's heart, and she shook Shen Nanzhi and Appo's hand, whispering her gratitude. Just as Evan breathed a sigh of relief, Carl disagreed. He positioned himself in front of Shen Nanzhi, demanding immediate treatment. Shen Nanzhi, the zombies will swarm us in a few minutes. If you wish to die, I want to stop you, but don't drag us down with you. He warned, calling out to Mike. Take Lin Yang away. Mike moved to assist, but Carl obstructed him. Lin Maimai murmured, It's not that my brother won to act. He hasn't recovered his strength after everything he did for Lin Yang. Carl pressed his lips together, finally falling silent under Evan's insistence. The path ahead was quiet, marked only by the sounds of their combat against the zombies. With no further conversation. Even so, they took a considerable amount of time to navigate through the underground passage. Upon emerging, they were met with another wave of zombies. Shen Nanzhi retrieved a modified RV from his space. Mike took the wheel. Lin Yang was laid on a bed, revealing the gunshot wound on his abdomen. Lin Maimai felt conflicted. Her healing ability was only effective against injuries inflicted by zombies, and this was beyond her capacity to mend. Feeling helpless, she turned to Shen Nanzhi, who pulled her up and handed a medical kit to Evan. Carl attempted to seize it, but was pushed aside by Evan. You can't do this. Step away. Evan swiftly advanced, extracting medical supplies from the kit. Hold him down. I need to remove the bullet. Carl gritted his teeth and complied. Lin Maimai could no longer bear to watch and turned away. Shen Nanzhi opened a window, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. The muffled groans from Lin Yang behind her made her grip tighten. Though Mike drove steadily, the abundance of zombies ahead caused the vehicle to jolt during collisions. Each time this happened, Lin Maimai anxiously looked back. Evan was sweating profusely. The bullet was lodged tightly, but fortunately not too deeply. In that moment, Shen Nanzhi confirmed a troubling suspicion. Someone had been following them. Wounding Lin Yang must have been collateral damage, as the true target was his brother. Anger swelled within him. He had been misled by the horde of zombies. Their initial purpose was to confuse his senses, preventing him from detecting the hidden threat aimed at his brother. Shen Nanzhi positioned the sniper rifle on the windowsill, his gaze sharp as it scanned the area. The vehicle passed through a desolate commercial district, flanked by crumbling skyscrapers. Left front. Without hesitation, Shen Nanzhi pulled the trigger. A shadow fell from the third-floor window. Lin Maimai furrowed her brow. Are these people connected to those we encountered earlier? Shen Nanzhi remained silent, yet the tension in his clenched jaw spoke volumes. His answer was a resounding no. If not, who could it be? Lin Maimai was perplexed. In such dire circumstances, wasn't survival the ultimate priority? Why would anyone engage in such actions? Shen Nanzhi and Apos. Gaze lingered outside the vehicle, lightning dancing at his fingertips. Then came Al's voice, a note of relief in it. Got it out. He quickly bandaged Lin Yang and returned to the front, allowing Mike to focus on driving while he kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Carl remained steadfastly by Lin Yang's side. Shen Nanfeng continually adjusted the position of his firearm. 9 o'clock, he exclaimed, and with that command, Mike sharply turned the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to swerve. Bang! A bullet struck the car door. At that moment, Shen Nanfeng finally caught sight of the individual who had been trailing them through his high-powered scope. A chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly manifested on his face. It was Zhou Qing. Chapter 21 The Buried Truth, revised. Lin Maimai had yet to comprehend why Zhou Qing sought to eliminate Shen Nanzhi when the sound of gunfire echoed in her ears. Bang! Each bullet struck with precision at the same spot. Soon, fine cracks appeared on the bulletproof glass. Shen Nanfeng spat in frustration. That old woman was still alive. He swiftly loaded his weapon, his gaze sharp as he fired several rounds in quick succession. The bullets from both sides collided flawlessly in midair, ultimately negating each other. However, with the subsequent shots, Shen Nanfeng soon noticed a momentary stasis in his bullets just before they met the enemy's. Furthermore, this stasis was gradually extending. This indicated that at least one ability user was near Zhou Qing. He proceeded with caution. After firing yet another shot, he observed his bullet still soaring through the air, while Zhou Qing's bullet had already penetrated the bulletproof glass, whizzing past his ear and embedding itself in the car window beside Shen Nanzhi. Lin Maimai clutched the hem of Shen Nanzhi's garment, her eyes tense as she scrutinized his arm. At that moment, currents of electricity swirled around Shen Nanzhi, and shards of ice burst against his skin, releasing tiny droplets of blood. Brother, Lin Maimai gasped, reaching out instinctively to press down the injury. But Shen Nanzhi forcefully swatted her hand away. Don't touch. The wound widened as the ice shards continued to explode. Shen Nanfeng glanced back, his eyes filled with malice. That old woman. Shen Nanzhi allowed the injury to spread, coldly smirking as he pulled out the bullet. The metallic casing was unusual, and though it had already detonated, the faint blue liquid shimmering with silver could be discerned as anything but an ordinary bullet, particularly when Shen Nanzhi's fingers brushed over it. The ice shards began to coalesce at his fingertips, rapidly detonating. Lin Maimai lunged forward, cradling his finger, her mouth opening to take it in. The initially sweet metallic taste of blood surged into her mouth, a powerful force rushing to her brain. Something collided within her mind, and a vision unfurled. A woman in a white coat leaned down, inserting a syringe into young Shen Nanzhi's spine. As a red light illuminated the display screen above his head, Shen Nanzhi emitted muffled groans of agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably, while his brainwaves fluctuated violently on the screen. A voice echoed behind the woman. Madam, Subject 03 has been brought in. Zhou Qing's youthful visage appeared beside the woman, her eyes filled with fear and longing. Mom. Yet the woman offered not a glance, her focus fixed on the screen. Shen Nanzhi's suffering became increasingly evident, yet the data on the screen surged closer to its peak. A strange light flickered in the woman's eyes, but just then, Shen Nanzhi lost consciousness. Her momentary joy dissipated as she cast a dissatisfied glance at Shen Nanzhi, who lay pale and unresponsive on the table. In the next moment, she coldly pressed the red button. Slowly, a blue liquid glimmering with silver began to flow from the machine into the tubes connected to Shen Nanzhi's body. As the liquid infused, Shen Nanzhi's body tensed abruptly, resembling a fully drawn bow. His limbs were restrained on the experimental table, his eyes wide with fear, filled with blue filaments, while the whites of his eyes turned blood red with the continuous infusion of the serum. Zhou Qing stood nearby, her gaze icy, laced with intense jealousy. Her fingers clenched tightly, digging into her flesh, causing blood to trickle as the data on the screen continued to rise. A smile gradually spread across the woman and Appo's face. Quick, record. The peak is nearing maximum. No sooner had she spoken than her voice rose again, more fervently. No, wait, it's still climbing. Perhaps this time we will succeed. Her eyes remained riveted on the display, oblivious to Zhou Qing discreetly disconnecting one of the 4 lines. The once ascending data suddenly slowed, halting within seconds. At that moment, Shen Nanzhi began to struggle violently. His body flickered between visibility and electric flashes, occasionally shrouded in dark mist. A piercing shriek erupted throughout the laboratory. The woman's expression shifted chaotically, ultimately descending into madness. The scene quickly spiraled into chaos, with several instruments exploding. A few lab coats rushed out in haste. Zhou Qing attempted to pull the woman away. "Mom, it's dangerous here. Let's leave." But the woman shoved her aside, unwillingly leaning over the experimental table, fixated on Shen Nanzhi. Meanwhile, Shen Nanzhi's body, after a moment of confusion, slumped lifelessly. Behind her, flames erupted, the heat reddening her cheeks, as a frantic urge compelled her to check Shen Nanzhi's pulse. Still, utterly still, no fluctuations whatsoever. She pounded on the display. But regardless of her effort, it remained a straight line. Finally, she despondently lowered her hands. In Zhou Qing's triumphant grin, she declared, "Subject 01 has failed. Prepare for disposal." The woman staggered toward the exit, but as she neared the stairs, a blinding bolt of electricity pierced her chest, and she collapsed into a pool of blood. The final image revealed Zhou Qing's gentle face adorned with a kind smile. She extended her hand toward Shen Nanzhi, unconcerned whether the residual electricity would harm her. "I'm here to rescue you." Thus, this was the so-called grace. The moment she released her grip, Lin Maimai, overwhelmed by exhaustion, fell backward. Shen Nanzhi discarded the bullet in his hand and swiftly caught her. For reasons unknown, she felt an intense anger. In that instant of being embraced, she forgot her fear of him and couldn't help but chastise, "Are you an idiot? After being deceived like that, you still regard her as a benefactor." Shen Nanzhi was unaware of the fleeting vision she had just witnessed. It was the memory he had lost. That experience had been excruciatingly painful for him. So he only remembered Zhou Qing saving him. Or perhaps, he wished to believe that Zhou Qing had saved him, at least, upon surviving. It was the only shred of hope that prevented him from sinking into absolute despair. "Brother." Shen Nanfeng's sharp voice suddenly cut in. Following closely, the overwhelming scent of blood wafted into Lin Maimai's nostrils. Shen Nanzhi's palm abruptly covered Lin Maimai's eyes, the stench of blood intensifying. "Don't look." His voice was low and heavy, laced with an unmistakable chill of anger. The RV, caught in the relentless battle, came to a halt. Countless zombies surged forward. Just moments ago, one had broken through the RV's roof, attempting to enter. Now, it lay in tatters, torn apart by Shen Nanzhi. Lin Maimai's eyes were covered. Yet the pungent odor nearby still provoked a strong sense of nausea. Carl guarded the still unconscious Lin Yang, while Mike and Ivan engaged in combat with the zombies. Shen Nanfeng had to remain vigilant against Zhou Qing lurking in the shadows. The cramped RV was not a sanctuary, but a prison. Could her brother's powers create an escape route? In an instant, Shen Nanzhi comprehended Lin Maimai's intent. Carl carried Lin Yang on his back, while a gentle breeze trailed behind. I forged the path ahead, with the others following closely in my wake. Almost everyone swiftly took their positions. Shen Nanzhi promptly lifted Lin Maimai into his arms, extending his hand to strike the car door with a forceful palm. A tremendous surge of electricity erupted above Lin Maimai's head, instantaneously radiating into the throngs of zombies surrounding them. "Run." With that command, everyone began to sprint fervently. Yet, at the very moment they emerged, Zhou Qing's gun was already precisely aimed at Shen Nanzhi. Chapter 22. Incomprehensible, revised. Lin Maimai clung desperately to Shen Nanzhi's waist, her eyes wide with terror. "No. Brother, be careful." Yet, the bullet mercilessly hurtled toward Shen Nanzhi. At that moment, Lin Maimai's mind was blank. Everything transpired too swiftly. She could only watch helplessly as the bullet penetrated Shen Nanzhi's body. A muffled groan escaped his lips. Lin Maimai felt his body tremble. Another shot struck him, seemingly deliberate. Not aimed at a vital organ but hitting his thigh instead. He staggered back several steps but remained steadfast, his deep, cold gaze fixed solely on Lin Maimai. "Run." But Lin Maimai knelt on the ground, her hands pressing firmly over his wound. The blood seeping through her fingers was unrelenting. Shen Nanzhi, her heart twisted in agony, the source of her pain unknown, as tears flowed uncontrollably. Seeing her cry, Shen Nanzhi's emotions flared. He wished to tell her to flee. to reach safety where she would be unharmed. He had once vowed that she could only be his, that she must remain by his side, and thus he would not come to harm. All he needed was for her to wait a moment. Soon, he would come for her. But as he opened his mouth, a torrent of blood surged forth, uncontrollable. He raised his hand to catch it, but the quantity was too great. Splattering onto her face, warm and wet. Lin Maimai dared not lift her gaze, feeling utterly helpless as she tore off her jacket to press against his wound. Everyone was stunned by the scene, particularly Carl. In his eyes, Shen Nanzhi was almost divine, powerful and ruthless. Yet, he had never realized that even a god could be wounded. It was then that he recalled Lin Maimai's earlier words. For Lin Yang, Shen Nanzhi had exhausted his strength. This was true, not merely a soothing excuse. Thus, he had refrained from using his powers unless absolutely necessary. Carl understood that feeling. Before being confined in the cram asylum, he had overexerted himself as well. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing within him, rendering him immobile like a vegetable for weeks until he recovered. Shen Nanzhi's ability to move freely was already a source of admiration. Yet, just moments ago, he had unleashed a vast surge of lightning power to vanquish a multitude of zombies, creating an escape route. But what of his body? Carl's heart was shaken. Yet fear also gripped him. Just then, a bright light pierced through, followed by the sound of a bullet slicing through the air. Without a second thought, he instinctively turned and shouted, "Get down." The bullet grazed his cheek, drawing a trickle of blood, before hurtling toward Shen Nanzhi. At that moment, a figure swiftly knelt before Shen Nanzhi. It was Shen Nanfeng, gripping a high-powered rifle, aiming steadily at a distant target. The youth's face radiated an unusual resolve and determination. Bang! The bullet shot forth from his weapon, racing toward its mark. Simultaneously, the bullet struck his own body. The force caused him to tumble backward, colliding with Lin Maimai and Shen Nanzhi. Had Shen Nanzhi not been backed against a wall, the impact would have sent them even farther. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, mingling with the roars of approaching zombies. Several had already drawn near. Evan and Mike sprinted to Shen Nanzhi's side, drawing their guns to unleash a barrage of shots at the zombies. At that moment, Carl gritted his teeth, placing Lin Yang beside Lin Maimai before silently stepping to the forefront. A fierce flame erupted from his hands, momentarily halting the zombies' advance. Shen Nanfeng's hands trembled as he struggled to rise, ultimately collapsing weakly beside Shen Nanzhi. "Brother," he managed to call out with great difficulty. Shen Nanzhi's throat moved, yet no sound emerged. Any attempt to speak only resulted in more blood pouring forth. He had already stained Maimai's hair and clothes. He could not allow it to worsen. Lin Maimai's hands remained pressed against his wound, but the blood continued to flow. In the distance, a person beside Shou Qing was shot in the head. Collapsing with a thud, she did not glance back, her focus unwavering as she aimed her high-powered rifle at Shen Nanzhi. Madness, jealousy, and profound resentment flickered in her eyes. She believed herself to be unique, until one day her mother brought Shen Nanzhi home, declaring him more suitable than her. Thus, Shen Nanzhi became number one. Then came number two, Shen Nanzhi's mother. After some time, their mother returned them to the world, and at last, she gained her mother's attention, allowed to partake in those enigmatic experiments. But just when she thought she would be the only one, Shen Nanzhi returned. She told her mother that since number two had perished, did that not make her number two now? Yet she remained number three. From that moment on, she understood that as long as Shen Nanzhi existed, she could never be the sole one. Shen Nanzhi was formidable, whatever her mother had done to him. He seemed able to withstand it. She wished for his demise, yet her mother had died, and Shen Nanzhi had lost his memory. She thought she could become his one and only. But why? Why did Lin Maimai have to appear? Was it that no matter where she turned, she could never be the singular one? Shen Nanzhi, I offer you a choice. Kill the woman by your side and come with me. I can overlook all your past actions and mistakes. Zhou Qing's hoarse laughter echoed through the speaker, akin to a rusty blade scraping against metal, emanating from Shen Nanzhi's watch. It was then revealed that a listening device had been activated unbeknownst to them. In this world, I alone understand you. Only we are meant to be together. Zhou Qing's voice brimmed with madness. Unbeknownst to anyone, a comatose Lin Yang had awakened. Zhou Qing's voice suddenly sharpened, laced with intense malice and murderous intent. Shen Nanzhi, do not forget, it was I who saved you back then. You belong to me. She stubbornly proclaimed her claim with a near-manic obsession. Lin Maimai shouted with all her might, it's not you. You're a liar. He saved himself. Gunfire erupted once more, but this time, no one was injured, for it was Shen Nanfeng who had fired. Shortly after, A tremendous explosion reverberated nearby. The building where Zhou Qing was located had erupted in a series of explosions. Amidst the soaring flames, Lin Maimai clearly saw dozens of glass jars filled with a pale green liquid plummeting from the heights. That's quick, we must leave. That's the inducer. It will incite the zombies to become even more frenzied and enhance their attacking power. Her face turned ashen. Yet she still endeavored to pull Shen Nanzhi away. Mike bent down to carry Shen Nanfeng, while Carl hoisted Lin Yang onto his back. Only Evan remained unscathed, though exhaustion was etched on his face. They had endured 7 long hours of intense combat. Lin Maimai suddenly found herself engulfed in despair. Yet, following that despair, a surge of rage welled within her. Having been reborn, she resolved to survive, even accepting Shen Nanzhi. How could she so easily concede in this place? And what of Zhou Qing? Why did she possess the stimulant now, when it was not supposed to emerge until 6 months after the apocalypse? Questions and fury flooded her mind, momentarily clouding her thoughts. Suddenly, she sensed the energy within her dissipating rapidly. Meanwhile, the wounds on Shen Nanzhi and Appo's body were healing at an astonishing pace. Stop, Maima. Shen Nanzhi and Appo's voice, rarely tinged with anger, pierced through the chaos. He believed she was channeling energy into him, but it was merely his body's instinctive response, the loss of blood having clouded his consciousness, resulting in an energy surge. Lin Maimai remained silent, silently summoning her own energy to accelerate his absorption. Amidst the overwhelming loss of energy, something deep within her mind began to awaken. Though she remained blissfully unaware. As the last vestiges of her strength were drawn away, Lin Maimai succumbed completely to unconsciousness. In her final moments of awareness, she recalled tearing the watch from Shen Nanzhi's wrist. Her limp body was cradled in his arms. At that very instant, Lin Yang also moved. A vortex suddenly emerged before them, leading to a serene, traditional Chinese courtyard. Without hesitation, everyone stepped through. The zombies that had just besieged them stood frozen, having lost their target in an instant. In the distance, Zhou Qing's frantic screams echoed. Do you think fleeing to the Shen family's ancestral home will spare you? Shen Nanzhi, that place will be your nightmare. You will regret your current choice. Chapter 23. Is Shen Nanzhi not human? The ancestral home of the Shen family is nestled deep within the mountains to the north of the Magic City. In fact, the entire northern expanse of the Magic City, encompassing those peaks and forests, belongs to the Shen family. The ancestral residence stands majestically atop the highest mountain, having withstood centuries of wind and rain, enduring through generations while retaining its original appearance. When Lin Yang transported them, due to it being a one-time multiple-person transfer and their lack of experience, they mistakenly believed they were arriving at the estate itself. However, upon landing, they discovered a significant deviation, at least from their current vantage point. They still had to climb halfway up the mountain to reach it. Fortunately, there was a vehicle. Lin Yang, summoning his last vestige of energy, procured a car before collapsing onto Carl's back. Nevertheless, his eyes sparkled with determination, fixated on Shen Nanzhi ahead. Half an hour later, they found themselves seated in the living room of the ancient residence. All were injured, devoid of the inclination to explore the mysterious aura of the old manor. Carl tended to Lin Yang, Mike looked after Shen Nanfeng, and Evan was responsible for scouting and assisting with logistics. Shen Nanzhi, however, had taken Lin Maimai into the staircase, disappearing from view. Outside, the rain began to fall again, no longer tinged red, but adding a chill to the atmosphere. Struggling, Shen Nanfeng propped himself up. As he exerted himself, blood seeped through the white bandages, and though Mike offered to assist, he was waved off. He tilted his head to glance at Evan outside. Raising his voice, "Come in, she want to come here." No one inquired why. Only Carl muttered, "I reckon this place is clean now, not a zombie in sight." Evan chimed in, "Based on today's events, it seems there aren't many survivors left." They all consciously sidestepped certain topics. Shen Nanfeng remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the room before his tense body relaxed slightly, allowing him to lie down once more. "You all should rest as well," he advised. Understanding his brother well, he knew they would not linger here for long. "We will leave soon." Carl wanted to ask why, but was promptly silenced by Evan's nudge. At that moment, Lin Yang spoke up, "I'm hungry. Can we have something to eat?" As he spoke, a small mountain of food appeared on the table before him. A cornucopia of both meat and vegetables, with an abundance of fruits as well. Carl rubbed his hands together, cheerfully requesting, "Get me some beer." Lin Yang did not refuse. And soon several cases of beer adorned the table. Mike glanced at Shen Nanzhi, who seemed to have drifted into a slumber, and took the ingredients. Following Evan into the kitchen, the night sky was exceptionally dark in this place. Yet after enduring several hours of heart-pounding exhaustion, they found themselves in a rare moment of relaxation. Meanwhile, Lin Maimai slowly awakened. She soon realized she was in a bedroom, outfitted with white sheets, a white quilt, and a solitary door, also white, with no windows. Everything bore an uncanny resemblance to the underground chamber where Shen Nanzhi had previously confined her, so much so that it felt like the same place. Her heart raced. She nearly forced herself to sit up. Her gaze fell upon a wardrobe, a vanity, and a full-length mirror. The room was permeated with an alluring fragrance, reminiscent of sandalwood, yet distinctly different. Shen Nanzhi was not present in the room. However, Lin Maimai sensed a chill seeping in through the crack of the door. "Brother," she instinctively called out, her voice barely above a whisper, as if she feared disturbing something. She slowly descended from the bed, but upon noticing the white nightgown she wore, she froze. Suddenly, she turned to face the full-length mirror. For a considerable time, she merely stared. She attempted to step back towards the door, her gaze still fixed on the mirror. Indeed, in the mirror's depths, she noticed a shadowy figure. She let out a sigh of relief and returned to the mirror's front. Pressing her hand against the cold surface, she softly inquired, "Are you going to hide behind there and watch me forever?" Silence ensued from behind the mirror. Even the faint shadow began to fade. Lin Maimai felt a surge of amusement. "Brother drained my energy, yet I'm not afraid of hiding, do not." A muffled voice from within protested. "Do not hide from me." Lin Maimai laughed genuinely. Who would have imagined that one day Shen Nanzhi would hide from her? Now, it seemed as though her brother was the one evading her. The mirror fell silent once more. Shen Nanzhi remained quiet, and Lin Maimai felt compelled to fill the void. "Did you intentionally leave that watch behind? To lure Zhou here? Brother, what did you mean by that last statement? What makes this place the one that frightens you the most? And why are there sedatives? In my past life, such things didn't appear until 6 months later. Developed by the Longhua base. Oh, brother, do you think it's possible that we are merely part of a game, with someone watching us from the outside? Unbeknownst to us. Only if we succeed in defeating the zombies can we escape." Still, there was no response. Yet, Lin Maimai could feel Shen Nanzhi's presence. "All right," she sighed quietly, tears soon welling in her eyes. "Brother, I'm a bit scared and feeling cold. Why won't you respond? You said Maimai is you, so you should be mine too. If that is the case, shouldn't it be normal for you to absorb my energy?" Of course, Lin Maimai did not genuinely believe that Shen Nanzhi would hide from her for that reason. After all, he had previously drained her blood without hesitation. What was this in comparison? She speculated that he was likely unwell. Yet, that couldn't be right. The dosage of sedatives was ample, and she had discreetly calculated that if he maintained emotional stability, it should not pose a problem for several years. She began to cry loudly, calling out, "Brother, please come out." Maimai is so scared. Inside, there was still no sound. Lin Maimai's heart raced, sensing that he was holding back some significant revelation. Then, closing her eyes tightly and gritting her teeth, she declared, "I understand now. Brother doesn't like Maimai anymore. Then I shall leave." As the words left her lips, the shadow behind the mirror trembled violently. Unbeknownst to her, the shadow beneath the mirror was solidifying once more amidst the quaking. With a crisp sound, the mirror swung open from within. Shen Nanzhi emerged slowly from the darkness, his deep, cold gaze filled with shadows. His complexion was pale, but not in a manner Lin Maimai had previously recognized. It was a sickly pallor, with slightly reddened eyes, exuding an aura of malevolence. "Where are you going? Where do you wish to go?" Upon seeing him, Lin Maimai instinctively nestled into his embrace. Tears still clung to her cheeks as she clambered onto him like a koala. "I'm not going anywhere. I just want to stay by your side." Shen Nanzhi remained silent, motionless, his dark eyes fixed intently on her face. Just when Lin Maimai thought he was calming down, she heard his voice, distorted and strained. "I remember now." Lin Maimai was momentarily taken aback. Understanding what he recalled, she did not immediately express her thoughts, but instead tentatively reached out to embrace him more firmly. "A brother is indeed a brother." Her flattering affirmation was met with a sardonic smile from the man. He seized Lin Maimai's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly. Their gazes aligned at the same level, as he fixed his eyes intently upon hers, asking each word with deliberation. "What if I were to tell you that I am not human?" Chapter 24. Is her energy him? Lin Maimai felt her mind was insufficient. Shen Nanzhi possessed his extraordinary abilities even before the apocalypse. Even now, Lin Maimai remained unaware of the full extent of his powers. What she was certain of were his spatial abilities, lightning manipulation, and the recently revealed smoke-based power that transformed his body into dark vapor. In her previous life, when they were together in a time of peace, such phenomena were not visible. After the apocalypse, they had not met again. In the one encounter, they did have slipped her memory. However, in this life, being with him before the apocalypse, coupled with her confession of her rebirth, allowed Shen Nanzhi's abilities to gradually unfold before her. Thus, Lin Maimai harbored some suspicions, yet she only connected this to Clem's research, particularly his peculiar potion. It was not the potion that granted her powers, but rather his conviction that it could ensure her survival in this desolate world. Reflecting on it, had she not encountered Gu Yisen and been sold into that underground auction, becoming a living specimen, perhaps she could have thrived on her abilities amidst the apocalypse. At the very least, the zombies, driven by a thirst for her blood, would be rendered harmless due to her affinity with the undead. However, after a recent battle, she had touched upon his memories, leading her to a new hypothesis. He and Shou Qing had both been subjects of experimentation since childhood, and the so-called kidnapping incident might merely be a facade. Moreover, in those memories, Shen Nanzhi's mother was also a test subject. Could it be presumed that her death and his father's suicide hinted at something unusual? Yet now, Lin Maimai found herself unable to voice her speculations, nor could she discuss her other doubts with him, for Shen Nanzhi was on the brink of collapse. If mishandled, she vehemently dismissed that notion within her heart. Looking at Shen Nanzhi, her eyes only reflected resilience. She concealed her inner fears perfectly, gently caressing his cheek. Her voice soft and sweet, reminiscent of their usual playful exchanges. Brother is still my brother. Even if he is not human, he is the one who can protect me. And that is all I need to know. Shen Nanzhi gazed at her, shadows deepening in his eyes like the darkness before a storm. The air crackled with his frigid energy, coating the walls behind him in frost. The temperature in the room plummeted, their breath turning visibly white. Lin Maimai, clad only in a thin nightgown, shivered against the cold, feeling terrified yet compelled to seek refuge in his embrace. Brother, I'm so cold. Can you hold me? The man stiffened momentarily, but a low, frenzied laugh soon echoed above her. Maimai, doesn't he believe me? Or is she still afraid? He suddenly grasped her chin, pulling her close, their noses almost touching, growling softly. I am a monster, a creature of unknown origin. They created me for their ludicrous experiments. He forcefully seized her hand, pressing it against his own body. Do you feel this? There is no heartbeat here. He lifted her chin again, his icy gaze fixated solely on her, filled with intense obsession and shattered madness. That's why I didn't perish then, and why I survived Clem. They all fear me. His intense stare brimmed with tears, symbolizing her fear. Are you afraid of me too? No. You and Ampos, VE always been afraid of me. If it weren't for my powers, you wouldn't have come back to me, would you? Lin Maimai felt as if her throat were stuffed with cotton, just as before when he was injured. Emotions she shouldn't feel welled up, and she found herself on the verge of tears, her heart aching inexplicably at the sight of Shen Nanzhi. So, she cried silently, letting her tears cascade down her delicate face. You're not speaking. Are you afraid of me? Shen Nanzhi's grip tightened, nearly crushing her bones, his dark eyes revealing unrestrained madness and fury. Are you contemplating how to escape from me? Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he raised his arm violently. Like a beast, he bit into his own flesh, the sight turning his arm into a bloody mess. As blood flowed profusely, a peculiar satisfaction glimmered in his eyes. Lin Maimai panicked, attempting to intervene, but his grip was too firm to break. Desperation made tears spill from her eyes. Brother, please let go. His gaze intensified with a strange fervor, and as she tried to pull away, he slightly relented. A few drops of blood fell between her lips, the sweet aroma causing her body to tremble. In that moment, an uncontrollable craving surged within her, a craving for his blood. This desire fixed her gaze on his bleeding arm, her mouth watering instinctively as she licked her lips. Upon tasting the blood, a flash of crimson flickered in her eyes. She quickly covered her mouth and nose, panic washing over her. This isn't right. She recalled how she had encountered his blood before, during his previous injury, when there had been much more, yet she hadn't felt such a desire. Meanwhile, Shen Nanzhi wore a deranged smile. My Maimai is clever. You've noticed, haven't you? He presented his continuously bleeding hand before her. Don't you want it? Go on, drink as much as you wish. I'll give you all you desire. Tears streamed down her face as she pressed her mouth and nose tighter. Her rejection sent him spiraling further into madness. Why not? His eyes were a tempest of insanity, rage, shadows, and obsession, yet beneath it all lay vulnerability. It's not like this, she mumbled, tears flowing uncontrollably. He gripped her face tightly, forcing her to meet his gaze. Tell me. His voice grew increasingly menacing, the darkness in his eyes thickening. What am I? Lin Maimai felt panic rise within her, stemming from her yearning for his blood. Finally, she understood why her powers had failed to regenerate her body after the crystal core shattered in her previous life. It was because her abilities were not derived from the abundant crystal cores, but from his blood. Just moments ago, a single drop of his blood caused a tremor within her mind. Having experienced a previous life, she was acutely aware that this was an indication of the crystal core beginning to form. Chapter 25, The Secret of Shen Nanzhi. Tell me. Shen Nanzhi bellowed once more, his expression increasingly frenzied. In stark contrast, Lin Maimai's cheeks grew paler by the moment. She pressed her mouth and nose tightly, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. The sight of blood dripping from Shen Nanzhi's arm filled her with an overwhelming desire to lick it, pushing her to the brink of despair. Just then, a voice broke through from outside the door. Brother, sister, are you in there? Shen Nanzhi's arrival provided Lin Maimai with a fleeting opportunity to breathe amidst her taut anxiety. Her reason gradually returned, suppressing her fear, yet she remained at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Shen Nanzhi with fervor. It was always he who took the initiative, and this was her first time. Embarrassment and a lack of finesse flushed her cheeks a rosy hue, effectively stifling her craving for his blood. The knocking at the door resumed, and Lin Maimai felt a surge of tension and embarrassment. However, Shen Nanzhi fell silent once more, and the outside descended into quietude. Yet the man before her felt as cold as a statue of ice, no matter how tenderly she clung to him. He refused to relent. Frustrated, she bit down hard, tearing a gash in his lip. Sweet, fresh blood surged forth, which she eagerly drank with her eyes closed. Wasn't it his blood that had captivated her? Then she would indulge herself until satiated. Let him try to stop her. With fervor, she pursued her craving, and indeed, he did not halt her. But at that moment, the chill surrounding Shen Nanzhi began to dissipate, the ice on the walls and floors slowly melting into water. When Lin Maimai sensed something amiss and attempted to withdraw, it was already too late. The man captured her lips as if devouring a delicacy. His grip firm and somewhat savage, as if he sought to consume her whole. Struggling, she managed to pull away slightly, only to be pressed down again by his forceful kiss. Fortunately, she struggled to voice her thoughts. Regardless of what brother is for this lifetime, I will follow brother. At this moment, she remembered to placate him, hoping to garner some affection. The hostility in Shen Nanzhi's eyes faded completely, replaced by profound infatuation and intense possessiveness. I will not allow Maimai to have that opportunity, not even in death. Hours later, when Shen Nanzhi was finally satisfied, he held her tightly, playing with her delicate fingers while coldly recounting his origins. I am a child of the Shen family, yet I am not the child of my parents. This statement was paradoxical, but Lin Maimai chose not to interrupt, allowing him to continue. Those recorded in the Shen family genealogy were not born in the conventional sense. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. Who would have guessed that the Shen family was so grotesque? Every few decades, one would emerge, created when the family deemed it necessary. And I am the product of the Shen family in this era. Behind this old residence stands a building that has never been permitted to open. It is there that I was born and raised. From a petri dish filled with a special solution. My world began the moment I opened my eyes, surrounded by countless instruments and incessantly injected with serums, alongside relentless learning. A shadow of darkness flickered in his eyes. I am number one because I am the first to perfectly fuse the genes. Yet simultaneously, I am a failure, extremely unstable, prone to losing control, and each outburst costs countless lives. But they could not bring themselves to destroy me. By that time, I was already 8 years old. They erased my memories and allowed me to live a normal life. Lin Maimai's mind buzzed with the weight of his words. In her past life, she too had endured human experimentation, understanding that agony. Yet she could not fathom the cruelty of those who would subject infants to such horrors. Shen Nanzhi's demeanor remained unervingly calm, though Lin Maimai sensed the madness lurking beneath his surface. At 16, I was summoned again and met my chronically ill mother, whose body had mutated by then. As he reached this point, he suddenly laughed, though tears silently slipped from his eyes. Just like the zombies you see outside, terrifying. Yet she died. She was injected with the same genes as mine, yet I lived like a human. At that moment, Lin Maimai finally grasped the implications. So Zhou Qing was injected with that gene too? Her mother was involved in the research? Shen Nanzhi affirmed with a gentle hum, with the recollections flooding back. His formidable mental prowess allowed him to discern that she could glean insights about him through his blood. What was the blue liquid that Zhou Qing's mother injected into you? Shen Nanzhi shook his head. I only know that the gene exists within me. As for what it is or where it came from, I am unaware. I searched within the Shen family, but the old man feared I would cause trouble and had it destroyed long ago. Lin Maimai frowned thoughtfully. This meant that the gene had dual properties. It could either confer great strength or lead to a fate akin to Shen Nanzhi's mother, becoming a zombie. Are the zombies appearing now similar? She pondered. Was it truly a premeditated scheme? Had someone turned the entire blue planet and humanity into a laboratory? The theory sent chills down her spine. In her previous life, amidst a world overrun with zombies, most of the superhumans had emerged from the initial red rain at the onset of the apocalypse. New superhumans arose later, some acquiring her blood through underground auctions. But where did the others come from? Brother, Zhou Qing's bullet can injure you. Do you know what it is? If Zhou Qing possessed many such bullets, it would indeed pose a grave danger. At that moment, Shen Nanzhi fell silent for a moment, then quietly dressed her. I will take you to see. Just then, a knock echoed at the door once more. The door swung open to reveal Shen Nanfeng standing outside. Lin Maimai couldn't shake the feeling that his complexion appeared even paler than before. Your wound? She asked anxiously, glancing at his abdomen, where blood continued to seep. Before she could utter another word, Shen Nanzhi, with a cold expression, pulled her forward. Shen Nanfeng, too, had shed his usual loquacity, silently trailing behind. Lin Maimai's earlier suspicions were confirmed. They were indeed in a basement. Exiting the room, they encountered a long staircase, but instead of ascending, they moved in the opposite direction, finally halting before a massive statue. It was an ancient military general and Apos' sculpture, and Shen Nanzhi placed his hand upon the hilt of the sword the general wielded, turning it gently. With a rumble, a door suddenly opened in the adjacent wall. A dark passage illuminated automatically with their arrival. The bright light, accompanied by the trio's measured steps, led them to a metallic door. Shen Nanfeng stepped forward, pressing his hand against the wall, causing a small iron box to slide out. After quickly inputting a password and undergoing a retinal scan, the metal door swung open, revealing a vast laboratory before them. In the lab, as bright as day, an array of various machines and containers filled the space. This was the secret experimental base of the Shen family, the place of my birth and upbringing. Shen Nanzhi spoke with a chilling detachment, while Lin Maimai listened in horror. She intended to say something, but upon turning around, she saw Shen Nanfeng climbing into a massive vessel. The transparent container was filled with a cerulean liquid. As soon as Shen Nanfeng entered, his previously furrowed brow relaxed. Moreover, the wound on his abdomen began to heal at an observable pace, submerged in the azure fluid. Suddenly, Shen Nanzhi's icy voice echoed. He is subject number 4. Chapter 26. The gun in the laboratory, the weapon and ammunition in Zhou Qing and Apos' hand originated from this very place. As Shen Nanzhi spoke, his eyes glimmered with a chilling ruthlessness. Lin Maimai followed the direction of his finger, gazing into a chamber within the laboratory. It was a cryogenic room, densely packed with several cabinets, each laden with an array of vials. Shen Nanzhi led her forward, inputting a password to unlock the door, and a frigid breeze enveloped them. Inside, the freezers were brimming with various frozen containers, each meticulously labeled. Lin Maimai watched as Shen Nanzhi opened one of the cabinets, retrieving a vial containing a blue liquid laced with silver. He then raised his hand to tap his temple, a cruel smile gracing his lips. After the old man and Apos' demise, the locks here were disengaged. Aside from the segment of researched memories that remained elusive, I am well versed in all that transpires here. His words were devoid of warmth. And this version of Shen Nanzhi instilled fear in Lin Maimai, as if the man before her was not human at all. In truth, she was deceiving Shen Nanzhi. How could she not be terrified? She was frightened to her very core. Yet, she was willing to take a gamble. Her gaze fell upon the cabinets behind him, which were densely filled. Brother, may Zhou Qing come here? Shen Nanzhi denied her. After the old man's death, she could no longer enter, for I have altered the password. Lin Maimai felt a surge of joy. That meant her supply was limited. She urged Shen Nanzhi to store everything in his space. She possessed the same genes, albeit not in abundance like his. This substance could harm him, and it could just as easily claim her life. A peculiar light flickered in Shen Nanzhi's eyes, and in the next moment, the entire cold storage room vanished. Lin Maimai glanced around, nodding at several spots. Take whatever can be used. Is there enough space for my brother? If so, take everything. Better safe than sorry. At that moment, Lin Maimai radiated a luminous energy. Shen Nanzhi busied himself collecting items while closely following her, admiring her flowing hair and the bright smile in her eyes whenever she glanced back at him. Within him, a deeper ambition began to blossom. Come quickly, there must be treasures here. The girl stood at the entrance of her room, her white gown swirling like a bouquet of flowers, compelling him to obey her commands unconditionally, as if he were a devout acolyte. This was the innermost chamber of the laboratory. From the transparent glass, it was evident that the room was small, containing only a single box. Shen Nanzhi opened the door, and they stepped inside, discovering that the box was secured with a password lock. However, this detail was trivial to them. Lin Maimai circled the black box twice, unable to decipher its purpose, and reluctantly asked Shen Nanzhi to unlock it. Upon opening it, they revealed a uniquely designed gun, its metallic composition indiscernible yet appearing exceptionally sharp. Chilling to the touch, beneath the firearm lay a magazine the size of a fingernail. Lin Maimai's gaze fixated on the magazine, suddenly reminiscent of the firearms auction she had attended in her previous life. Back then, she had been confined in a cage, observing from a distance, unable to scrutinize closely. Yet, her instincts warned her that this was a perilous weapon. Is this the only gun? She certainly did not wish for Zhou Qing to possess one as well. In comparison to the bullets, she deemed this firearm far more dangerous. Shen Nanzhi pondered, but his mind yielded no information about the gun. Suddenly, Shen Nanfeng emerged from the side. I have seen this gun before. When the old man died, he specifically brought me to see it. He appeared to have fully recuperated. Though his complexion remained pale, yet he exuded vitality. At that moment, he tapped his chin, deep in thought, before snapping his fingers. He seemed to tell me to keep it safe, as it might be needed one day, also expressing a hope that it would never be used. Since this matter held little relevance to his brother, he had not paid it much heed. Oh, right, the old man mentioned that this gun has corresponding ammunition, likely located here. With that, he crouched down, retrieving a small black box from the bottom of the black box. Upon opening it, they found only 3 bullets. Yet, no matter how Lin Maimai examined them, she could discern no special characteristics. They appeared to be ordinary copper bullets. Shen Nanzhi studied the 3 bullets, lost in thought. Lin Maimai reached out to touch the bullets, but Shen Nanfeng, his expression stern, grasped her hand, yet she managed to brush her fingertips against the bullet's tip. With a crisp sound, the bullet head surprisingly opened, revealing a red, crystalline core within. Ah, I have seen this bullet, Lin Maimai exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. It was at the underground auction. 1 bullet was auctioned, but since no one knew its purpose, it ultimately went unsold. As she recounted this, the 3 of them fell into contemplation. Sister mentioned that this auction could possess items belonging to the Shen family. Brother, who do you think it could be? Lin Maimai found it odd. Was it not easy to deduce? Surely it must be Zhou Qing? There was no need for further speculation. However, both Shen Nanzhi and Shen Nanfeng asserted that it was impossible. When the old man was alive, although that old woman could enter here, her permissions were limited, allowing her access only to certain reagents. Lin Maimai expressed her disbelief. These items are so openly displayed. How could she have missed them? But Shen Nanfeng clarified. It was not arranged this way initially. When the old man faced his imminent demise, and brother was preoccupied with sister, I became his executor. He spoke with a hint of pride. At that time, brother was unaware of my existence. To ensure he could handle everything here in the future, I was tasked as his perfect assistant to help manage. Thus, I rearranged this place, and by then, Zhou Qing had already been barred from entering. Lin Maimai remained convinced it was Zhou Qing, but she knows the researchers here as well. Perhaps she has corrupted one of them. This notion held some merit. However, those researchers had been dealt with by the old man when he realized his time was near. If Zhou Qing truly possessed extensive knowledge, she would not have attempted to kill me with that, but would have resorted to this. Although the nature of this weapon remained unknown, its lethality was undeniable. Moreover, the underground auction was far more suspicious. As Shen Nanzhi spoke, his eyes gleamed with cold intensity. He had not forgotten Lin Maimai's earlier words. She had been tormented to death by those people. Lin Maimai felt a surge of displeasure. No, it was more than displeasure, it was fury. Yet she refused to confront the reasons behind her anger. You may not believe, but do not regret it when she comes knocking at your door. With that, She stormed out, avoiding Shen Nanzhi's attempt to grasp her hand. Strangely, this time, Shen Nanzhi did not react with anger. Instead, his eyes sparkled with indulgent satisfaction. Chapter 27. A warning without slaughter. Lin Maimai strode ahead, her temper flaring as she noticed that the two brothers had fallen behind. Upon reaching the exit, she paused, arms crossed, and waited for a moment, but they still hadn't arrived. Turning to glance back, she saw them moving sluggishly, seemingly engaged in some trivial conversation. Reflecting on their dismissive expressions from earlier only fueled her ire further. That woman, Zhou Qing, was nothing but a viper. With memories of the underground auction and the remnants of the Shen family laboratory flooding her mind, she could not help but conclude that if the Shen family was no longer present, Zhou Qing must be the orchestrator behind it all. She lifted her chin defiantly, her anger escalating. "Brother, I wish to examine that bullet. I am curious about the nature of the crystal within." Shen Nanzhi's gaze fell upon Lin Maimai's petite figure, his mind wandering as he absent-mindedly acknowledged her request. At that moment, he was captivated by the image of her adorable fury, a desire to envelop her in his embrace overwhelming him. Upon their return to the ancestral home, the sight of Shen Nanfeng, fully recovered, elicited astonishment from the group. Avenge had prepared a sumptuous meal. They gathered around the grand dining table, with Shen Nanzhi and Lin Maimai seated at the forefront. By now, Lin Maimai's anger had subsided considerably. Faced with a feast, it was difficult for anyone to maintain a sour demeanor. As she indulged in the delicious spread, she listened to their conversation, her mind occupied with thoughts of vengeance against Gu Yisen. The fact that he was in Moda presented an opportunity for Shen Nanzhi to intervene. According to her recollection of past events, Gu Yisen should already be enrolled at Moda University at this juncture. This was the pivotal moment of their previous encounter. Yet her plans for retribution against Zhou Qing remained unresolved. Lost in her thoughts, Carl hesitated momentarily before rising, clutching a bottle of beer, and approaching Shen Nanzhi. "I believe an apology is in order," he stated, raising the bottle in a mock toast before downing its contents. After wiping his mouth, he lowered his gaze, though his tone lacked genuine contrition. "From now on, I shall not question you." A sudden clatter echoed through the room as Shen Nanfeng discarded his spoon, his expression devoid of rage but steeped in sarcasm. "Carl, have you forgotten that it was you who insisted on following my brother? It seems to me that it is you who rely on him for survival in this apocalypse, not the other way around. Where is your dignity?" Carl's face flushed with embarrassment, yet his tone grew more rigid. "Phone, I was unaware of the circumstances at the outset, but I have apologized now." Shen Nanfeng's cold laughter filled the air. "Is this the attitude with which you offer your apology? Hardly impressive." His fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, urging Carl to look outside. "If you believe yourself capable, then leave this place. I shall be keen to see if you can survive on your own." The challenge was tantamount to an insult, igniting Carl's anger, but after a moment, he relaxed his clenched fists. "Nan saved Lin Yang, and for that, I am grateful." He pivoted, continuing, "Nan is a man of considerable capability, and we follow him in hopes of a better existence. If he possesses the means yet chooses not to protect us, then the fault lies with him." Lin Maimai was taken aback. This man truly had the audacity to speak such things. She turned to Shen Nanzhi, who remained unperturbed, merely arching an eyebrow, his tone laced with derision. "I recall making such a promise." His demeanor grew colder, while Shen Nanfeng's sarcasm intensified. Carl's expression was a tumult of resentment, anger, and the embarrassment of being rebuked. He glanced back at Lin Yang, who sat quietly with a gaze that reflected Shen Nanzhi's form. He did not look at him, as he often had in the past. A flame of frustration burned within him. What had initially seemed a trivial matter now felt like a heavy weight on his chest, impossible to shake off. "You are correct. In fact, following you now poses the greatest danger," he declared, slamming the empty beer bottle onto the table before turning to leave with Avenge. However, Avenge halted him with a firm grip. The two engaged in a silent standoff. Ultimately, Carl forced a bitter smile, shaking off Avenge's hand and striding purposefully toward the exit. It was at that moment Shen Nanfeng made his move. The screech of his chair scraped across the floor as he swiftly obstructed Carl's path. Grabbing Carl's arm, he hurled him to the ground, his knee pressing forcefully against Carl's abdomen, pinning him against the door. Carl gasped, his complexion paling as he clutched his chest, eyes wide with disbelief as they met Shen Nanfeng's imposing gaze. The glint of the blue diamond on Shen Nanzhi's nose dazzled like a shard of ice. His voice was calm, yet laced with cruelty. "You may choose to come, but your departure is not yours to dictate." The impact left Carl seething, his resolve hardening. You cannot stop me, he roared, a torrent of flames erupting from him. Yet, in an instant, the flames were extinguished, shattering into fragments that fell to the ground. A mist of ice and fire enveloped him, and an icy hand clasped around his throat. Carl, wide-eyed in disbelief, looked up to find himself ensnared by Shen Nanzhi's frigid, unyielding gaze. Did I not say you could leave? With that, Shen Nanzhi forcefully flung him away. Carl collided with an array of objects before crashing to the floor. Lin Yong remained still, as did Avon. Mike had appeared at the doorway, inciting a wave of fear within Carl. Shen Nanzhi methodically wiped his hands with a white cloth, his voice devoid of warmth. My rule is simple. If you are not one of us, you are an enemy, and this enemy must be eliminated. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure, Carl could no longer focus on his pain. He stumbled backward, only to find the wall solidly behind him, leaving him no place to retreat. As his back pressed against the icy surface, fear and helplessness washed over him as he gazed at Shen Nanzhi. Have you contemplated your demise? Shen Nanzhi's hand clamped around Carl's neck, pinning him against the wall. Ice swiftly spread from his grasp, enveloping him entirely, save for his head. Terror etched itself across Carl's face, the once proud flames of his arrogance extinguished as if they had never existed. Nan, I was wrong. Please, forgive me. Tears of desperation fell upon Shen Nanzhi's hand. Disgusted, he tightened his grip, causing Carl's face to drain of color, his eyes bulging in fear. Avon, unable to stand idly by any longer, approached with sincerity. I will ensure his behavior improves. Might you spare him? With a scoff, Shen Nanzhi released his grip. Carl collapsed heavily to the ground, coughing violently. Avon reached out to assist him, but Carl shoved him away, unsteadily rising to his feet. However, upon meeting Shen Nanzhi's lifeless stare, his body tensed in fear. With a stammering vow, he said, I apologize, I was wrong. From now on, I shall heed your commands. Only then did Lin Yong turn to look at him. Nonggu is quite wonderful. You must learn to be obedient. His voice was calm, as serene as if he were discussing an utterly mundane matter. Yet, to Carl's ears, it inexplicably brought a sting to his eyes. He blinked forcefully to stave off the embarrassment. Avon patted his shoulder and followed Shen Nanzhi back to the dining table. Shen Nanfeng rapped the table, placing a bottle of open beer in Carl's former spot. Let us drink. Carl wiped his face, approached, and lifted the beer bottle to chug it down. After finishing, he opened 2 more bottles, handing one to Shen Nanfeng across the table. Shall we compete? Shen Nanfeng smiled. How about we add a wager? Carl eagerly agreed, his inner frustration directed solely at himself. Let us bet. Shen Nanfeng's smile widened in delight. The one who finishes a whole case first shall be tasked with clearing out that horde of zombies down the mountain, along with that old woman, Zhou Qing. Chapter 28. The crisis approaches, revised, as Carl's figure vanished into the night. Lin Maimai posed a question to Shen Nanzhi. Had her brother never intended to kill him from the very beginning? A cold smile adorned Shen Nanzhi's face, though it softened slightly when he turned to Lin Maimai. This reminded her of Shen Nanfeng's words. Brother is devoid of emotions. All his feelings are reserved solely for you. Sister. For reasons unknown, the disdain she once harbored now caused her heart to race uncontrollably at the thought. Noticing his gaze upon her, she hastily raised her hand to feign adjusting her hair, attempting to conceal her flushed cheeks. Fortunately, his attention soon shifted to 3 individuals standing not far away, his tone cold and unfeeling. Sometimes, death is simpler than fear. Lin Maimai's eyes widened in sudden realization. Was her brother being deliberate? Shen Nanzhi smiled faintly, pinching her nose gently as his voice deepened. What I desire are those who will follow me unwaveringly. Apart from Lin Yong, the others are merely driven by self-interest. Thus, at times, a measured intimidation proves more effective than outright slaughter. Fear, after all, grows with time. Yet Lin Maimai remained puzzled. Why was it that Lin Yong was the exception? Did her brother trust him so implicitly? And she found Mike to be quite amiable, always calm and composed. You will understand about Lin Yong in due course, Shen Nanzhi replied. Discontent surged within Lin Maimai. He was unwilling to divulge anything about Lin Yong. Her sulking expression struck Shen Nanzhi as adorable, amplifying his burgeoning affection for her. It signified that his Maimai was gradually drawing closer to him. Look at her. She now dared to show him her displeasure. Had circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to confine her within a room. He raised his gaze toward the pitch-black horizon, where Lin Maimai could not see the flickering flames in the distance, nor hear the distant growls of zombies. The voice of Shen Nanfeng crackled through the wireless headset. She is here, accompanied by others, advancing from 4 directions. Shen Nanzhi's expression turned icy. Mike is temporarily trustworthy. Keep an eye on Avon. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Maimai, and instinctively, she grasped the hem of Shen Nanzhi's garment. What is brother going to do? Perhaps even she herself was unaware of the extent of her anxiety at the prospect of his departure. Shen Nanzhi's gaze fell upon her delicate fingers, gripping his clothing tightly, their pale pink hue turning white from exertion. His eyes darkened as he gently extricated the fabric from her grasp, meticulously releasing each finger until no trace remained. Only then did the chill in his gaze dissipate slightly. Yet, upon contemplating the impending arrival of others, he felt a surge of loathing and hatred. Their approach had elicited such a reaction from his beloved. They shall perish. I will deal with them. Maimai, stay here and wait for me. It will be quick. With that, he averted his gaze from her tearful eyes and vanished into the night. Lin Maimai reached out in vain, unable to grasp anything. Lin Yang and Mike stood behind her, their powers intertwining, ready to transport her at the first sign of danger. Avon waited outside. The cacophony of fire, gunfire, and the roars of zombies intermingled, accompanied by the increasingly pungent stench of decay. Yet within the darkness, only Shen Nanzhi knew of the chaos unfolding in the dense woods ahead. Throughout, he had not fired a single shot. Lin Maimai reassured herself that this must indicate their side was gaining the upper hand. Still, unease gnawed at her, which solidified when she caught sight of Carl and Appo's disheveled return. Avon rushed to meet him the moment he appeared. Carl bore numerous wounds, each oozing with greenish slime. Lin Maimai's eyes widened in horror. He had been infected by the zombie virus. Once inside, Carl collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "There were too many. We could scarcely keep up. I encountered zombies that moved faster and were stronger than Mike." His breath was ragged, his eyes wide with shock. Lin Maimai shared his astonishment. Mutated zombies should not have emerged so soon. In her previous life, they had only appeared a week after the apocalypse began. Unlike the instinct-driven zombies, the initial mutated ones still followed basic instincts, lacking intelligence despite their special abilities. Yet, it was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. How could mutated zombies be present? And in such numbers? The earlier suspicion resurfaced in Lin Maimai's mind. She increasingly believed that these events were orchestrated. Was her rebirth also part of this cruel survival game? Just then, a series of gunshots erupted outside. Shen Nanzhi was firing from the rooftop. The shots were relentless. Suddenly, the window shattered as several zombies charged into the room. They moved with startling speed, heading straight for them. Avon attempted to strike, but Mike had already stepped in front, seizing a nearby sofa and hurling it at the approaching horde. The 3-seat sofa crashed down, incapacitating 13 zombies. However, 2 others leapt at them from either side, undeterred. Simultaneously, the 3 that had been knocked down scrambled back to their feet, shaking off the impact and roaring as they advanced. Lin Yang grasped Lin Maimai's hand, a distorted air swirling behind him. Using his ability to teleport momentarily drained him, his complexion paling as crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Carl looked to Avon, who rose, hands outstretched as a torrent of flames erupted, instantly incinerating 5 of the agile zombies. They could not even emit a cry before turning to ash. Just as Lin Maimai began to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Yang relaxed as well, their powers temporarily exhausted, only to see more zombies crashing through the door. Unlike ordinary zombies, these were clearly remnants of others, missing limbs, with gaping wounds and grotesque visages. Yet the injuries were fresh, the bite marks indicating they were victims of their own kind. More and more of these creatures entered, all bearing similar signs. Countless mutated zombies advanced by devouring their brethren. Shen Nanzhi's urgent voice crackled through the headset. Look for an opportunity to break through. As he spoke, a deafening explosion rang out, followed by a piercing electrical crackle in the earpiece. Lin Maimai peered outside to witness a throng of powerful zombies barreling toward them. Without hesitation, Mike dashed out to meet them, engaging the zombies head-on. Avon continued to unleash flames, turning any who dared to approach into charred remains. Yet, after a full 15 minutes, the onslaught of zombies showed no signs of abating. This was a relentless battle. Unable to reach Shen Nanzhi, Shen Nanzhi had remained silent from the very beginning, leaving her in uncertainty about his fate, whether he was alive or dead. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, even with Ivan continuously unleashing flames. A towering pile of charred zombie corpses accumulated before him. If they remained stationary, the rising mound would eventually obstruct Ivan's line of sight, rendering the situation even more perilous. Yet retreat was not an option. There was no path back, surrounded as they were by the undead. Lin Maimai gritted her teeth, crouched down, and placed her hand near Carl and Apos' mouth, her expression icy as she growled, "Open your mouth." In the next moment, she bit her finger, allowing her fresh blood to drip swiftly into Carl's mouth. After a few drops, she withdrew her hand. Lin Yang handed her a bandage, which she promptly applied. Her gaze fixed intently on Carl's wound. Only when the blood oozing forth transformed from green to a crimson hue did she avert her eyes. At that moment, a saber was abruptly pressed against her neck. A voice, achingly familiar, resonated behind her. "Long time no see, my Maimai. You astonish me even more than in our previous life." Chapter 29. Gu Yisen's Rebirth. Gu Yisen. Lin Maimai gasped, her breath hitching as her body began to tremble uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Maimai, it was truly not easy to find you." The cold blade of a dagger pressed against her neck, its edge brushing against her face. He slowly crouched before her, sporting a clean visage, reminiscent of a previous life, adorned with a charming smile and eyes sparkling with light. Yet, all Lin Maimai felt was revulsion. Thus, she retched, though no matter how much she loathed him, she could only heave in vain. Just like Gu Yisen, he lodged in her throat, an unyielding torment she could not escape. He seized her chin, his other hand caressing her face, his gaze meticulously scanning her as if surveying his prized possession. Appearing quite pleased, he smiled once more. "You are even more delightful than in the previous life, and far more exquisite." He leaned closer, his lips brushing against her earlobe as he whispered, "Do you know? Knowing you died has haunted me day and night with regret. If only I hadn't sold you, so here I am this time. Are you pleased?" The blade pressed against her neck, a mere movement away from breaking the skin. Lin Maimai dared not move, her eyes searching for answers. Carl and Lin Yang lay collapsed at her feet. She could not ascertain whether they were dead or merely unconscious. The intertwining feelings of urgency and hatred overwhelmed her, and upon witnessing the suddenly motionless zombies, she crumbled completely. Tears cascaded down her face, yet she dared not utter a sound, allowing them to flow freely. Her hatred burned. She yearned to rend this hypocritical man to pieces. Yet, her greater disdain was for herself. Faced once more with Gu Yisen, she was still the powerless version of herself from her past life, subject to his whims. Afraid? Gu Yisen grasped her jaw, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Be good, don't cry. You are an essential asset to me." As he spoke, he retrieved a small pillbox from his pocket, extracting a white tablet. He intended to force it upon Lin Maimai, but she pressed her lips together, resolutely refusing to swallow. After a moment, Gu Yisen sighed, the white pill slipping from his fingers to land upon the blood-stained ground. Merely a sleeping pill, however. "If you enjoy admiring the scenery along the way, I wouldn't mind indulging you." With that, he sheathed his knife, and Lin Maimai seized the opportunity to flee. Yet, as she turned, several zombies stood behind her, their expressions sinister. "Maimai, how can you persist in being so disobedient? As for those around you, I might spare them for your sake, but if you expect that Shen Nanzhi will come to your rescue, you might be sorely disappointed. What have you done to him?" Lin Maimai and Apos' voice trembled, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Gu Yisen. "Fear not. Your romantic interest is formidable indeed. No wonder he later became the king of abilities." Yet his smile remained, but his words were laced with malice. "However, Miss Zhou has come prepared this time. Whether our future king of abilities survives is uncertain." Lin Maimai's eyes flared with anger as she glared at Gu Yisen. "Are you not afraid that Zhou Qing will turn on you?" Gu Yisen erupted into laughter. "This isn't our first collaboration. It's merely a bit premature this time, each fulfilling our own needs." He gestured toward the motionless zombies, pride etched on his face. "Miss Zhou is an excellent partner. You see, I bring foresight, and she creates it perfectly. Though it may lack a bit, it excels in quantity." When Gu Yisen smiled, his gleaming white teeth contrasted starkly with his dark eyes, enhancing his devilish demeanor, like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Lin Maimai shut her eyes tightly, and upon reopening them, a chilling coldness filled her gaze. "So, this time you sold me to Zhou Qing?" Gu Yisen's smile radiated brighter. "No, Maimai. I will personally take you with me. This time, I will ensure your survival. You shall accompany me to the pinnacle, where all will gaze upon and revere me, treating me like a god." He reached for Lin Maimai's hand, but she deftly evaded his grasp. Gu Yisen's smile remained, yet a chill crept into his tone. "You are just like last time, delighting in provoking my wrath." Lin Maimai gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lower lip bleeding from her bite, tears cascading uncontrollably like a string of pearls falling to the ground. This version of Lin Maimai deeply satisfied Gu Yisen. He reveled in the fear he instilled in others. Thus, he made a grand promise. Once I establish my own force and base, I will ensure you hold the highest position by my side. No one shall dare to bully you. You will possess absolute power in a world devoid of laws. By aligning with me, you too shall become divine. As his words echoed, the previously motionless zombies suddenly sprang to life. What is happening? Gu Yisen attempted to exert his mental abilities to control them again. Yet, no matter how he strained, these zombies refused to obey his commands. They did not attack Lin Maimai. Instead, they moved toward Gu Yisen, prompting a flicker of panic across his face. But he quickly discerned Lin Maimai and Appo's trickery, his expression darkening. Lin Maimai, you seek death. She remained silent, biting her lower lip. Watching the zombies closely, a portion of the zombies began to retreat, while several mutated ones converged upon Gu Yisen. His eyes grew colder still. However, his mental powers, having been overextended by previously controlling so many, left him depleted. In the end, he released a frustrated roar. Lin Maimai, you cannot escape. I will return. With that, he expended the remainder of his abilities to control one of the mutated zombies, shattering a window to escape, pursued by a horde of zombies. It was only when his figure vanished entirely that Lin Maimai spat a mouthful of blood. In her previous life, she had discovered the uniqueness of her abilities. In simple terms, her powers not only encompassed healing but also possessed a special effect: zombie affinity. To the zombies, she was a being of immense favor, one they would not harm and could even assist. Earlier, she had merely attempted to wield this ability for the first time. She had chosen to gamble, placing herself in a life-or-death scenario. Fortunately, she had won her bet. Chapter 30. Kidnapped at the foot of the ancient Shen residence, Shen Nanzhi stood atop a robust tree. Icy blue energy swirling at his fingertips, accompanied by the occasional crackle of electricity. Below him surged a tide of zombies, advancing toward the manor. Through his earpiece came Shen Nanfeng and Appo's sharp voice. Brother, don't worry about me. I'm here. Shen Nanzhi responded with an affirmative grunt. Take good care of Maima. He then removed the earpiece and tucked it into his pocket. At that moment, a woman's chilling voice pierced the air before him. Anan, you have deeply disappointed me. For the sake of a woman, one who has wronged you, you chose to forsake my existence. Emerging from the dense shade of the trees was Zhou Qing, her icy blue energy mirroring his, illuminating their faces in the darkness. Do you see? This is what you must face for rejecting me. Do you regret it? Zhou Qing's eyes burned with jealousy and hatred. Shen Nanzhi regarded her with a derisive smile. I do regret it, but only for having allowed your deceit to persist for so many years. Zhou Qing's expression faltered momentarily, then hardened further. It seems you remember. Her anger was palpable, tinged with disappointment, as her gaze shifted toward the ancient manor, where the woman Shen Nanzhi yearned for resided. This thought ignited a surging desire for vengeance within her. Shen family, she trailed off, the last vestige of affection in her eyes being ruthlessly torn away. You are just like my detestable mother. You will never understand that I am the best choice. Shen Nanzhi and Appo's mockery intensified, the icy blue energy surrounding him radiating an aura of unyielding cold. To me, Maima is the best. As for you, you are but a target for my wrath. Anger and hatred morphed into Zhou Qing's icy arrows aimed at Shen Nanzhi. Let us see who shall slay whom. At that moment, a silver figure leaped from the horde of zombies, charging directly at Shen Nanzhi. Zhou Qing, holding a syringe, glinted with madness in her eyes. Shen Nanzhi, I have changed my mind. I want to kill you. Instead, I shall make you my most loyal servant, living your life forever at my feet, devoid of self. She seemed to have lost her sanity, muttering incessantly. Yes, I will turn you into a zombie. Chain you to me, and you will never escape. Shen Nanzhi chuckled coldly. You can dream of that after you die. An ice wall erupted before him, and the charging figure collided violently with it, being thrown back several meters. Yet, the figure quickly rose again, rushing toward the ice wall. The moonlight illuminated the icy surface, revealing her true identity, a woman who had seemingly lost her senses, a patient from the asylum who had spent her days weeping over a pillow in the courtyard. Now, she stood before him. Shen Nanzhi displayed no hint of surprise, his gaze fixed coldly on Zhou Qing. The woman raged, pummeling the ice wall with wild fury. With each punch, the thick ice began to emit cracking sounds. Zhou Qing's expression was deranged. Her ability was of the metal element, allowing her body to transform into the hardest steel. Anan, how long can your ice withstand this? But her answer came in the form of Shen Nanzhi's unleashed lightning. Blue arcs darting through the night like a dancing dragon, swiftly ensnaring the woman. Her metallic form accelerated the conduction of electricity, and in an instant, she convulsed before collapsing, charred and smoking. The woman's demise evoked no emotion from Zhou Qing. She had merely been a pawn to test Shen Nanzhi, and her death was inconsequential. Zhou Qing rapidly unleashed her ice abilities, sending numerous ice spikes toward Shen Nanzhi. Yet he simply extended a hand, a golden light shimmering as a golden barrier materialized, effortlessly blocking all the ice projectiles. The shattered ice shards scattered in every direction. Zhou Qing and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, "How do you possess metal abilities?" Shen Nanzhi scoffed, "There is much you do not know." With a flash of determination, Zhou Qing retrieved another syringe, aiming its needle at Shen Nanzhi as he approached. The liquid splattered upon impact, sizzling against the ice surface as he evaded her attack. Yet, when he turned back, Zhou Qing had vanished. Alarmed, he furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings warily. Suddenly, a fire erupted in the direction of the ancient residence. Shen Nanzhi's expression shifted drastically. "Maima." He dashed toward the manor, his eyes fixated on the flames, his heart pounding with anxiety. Meanwhile, several figures stealthily approached the manor's perimeter. The interior was cloaked in darkness. They exchanged glances and hand signals before advancing further. But the house was empty. As they sought to retreat, it was too late. In the shadows, a figure darted swiftly, striking with precision and claiming several lives in an instant. It was Shen Nanfeng. After dispatching a few assailants, he quickly turned to the corner, where Lin Maimai signaled him quietly. He responded with a gesture, indicating she should remain hidden, having sensed the approaching danger. Once Lin Maimai had concealed herself behind the fireplace again, he cautiously approached the entrance. The previously retreating zombies began to converge again. Unlike before when they were deliberately led away, these seemed to be driven by something pursuing them. He considered venturing out to investigate. But the memory of his brother's warning stayed his hand. Coupled with the sudden silence of the voice he had heard earlier, his vigilance heightened. The growls of the zombies drew nearer. He silently counted in his mind, tightening his grip on his dagger as he reached 27. At 50, he swung behind him, the sharp blade whistling through the air before being caught firmly by a large hand. Shen Nanfeng was taken aback, but joy quickly filled his eyes. "Brother, you're back." Shen Nanzhi nodded, his vision unfazed by the darkness as he swiftly scanned the area, but failed to spot the figure he sought. His gaze turned icy. "Where's Maima?" Shen Nanfeng pointed toward the fireplace. "She is there." Shen Nanzhi rushed to the fireplace, revealing Lin Maimai and Apos' slightly pale face, along with the glimmering dagger poised threateningly against her neck, and Zhou Qing's bloodshot, frenzied eyes. Chapter 31. Despair, Revised, Dawn and Damp. Apos, T-Move. A wild madness erupted in Zhou Qing's eyes. Shen Nanzhi and Shen Nanfeng followed her gaze to see an empty syringe on the ground. Meanwhile, a distinct syringe mark marred Lin Maimai's delicate neck. "If you don't want her to die, it would be wise to heed my words." As she spoke, the dagger in her hand pressed slowly against Lin Maimai, crimson blood seeping from her tender skin. Not much, but enough to make Shen Nanzhi's pupils tremble. At that moment, the growls of zombies drew alarmingly close, mere minutes away from reaching them. Zhou Qing's eyes brimmed with insanity as she forced Lin Maimai to stand upright. Shen Nanzhi regarded her coldly, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the tense air, while the crimson hue in his gaze intensified. "What do you want?" To Zhou Qing, this question sounded like an admission of weakness and submission from Shen Nanzhi. She couldn't suppress her laughter, indifferent to whether her mirth would attract the zombie's attention. With a swift motion, she tossed a syringe filled with a sedative to the ground. "I trust you know what this is. If you inject it, I shall release her." This was a serum capable of suppressing Shen Nanzhi's abilities. A malicious revelation Zhou Qing had previously shared with Lin Maimai. Now, unable to speak, Lin Maimai could only blink desperately, hoping he would disregard Zhou Qing's commands. Shen Nanfeng seized Shen Nanzhi and Apos' arm. "Brother, the old woman cannot be trusted." Yet, Zhou Qing offered him no time to hesitate. The dagger swiftly sliced into Lin Maimai and Apos' arm, blood gushing forth. An unusual fragrance momentarily perplexed Zhou Qing, but she quickly grasped the implication. In that instant, the hatred in her eyes could almost manifest as arrows aimed at Shen Nanzhi. You actually used it on her? Shen Nanzhi remained silent, his gaze fixated on Lin Maimai. As blood flowed, his sanity was gradually consumed by madness. His silence only deepened Zhou Qing's animosity. Do you realize that was the only serum? It was her ultimate goal all along. For years, she believed he had lost his memory of that experiment, hence forgetting where the serum was kept. Now, she felt both pitiful and absurd. It turned out he had always known that it had always been within his grasp. In the end, he had easily given it to the woman who betrayed and harmed him. At this moment, she had completely lost her mind. She longed to tear Shen Nanzhi apart. No, she wanted to destroy Lin Maimai, the one who had liberated Shen Nanzhi from her control, the one who had derailed her plans entirely. Her eyes burned with frenzy and madness. Zombies surged into the ancient Shen residence once more. Zhou Qing escalated her threats, pressing the dagger closer to Lin Maimai's neck, blood seeping onto her collar. Before long, it was stained a vivid red. Shen Nanzhi watched her coldly, the crimson in his eyes threatening to ignite, his breath gradually constricting. Do you dare? Zhou Qing laughed. Why wouldn't I? As she spoke, the dagger pressed even closer. Hurry, Anan, you know my patience is wearing thin. In her urgency, she kicked the syringe on the ground, escalating the pressure. Lin Maimai was oblivious to what Zhou Qing had injected her with. She only felt her body slowly stiffening. Initially unable to speak, she now understood clearly that her throat had been cut, though the wound was not extensive. Aside from the sticky warmth of blood coursing down her neck, she felt no pain. This familiar sensation sent chills down her spine, reminiscent of her early days in the underground auction house. They had discovered that keeping her conscious of the pain would yield more effective data, leading to a cessation of that particular serum's use. Zhou Qing was, indeed, linked to that underground auction house from her past life. And Gu Yisen, he, too, had been reborn and allied with Zhou Qing. At this moment, Lin Maimai felt astonishingly lucid, as if the fog that had obscured her mind was tearing apart. She vaguely sensed that everything was tied to Shen Nanzhi. Yet, she lacked the energy to ponder further, for the zombies were closing in. Shen Nanzhi had retrieved the syringe from the ground. Seeing him remove the cap, Lin Maimai blinked in a frenzy. Shen Nanfeng attempted to intervene, but was thrown aside by Shen Nanzhi. Brother, with no way to dissuade him, Shen Nanfeng gritted his teeth and turned to attack Zhou Qing. But in the next instant, his body became immobilized. It was Zhou Qing. No wonder the zombies had surrounded them, but did not attack. It wasn't only Gu Yisen who possessed psychic abilities. She could wield them too. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she gazed at Shen Nanzhi with a sinister smile. Oh, do you not know Gu Yisen? Would you like to know who he is? Don't. Lin Maimai's heart clenched painfully. If I tell you he is the man Lin Maimai loves most, a man for whom she would willingly sacrifice her body and life, would you regret treating me this way? The air felt as if it had solidified. Zhou Qing erupted in laughter. Shen Nanzhi, do you not find this utterly ridiculous? Lin Maimai's breath momentarily halted. She opened her mouth, desperate to explain, to clarify that it wasn't true, but no sound escaped her lips. She could only weep helplessly. Shen Nanzhi's body trembled slightly, the crimson veins in his eyes threatening to burst forth. The serum he held shattered suddenly, shards piercing his hand, blood flowing freely. Some zombies began to stir, but then they fell silent once more. Zhou Qing observed Shen Nanzhi, not in anger but rather in amusement. It seemed the more he suffered, the more exhilarated she became, her demeanor growing increasingly frenzied. Are you regretting giving that serum to this woman? That was our last hope. Easily bestowed upon a woman who never loved you, one who is merely using you. As she spoke, the hatred in her eyes morphed into malice. Do you wish to kill her? I can assist you. Shen Nanzhi lowered his head, his dark hair obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet Lin Maimai could distinctly sense the ferocity radiating from him. Zhou Qing, like a serpent enticing its prey, offered him a dagger. Lin Maimai is right here. Just one strike, and you shall know no more pain. Kill her, and no one can exploit you again. You will become the ruler of this world. Shen Nanzhi grasped the dagger tightly, his knuckles turning white. Lin Maimai's tears cascaded down her cheeks. She did not wish to cry, yet at that moment, she felt a profound sense of despair, akin to the desolation she had felt lying on that cold experimental table in her previous life. Chapter 32, Powers Out of Control, Revised. Shen Nanzhi slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that were terrifying to behold. The veins on the back of his hand protruded prominently, and a fierce aura enveloped him, rapidly encasing his form in a thick layer of ice. The cold emanated from him, Zhou Qing's eyes sparkled with immense anticipation as she urged him desperately. Hey, it doesn't matter. As long as you kill Lin Maimai, you will be free, just. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Nanzhi suddenly lifted his gaze, the dagger in his hand aimed directly at her face. Zhou Qing's pupils constricted sharply as she swiftly pulled Lin Maimai in front of her for protection. In the next moment, however, a tremendous force sent her flying, and Lin Maimai slipped from her grasp. She reached out to grab her, only to be violently kicked to the ground. A splatter of blood erupted from her mouth. As she struggled to rise, disbelief washed over her as she gazed at Shen Nanzhi. His gaze was frigid, chilling like the ice encasing him, evoking a sense of dread. You. Yet before she could utter a word, she was met with Shen Nanfeng's long leg flying toward her once more. She hastily raised her elbows to shield herself, catching a glimpse of Shen Nanzhi squatting before Lin Maimai, gently wiping the grime from her face. In that instant, Zhou Qing felt as if her insides were reduced to ashes. Her teeth clenched in fury. Shen Nanzhi, you old hag, your opponent is me. The dagger in Shen Nanfeng's hand struck with sudden ferocity, and she barely managed to evade it, only to feel a long gash open on her cheek. Blood splattering into the air. She had no time to cry out in pain. She felt herself falling into a frigid abyss. Glancing down, she saw thick frost rising beneath her, trapping her feet to the ground, rendering her immobile. In that moment, it was impossible to discern whether the pain on her face or the anguish in her heart was more profound. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and even her breath was laden with cold. Gritting her teeth, she frantically searched for Shen Nanzhi, but all she could see were ice walls descending from above. Finally, she caught sight of the outside world. The sight plunged her into a chasm of terror. The zombies she had once controlled were now frozen into lifeless ice sculptures. As the last ice wall descended, she watched in horror as those frozen figures shattered into fragments. The icy prison was complete, and she was trapped like a turtle in a jar. Meanwhile, Shen Nanzhi remained calm, cradling Lin Maimai as he walked slowly. In that moment, the only sound in the room was the cracking of ice, and even the air seemed to freeze into ice particles under the overwhelming chill. The ice continued to spread, extending from Shen Nanzhi's feet outward. Every zombie it touched was instantly encased in ice. Everything within sight was ensconced in thick layers of frost. Lin Maimai remained stiff in Shen Nanzhi's embrace, too afraid to move. His aura was frigid, penetrating to her very marrow, sending shivers down her spine. It was not until he set her down onto the sofa that Lin Maimai felt she could breathe again. However, the moment his icy hand touched her skin, she involuntarily trembled. Yet, he was merely brushing the ice shards from her face, doing so with meticulous care, even tenderness. As his hand glided along her neck and arm, a water-blue energy swiftly healed her wounds, reminiscent of how his own injuries had mended after absorbing her powers. But Lin Maimai couldn't help but burst into tears. Crystal droplets cascaded down her cheeks, falling onto his hand and blurring her vision. She wanted to explain, but struggled to find the words. Zhou Qing and Apos' claims were rooted in truth, revelations she had feared to confess from the very beginning. Despite the inaccuracies, Lin Maimai could not deny that in her past life, she had indeed loved Gu Yisen. At that moment, Zhou Qing's frenzied screams pierced through the air. Through the thick ice wall, Lin Maimai couldn't discern her curses. Yet she distinctly heard Gu Yisen's name. It was this name that caused Shen Nanzhi's actions to falter for an instant, more cold air surging from his being. Lin Maimai found her breath growing labored, for in Shen Nanzhi's gaze, she no longer saw the affection and possessiveness he once held for her. Instead, his eyes brimmed with a strange ferocity and cruelty. In that moment, Lin Maimai felt Shen Nanzhi was like a bowstring taut to its limit, unable to withstand even the slightest external force, no matter how light, like a feather. He slowly withdrew his hand and rose. Lin Maimai's nerves frayed to their breaking point. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing, confined in her icy prison, let out a piercing wail. Shadows of something continuously pierced through her body. Blood seeped from beneath the ice, a vivid crimson crawling across the transparent surface. Lin Maimai's heart lurched, and she instinctively stood up. However, the moment she moved, Shen Nanzhi's gaze locked onto her. His blood-red eyes were so cold they seemed to penetrate her very soul. In a panic, Lin Maimai lowered her head, avoiding his stare. The next moment, she felt his grip on her hand, and the moment their skin touched, the bone-chilling sensation nearly rendered her breathless. Calmly, Shen Nanzhi led her to the icy prison, holding Zhou Qing. The ice wall parted before him, revealing Zhou Qing's blood-soaked figure pressed against the ice. Her body was riddled with wounds, Yet upon meeting Shen Nanzhi's gaze, she immediately smiled, her laughter echoing with madness and unrestrained malevolence. Haraha, Shen Nanzhi, you have lost control. Once you lose control, death awaits you, just as it awaits me. Haraha. She laughed until tears streamed down her face. But more than her tears, her blood flowed as more ice arrows pierced her body. Her limp form could only emit muffled groans of helplessness until, ultimately, she could no longer produce even a whimper, collapsing into a soft, formless mass. Brother, Lin Maimai called out softly. She wished to tell him that Zhou Qing could not die. She needed to ask Zhou Qing what losing control meant, and why Shen Nanzhi's loss of control would lead to death. Yet the coldness in Shen Nanzhi's eyes offered no warmth. His blood-red gaze revealed no hint of emotion. Desperately, she turned to seek Shen Nanfeng, but his presence was nowhere to be found in the room. A wave of panic surged within her. When had he sent Shen Nanfeng away? Why had he done so? What was Shen Nanzhi planning? The boundless dread within her grew exponentially under Zhou Qing's bloodied, terrifying smile. Shen Nanzhi's hand lifted slightly, and Zhou Qing's limp body was pulled toward him uncontrollably, crashing heavily against the ice wall, her neck caught within his grip. Where's Gu Yisen? His voice was cold and calm, as mechanical as a machine. In response, Zhou Qing could only laugh silently, her lips moving in a frenzy. Her eyes filled with mad malice. You are destined to perish, and Lin Maimai will seek him out. They will reunite, while you shall be consigned to oblivion. She will care not for you, nor will she remember you in the days to come. Shen Nanzhi's powerful hand gripped her tightly, his eyes reflecting an increasingly intense madness and cruelty. Zhou Qing's complexion gradually shifted to a deep purplish hue, ultimately revealing a smile that was wicked to the extreme. Shen Nanzhi, I await you. Lin Maimai watched helplessly as she slipped from Shen Nanzhi's grasp, collapsing to the ground. A smile lingered on her face. Yet she was already lifeless. Shen Nanzhi slowly turned around, his blood-red pupils transforming into slitted orbs. Multiple strands of extraordinary powers intertwined around him. As lightning crackled and an icy chill pervaded the air, his surroundings had transformed into a raging inferno, thoroughly ensnaring Lin Maimai within its grasp. Chapter 33, Crisis of Explosion, revised. As Zhou Qing had stated, Shen Nanzhi had lost control, utterly and completely. His extraordinary abilities spiraled out of control, and his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. He stood there, illuminated by the flames, embodying a calmness laced with madness. His voice was entwined with a terrifying frenzy. I will not allow anyone to covet you, not a soul. Therefore, my mind, let us perish together. Only in death will you remain by my side, eternally belonging to me. He extended his hand, and a myriad of electrical currents danced at his fingertips, resembling serpents of electricity. The moment they made contact, they would swarm and ensnare their target mercilessly. The dread of death threatened to engulf Lin Maimai's fragile sanity. Her gaze fell upon the lifeless Zhou Qing on the ground, and she recalled Gu Yisen's hasty retreat. The brutal memories of her past life flashed before her like a fleeting panorama. A profound sense of unwillingness propelled her forward rather than retreating, compelling her to grasp Shen Nanzhi's hand. His breathing seemed to steady slightly. At least he did not harm her as she approached. This instilled a glimmer of hope within Lin Maimai. Slowly, she lifted her head, pouting with a face full of grievance. Brother, why do you never trust me? You always claim I will leave. Why would I? It is your distrust that drives me away, regardless of who it is. A mere word from anyone makes you think I dislike you and wish to leave. But I have come into this life for you. What she thought would be comforting words fell unexpectedly flat. His gaze darkened with murderous intent as he fixated on her eyes, asking each word with chilling precision. Who is Gu Yisen? Lin Maimai's mind raced. She had disclosed everything during her explanation, except for Gu Yisen's name. But now, she could not reveal it. Suddenly, she burst into tears like a wronged child, unleashing her pent-up frustrations. Brother, why do you never believe me? You always frighten me. And that is why I am afraid. Shen Nanzhi fell silent, yet his breath grew increasingly erratic. A hand, burned and bloodied by the raging flames, stealthily reached behind Lin Maimai. She discreetly accepted the sedative, tucking it into her pocket. The heat of the flames reddened her cheeks, and sweat mingled with tears on her face. Actually, her voice dwindled, as if the fire had melted her words away. Stammering, the more she tried to articulate her thoughts, the less she could express them. Even when attempting to deceive, those 3 words remained unutterable. Anxiety and fear caused her grip on the sedative to slacken, as did her hold on his hand. The moment their fingertips parted, Shen Nanzhi's powers surged violently once more. Lin Maimai, you truly are deceiving me, he roared, his eyes transforming into fierce golden-red slits. The electricity in his hand morphed into bolts of lightning, weaving an intricate web above them. Then came the fire, as he gathered all his powers into a colossal fireball. The immense energy caused everything in the room to tremble violently. Lin Maimai could only watch in horror. Such a vast force, once unleashed, could obliterate this ancient residence, leaving a gaping pit in its wake. He was indeed determined to destroy himself, along with her. Shen Nanfeng's suppressed voice echoed from beyond the wall of flames. Hurry. If this drags on, brother will be overwhelmed by this force. Lin Maimai inhaled deeply, trembling as she clutched the syringe, gripping Shen Nanzhi's arm. Just as her fingertips were about to graze his skin, a violent current surged forth, flinging her hand away. In the next moment, he seized her hand again. As if sinking deeper into madness, reality and hallucination intertwining. Is Maimai leaving again? His low voice quickly turned accusatory. Am I not good enough for you? There are always reasons for you to depart. Why is that? Lin Maimai abruptly jabbed the syringe into his neck, gritting her teeth and forcing all her frustration down. Only when the syringe was empty did she release her grip. However, before her hand could withdraw from Shen Nanzhi, his blood-red eyes snapped open, trapping her within his embrace. I have finally captured you. This time, no one shall take you from me. He fiercely bit her lip, as if attempting to devour her whole. Lin Maimai found herself ensnared in his arms, unable to move, passively enduring his wrath and frenzy, along with his disquiet and resentment. Silently, Shen Nanfeng appeared behind Shen Nanzhi, delivering a precise blow to the back of his neck. In that instant, his gaze locked onto hers, despair radiating from his eyes, rendering Lin Maimai momentarily frozen. The surrounding powers dissipated as Shen Nanzhi's energy waned. Yet the crisis was far from resolved. A torrent of energy still surged within Shen Nanzhi's body. They found themselves in the secret laboratory hidden within the Shen family's ancient residence, far from the zombies above. Lin Yang had exhausted all available resources, but Shen Nanzhi's condition showed no signs of improvement. Shen Nanfeng, frantic and disregarding his own injuries, paced back and forth. Lin Maimai sat beside Shen Nanzhi, feeling his hand tightly clasped around hers. Nangji's situation is dire. If we cannot expel this energy, he will explode. A chill gripped Lin Maimai's heart. She gazed at the comatose man, brow furrowed even in unconsciousness, and softly asked, Is there truly no way? Tears glistened in Lin Yang's eyes, his mouth filled with bitterness. Unless someone can absorb it. Shen Nanfeng strode over, grasping Shen Nanzhi's hand, intending to absorb the energy himself. But soon, blood trickled from his lips, and he was flung back. The bitterness in Lin Yang's gaze deepened. I tried just now. Nangji's energy is too immense and encompasses multiple forms. We cannot absorb it. Even a mere touch feels like 1,000 thorns piercing the body. Lin Maimai could sense Shen Nanzhi's energy through their clasped hands. Strangely, she did not experience the sharp pain Lin Yang had described. She tentatively attempted to channel a bit of her energy into him. Not only was she not repelled, but she felt her energy being drawn in. In the next moment, her eyes widened in terror. Her energy was being siphoned away, reminiscent of the time Shen Nanzhi had been injured. But now, with his energy on the verge of explosion, if he absorbed more of hers, she bit her lip and pulled back with all her might. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not reclaim it. Instead, he absorbed even more. Gradually, she began to feel faint, her consciousness slipping away. Before she knew it, a wave of profound drowsiness engulfed her, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the hall before them, a dark figure emerged beside Zhou Qing. The wandering zombies in the room seemed oblivious, continuing their aimless movements. The shadow crouched down, checking Zhou Qing's pulse, then produced a vial, administering it to her. Had I arrived even a moment later, your curtain would have truly fallen. The voice was indistinguishable as either male or female, yet it carried a hint of amusement. Once the vial of potion had been consumed, the shadowy figure glanced around before bending down to lift Zhou Qing onto their shoulder. Shen Nanzhi, I eagerly await our encounter. Do not succumb so easily in the meantime. With that, the shadow vanished into the darkness, carrying Zhou Qing away. Chapter 34. Gaps in Memory, Revised. Lin Maimai was acutely aware that she was ensnared in a dream. The figure of Shen Nanzhi before her was strikingly youthful, bearing the countenance of an innocent boy. Yet this very youth exuded a profound coldness, an indifference that belied his years, and apathy towards himself and the world around him. She followed him into a dim, frigid chamber, observing as he lay expressionless within a testing pod. As the lid sealed shut, he stared blankly at the ceiling above. The room was cluttered with an array of instruments, each illuminated by a myriad of lights and intricate tubes. As the lights flickered on, Lin Maimai turned to see an exquisitely beautiful woman entering the space. The woman first inspected the various devices, ensuring their proper function before returning to the testing pod. "Anan, do not blame your mother," she spoke, her voice laced with an unsettling fervor. "I wanted you to experience a normal life, but now you are all that remains. The other subjects have all failed, including myself." She was indeed Shen Nanzhi's mother. Lin Maimai floated forward, expecting to witness a mother consumed by guilt and anguish. Instead, the woman's eyes sparkled with a strange fanaticism, an unsettling contrast to her words of remorse. At that moment, Lin Maimai felt a flicker of relief that the Shen Nanzhi within the pod remained oblivious to this woman's icy demeanor. The woman lingered only briefly before exiting, plunging the room back into darkness, save for a faint blue glow emanating from the pod. The machinery whirred to life, and an unknown liquid began to flow through the tubes connected to the pod. Ultimately, these fluids were injected into Shen Nanzhi's body. His expression shifted from stoicism to one of agony. Pain and sweat marked his features. The excruciating torment compelled him to writhe, the restraints digging deep into his skin. Yet he refrained from uttering a single cry, even as his teeth gnawed his lip into a bloody mess. The scene resonated deeply within Lin Maimai, invoking her empathy for Shen Nanzhi's suffering. Stifling her tears, she leaned against the cover of the pod, knowing well he could neither see nor hear her. Yet, she found herself whispering, "Brother, do not be afraid. Maimai is here with you. Soon, the pain will subside, soon." Her words echoed repeatedly, her tears falling softly upon the lid. Below, the struggling boy gradually quieted, though his gaze remained fixed upon the void above. The shift in scenery was abrupt. Tears still glistened on her cheeks as she found herself in a grand office. The woman she had previously seen, Shen Nanzhi's mother, stood before a desk, her stunning visage marred by a simmering fury. Opposite her sat a man of striking handsomeness. Had he not been older, Lin Maimai might have mistaken him for Shen Nanzhi himself. However, she soon noted the distinguishing mark of a red beauty spot upon his forehead. Under the woman and Appo's almost coercive gaze, the man appeared increasingly anxious. "I want to take Anan. He is our son. You cannot." The woman erupted into laughter, a sound devoid of mirth. "Son, my son, have you forgotten? He is merely a monster possessing our genes." The man fell silent, his cheeks flushed. Whether from anger or suppressed emotion, she could not discern. With a frown, the woman regarded him, and after a brief moment, she rose, her pale hands resting gently on his shoulders as she began to massage them. "Ajay, this is the culmination of generations of research within the Shen family. It must succeed under my watch. Will you not assist me?" The man's expression wavered between conflict and anguish, yet his infatuation with the woman was unmistakable. Hesitantly, he responded, "Can we not wait a few more years, until he graduates and starts a family?" The woman closed her eyes, her fingers tensing with barely suppressed rage. But ultimately, she uttered softly, "I am nearing death. Time is not on my side." This dispute seemed to lack resolution, yet Lin Maimai felt herself ejected from this scene. Once more, she found herself in the dim, cold room, gazing upon Shen Nanzhi in the pod. This time, not only was the woman present, but also an elderly man whom she recognized as his grandfather. She heard the elder inquire, "The data is stable. Why has he not awakened yet?" The woman replied, "In previous trials, we only increased the dosage by 5, and he adapted well. He can handle 50. This time, we took a risk and administered 20, bringing the total to 80, without any signs of rejection." Yet the elder frowned. "The countdown has begun. What I seek is not his adaptation, but his self-awareness. Otherwise." The woman lowered her gaze, an unusual worry creasing her brow. "Father, I have been contemplating whether there exists extraterrestrial DNA within him. After all, the 4 great families discovered it centuries ago, and we know not how long that gene box has remained intact." Lin Maimai was taken aback by the revelation of alien genes within Shen Nanzhi. Unable to restrain herself, she approached the transparent glass dome, peering into the pod. To her astonishment, she realized he was awake. She turned to look at the woman and the elder, only to find them utterly oblivious. In her moment of joy, she turned back to meet Shen Nanzhi's gaze. Had he been watching her all along? This realization jolted her awake from the dream. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Shen Nanzhi's still sleeping visage, and the surroundings remained unchanged. Noticing the absence of Lin Yang and Shen Nanfeng, she pondered their whereabouts just as they entered the room. their faces drawn with concern. Upon seeing her awake, they rushed to assess Shen Nanzhi's condition. After a brief exchange of glances, they both seemed to relax. Looking up, Shen Nanfeng remarked stiffly, "Brother is fine now." Lin Maimai paused, realizing the boy was upset with her. However, she dismissed the thought. Adult matters were often too complex for children to grasp. Now that Shen Nanzhi was stable, it meant he could awaken at any moment. She resolved to prepare a narrative before his return to consciousness, wishing to avoid a repeat of his previous outburst. Oh, and what of Carl, Avon, and Mike? Lin Maimai's question momentarily caught Lin Yang off guard. He hesitantly explained, "They are in my space." Lin Maimai responded with a nonchalant "oh," but his next statement left her in stunned silence. "In the emergency, I had to store them in my space, but they are living beings, and I am uncertain when I can release them." He rubbed his nose, a sign of discomfort. "I've previously locked people inside, so. You can only store them but cannot retrieve them?" Lin Maimai exclaimed, astonished. Yet Shen Nanfeng remained unfazed. "When brother wakes up, he will find a way." Both were individuals whom Shen Nanzhi had deemed trustworthy. Lin Maimai pursed her lips and, after a moment's hesitation, finally spoke up. "Are you aware that my brother possesses extraterrestrial genes within him?" Chapter 35. Arrival of the mysterious organization. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Upon glancing at Lin Yang and Shen Nanfeng, one could discern a heightened sense of gravity and vigilance etched across their brows. Lin Maimai parted her lips, finally realizing her own recklessness. Yet, this was the second time. The first instance involved Shen Nanzhi's blood, through which she had touched a fragment of his memories and unearthed echoes of the past. Now, as their energies intertwined once more, she had once again glimpsed deeper memories, revealing a past that transcended mere dreams. These visions seemed to unlock a new doorway into the unknown aspects of Shen Nanzhi. She recalled the last look he had cast upon her. Did he truly see her, or had she misinterpreted it? Regrettably, she could not return to that dreamscape. The chill in her palm was no longer absolute. His body temperature was rising, indicating he might awaken soon. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Maimai's heart. She lifted her gaze, no longer shying away from their scrutinizing stares, and spoke with utmost seriousness and caution. "I cannot explain how I know this, but I will never harm my brother. Never." Shen Nanfeng's youthful visage was frozen in coldness. Due to Gu Yisen, he now harbored distrust towards Lin Maimai. Or perhaps he was simply angry with her. Lin Yang, unaware of this figure as he had been unconscious at that time, glanced at Shen Nanfeng before stating, "We checked upstairs, and Zhou Qing and Appo's body is missing. There are no bloodstains or remains on the floor. Clearly, this was not the work of the zombies." Lin Maimai was momentarily taken aback. Considering her previous conjectures, she could not help but ask, could it be that someone has been here? Did he take Zhou Qing's body? But why take it? What could the purpose be? These questions loomed enigmatically. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Xiao Feng and I surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the zombies, there were no other traces. Shen Nanfeng's voice was cold as he remarked, "If someone had come, it would have inevitably stirred the zombies. There are no signs of a struggle above, nor are there any new zombie corpses." He approached Shen Nanzhi, gazing down at his serene face, and the tears that had gathered in his eyes were forcibly suppressed. "I don't know when my brother will wake up. We need to leave here quickly. Something big is approaching from the mountain." At this, he bit down hard on his lip, loathing his own helplessness for being unable to provide more protection for his brother at such a critical moment. Lin Maimai stared intently at Shen Nanzhi's face. Waves of unease crashed upon her, as if there were no intention of granting Shen Nanzhi a moment and Appo's respite. She was uncertain whether the threat was an individual or an organization, but the sensation of being a mere pawn in another's game was decidedly unpleasant. Suddenly, she stood up. "Xiao Feng, you carry my brother. We must leave immediately." Lin Yang opened his mouth but was immediately countered by Lin Maimai. "No. You cannot use your spatial abilities any longer. Teleportation is out of the question. You've been overexerting yourself. And it has become a pressing issue as to when Mike and the others will emerge, at least until Shen Nanzhi awakens." They were devoid of combat capability. She could not risk allowing Lin Yang to utilize his powers again. If they were trapped inside, leaving only Lin Yang to face the inevitable demise would be a grave mistake. Clearly, Shen Nanfeng shared this sentiment. Without hesitation, he hoisted Shen Nanzhi onto his back. Lin Maimai closely followed, careful to avoid hindering his movement with her connected hand to Shen Nanzhi. Lin Yang, fully aware of his own situation, cooperatively accepted the short-barreled pistol and dagger that Shen Nanfeng handed over. As the four of them exited the laboratory, they were met with an overwhelming horde of zombies outside. Their acute senses immediately detected the approaching figures, causing them to roar and surge towards the group. This way, Shen Nanfeng pivoted and dashed towards the western garden. Passing through there would lead them directly into the woods, the quickest route down the mountain. The plan seemed sound. However, reality proved to be starkly unyielding. There, they were confronted with an even greater concentration of zombies. The ground was littered with fresh corpses, reduced to mere bloody skeletons. Having been devoured, the scattered blood-stained clothing and discarded gear indicated that these were not the same individuals Zhou Qing had brought. Shen Nanfeng's expression darkened. The Shen family mansion was exceedingly concealed, perched atop a mountain yet enveloped by dense foliage, making it difficult to detect. These individuals were well-equipped, undoubtedly prepared for an encounter. They had no time to meticulously investigate. However, with the overwhelming number of zombies, it would be challenging for Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang to carve out an escape route, and Lin Maimai, lacking in marksmanship, had a low hit rate. Even if they chose to abandon this path and retreat, the zombies had already caught wind of their presence and were surging towards them. Their only option was to press forward, despite the daunting challenge ahead. Before long, beads of perspiration dotted the foreheads of the three. Their breaths growing labored as fatigue set in, while the zombies seemed inexhaustible. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them. The relentless vibrations destabilized their footing, and several times they narrowly escaped being seized by the zombies. Cold sweat trickled down Shen Nanfeng's forehead as he adjusted Shen Nanzhi's weight, gritting his teeth and stating, "That large creature is coming." Lin Maimai glanced back to see an enormous zombie, towering over 2 meters, staggering towards them. Its movement was slower than the common zombies below, but its strength was formidable. Lin Maimai watched in horror as it effortlessly dismantled a nearby small building and crushed a wall that obstructed its path. With the barriers gone, the zombies surged forth like a tide. Suddenly, a beam of bright light descended upon them, accompanied by the whirring sound of helicopter blades. 3 helicopters appeared overhead, and long ropes were lowered as a group of masked individuals clad in specialized gear descended with machine guns. The ensuing barrage of gunfire lasted for what felt like an eternity, approximately 10 minutes, until silence enveloped the area, leaving not a single zombie in sight. The colossal zombie, too, fell under the combined assault of the 4, its head severed and rolling away into the darkness. A man, a dagger tucked at his waist, strode confidently before them. His face was obscured by a mask, but his piercing eyes surveyed the quartet, eventually settling upon Shen Nanzhi. "Shen Nanzhi, huh?" he uttered without further elaboration, while a man behind him let out a scornful snort. Shen Nanfeng's gaze swept across them, realizing that the corpses they had encountered earlier belonged to their group. He retorted with a sardonic smile, "It appears you've also suffered significant losses. Your capabilities seem rather ordinary." Anger flared in the man's eyes as he gripped his weapon, prepared to advance, but the leading man restrained him with a firm hand. "Let us not forget our mission." Though begrudgingly, the man retreated. The leader then produced an iPad from his chest, checking it before announcing, "I am Zhang Jinfei, dispatched to rescue you. Please board the helicopter. We must evacuate promptly." Without regard for their attitudes, she swiftly collected her iPad and turned towards the descending helicopter. Lin Maimai gently tapped Shen Nanfeng's shoulder. "We need a secure location where my brother can take the time to recuperate. For now, they seem trustworthy." Just moments ago, Lin Maimai struggled to recall, only feeling that the man's eyes were strikingly familiar. It wasn't until he turned and she noticed the subtle limp in his right foot that she recognized him. Zhang Jinfei, known for his unwavering integrity. In her previous life, she had glimpsed him from a distance once, only to later hear that he had gone to Longhua Base, where he met a tragic end during a mission besieged by numerous zombies. Shen Nanfeng pursed his lips and ultimately followed in silence. Lin Yang whispered beside them, "I am diligently regaining my abilities. Should the situation turn dire, I will activate my teleportation at the first opportunity." The helicopter gradually ascended into the sky. As Lin Maimai gazed down at the Shen family mansion, gradually shrouded in darkness, she felt a vague sense that this journey might just unveil the enigmatic veil that hung over the chessboard of fate. Chapter 36. The struggles of a beautiful woman. The helicopter carried them for over an hour, finally entering a remote mountainous area. From above, it appeared to be a vast expanse of pristine white snow. However, after circling twice, the helicopter gradually revealed a massive opening concealed beneath the snow. As the helicopter descended and fully entered the cavern, a steel cover slowly closed off the entrance, cutting them off from the outside world. The cavern was immense, spacious enough to house hundreds of aircraft, with an overwhelming number of vehicles beyond counting. Led by the man, Lin Maimai and her companions disembarked from the helicopter and boarded a jeep, driving deeper into the cavern. Shen Nanzhi remained unconscious, resting against her shoulder, oblivious to their surroundings. Yet, their presence attracted countless curious gazes. Lin Maimai felt out of place. It had been so long since she had encountered such a crowd, whether in her past life or the present. The prolonged exposure to scrutiny made her acutely sensitive to others and Appo's stares, allowing her to discern malice from kindness almost instantaneously. This realization drained color from her face, but when Lin Yang cast a puzzled glance her way, she shook her head slightly while gripping Shen Nanzhi and Appo's hand more tightly. After 15 minutes of traversing the expansive underground passage, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Before them lay a corridor lined with rooms, and upon their arrival, nearly everyone inside emerged to observe. Jiang Jinfeng led them to a slightly larger chamber and, with an impassive expression, instructed them to rest there until Shen Nanzhi awakened, at which point arrangements would be made for them to meet the boss. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Maimai surveyed the room, noting the ample facilities, at least a bed and a small bathroom. The chamber contained 6 bunk beds. Shen Nanfeng carefully laid Shen Nanzhi on one of the lower bunks. From the outset, Lin Yang stood watch by the door, his demeanor alert. Outside, voices echoed, but no one approached, which eased Lin Maimai's tension considerably. Suddenly, Shen Nanfeng inquired, "Sister, do you know where we are?" Lin Maimai nodded gently. "If I am not mistaken, we are at the Longhua base." In her previous life, the apocalypse had birthed 8 major bases, with Longhua being the most enigmatic. It was said to be established within the snow-capped mountains of the northwest. During that time, whether it was ability users or other smaller bases, everyone sought to establish a connection with Longhua, as it was renowned for its vast arsenal and abundant resources. Regrettably, Longhua rarely accepted ability users unless they were exceptionally powerful. Those who undertook missions for Longhua were notoriously tight-lipped about their base, rendering any inquiries or attempts at bribery futile. Lin Maimai never anticipated that they would so easily gain entry into Longhua, especially being deliberately brought here. It felt as though unseen forces had been observing them, waiting for the opportune moment to bring them to this place. The sensation unsettled her. "Sister, will they harm brother?" In response to Shen Nanfeng's question, Lin Maimai shook her head, her gaze unwavering from Shen Nanzhi's face. No, they must have some ulterior motive. Yet, she remained uncertain about what they sought from Shen Nanzhi. Was it possible that brother's secrets had been uncovered? Lin Maimai forced a bitter smile, fearing that Shen Nanzhi had been under their surveillance all along. Her silence ignited Shen Nanfeng's pent-up anger. He growled in a restrained voice, "Is this what you call trustworthy?" Lin Maimai had no retort. She questioned herself. Had she known from the start that Jiang Jinfeng was affiliated with Longhua, would she still have chosen to come along? The answer was undoubtedly yes. At that moment, they had no alternatives. This realization likely dawned on Jiang Jinfeng as well, which is why he had turned to leave after delivering his message, confident that they would follow. Her prolonged silence only intensified Shen Nanfeng's frustration. He gritted his teeth, declaring, "I should never have trusted your words." Just then, a figure from the gathering outside approached and knocked on their door. Lin Yang glanced back at them, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly opened the door. A loud whistle resonated within the small room. "Well, I never expected such a striking little lady to be among you." With golden short hair, striking blue eyes, and fair skin, the man, despite speaking with a swagger, evoked no ire. He leaned in to glimpse Shen Nanzhi on the bed, but Shen Nanfeng blocked his view. The man rubbed his nose, grinning as he asked, "What levels are you all? If Captain Jiang personally came to fetch you, you must at least be at level 2. Noticing the trio's silence, he paused. "You can't possibly be unaware, can you?" He quickly dismissed the notion. That shouldn't be the case. Captain Jiang and Appo's first step in retrieving individuals is to assess their ability attributes, followed by rating them. How can you not know this? In her previous life, the emergence of ability ratings began 6 months after the onset of the apocalypse, initially instituted by the Jiang and base due to resource allocation. The hierarchy dictated that those with higher ability levels received greater shares of supplies and held higher status within the base. As the apocalypse progressed and resources dwindled, coupled with the sudden influx of newly emerged ability users, the rating system became increasingly refined. However, Longhua had never participated in this system. At that moment, Lin Maimai felt overwhelmed. Just then, another man sidled up to the golden-haired individual. Lin Maimai recognized him as one of those who had come to retrieve them. The same person who had nearly clashed with Shen Nanzhi earlier. Now unmasked, his derision was unmistakable. I thought the boss sent Captain Jiang to fetch someone impressive. But it turns out to be a weakling. A few of our brothers died for this? How infuriating. The golden-haired man's playful demeanor faded, his expression darkening. Who died? He glanced at Lin Maimai and her companions, then gently patted the shoulder of the golden-haired man. A few brothers who just arrived yesterday, dead on their first mission. All for a bunch of useless trash. His words rendered the corridor silent. The onlookers' gazes toward Shen Nanzhi and the others shifted, filled with disdain and hostility. The man, having achieved his intent, shoved his hands into his pockets and cast a sidelong glance at Shen Nanzhi before letting his gaze linger on Lin Maimai. The unabashed scrutiny made Lin Maimai's brow furrow instantly. Yet, he did not relent, encroaching further into the room, ignoring the unconscious Shen Nanzhi on the bed, and leaned closer to Lin Maimai. Little girl, do you know who struggles the most in the apocalypse? Noticing her evasive eyes, the man's enthusiasm grew. It's beautiful women. Without a strong protector, they become mere playthings for men. Chapter 37, Bloodthirsty Brutality, revised. Lin Maimai was strikingly beautiful. With her long, flowing black hair, large bright eyes, and fair, delicate skin, her soft and gentle voice combined with her petite stature made her resemble a charming Barbie doll. Such exquisite beauty was irresistibly appealing. And in this current world, as well as before the apocalypse, such looks would have driven men wild with desire. Take, for instance, Gu Yisen's actions in her past life, where he exchanged Lin Maimai for an unimaginable amount of resources. Initially, he held some semblance of a moral compass, but as time passed, he became utterly devoid of it. Any resource would prompt him to readily part with Lin Maimai without a flicker of hesitation. Now, the gazes of those around her evoked memories of that unbearable past. The cold glimmer in Shen Nanzhi and Appo's eyes deepened. Get lost, he barked, his voice imbued with a chilling aura. The man before him, a frail and youthful figure, dismissed Shen Nanzhi's threat entirely. Merely a child, he thought. One punch from him would likely send the boy crying for his mother. At that moment, he was merely posturing in front of the lovely girl. The man's gaze lingered on Lin Maimai and Appo's tender face, revealing a growing lewd desire. The more he looked, the more he found himself enamored. His mind raced with unseemly thoughts, his heart racing with a sensation akin to a cat's claws scratching at him, his flushed cheeks betraying his excitement. Those accompanying him joined in with malicious laughter. Lin Yang, small of stature, turned crimson with rage. Shen Nanzhi whispered in his ear, "Calm down. This isn't a battle for you or me to fight on behalf of our sister." He gestured meaningfully toward Shen Nanzhi, who remained blissfully unconscious. Their silence was perceived as weakness by others, emboldening the man's gaze to become even more brazen. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stepped closer to Lin Maimai. His voice low but laced with menace. "Here, I can easily dictate your fate. Do you know who I am?" The predatory gleam in his eyes intensified. Convinced that once he revealed his identity, Lin Maimai would inevitably fall into his embrace, perhaps even plead for his attention. With this thought, his lustful intentions became almost palpable. This entire base was established by my father. If you choose to follow me, I can effortlessly grant you anything you desire here. As he spoke, he extended a hand. His gaze fixated on Lin Maimai and Appo's exquisite features and her tempting, luscious lips. However, in the blink of an eye, the sound of flames accompanied the man's agonized scream, illuminating the astonished expressions of all present. Lin Maimai momentarily froze, only to be overwhelmed by an unexpected thrill. Just as she was about to speak, a chilling presence washed over her from behind. She turned to see Shen Nanzhi, having awakened at an unknown moment, his eyes bloodshot and his expression dark and terrifying. He exuded an aura of bloodthirsty brutality. He descended from the bed, his steps somewhat unsteady, yet he approached with an undeniable air of authority. The fire continued to scorch the man's arm, and no matter how he tried to extinguish it, the flames only grew fiercer, creeping upward. In excruciating pain, he writhed on the ground, his previous arrogance utterly vanished. Outside, others attempted to rush in to rescue him, but Shen Nanzhi and Lin Yang firmly barred the entrance. Should anyone dare breach the threshold, they would not hesitate to deliver a bullet. "Brother," Lin Maimai called softly, but Shen Nanzhi coldly brushed past her, slowly advancing towards the man, his dark eyes fixated on him, exuding an icy calmness that belied the danger lurking beneath. causing the man to tremble in fear. It felt as if invisible hands lifted him from the ground. The air was thick with the scent of roasting flesh in mere moments. The man's entire arm was charred black. He was in so much pain he lost consciousness. The onlookers were gripped by a deepening terror. Yet, Shen Nanzhi was not satisfied. He frowned at the man's arm, glanced at the other side, and then seized the intact arm with a firm grip. With a sickening crack, the entire limb was wrenched off. Blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. A more piercing scream reverberated through the corridor. The man, jolted awake by the excruciating agony, succumbed again to unconsciousness. Shen Nanzhi, expressionless, casually discarded the severed arm and slowly approached Lin Maimai. He placed a large hand on the nape of her neck, fiercely pulling her into his embrace. "You belong to me. No one can look at you. No one." The chaos in the abode of the supernatural beings soon attracted a horde of security personnel, led by Jiang Jifeng. Upon witnessing the unconscious Gao Sheng sprawled on the floor, Jiang initially frowned, but upon seeing his horrific state and the severed arm, even he paled. Gao Sheng was the sole son of Professor Gao, and Shen Nanzhi was the professor's most cherished supernatural talent. The thought that Gao Sheng had been maimed by Shen Nanzhi left Jiang's mind buzzing with confusion. Looking at Shen Nanzhi now, he appeared far from the weakling he had been earlier. He sat regally in a position facing the door, cradling Lin Maimai in his arms, exuding an intimidating presence. His cold gaze swept over Jiang before settling on Gao Sheng, who was being prepared for removal. "Did I say you could take him?" His voice was soft but dripped with a chilling authority. Jiang Jifeng tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist, yet his tone softened. "Gao Sheng is the boss and Appo's son. I cannot make decisions here. Please, for the sake of the boss, allow me to take him for treatment. My boss is Gao Jiayu." Lin Maimai was unaware of who Gao Jiayu was, but she sensed the sudden chill emanating from Shen Nanzhi, prompting her to hold her breath. "So, it was he who sent you?" Jiang Jifeng felt the icy glare directed at him, nearly drenched in sweat, struggling to resist the urge to kneel. He steeled himself and said, "The boss wishes to meet you." Shen Nanzhi suddenly let out a cold laugh. He tightened his grip around Lin Maimai and slowly stood up. To everyone's surprise, he agreed. "Very well, I shall accompany you to meet him." Jiang Jifeng was momentarily stunned, but quickly gestured for others to carry Gao Sheng away. As he turned, Shen Nanzhi had already led Lin Maimai to his waiting vehicle, with Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang following suit. After a brief moment of hesitation, he climbed into the car, which swiftly departed the scene. It was only after the vehicle vanished from sight that the corridor erupted in fervent discussion. Who was that person just now? That supernatural ability must be at least level 3. We were doubting his capabilities earlier, but now it seems he could be a dual type. Incredibly powerful. I've never seen Jiang team soften, judging by his tone. Even if Gao Sheng is injured, the boss probably won't pursue it. Those who could navigate the apocalypse and gain recognition from the Longhua base were undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Amidst the lively chatter, one person remained unusually silent, the blond man Jiang Jia, Jiang Jinfeng's cousin. At that moment, he felt utterly unwell. "The mere recollection of my previous disdain fills me with an overwhelming desire to find a place to meet my demise." Meanwhile, Shen Nanzhi and the others have been escorted to the office at Gao Jiayu. Rather than an office, it resembles an expansive laboratory. Notably, there are no other researchers present. Only an elderly man with graying hair, engrossed in his work. Jiang Jinfei approached him and murmured something in his ear. Moments later, the man gradually turned his gaze towards them. In an instant, Lin Maimai was left astounded, her mouth agape. Shen Nanzhi's icy demeanor seemed almost tangible. While both Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang instinctively furrowed their brows, their eyes brimming with suspicion. In stark contrast to their apprehension, Gao Jiayu's gaze was gentle as it swept over the four of them, finally resting upon Shen Nanzhi. A warm smile spread across his face as he spoke. "How have you been, Anan? Have they grown so much? As a father, I truly feel remiss." Chapter 38. Is their father still alive? A sudden clap of thunder resonated in the air. Lin Maimai gazed blankly at Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang beside her. Are they also Shen Nanzhi's brothers? Is this the reason why Shen Nanzhi deemed Lin Yang trustworthy? A sudden pain shot through her hand, startling Lin Maimai. She immediately looked up. At that moment, Shen Nanzhi's gaze was as sharp as an ice pick. His fierce eyes caused Lin Maimai's heart to tighten. She called out softly, "Brother." Yet, Shen Nanzhi paid her no heed. His face, reminiscent of Gao Jiayu, appeared even colder due to the redness at the corners of his eyes. Dimming Gao Jiayu's spirit. I know you blame me, but at that time, I had no other choice. I had to fulfill your mother's dying wish. Tears of guilt welled in his eyes. In truth, I have always carried a photograph of the three of you with me. Saying this, he pulled out a crumpled photo from his pocket, clearly worn from frequent handling. I have always kept an eye on you. At the onset of the apocalypse, I went to Clem to fetch you, but unfortunately, I missed you. However, it is not too late now, is it? Nevertheless, his confession and explanations did little to soften the expressions of the three. Rather, their demeanor grew increasingly frosty. Shen Nanzhi scoffed. A composite photo cannot compare to a son raised beside you. Gao Xing is my adopted son. I would never betray your mother. Gao Jiayu attempted to say more. But the icy gaze from Shen Nanzhi silenced him, forcing him to swallow his words. He sighed softly. Compared to Shen Nanfeng's impulsiveness and Lin Yang's introversion, Shen Nanzhi was more sensitive and extreme. He stowed the photo away again and turned to retrieve an old file folder from the safe. Jiang Jinfeng glanced at the four of them, nodded at Gao Jiayu, and departed. The laboratory door closed, followed by the sound of the electronic lock. It was only when the corridor fell silent that Gao Jiayu opened the file folder. A document marked with the striking red word confidential emerged. Your questions? The answers lie within. However, none of them reached for the document. Gao Jiayu sighed again, observing Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang, who stood aligned with Shen Nanzhi. A bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Years ago, I painstakingly separated you, yet destiny intervened, and here you are, gathered once more. As he spoke, he opened the file folder. The first document, labeled as number 1, prominently displayed Shen Nanzhi's information. Anan, among the 3 children. Only you were born from your mother's 10-month gestation, and strictly speaking, I cannot be considered your father. Your true father is an extraterrestrial entity whose genes were discovered within an alien vessel during mining operations by the Shen family. He placed the file folder on the table, revealing Shen Nanzhi's infant genetic map, showing a 99 fusion rate of extraterrestrial genes. Next, he opened the files for Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang. A Feng is number 4, while Lin Yang and Appo's records were non-existent at that time. By then, a Ning had already passed. I longed for a child of hers, and the old man needed a new experimental subject, which led to a Feng's creation, incorporating my genes. Lin Yang was an unexpected outcome. Someone on the research team conducted experiments behind my back, and I only discovered his existence when he was 17. Their reports indicated a 36 fusion rate of extraterrestrial genes. At 17, Lin Yang coincided with Shen Nanzhi's admission to the Clem Asylum. Shen Nanzhi released Lin Maimai's hand, grabbed the scattered documents from the table, flipped through them quickly, and tossed them back. So, Clem was also your experimental base? Gao Jiayu adjusted his glasses, surprised by Shen Nanzhi's astuteness. No, this child has always been perceptive, which is why the first phase of the experiment failed, forcing a Ning to become the subject herself. Despite his resentment toward the child, he felt compelled to love him because of a Ning. Clem initially was merely a small biological research institute, where your mother housed the experimental subjects. They could not be allowed to roam freely. They needed to be contained. Eventually, I began to suspect the existence of similar individuals elsewhere in the world, leading me to question whether other people or organizations were conducting research, much like the Shen family once did. Shen Nanzhi's expression turned cold. So, you brought their children to your research facility for decryption? No. Gao Jiayu shook his head vehemently. Initially, I intended for those children to become my allies. The opposing force was unknown and formidable. Over the years, we have secretly clashed without ever achieving victory. A sudden fervor illuminated his face, causing him to rise in excitement. His gaze toward Shen Nanzhi brimming with zeal. Anan, you are more powerful than I imagined. You are currently the only known individual with a 99 gene fusion rate. You can assist me. Yet, Shen Nanzhi took Lin Maimai's hand and led Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang toward the exit. If this is your aim, I regret to inform you that I shall not accompany you. Gao Jiayu grew anxious. Anan, this is your mother's sole wish. She wanted to decrypt this gene. Do you not wish to discover your true nature? Not at all. The resolute answer left Gao Jiayu momentarily stunned. However, his gaze soon shifted to Lin Maimai. What about her? Do you wish to watch her perish? That serum serves as both an antidote and a poison. This statement effectively halted Shen Nanzhi in his tracks. He turned, his dark eyes locking onto Gao Jiayu's. You had best be explicit, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action. Even Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang, who had remained silent, now bore expressions of shared enmity. Gao Jiayu was taken aback. Then a bitter smile crept onto his lips as he retrieved a technologically advanced cryogenic container from the safe. Inside lay a vial of serum, identical to the one Shen Nanzhi had previously administered to Lin Maimai. This was unearthed alongside the genes. It is the original liquid, while the serum you administered to Lin Maimai was diluted thousands of times by her mother. To this day, we remain unaware of the origin of the genes within your body or their species. If this mystery remains unsolved, Lin Maimai will be a lethal presence, whether against zombies or superhumans. Lastly, Gao Jiayu delivered his final blow. Is she not currently experiencing an intense craving for your blood, especially after you activate your powers? If this continues unchecked, she will inevitably transform into a zombie with the aid of the serum. An abundance of genetic blood could even allow her to evolve into a zombie king. Chapter 39. Is she the zombie queen? Upon exiting the laboratory at Gao Jiayu, Lin Maimai remained enveloped in silence. Despite her reluctance to admit it, there was an undeniable truth in Gao Jiayu's words. She harbored an intense craving for the blood of Shen Nanzhi. This longing was so profound that she felt compelled to suppress it with all her might. Yet, this clandestine desire had now been brought to light, leaving her heart filled with trepidation and anxiety. She dared not gaze upon Shen Nanzhi, for one would hardly wish to keep close the presence of someone who might consume them at any moment, especially not Shen Nanzhi. Unbeknownst to her, however, Shen Nanzhi was embroiled in a tempest of his own, but it was not her craving that stirred such turmoil within him. Rather, it merely served to excite him further. Should Lin Maimai desire it, he would gladly allow her to indulge to her heart's content. In their previous encounters, she had recounted how, in her past life, she had been imprisoned within an underground auction house. Initially, her flesh and blood were sold, but eventually she met a merciless fate through dissection, leading to her tragic demise. The mere recollection of that harrowing scene ignited a ravenous bloodlust within him. The thought of Lin Maimai consuming him was something he entertained, and if necessary, he would willingly present himself before her. Yet, should anyone dare to harm her, he would ensure their annihilation. Shen Nanzhi's silence cast an eerie pall over the group, prompting Shen Nanfeng to finally break the tension with a hushed inquiry. Brother, can we trust his words? Lin Yang also lifted his frail face, his eyes heavy with scrutiny as he regarded Shen Nanzhi. I don't think we can trust him completely, brother. He seems quite malevolent. Despite the fact that the man in question was indeed Shen Nanfeng's biological father, the boy felt no affinity for him. In his life, only his brother held the utmost importance. His very existence was entwined with that of his brother, and none could alter that truth. Gao Jiayu incessantly spoke of so-called final wishes. Yet, when one surveyed the base, it was evident that the construction would take a decade to complete. During their journey, Jiang Jifeng had hinted at certain information, subtly suggesting they ought to apologize. His demeanor indicated an undeniable favoritism towards Gao Sheng, allowing him to utter threats of life and death with impunity. Now, Shen Nanzhi had rendered him nearly incapacitated by dismantling both of his arms, yet Gao Jiayu had not even inquired about it. If this did not qualify as cold-blooded, then what could? For the time being, the matters concerning a Yang space were to be set aside, and they were advised to conceal their supplies. Lin Yang obediently nodded. In the next moment, he discreetly produced 2 small daggers and a handgun from the space, handing them to Shen Nanfeng and Lin Maimai respectively. This is, Shen Nanzhi instructed, to maintain vigilance at all times. He understood that Gao Jiayu had likely already unearthed their secrets. The reason he refrained from revealing this was that he sought something far more enticing than their considerable resources. Suddenly, the sound of tires screeching against the pavement pierced the air. The group looked up to see several jeeps parked nearby, from which emerged a dozen individuals, each harboring a palpable animosity towards them. Shen Nanfeng scoffed. Here they come, looking for trouble. Brother, should I take care of them? Shen Nanzhi remained silent, simply holding Lin Maimai's hand as they waited. The men approached menacingly, led by a burly figure named Zhang Chong, a sycophant of Gao Shang. Rated as a level 1 ability user, he held a position within the base, having secured the title of Deputy Minister of Public Security through his connection with Gao Sheng, overseeing the daily assessment and rating of ability users. Upon hearing that someone had incapacitated Gao Sheng, he had rushed over for retribution. Wearing a sinister grin as his armed entourage followed suit, one man even shouldering a rocket launcher. This exaggerated display starkly contrasted with his current arrogance, provoking laughter. Yet, Shen Nanfeng merely chuckled, further darkening Zhang Chong's expression. As his gaze swept over the group, it settled upon Lin Maimai. He thought to himself, no wonder young Master Gao is smitten. Such a captivating beauty could enchant even the most steadfast. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand, prompting his men to advance with the rocket launcher, glaring threateningly at them. Whoever harmed young Master Gao had best step forward and offer an apology or forfeit an arm as penance. Otherwise, my rocket launcher shows no mercy. Shen Nanfeng scoffed. Who gave you the audacity? Do you believe I won't turn you all into a pile of corpses? The burly man was momentarily taken aback, yet his scowl deepened. Who do you think you are? I am your worst nightmare. Shen Nanfeng retorted, drawing his gun and pressing it to Zhang Chang's forehead. I and Amp, Oppos, LL give you a chance. Apologize in 3 seconds, or my gun 1 and Amp, Oppos, T discriminate. Zhang Chang erupted in laughter, incredulous. You must be out of your mind. He waved his hand, and 2 of his underlings raised their guns, flanking Shen Nanfeng, ready to retaliate if he dared to fire. Shen Nanfeng, however, merely smirked. In the next instant, a flash of electricity surged through the air, followed by the agonized cries of Zhang Chang and his 2 companions. As the electric light dissipated, they found Jiang Jifeng standing before them. The shock had indeed harmed them, but he had absorbed a significant portion of the energy, leaving the trio convulsing yet fundamentally unharmed. Shen Nanzhi gently pressed his hand against Lin Maimai's waist, guiding her behind him. His icy gaze reflected the contorted faces of their adversaries. A dangerous smile playing on his lips. You think you can challenge me? You dare not. The energy field surrounding Jiang Jifeng retracted instantly. Without even glancing at the trio on the ground, he respectfully addressed them. Please, gentlemen, accompany me for an ability assessment. When they hesitated, Jiang Jifeng quickly added. This is a directive from the boss. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Shen Nanfeng spat disdainfully. The boss? What does he matter? Lin Yang pursed his lips. Though he remained silent, his attitude suggestive of a star's demeanor. Jiang Jifeng understood that gaining their consent hinged solely on Shen Nanzhi's approval. Yet, in the next moment, Shen Nanzhi simply took Lin Maimai's hand and walked away. Do not overstep, or I cannot guarantee my actions. They had arrived by vehicle, but now they traversed on foot. Shen Nanfeng remained incensed. Brother, why aren't we leaving? Lin Yang tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to look at Lin Maimai. Shen Nanfeng paused, then simply pouted in frustration. Did he expect his brother to heed his words? This matter piqued Lin Maimai's curiosity as well. Previously, Gu Yisen had failed to provide clarity, and now he appeared to regard her as prey. Lin Maimai felt a pang of guilt, leading her to remain meek and unobtrusive, fearful that Shen Nanzhi might suddenly focus on her. Yet, as fate would have it, her thoughts manifested. What do you think is better? He asked. Huh? Lin Maimai looked up, locking eyes with Shen Nanzhi's dark gaze, which brimmed with obsession and fervor, causing her heart to race. Shen Nanzhi suddenly extended his arm toward her lips. My blood holds an irresistible allure for you, Maimai. Would you prefer to continue in this manner, or shall I unveil its secrets? My goodness, why did she feel that no matter her response, it would lead to a perilous outcome? Yet she truly does not wish to become the queen of the undead. That creature is utterly repulsive. Chapter 40. Becoming Food, Revised. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, emanating from Shen Nanzhi, who had deliberately sliced his own fingertip with an enticing allure. He gently smeared his warm blood upon her lips, the vibrant crimson hue accentuating her delicate beauty. Yet, Lin Maimai was tormented within. Gazing at the blood-oozing fingertip so tantalizingly close, alongside the sweet temptation upon her lips, she found herself in a fierce internal struggle. She truly did not wish to become a vampire. Her heart remained compassionate. However, her willpower was indeed feeble. Maimai. Shen Nanzhi's voice was laced with an unusual rasp, the blood at the corners of his eyes more pronounced than ever. Lin Maimai trembled internally, her mind racing, and in the next moment, she bit down hard on the finger he had purposefully placed near her lips. After a few vigorous sucks, she forcefully pushed him away. As tears streamed down her face, she turned her head aside. I currently have no resistance to brother's blood. It seems so exquisite, yet I do not wish to regard him as mere sustenance. I have declared that in this lifetime, I desire to be with my brother always. To wake up each day and see him as the first sight upon opening my eyes. Why does he not understand? Her cheeks puffed out in anger, resembling a furious pufferfish, adorably infuriating. Shen Nanzhi enveloped Lin Maimai from behind, burying his face in her neck, emitting a low, deep chuckle. Maimai, remember this line. Yet, in the shadows where Lin Maimai could not see, a madness lingered in his eyes. Lin Maimai suddenly stiffened, sensing that familiar chill once more. Without needing to think, she understood that he was up to something sinister again. Upon returning to the dormitory assigned earlier, they spotted a throng of people gathered at the entrance, their curious gazes fixed upon them. Shen Nanfeng was the first to push through the crowd, entering to find Gao Jieyu seated in a chair. Shen Nanfeng was exceedingly irritated by him, his brows tightly knitted. "What are you up to now?" Gao Jieyu lifted his gaze, but his focus drifted past Shen Nanfeng to the looming figure of Shen Nanzhi. Thanks to Shen Nanzhi's earlier brutal display of powers that incapacitated Gao Sheng, nearly everyone instinctively parted to allow him passage, fearful of incurring his wrath. Moreover, they did not dare to meet the eyes of the extraordinarily beautiful woman in his arms, regarded as the treasured jewel of the ruthless master. Once Shen Nanzhi stepped inside, Gao Jieyu rose as well, and the 6 guards beside him assumed defensive stances. "Didn't you go to meet Professor Gao with Team Jiang? Why is he here again?" "I suspect they never went. Perhaps they fear they cannot remain here after incapacitating young Master Gao. Are you lacking in common sense? If that were the case, why would they return? To walk into a trap? No, you lack sense. Don't you see? Those 6 are the most formidable fighters in the base, all level 3 abilities." Outsiders buzzed with speculation. Shen Nanzhi remained unperturbed, while Shen Nanfeng merely cast a disinterested glance, and Lin Yang maintained his customary silence, not offering a single look. Gao Jieyu, however, wore a somewhat helpless smile. "It seems I have brought you trouble." Shen Nanfeng genuinely detested his hypocritical demeanor and confronted him directly. "Why return if you're so despised? Is it desperation?" At that moment, the facade of sorrow that Gao Jieyu had maintained began to crack, revealing a hint of coldness in his gaze. However, he quickly masked it again, adopting a tone reminiscent of a child's reprimand. "Often, do not act up. I know you are reluctant to undergo ability assessments at the rating center, so I personally brought the equipment." As he spoke, Jiang Jinfeng carried in a machine. He was also an ability user, but unlike Mike, his power derived from the conversion of natural energy. All forms of natural force could be transformed into absolute strength through his abilities. Earlier, he had withstood Shen Nanzhi's electric assault by creating a magnetic field of force around his body using this natural energy. The machine was heavy, requiring 4 people to lift, yet for Jiang Jinfeng, it felt weightless as he bore it effortlessly. With a resounding clash, the machine was set down, the metal striking the ground with a thunderous noise. Gao Jieyu, barely able to contain his eagerness, prompted, "Anan, why don't you go first?" Shen Nanzhi remained still, not even casting a glance at Gao Jieyu since entering. Gao Jieyu's smile faltered, but he quickly regained composure. "Anan, you are the eldest brother. You must set an example." He gestured toward the onlookers outside, advising, "The weak are oppressed, the strong are revered. This is the law of survival." Seeing they remained unmoved, a bitter expression settled on Gao Jieyu's face. "I understand your distrust, but you must realize that everything I do is for your benefit." Shen Nanfeng could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood, the chair screeching against the floor. 2 of the guards immediately aimed their guns at him. Enraged, Shen Nanfeng reached for his own weapon. In that instant, 2 arms encircled his waist, Lin Yang's. "Listen to Brother Nan." Shen Nanfeng froze momentarily, then shrugged off Lin Yang's grip. Sulking back into his seat, Shen Nanzhi tucked a strand of Lin Maimai's hair behind her ear and finally raised his gaze to Gao Jieyu, his dark eyes cold and obsessive, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. "Are you so eager to ascertain our ability levels? If you desire something, you might as well articulate it directly." Gao Jieyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of elation spread across his face. "You've agreed? You truly are my good child." Yet he swiftly shifted gears. "Before I elaborate, I must first confirm your ability levels." Throughout his discourse, he referred to ability levels rather than simply abilities, indicating that Shen Nanzhi had not misjudged. Gao Jieyu was indeed aware of their powers. However, it mattered little. He would only reveal what was necessary. Jiang Jinfeng stepped forward to demonstrate how to test their ability levels. "Place your hand on the reactor at the center of the machine and channel all your abilities. The machine will automatically assess your energy level." Lin Yang was the first, emerging as level 3. Shen Nanfeng followed suit, also registering as level 3. Gao Jieyu's expression remained neutral, showing no significant surprise. When it came to Shen Nanzhi, however, his gaze suddenly brightened. Yet, at that moment, Shen Nanzhi laid down conditions. He tightened his hold on Lin Maimai and locked his cold gaze onto Gao Jieyu's face. First, she cannot be tested. Since Gao Jieyu's goal had never been Lin Maimai, he readily acquiesced. Shen Nanzhi snorted. "Secondly, you better clarify your intentions, otherwise, I shall not cooperate." Gao Jieyu, momentarily setting aside his irritation, raised his hand, and someone behind him promptly presented a sealed dossier. Here is another research facility I have located. My team has visited it 3 times, yet each time ended in failure. I need you to investigate this facility and bring back all experimental samples. In the next instant, Shen Nanzhi placed his hand upon the center of the machine. As the device whirred to life, a dense energy began to swirl around him. At that moment, the instrument emitted a piercing alarm, culminating in the display of a number. Those outside observed with clarity. Shen Nanzhi's ability level assessment was Level 4. Chapter 41. The soul Level 4 Gao Jiayu's face was alight with uncontainable excitement. Although he was surrounded by 7 Level 3 abilities, their prowess was only achieved through his enhancements. It is already a rarity for a typical ability user to reach Level 3. Yet, Shen Nanzhi had attained Level 4, despite possessing the highest degree of alien gene integration. It must be noted that Shen Nanzhi was not a singular ability user. He was a multi-system ability user. Presently, he wielded abilities in ice, electricity, space, mental prowess, and natural smoke transformation, 5 abilities in total. The current level assessment indicated that all 5 abilities were at Level 4. How could he not be exhilarated? Moreover, with Shen Nanzhi and Lin Yang, both at Level 3, one specializing in speed, the other in space, it was noteworthy that neither was strictly singular in their abilities. Shen Nanzhi exhibited an extraordinarily heightened sensitivity in his 5 senses, earning him the monikers of keen hearing and farsightedness. Lin Yang's spatial ability not only allowed him to store materials, but also to teleport, albeit with limited range, nonetheless. This capacity far surpassed that of other spatial ability users. This revelation made Gao Jiayu and Appo's hands tremble with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervent enthusiasm. He paced back and forth, hands clasped, for this confirmed that his years of research had been on the right path. Now, should he unravel the enigma of this species, he might claim it for himself, or perhaps become himself. Outside, the gathered ability users erupted into fervent discussions. My heavens, it's a Level 4. The highest combat power in the base is only Level 3. What manner of monster is this? Those familiar with the rescue mission at the Research Institute knew that virtually everyone who entered the base had not returned alive. This one might just have a chance. I share your sentiment. Judging by Professor Gao's demeanor, our young master may very well be a lost cause. Gao Sheng pushed through the crowd, catching the tail end of this conversation, his expression darkening instantly. The 2 newly fitted metallic prosthetics on his arms, which had once bolstered his confidence, now sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through him, as if embedded in his flesh. The more he overheard, the paler his complexion became, and a fire ignited within him. He wondered who had discovered his presence. Is that young Master Gao? Look at his hands. What are they made of? They appear to be steel, yet they're not. Professor Gao's research extended beyond biology to mechanics. Those arms must be extraordinary. In just half a day, young Master Gao seems to be doing remarkably well. Could it be some sort of special elixir? Shoo, do not speak carelessly. These whispers were considerably quieter than those discussing Shen Nanzhi, so much so that they barely registered. Yet, Gao Sheng heard them distinctly. He sensed their derision. His face turned ashen, his eyes filled with a fierce, murderous intent. It was difficult to discern whether it was pain or an unknown fear that constricted his heart. At that moment, Shen Nanzhi and his companions emerged, greeted by Gao Jiayu's beaming smile. The murmur ceased abruptly, every gaze shifting to Shen Nanzhi. Gao Sheng clenched his fists, raising his eyes to meet Shen Nanzhi's, one brimming with rage, the other cold and unyielding. Gao Jiayu frowned slightly and gestured for someone to seize Gao Sheng's arm, forcibly leading him away. Just then, personnel from the medical clinic arrived, urging Gao Sheng, young master, the recovery elixir is still in the experimental phase. You cannot leave the clinic. Yet, Gao Sheng, with bloodshot eyes, could only see the smile Gao Jiayu bestowed upon Shen Nanzhi, a smile he had never received. Somehow summoning strength, he pushed everyone aside, his face flushed with anger as he charged toward Shen Nanzhi. In an instant, his arm transformed into a long, black blade, glinting ominously under the corridor's lights. However, his speed was no match for a Level 3 ability user. As he lunged, his strike was intercepted by Jiang Jinfeng, who held him firmly against his chest and whispered, "Young master, do not jeopardize the boss's plan." Yet, Gao Sheng was consumed by an unprecedented fury, realizing for the first time that in his father's eyes, he might be nothing. Merely a Level 4 ability user could overshadow the fact that he had been incapacitated. The leniency he had once enjoyed now felt like a cruel joke. Overwhelmed with indignation, he let out a primal roar. black tendrils of energy rapidly spreading across his arm, nearly engulfing it entirely. Jiang Jinfeng's expression shifted drastically. Young master, the black substance possesses immense corrosive properties. He released Gao Sheng, retreating swiftly. Yet his clothing had already been thoroughly corroded. This was a power Gao Sheng had never displayed before. The Gao Sheng known to the base was simply a mundane strength-type ability user. Yet Shen Nanzhi sensed a familiar essence within Gao Sheng. He too bore the mark of alien genes. In fact, his were even more abundant and purer than those of Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang. As Gao Sheng charged once more, Lin Maimai tightly grasped Shen Nanzhi's hand, instinctively positioning herself in front of him. Brother, Maimai, Shen Nanzhi and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of madness igniting within him, causing Gao Jieyu to tremble. In the next moment, Shen Nanzhi's form dissipated into smoke, swiftly enveloping Lin Maimai and evading Gao Sheng's thrust. Gao Sheng's strike met only air, his face contorting into a more ferocious snarl. The black substance surged forth again, this time more abundant and concentrated. As it dripped to the ground, it formed smoking black holes, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion as he succumbed entirely to the frenzy of overwhelming power. Even the onlookers instinctively recoiled from this strange and formidable aura. Was this truly the Gao Sheng they thought they knew? Meanwhile, Shen Nanzhi had retreated to safety with Lin Maimai. Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang rushed to their side, forming a protective circle around them. A dark, ominous pressure enveloped Shen Nanzhi, while Lin Maimai's complexion paled. Yet it was Shen Nanzhi whose visage turned even more ashen. Why did you shield me? A familiar chill wrapped around Lin Maimai, tightening her heart. In that moment, she was unaware of why she had made that choice. It was purely instinctual. To this day, the sight of the corrosive holes in the ground sent shivers down her spine. Shen Nanzhi held her tightly, burying his face in her neck, his deep voice laced with fervent intent and obsessive love. I have vowed that no one shall harm Maimai, not even you. Lin Maimai stiffened, a chill racing down her spine at his words. Brother, I am so afraid. Do not fear, my brother will make him kneel before you and apologize. Lin Maimai tightly grasped his arm, shaking her head vigorously. Do not go. I can sense that dark entity is formidable. The feeling was overwhelmingly intense, instilling a profound sense of unease within her. What heightened her apprehension was the inexplicable tremor her body experienced in response to that dark substance. It was as if that entity was beckoning her. Chapter 42. The Emergence of Devouring Instinct. Revised. Shen Nanzhi, filled with possessive desire, tightened his grip around Lin Maimai's waist, his eyes reflecting a manic obsession laced with boundless murderous intent. Maimai, wait here obediently. Brother will return shortly. Lin Maimai's pupils dilated as she instinctively reached out. In the blink of an eye, Gao Sheng and Appo's long blade was already upon them. Die. At the moment of the blade and Appo's assault, Shen Nanzhi and Appo's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. The next instant, Gao Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood. The dark substance enveloping his body began to quiver violently, unveiling his pale, wrathful visage. As the black material on other parts of his body gradually crystallized into ice spikes, it shattered into countless fragments, much to the disbelief of the onlookers. Gao Sheng's entire being slumped, yet he erupted into a frenzied laugh. You are nothing. Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang immediately turned to Shen Nanzhi, only to find his entire right hand mangled and bleeding, the wound accelerating in decay. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Maimai and Appo's eyes glimmered with an icy blue light. Her heart raced violently, the scent of Shen Nanzhi's blood saturating her senses as her gaze fixated on the residual black substance within Gao Sheng's body. She bit her lip fiercely, allowing herself to breathe only when the dark matter fully integrated into Gao Sheng. Ignoring the cold sweat trickling down her temples and the potential exposure of her abilities, she unleashed her power to heal Shen Nanzhi. As the warm, pale blue light enveloped his wounds completely, Shen Nanzhi's pupils constricted, and he abruptly pulled her into his embrace, ice energy coalescing around them to form a shield. It obstructed a portion of the prying eyes, yet some still remained, leaving her exposed. Brother, do not use your powers, Lin Maimai uttered with great difficulty. Having just resisted dual temptations had drained her mental energy, and with her ongoing healing of Shen Nanzhi, she feared she might lose control. However, Shen Nanzhi deliberately brought his uninjured hand to her lips, the crimson allure in the corner of his eyes radiating twisted satisfaction. Maimai, take what you desire. There is no need to suppress your cravings. Lin Maimai's lip quivered, nearly drawing blood, yet she ultimately succumbed to the intoxicating taste. biting down hard on his lips. Shen Nanzhi let out a muffled groan, his eyes growing ever more crimson. The sound caused others to flush with embarrassment. Soon, a low, husky chuckle escaped Shen Nanzhi's lips as he buried his face deeper into Lin Maimai's neck, his icy tongue intimately caressing her skin. Each tremor she emitted only spurred him on further. His playful tongue crept towards her sensitive ear, pressing against her flushed earlobe. Maimai, why not bite down? Shen Nanzhi's voice was a mix of madness and seduction. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Maimai cursed internally, recognizing the relentless declaration of his possessive nature. She was certain he was doing this on purpose. Despite his grievous injury, he still managed to smile. She yearned to retract her powers and deny him healing. Yet, despite the healing, the dark matter proved even more formidable than she'd anticipated, resisting her efforts. Shen Nanzhi pressed his cool lips against her ear, his voice a raspy whisper. Maimai, feel free to bite, brother. Lin Maimai endured until the healing concluded. Upon lifting her gaze, she found every eye upon her. In the entire base, there were only 3 healers, none possessing abilities as potent as hers. Those with healing powers could barely mend wounds, primarily alleviating ailments rather than physical injuries. Lin Maimai's abilities created a fervor far exceeding even Shen Nanzhi's formidable powers. Burying her face in Shen Nanzhi's embrace, she murmured, "Brother, let's leave." Just then, Gu Yisen approached them, looking down at Lin Maimai with a chilling gaze, as though regarding a lifeless entity. "Anan, is this why you were reluctant to test her abilities?" Shen Nanzhi's eyes flickered with bloodlust as he coldly replied, "Step aside." Gu Yisen fell silent, but suddenly, Shen Nanzhi's gaze turned frigid, thrusting an ice spike against Gu Yisen and Appo's throat. "You better let him go, or I won't hesitate to show no mercy." It turned out that among Gu Yisen and Appo's guards, one had activated a mental shield. Within this circle, only the 3 of them were present. Others remained barred from hearing their conversation, merely observing their lips move. "Anan, she is reacting to Gao Sheng." The ice spike pressed closer to Gu Yisen's throat. Shen Nanzhi's demeanor grew colder still, lightning energy crackling in his palm. "So what?" Gu Yisen and Appo's brow furrowed, his gaze towards Lin Maimai radiating a fierce chill. The surrounding crowd had parted, revealing a line of uniformed individuals armed with rocket launchers. Squatting no more than 5 meters away, Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang were also surrounded, swiftly subdued. Gu Yisen's demeanor shifted from that of a benevolent father to one of menacing excitement. "Anan, let me be frank. Gao Sheng is an indispensable part of my research. Indeed, I have infused him with extraterrestrial genes. He is the only one in a decade capable of accepting such alterations. I have prepared for him a complete mechanical body. Save for his organs and brain, he will gradually transform into a zombie crafted by my own hands, a mechanical zombie, retaining human intellect." Gu Yisen's fervor escalated as he spoke. "Just moments ago, I worried about Gao Sheng's reaction to the serum, fearing it would become uncontrollable. But now that won't be an issue, she can suppress it." He pointed at Lin Maimai, his eyes shining with undeniable excitement. "As long as she is present, even if Gao Sheng loses control, it matters not. She can easily rein him in. Otherwise, under the provocation of anger, he may completely metamorphose. And even you would struggle to contain him." At that moment, the fallen Gao Sheng let out a piercing scream, as if being torn apart by some unseen force. Clutching his head, he writhed in agony, howling. Gu Yisen, witnessing this, became invigorated. He seized a box from one of his guards, containing 2 blood-red syringes, each inscribed with incomprehensible symbols to Lin Maimai. As the mental shield disbanded, an icy blue light flickered in Lin Maimai's eyes. "Brother, don't let me go." Yet the next second, Lin Maimai unexpectedly pushed Shen Nanzhi away. Something within her surged forth, resisting her every effort to contain it. Subsequently, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips. "Maimai." Shen Nanzhi's eyes blazed with wild fury as he hurriedly enveloped Lin Maimai in his arms. However, Lin Maimai's consciousness had become hazy, or rather, at this moment, her gaze was fixated solely on the torrent of dark power emanating from Gao Sheng's body. Her entire being was clamoring, yearning to devour that force. Lin Maimai tightened her grip on her head, the icy blue light in her eyes intensifying. "Brother, I miss you so much. I long for you." Shen Nanzhi swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, an icy energy surging rapidly from his arm, tightly encasing them both. His eyes reflected a frenzied ferocity. "Fear not. Brother will not permit you to be tainted by another's power, not in the slightest." In the next moment, Lightning erupted from his hand, and an arrow of electric energy swiftly shot towards Gao Sheng, who was still struggling on the ground, only to be intercepted by the guards of Gao Jiayu at the last moment. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. The arrows of lightning relentlessly targeted Gao Sheng, and in the blink of an eye, 3 of Gao Jiayu's guards had perished. The entire corridor shimmered with flickering lightning, while stones above continually tumbled down, causing the onlooking ability users to scatter in panic. Chapter 43. The Performance. Revised. Gao Jiayu was seething with rage. Shen Nanzhi. Cease this at once. Shen Nanzhi scoffed, his gaze fixated solely on Gao Sheng, whose agony rendered him devoid of reason. If Gao Sheng were to perish, Lin Maimai would no longer suffer. Waves of energy surged around him once more, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning arrows and icicles. Those caught in his wrath either succumbed to frost or were struck dead by his electric projectiles. The corridor was awash in crimson, filled with anguished wails. The only sanctuary remained Gao Jiayu, fiercely protected by Jiang Jinfeng, alongside Shen Nanfeng, Lin Yang, and the unconscious Lin Maimai held in Shen Nanzhi's arms. Shen Nanzhi, halt. If you stop, I shall not hold this against you. I can alleviate Lin Maimai's current plight, Gao Jiayu implored. In the next moment, the onslaught ceased. Shen Nanzhi approached Gao Jiayu, cradling the unconscious Lin Maimai. His eyes were icy, as if to convey that should Gao Jiayu refuse, he would eliminate him as well. Gao Jiayu glanced at the motionless Gao Sheng on the ground and the chaos surrounding him, forcibly suppressing the fury that surged within. He raised the 2 red vials in his hand. These were genetic suppressants, effective for them both. As Shen Nanfeng reached out to take them, Gao Jiayu retracted his hand, adamantly refusing to part with them. Shen Nanzhi summoned icicles that pierced into Gao Jiayu's arm, his dark pupils reflecting the cold sweat on Gao Jiayu's face. Do not test my patience. Gao Jiayu clenched the vials tightly, articulating his first demand. You must complete the Research Institute's mission and return with an intact specimen. If there are experimental subjects, they must be brought back as well. Shen Nanfeng frowned, retorting angrily, understand this. It is you who is pleading with my brother, not the other way around. Yet Gao Jiayu exhibited an unyielding confidence. This suppressant is merely a temporary measure. Its effects will not last beyond a month. If you wish to witness her enduring such agony, you may kill me now and obliterate this place. Shen Nanzhi cast a glance at Lin Maimai, who, despite her unconsciousness, emitted pain groans. Fine, I agree. Gao Jiayu's rigid posture relaxed slightly as he introduced his second condition. Gao Sheng requires treatment. You must not kill him. Shen Nanzhi chuckled coldly, directing another eye spike toward the fallen Gao Sheng. Treatment? Or further modification? His gaze swept over the genetic stabilizer in Gao Jiayu's possession. You knew he would mutate and deliberately released him. In the next moment, an ice spike rose once more, this time aimed directly at Gao Jiayu. You may target me, but you shall not harm Maimai. Gao Jiayu felt a tightening in his chest, yet the thought of his plans and experiments compelled him to remain resolute. Shen Nanzhi's countenance grew colder, his blood-red gaze locked onto Gao Jiayu's face. Time dragged on, marked only by the wails of the fallen, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Eventually, Shen Nanzhi broke the stillness with a chilling laugh. Pray that you devise a means to counter me before my return, otherwise, I shall ensure you pay back 100-fold for the suffering Maimai endures today. With that, Shen Nanzhi departed with Lin Maimai in his arms, followed closely by Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang. Jiang Jinfeng escorted them to the skies above their destination before retreating back to the base. Meanwhile, within Gao Jiayu's laboratory, a man cloaked in black sat languidly in a nearby chair, casually grasping a glass vial filled with purple liquid and emitting a cold chuckle. Professor Gao is truly unscrupulous in his pursuit of objectives. Gao Jiayu was engrossed in his work, various instruments embedded in Gao Sheng's body, alarms blaring intermittently with each movement. The man in black showed no signs of boredom, instead speaking to himself. What do you suppose Shen Nanzhi would do if he discovered that today's events were an elaborate ruse, merely a performance orchestrated by you? At this, Gao Jiayu paused, his gaze falling upon Gao Sheng's face. For the sake of unknown exploration, I would even sacrifice my son. It is merely a performance. He refrained from elaborating further, the only sound being the laughter of the man in black. In truth, the grand spectacle had commenced the moment Shen Nanzhi and his companions entered the base. Gao Jiayu had little interest in Lin Maimai's condition, though he had not deceived Shen Nanzhi regarding her health. His ultimate goal had always been Shen Nanzhi, the sole key to unlocking the door to genetic mysteries, and he had waited far too long. The man in black replaced the vial, and stood up, turning back to inquire. "Oh, by the way, she has awakened and is recovering quite well. Would you like me to bring her to see you?" "Not necessary." Gao Jiayu's response was cold. "How heartless. I truly cannot fathom how Aining fell in love with you and sacrificed everything. Such a tragic fate." In reply, a swift surgical knife hurtled towards him, which the man in black effortlessly evaded. "Ha ha ha ha." He laughed heartily as he departed. The laboratory fell silent once more. However, the brief calm was swiftly shattered as Gao Jiayu unleashed his fury upon Gao Sheng. "Waste! Waste! Waste!" His visage twisted in rage. His eyes bloodshot as he struck repeatedly at Gao Sheng's form until it resembled nothing more than tattered rags. Setting down the surgical knife, Gao Jiayu quietly cleansed the blood from his face, returning with an impassive demeanor to the workstation. 30 kilometers from Jiangning City, in an abandoned factory, Mike was preparing a meal. Carl and Ivan sat watchfully at opposite ends of the rooftop, their eyes scanning the surroundings. A corner of the second floor had been tidied up, with a large white bed incongruously placed there. Underneath the slightly bulging white covers lay Lin Maimai, peaceful yet pale. Her brow furrowed in discomfort even in her slumber. Shen Nanzhi sat by the bedside, his gaze riveted on her face, a tempest of suppressed madness swirling in his eyes, evoking an unsettling aura. The murderous intent he had forcibly contained began to resurface. Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang entered, witnessing Shen Nanzhi in this state. A silent exchange of concern passed between them. Since their departure from the Longhua base, Shen Nanzhi's powers had remained volatile. They worried that if he were to erupt again, would it put his life in jeopardy? "What have you discovered?" Shen Nanzhi's cold, oppressive voice sent shivers down their spines. Shen Nanfeng stepped closer, cautiously glancing at the still-sleeping Lin Maimai before speaking. "The situation in Jiangning is more complex than in Modu. At several locations Lin Yang and I visited, there were large numbers of zombies. Most critically, with our numbers, relying solely on Lin Yang's teleportation is impractical due to the distance. We must drive straight through." As he spoke, Shen Nanfeng picked up a small stone and began drawing on the ground. After completing the drawing, he pointed to a specific location, stating, "This is where the Research Institute is situated. This route is the most direct. However, to reach this point, one must traverse several zombie strongholds, each harboring no fewer than a level 3 mutated zombie. According to current information, nearly 90% of the mutants are classified as level 1, while the remaining 10% is predominantly level 2, with level 3 being exceedingly rare. This elucidates why the Gao family dispatched such a multitude of mutants to this area, all of whom perished without exception." Suddenly, Shen Nanfeng's ears twitched. He heard the chilling roars of the zombies, followed by the sounds of gunfire and the rumble of an approaching vehicle. Just as he stood up, he witnessed Avon leaping through the window. A car, accompanied by approximately 100 zombies, was heading this way. Chapter 44, The Conclusion of a Past Life, Revised. Lin Maimai sensed her consciousness detach from her current form. The sky was a vivid crimson, and she found herself suspended in midair. Below her was a throng of ravenous zombies, while directly ahead stood a human-established base. This scene should have been breathtaking, yet she was engulfed in an overwhelming terror. In the very midst of the zombie horde stood a figure she knew all too well, Shen Nanzhi. "Brother." An uncontrollable urge to approach surged within her. Yet an invisible force held her captive in place. No matter how fervently she attempted to breach the barrier, she remained ensnared. "Brother." Helplessly, she cried out. Shen Nanzhi seemed to sense her presence, lifting his gaze towards her direction. At that moment, Lin Maimai and Appo's pupils constricted in shock as she beheld his face, now adorned with blood-red eyes, emanating a potent aura, the unmistakable scent of a zombie. How could Shen Nanzhi have become one of them? Before she could ponder further, the zombies below launched a frenzied assault on the base. The ability users atop the walls employed their powers to retaliate, illuminating the sky with a dazzling array of lights. Yet beneath this vibrant display lay a mounting pile of corpses, both human and predominantly zombie. The air was thick with the stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood. The fierce battle between humans and zombies raged on for 3 relentless hours. Throughout it all, Shen Nanzhi remained still, fixated on a single point. Lin Maimai repeatedly thought he was indeed looking at her, but the penetrating gaze revealed he could not perceive her presence. Just as she entertained this notion, Shen Nanzhi suddenly smiled. She saw his lips form 2 syllables, Maimai. Startled, she sought to comprehend, but he withdrew his gaze. The assault from the zombies intensified. The human ability users began to show signs of fatigue. Lin Maimai understood that as long as Shen Nanzhi remained, the zombies would ceaselessly attack, for they were under his control. Soon, a massive zombie joined the fray, and the remaining ability users on the walls dwindled in number. Many zombies began to scale the walls, and human casualties mounted. As the walls teetered on the brink of collapse, a few formidable figures that had been lurking in the background finally emerged. A glimmer of hope flickered, but it was fleeting. Almost immediately, these individuals were ensnared by mutated zombies, meeting their demise in mere moments. Countless zombies breached the walls, flooding into the base. Despair spread rapidly, the ground awash with blood, punctuated by cries for mercy. Yet Shen Nanzhi stood resolutely, his gaze once more directed towards Lin Maimai. This time, his eyes reflected someone. Lin Maimai turned in astonishment, only to see a flash of lightning hurtling towards them. As it drew nearer, she discerned the figure's features, and her heart tightened. It was her own face. No, it was not her, but an ability user whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to hers, Lin Tangtang, her sister, long relegated to the recesses of her memory. At that moment, only a handful of zombies lingered near Shen Nanzhi. Sensing Lin Tangtang's approach, they remained still, emitting warning growls. Lin Tangtang hesitated before cautiously halting a few meters from Shen Nanzhi. Brother Nan. Her eyes brimmed with myriad emotions. Yet one prevailed, a burgeoning affection for Shen Nanzhi. Despite her fear, she steeled herself against the glares of the zombies and stepped closer. Brother Nan. I've heard about sister. I know you love her dearly, but she has gone. We are all heartbroken, including you. The moment her words faded, Shen Nanzhi's eyes ignited with a blood-red glow. Lin Tangtang's pupils dilated in instinctive retreat. Shen Nanzhi's eyelids slowly descended, and a faint voice reached Lin Maimai's ears. You are not her, not her. She is gone. Let everything perish, perish. An eerie smile crept onto his lips as he raised his right hand, and the air erupted with a cacophony of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning struck the ground, hitting both battling humans and zombies alike. In an instant, the earth was strewn with lifeless bodies. Lin Tangtang stared in disbelief at the horror unfolding before her. Trembling as she pointed at Shen Nanzhi, her eyes filled with terror. Brother Nan, how can you slaughter humanity? Have you forgotten you were their last hope? In response, Shen Nanzhi's blood-red gaze and raised hand spoke volumes. From his palm, a compact sphere of lightning gradually materialized. My Maimai is gone. What need have I for this world? His countenance twisted with madness, and he declared, it was humanity that caused her demise. So I shall make them atone for their sins. Am I wrong? Lin Maimai suddenly pressed a hand to her chest, realization washing over her. This was a past life. The life that followed her demise. This man, whom she had abandoned, feared, evaded, and loathed, was now exacting vengeance with an army of zombies for a woman who did not love him. A single tear traced down her cheek, pooling in her collar. Grasping her chest tightly, the pain and heartache left her as pale as a ghost. As the gathering storm clouds loomed ominously over the human base, Lin Tangtang's eyes mirrored her sister's dread. Yet, gazing upon the divine figure of Shen Nanzhi, she bit down hard on her lip and transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards him. Brother Nan, I too possess lightning abilities. Without sister, you still have me. I do not mind being her substitute. Before she could finish, her eyes widened in horror. Her body became suspended in midair. A gaping wound in her chest, allowing the cold wind to seep through, freezing her entirely. Blood could not even drip before Lin Tangtang's life flickered out. Her lifeless form was unceremoniously cast aside by Shen Nanzhi, and the nearby zombies pounced upon her, devouring her remains within moments. Shen Nanzhi's madness intensified, and his aura surged. Finally, he lost all patience. The immense thunderclouds above erupted in fury, unleashing countless bolts of lightning. He soared into the maelstrom, a tempest of insanity surging in his eyes. My Maimai, this is the final fireworks I gift you. Lin Maimai understood his intent, but felt powerless to intervene. She could only stifle her cries, allowing her tears to flow freely. The air was filled with the thunderous roars and the screams of the dying, while before her stood Shen Nanzhi, a visage of chaotic satisfaction amidst the storm. My Maimai, the world shall vanish, yet I will accompany you. You can never escape me. Farewell, I shall ensure you are forever bound to me. Maimai. This fervent call was ultimately drowned out by an even greater roar. Boom. The blinding white light that suddenly intertwined before her rendered Lin Maimai unable to open her eyes. Beneath the influence of this intermediate wave, her consciousness completely detached from this realm. Chapter 45, The Arrival of Chow Chow Brother. Lin Maimai suddenly opened her eyes, sitting up in bed. Upon hearing the commotion, Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang turned around, their faces lighting up with immense joy upon confirming that she was awake. Sister, you're awake? Miss Lin, how do you feel? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? The two rushed to her side, almost competing to be the first to inquire. However, Lin Maimai brushed them aside, her anxious gaze scanning the room. Not seeing the familiar figure she sought, her face clouded with further unease. She threw off the covers, determined to search, but was halted by Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang. Their expressions were relaxed, with a hint of amusement in their eyes. Are you looking for brother as soon as you wake up? Nange has gone outside. He'll be back shortly. Miss Lin, your complexion still appears a bit pale. Why not lie down for a while? Yet Lin Maimai was resolute, stubbornly attempting to head outside. Unable to deter her, Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang could only follow closely behind. On the first floor, Ivan was teaching Mike how to cook, while Carl complained nearby, criticizing Mike for his previous culinary disaster that wasted food and was utterly inedible. Mike, as was his custom, remained silent. Upon seeing Lin Maimai descend with Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang, the trio paused. Carl, with an apple in his mouth, waved at Lin Yang. Xiaoyang, I'll make you steak. It's good for your health. Lin Yang ignored him, even turning his head away, though his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of red. For a moment, Carl was so entranced that he failed to notice the apple tumble from his mouth to the floor. Mike picked it up, shoved it back into Carl's mouth, and then casually returned to his cooking. The earthy bitterness of the apple caused Carl to grimace and stomp his foot. Flames danced atop his head as he hurled the apple at Mike. Mike, are you trying to get yourself killed? The atmosphere was lighthearted, yet Lin Maimai, unable to find the person she sought, was breathless, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The earlier scene had been too shocking, leaving her trembling and cold even upon her return. Noticing her distress, Shen Nanfeng smiled, finally realizing something was amiss. Sister, what's wrong? But Lin Maimai felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. As she lifted her head, darkness clouded her vision, and in the next moment, she began to fall. Shen Nanfeng reached out instinctively, but someone was quicker. Lin Maimai was caught in Shen Nanzhi and Appo's strong embrace. His face was impassive, brows slightly furrowed, his eyes a deep crimson, yet not in the manner that frightened Lin Maimai. Instead, he exuded an air of suppressed worry. Brother. The soft murmur eased the tension in his demeanor. Her hands clutched tightly at his clothing, her knuckles turning white. Yet before she could utter another word, a sudden, exuberant female voice erupted in her ear. Sister. Lin Maimai's body stiffened, and before she knew it, a familiar, tear-streaked, dirty face appeared before her. Lin Tangtang. In a heartbeat, the presence she had longed for was suddenly before her. Sister, sob, sob, sob. Lin Tangtang cried and laughed simultaneously, as if she had endured immense grievances and had finally found someone to confide in. Mom and Dad are gone. It's just me now, sister, I. Gazing at the sobbing Lin Tangtang, Lin Maimai's mind was flooded with memories. The love she had witnessed between Shen Nanzhi and herself. The moments spent nestled in their father's embrace in a delicate princess gown, and the haunting image of her lying pale on a hospital bed, forced to be a pawn in her parents' desires. They had treated her as a mere source of wealth, while Lin Tangtang had been the recipient of their unconditional love. Now that they were gone, she felt neither sorrow nor joy, only an unexpected calmness. Shen Nanzhi lifted Lin Maimai, his gaze fixed intently on her face, his eyes brimming with possessive affection. Shall I carry you back upstairs to rest a little longer? Lin Maimai shook her head, raising a finger to indicate the people behind him. Shen Nanzhi offered them no glance, turning on his heel to ascend. They are inconsequential. Had it not been for their mention of a route that could expedite our entry into the city while avoiding concentrations of zombies, I would not have returned with them. His steps faltered momentarily, his eyes scanning Lin Tangtang's tear-stained face, the crimson hue in his gaze fading as his eyelids descended, concealing all negative emotion. Watching Shen Nanzhi carry Lin Maimai away, Lin Tangtang felt an inexplicable mix of envy towards her sister, who had once seemed so fearsome. As Shen Nanzhi and Lin Maimai disappeared upstairs, Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang retreated to the kitchen area. Although still on the first floor, they maintained a noticeable distance from Lin Tangtang and her companions. Having just survived a harrowing ordeal, the group remained on edge. Yet the mouth-watering aroma of food wafted through the air, causing them to swallow hard in unison. It had been far too long since they had savored such scents. Since the onset of the apocalypse, their meals had consisted solely of cold provisions. As the weather grew colder and food supplies dwindled, they had all faced starvation. They would never have risked leaving Jiangning City unless driven by desperate hunger, for the world outside was far more terrifying. However, the increasing number of mutated zombies in Jiangning made remaining there a death sentence. More critically, they had encountered several waves of ability users seeking a research facility, through whom they learned of the existence of a base. Leaving offered a gamble. Perhaps they could reach the base and find hope for survival. Yet at this moment, the singular thought consuming their minds was food. Lin Tagang, I just heard you call that woman sister. Can't you ask her for some food? The speaker was a strikingly beautiful woman named Feng Wu, the only female ability user in the group. Typically, even the men would defer to her, let alone Lin Tangtang, who lacked any powers. They had brought her along because of her beauty, viewing her as a tool to win hearts when necessary. Seeing her merely bow her head in silence, Feng Wu frowned. Is she truly your sister? Lin Tangtang immediately retorted, she is my real sister. Feng Wu scoffed, her gaze scrutinizing. If she is your real sister, wouldn't it be reasonable to ask her for some food? She had noticed that the woman had not shown any joy upon seeing Lin Tangtang. Yes, Lin Tangtang, hurry up. We've all been hungry for 3 days. A man chimed in eagerly. Another man naturally joined in with demands. I smell meat. I want to eat meat. I want some too. And water. They must have space ability users among them. We won't have to starve anymore. The men's words ignited excitement among the group. Lin Tangtang bit her lip, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Lacking abilities, her position within the group was precarious, and she was always cautious, aware that they could abandon her at any moment. But she glanced toward the second floor, hesitating to share that her sister did not actually care for her, perhaps even harbored some resentment. Because she had taken away all the love from her parents, yet she still agreed. I will go and speak to her. She stood up and slowly walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 46. The Lion's Roar, revised. Shen Nanfeng was the first to notice Lin Tangtang approaching. In the past, he could not brazenly walk up to Shen Nanzhi and stand beside him. Thus, his primary interest became studying Shen Nanzhi's preferences. Since Shen Nanzhi favored Lin Maimai, he took it upon himself to investigate Lin Maimai as well. He learned about Lin Tangtang, understood the love Lin Maimai's parents had solely for their younger daughter, and grasped the reasons behind Lin Maimai's willingness to remain by Shen Nanzhi's side. Therefore, he held no animosity towards Lin Tangtang. However, now that Lin Maimai had displayed concern for her brother, he did not extend any kindness towards Lin Tangtang. In many respects, his attitude mirrored that of Shen Nanzhi. Consequently, none of them acknowledged Lin Tangtang's presence. Lin Tangtang fidgeted with her hands, standing for a while. Still, no one paid her any mind, and her face flushed with embarrassment, making her wish to flee. Yet, having distanced herself from her parents, she gradually shed her naivety, understanding that sometimes one must bow down, even if it felt as though it were breaking her spirit. Furthermore, the sight of the abundant food before her was overwhelming. The long table was laden, a scene she had envisioned numerous times over the past few days. Were it not for the apocalypse and the hunger she had endured, Lin Tangtang would not have felt nearly driven to madness. She bit her lip, scanning the faces around her, and with a quick swallow, she spoke. Could I please have something to eat? We haven't eaten in days. Lin Yang remained silent, while Carl crunched an apple. Mike's gaze was fixed on the porridge he was cooking, his first attempt, which he intended to serve to Lin Maimai. Aiden continued washing and cutting fruit. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, with the sole exception of Lin Tangtang, who remained ignored. Her cheeks burned bright red as she lowered her head further, her fingers twisting together in anxiety. At that moment, a voice filled with anger erupted from behind her. Are you talking to yourselves? Can't you hear me? The man in Appo's eyes were filled with fury. Standing beside him were Feng Wu and other team members. Unable to withstand his hunger, he had come over, unable to wait for Lin Tangtang. Seeing them ignore her, Feng Wu bore a hint of anger on her face. From the looks of it, you should be obedient workers. And those two up there are the decision makers, right? Tangtang is my biological sister. Have you considered how you will explain to her if you deny her food? Feng Wu retained her composure, her words not overly harsh. Yet, the people beside her were driven mad by the sight of the food before them. One of them shouted, I say, Miss Lin, your sister is here starving, and you do nothing? The upper floor remained silent, devoid of any response. The man's expression darkened further, his anger intensifying. Miss Lin up there, you are sisters. How could you deny her even a morsel? Is that not inhumane? Still, no reply came from above. In truth, it was not silence but rather Lin Maimai, who was currently being embraced and kissed by Shen Nanzhi, unable to respond. All she could do was pout her little fists and beat gently against Shen Nanzhi's back. Below, the group, receiving no answer, finally felt tears welling in their eyes. Damn it, I'd rather stuff myself than starve. They charged towards the table, diving into the food. Feng Wu was the first to leap onto the table, her eyes gleaming with a mix of greed and madness as she shoved a piece of steak into her mouth. The others, seeing food, grabbed whatever they could and stuffed it into their mouths, even choking, yet they still reached for more. Lin Tangtang felt ravenous, especially with the food spread before her. She was nearly driven to insanity by hunger. Yet, she resolutely bit down on her lower lip, her face flushed with suppressed emotion, refusing to eat even a bite. Carl clung to Lin Dan's neck, but was pushed away, still grinning as he tried again. They looked so unseemly. It was meant for them. So why were they stealing? Moreover, those were Mike's previous failed dishes. It would be a waste to discard them. So giving them to the others was just right. Shen Nanfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, chuckling. Even the donkey in the production team needs to eat. Carl paused, perplexed, and turned to Lin Yang. What does that mean? His understanding of Chinese was fine, but such profound expressions eluded him. Lin Yang stepped aside to avoid his contact and quietly explained. Brother Nin wants them to work, so this is a prepayment for their efforts. Their casual discussion only intensified the flush on Lin Tangtang's face. What filled her with even more shame and fury was that despite her hunger, she nonetheless joined the fray for food. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The meat tasted delicious in her mouth, yet she harbored feelings of resentment within. Feng Wu and the other team members heard these remarks as well. They feasted and drank. Yet their gazes exchanged silent communications in the air. Each bore their own greed, calculating glances, and twisted anger and hatred. Eventually, they finished their meal. Shen Nanzhi descended with Lin Maimai. In an instant, another table appeared before them. Feng Wu and her companions, having just satisfied their hunger, beheld a table laden with even more exquisite and delicious food than what they had just consumed. Lin Maimai approached Lin Tangtang, offering her a set of clean clothes and shoes, along with toiletries. Here, take these and wash up over there. Lin Tangtang numbly accepted the items from her hands and walked towards the direction Lin Maimai indicated. Behind a massive machine was a large tub filled with steaming hot water. At that moment, Lin Tangtang did not cry. She simply bit down hard on her lip, her teeth sinking into her flesh, blood dripping to the ground. Yet she did not relent. At that time, Lin Maimai was nestled in Shen Nanzhi's lap. He held a bowl of fish porridge, feeding it to Lin Maimai bite by bite. Brother, I can eat by myself under the gaze of numerous eyes, no matter how thick-skinned she was. She could not withstand it. Yet, Shen Nanzhi would not allow it. I enjoy feeding Maimai. Eat up, or it will get cold. Lin Maimai's cheeks flushed even more. But she understood his stubbornness and could only helplessly allow him to feed her. The tenderness in the man's eyes and the woman before him embodied his entire obsession, igniting a flicker of jealousy in Feng Wu. She glanced at herself, disheveled and dirty, yet she was not a parasitic flower. She possessed capability. Sooner or later, she would show this man that a woman like her was truly suited for him. She maintained a cold demeanor, her head held high, speaking with an air of superiority. I know you intend to find that research facility. I can guide you, but I have conditions. Shen Nanzhi remained focused on feeding, while Shen Nanfeng displayed a hint of interest. Let us hear it. Feng Wu's gaze remained fixed on Shen Nanzhi's handsome face throughout. First, I require a sufficient supply of food and water. Shen Nanfeng glanced at Shen Nanzhi, nodding in agreement. That's acceptable, but your notion of sufficient is rather vague. We need a specific number. Feng Wu furrowed her brow, her eyes darting to the table, raising her hand to point. Each meal must meet this standard. Enough for half a year. The moment these words left her lips, the people behind her displayed excitement. Carl bit his lower lip and whistled sharply. The young lady spoke boldly. Upon finishing her statement, her eyes gleamed with excitement as she turned to inquire with Lin Yang. Am I correct in my assertion? Lin Yang nodded gently, which only heightened Carl's elation. Shen Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively, stating, Your demands are excessively high. Such a thing is impossible. I can provide you with only the most basic sustenance, sufficient for a duration of 6 months. Feng Wu furrowed her brows, as her companions began to voice their discontent. Only we know that route. If you refuse to comply, we shall not escort you. Shen Nanfeng chuckled lightly, unperturbed by their demands. You wish for us to play the part of the gullible fools, yet alas, individuals like us are rare and hard to come by. I advise you to take advantage of my brother's current good spirits and know when to withdraw. At that moment, Lin Tangtang had finished washing up and appeared, donned in a fresh change of clothes, bearing a striking resemblance to Lin Maimai. She stood there, evoking a sense of pity. Sister. Meanwhile, Feng Wu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I wonder how much food would be required to exchange for the life of Miss Lin's sister. After all, I have saved her thrice. Chapter 47. Inconsistency. Upon noticing Lin Maimai lift her head, Feng Wu instantly donned a smile, yet a calculating glint lurked in her eyes. If it weren't for me, your sister might have already become a mere plaything for men, or worse. With these words, Lin Tangtang immediately bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, her face awash with embarrassment. Sister, Before she could utter more, Feng Wu's voice interrupted. The first time I laid eyes on her was in a concert hall, surrounded by a group of men. As she recounted this memory, her gaze fell upon Lin Tangtang, whose features mirrored those of Lin Maimai. She then reached for a piece of bread on the table, fixing her eyes on Lin Maimai as she declared, all for such a measly piece of bread. Stop it! Lin Tangtang shouted, her voice thick with suppressed sobs. Crumpling in despair, she buried her face in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Maimai watched Lin Tangtang. They were sisters, sharing the same mother. Yet, the majority of her suffering had stemmed from Lin Tangtang. Whenever Lin Tangtang shed a tear or cast a pained glance, their parents would go to great lengths to appease her. Whether justified or not, every fault fell upon Lin Maimai, no matter her own desires. If Lin Tangtang wished for something, she was obliged to relinquish it, and to do so with a cheerful demeanor, even when she had to seduce Shen Nanzhi. It was for Lin Tangtang's sake. At that time, Lin Tangtang had been diagnosed with a severe heart condition, one that necessitated a transplant. The exorbitant medical costs were beyond the means of their ordinary family. Their parents, driven by desperation, concocted a plan to marry her off to the owner of their company, a man in his 50s with an adult son. When she refused, they branded her as cold-hearted, insisting she would allow her own sister to perish. Desperation led them to drug their own daughter. That was when she barged into Shen Nanzhi's room during a seizure. The following morning, upon discovering Shen Nanzhi's true identity, she boldly pursued him, leading to a tangled connection. These memories were once the source of her anguish and hatred. During her confinement in Shen Nanzhi's basement, she often fantasized about a life devoid of Lin Tangtang. Now, Lin Tangtang was no longer the sister who perpetually viewed her with pity. She could no longer bask in the adoration of their parents as their beloved princess. As she gazed at Lin Tangtang, tears staining her cheeks, Lin Maimai felt an indescribable sensation within her. Lowering her head, she gently brushed Shen Nanzhi's hand away. Noticing his furrowed brow, she somewhat helplessly remarked, I'm quite full. I cannot eat anymore. Shen Nanzhi's gaze fell upon her abdomen, as if doubting her claim. He pressed gently, confirming its fullness before reluctantly easing his frown. He then bowed his head and consumed the remainder of her fish porridge in one swift motion. Brother. Lin Maimai wished to intervene, but it was too late. Shen Nanzhi had always detested river fish, and even the scent would send him into a rage. Yet now, despite his aversion, he consumed every last bite. Lin Maimai thought him mad, yet her hands obediently offered him a glass of lemonade. A faint, imperceptible smile flickered in Shen Nanzhi's eyes as he drank, evoking memories of the past. There was a time when, to escape Shen Nanzhi, she had endeavored to win his affections anew, doing everything to elicit his favor and ease. She would feed him, nestle against him, and even offer herself. Yet in this moment, Lin Maimai was certain her actions were purely heartfelt, devoid of ulterior motives. However, Shen Nanzhi mistook her intentions for a plea for his acquiescence. Xiaofeng, provide for them. After a brief moment of shock, Shen Nanfeng understood Lin Tangtang and Appo's resemblance to Lin Maimai. He rapped the table, glancing at the ecstatic faces across from him. Once we reach the research facility, I will give you what you desire. In an instant, a wave of jubilation swept through them, for with such provisions, they could sustain themselves for a year and a half if they rationed wisely. Yet among them, two faces bore no joy. Lin Tangtang wept, watched intently by Feng Wu. Both harbored jealousy and their own insatiable greed. Shen Nanfeng scanned the two before dismissing them. We depart tomorrow morning. You may take your leave now. Mike silently rose, gesturing for them to follow. The group animatedly discussed the distribution of supplies as they walked. Feng Wu cast a derisive glance at the sobbing Lin Tangtang before turning away. This trial had yielded unexpected outcomes, but she was in no rush. She had ample time. Shen Nanzhi carried Lin Maimai upstairs, soon followed by the others departing. Alone, Lin Tangtang crouched with her head bowed, her clenched fist driving her nails into her flesh. She bit her lip, suppressing the torrent of tears, yet she could not quell the simmering resentment and bitterness within. She even pondered how different things might be had their parents not perished. Lin Maimai would not be in her current predicament. The place in Shen Nanzhi's arms should have been hers, as should the adoration of those around them. She would not have endured the nightmares she had faced. She would still be the pure, beautiful Lin Tangtang in the eyes of others. A pair of icy hands slowly slipped beneath her garments, caressing her delicate waist. A voice laced with lewd mockery whispered in her ear, "What do you say? There is still time to choose. Stay with me, and you too can enjoy the pampered life your sister leads, cherished and doted upon." Lin Tangtang forcefully wrenched his hands away, her eyes brimming with disdain. "You are nothing compared to a mere finger of Shen Nanzhi." The man's grip tightened as he seized her chin, wrenching her face towards him, his eyes gleaming with predatory malice in the darkness. "Do you still believe you are the beloved Lin Tangtang? Without Lin Maimai, do you think Shen Nanzhi would stand up for you?" He suddenly laughed. "Ah, how could I forget? You are merely a girl willing to sell herself for status. Does your sister know what you were like before? Not that it matters. She never cared for you. Why else would she ignore your plight and revel in your humiliation?" His fingers trailed down her chest, ruthlessly tearing at her neckline, exposing her porcelain skin. The green light in his eyes intensified as he leaned in, his tongue flicking out. "I've made it to level 2. Being with me is a gain for you. Why waste your thoughts on someone you cannot have?" Gradually, Lin Tangtang's gaze became hazy. She ceased to resist the man's advances, allowing him to drag her away. In the night, several pairs of eyes retreated into the shadows. Time slipped by unnoticed until Lin Tangtang emerged from the enveloping darkness, dampened by the evening dew. Yet her complexion was ashen, and her garments were stained with traces of blood. Chapter 48, The Carnivorous Flower, Revised. When Lin Tangtang sought out Lin Maimai, the night was still shrouded in darkness. She turned in Shen Nanzhi's embrace, and amidst the haze, she heard Lin Tangtang sobbing. Unable to sleep any longer, she inquired, "Brother, why is she crying?" Shen Nanzhi reclined at the edge of the bed, one leg dangling down while the other rested on the bed's side. Lin Maimai curled around his narrow waist, her face buried in his abdomen. This intimate closeness deepened the sense of grievance in Lin Tangtang, who stood at the staircase, her tears flowing more freely. Shen Nanzhi's hands enveloped Lin Maimai's ears, shielding her from the outside world. "Ignore her. Continue sleeping." His gaze directed at Lin Tangtang was laced with a frosty annoyance. "Do not show me that face again." Lin Tangtang's body stiffened, her hand covering her mouth as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Sister, I have wronged you in the past. My parents favored me, and I monopolized their love, but I have never harmed you." As she wept, her breath hitching, her fragile form almost collapsing. "Can you save me? I beg you, sister, please help me. I truly cannot be with him any longer." As she cried, she stepped into the light, allowing Lin Maimai to see the marks and wounds that marred her skin. "They are not human. They have tormented me, and I can no longer endure it." Lin Maimai's nose twitched, and she frowned slightly. The scent of carnal aftermath lingered around Lin Tangtang, now apparent upon closer inspection. Her clothes were tattered, blood graced her cheeks, and marks of restraint marred her hands, with fresh wounds still bleeding on her arms. Startled, Lin Maimai sat upright. "What has happened to you?" Under Shen Nanzhi's watchful eye. "They dared?" Lin Tangtang rolled up her sleeves, revealing more wounds. "She saved me. She only coveted my beauty, hoping I would ensnare those men." Lin Tangtang's tear-streaked face bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Maimai. A crimson glimmer flickered in Shen Nanzhi's eyes, a feral intensity radiating from him. Lin Tangtang approached further, pleading desperately, "Sister, can you take me with you? No matter where you go, no matter how perilous, do not leave me with those people. Please?" Her cries were pitiful and hopeless. In that moment, she seemed to see her past self, ensnared and seeking aid in vain. She tugged at Shen Nanzhi's fingers. "Brother, can you take her with you?" Hope ignited in Lin Tangtang's eyes as she turned to Shen Nanzhi. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, the blood-red light in his eyes froze her in place. Once, she had feared this side of Shen Nanzhi, but now, the more he displayed it, the more she envied her sister's fortune. From childhood, it had always been like this. The puppy she had bought would only favor Lin Maimai, barking fiercely whenever she attempted to pet it. Thus, she had thrown it into the bathtub, watching as it drowned. She worked hard to achieve good grades, while Lin Maimai, who assisted with household chores and cared for her, effortlessly claimed the top spot in academics, and was even granted admission to a prestigious university. Consequently, she secretly tore up the admission letter and forbade her from answering any calls, and by the time Lin Maimai discovered it, it was too late. The boy she liked confessed to her, and she initially rejoiced, but one day he revealed that he had chosen her only after failing to win her sister's affection. In retaliation, she invited him to a hotel, and after their intimacy, she falsely reported him for coercion, leading to his imprisonment. A woman should choose a strong man to depend on, she thought, and Shen Nanzhi was the strongest man she knew. She yearned for him. Yet his gaze remained fixed solely on her sister. Does he fancy her face? I possess a similar one. Moreover, I assure you, I would never treat him as she does. Thus, she implored, look at me, truly observe me, grant me but a single chance. And I promised to bring him more joy than she ever could. She believed that all men were like this. Once they tasted her, they would worship her without exception. Get lost. Do not force me to mar that pretty face of yours. The man in Apos' voice dripped with icy menace, his blood-red gaze exuding ferocity. Lin Tangtang could no longer meet Lin Maimai's eyes. She lowered her head, softly sobbing, yet her heart brimmed with hatred and resentment. Was it not always this way? Anything she desired, Lin Maimai was expected to relinquish. When Lin Maimai caught sight of her injuries, there had been a flicker of pain in her eyes. Was it not natural for Shen Nanzhi to help her eliminate Feng Wu's ilk? Should she not have felt pity and willingly yielded Shen Nanzhi to her? Why could she maintain her silence? Was she mocking her in her heart? Did she believe that with their parents gone, she could rise above her? Dream on. In this lifetime, Lin Maimai was meant to be beneath her, gazing up in envy and admiration. I ask, can you please temper your expression? Do not wear such an ugly face that resembles my sister's. Shen Nanfeng's countenance was rife with reluctance. How unfortunate, had I known. I would have let Mike stand guard tonight. Listening to what I should not have all night long has sullied my ears. Now I must endure this hypocritical face, which dirties my eyes. Can I kill her? Would that upset my sister? Yet, the sight of this woman, with her lustful gaze cast upon his brother, only fueled his anger. At that moment, Carl leaned in, casting a glance at the tear-streaked Lin Tangtang, shivering silently before whispering something in Shen Nanfeng's ear. In an instant, a murderous glint ignited in Shen Nanfeng's eyes, his hand gripping the gun's handle, but as he contemplated something, he relaxed his grip, his expression softening. Rest assured, Carl has prepared a new place for you. You can sleep peacefully now. You are safe. Carl, bewildered, could only nod in submission to Shen Nanfeng's authority. Yes, yes. Follow me. Once they departed, Shen Nanfeng swiftly ascended to the second floor, relaying his arrangements with sparkling eyes, eagerly awaiting Shen Nanzhi's praise. Lin Maimai had been in a deep slumber, unprecedented in its profundity, and thus did not grasp the implications of Shen Nanfeng and Apos' plan. However, she sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy. Noting her wide, innocent eyes, Shen Nanzhi struggled to contain his delight. He embraced her tightly, showering her with kisses until her face burned crimson, before finally explaining. You are an ability user, specifically one with lightning powers. Lin Maimai and Apos' pupils contracted, recalling the fate she had witnessed in her past life, where Lin Tangtang possessed lightning abilities. Yet, even so, doubt permeated her voice. Then why did she claim she had no powers? She had thought perhaps it was merely a matter of time before Lin Tangtang awakened her abilities. However, ability users generally exhibit physical changes, the most fundamental being an enhancement in their constitution. Just like her, every movement exuded an alluring charm. For instance, Feng Wu possesses a power of a robust nature, thus, despite her alluring figure, one can discern the evident contours of her muscles. In contrast, Lin Tangtang remains as delicate and fragile as the last time I beheld her before the apocalypse, resembling a petite white flower. It is inconceivable that a wielder of lightning abilities could embody such frailty. The shock of this revelation had scarcely subsided when Shen Nanfeng dropped yet another bombshell. Moreover, she is akin to a deadly carnivorous flower. She may appear affectionate at first, only to ruthlessly ensnare her prey thereafter. Her decisiveness, her cruelty, her heartlessness. Then, she engages in self-harm with a stoic expression, masquerading as a victim of coercion, shedding tears before her sister. Therefore, I have instructed Carl to escort her to our resting area. Do you think she will be unable to contain her true nature? Chapter 49. The insatiable heart of man Lin Maimai remained perplexed. Thus, Shen Nanfeng recounted the information he had gathered. That Feng Wu was not a virtuous character, and indeed, Lin Tangtang was merely her pawn. However, their relationship was not one of domination, but rather collaboration. Lin Tangtang captivated men with her allure, while Feng Wu exploited these individuals to seize resources or carve out an escape route. Did sister not notice? Their group consisted predominantly of superhumans, with only Lin Tang feigning to lack abilities. Shen Nanzhi chuckled, a cold glint in his eyes. This was because those without powers had merely served as stepping stones for their exodus from Jiangning City. Lin Maimai felt a jolt of realization. Does that mean they have been deceiving us? They are utterly unaware of the laboratory's whereabouts. Shen Nanzhi murmured in agreement, his gaze fixated with an almost obsessive fascination on her delicate, fair fingers, occasionally brushing them against his lips. Lin Maimai's cheeks flushed after several unsuccessful attempts to withdraw. She resigned herself to his whims. Shen Nanzhi snapped his fingers with a grin. Therefore, sister, since they harbor ulterior motives, let us afford them this opportunity. Otherwise, it would be a waste of their painstaking efforts. This elucidated why he had orchestrated Lin Tangtang's presence in their resting area. A mouse will not venture into a hole unless there is an opening. At that moment, outside their first-floor lounge, Fengwu had already been squatting with her men for half an hour. Having dined excessively, some now wore expressions of distress. Hunger gnawed at their bellies, and the discomfort of overindulgence was palpable. The food, once comfortably lodged, now threatened to surge forth. Several men exchanged knowing glances and swallowed hard in unison. When Fengwu turned to scrutinize them, their faces resumed a mask of seriousness and focus, yet suspicion lingered in their eyes. Fengwu's reputation for brutality within the group was notorious. Several disobedient comrades had already met their demise at her hands. They had contemplated rebellion, yet the prospect of Lin Tangtang's warmth was too enticing to resist. Once tasted, it became an addiction impossible to forsake. Consequently, they found themselves firmly under Fengwu's control. Suddenly, she inquired in a low voice, "Where is the fourth?" Several men rolled their eyes in unison. Was it not evident? His absence suggested he was too engrossed with Lin Tangtang and likely hiding away to recuperate. Observing their expressions of discomfort and Lin Tangtang's evident marks of intimacy, Fengwu's brow furrowed with irritation. A plan had been meticulously crafted, yet now with a missing participant, it necessitated a reassessment. Third, go to the second floor and find a discreet position to observe. Inform me immediately if Shen Nanzhi and his brother make any moves. The third hesitated, reluctant to comply. When Shen Nanzhi had rescued them, he had effortlessly dispatched dozens of zombies. Such strength posed a lethal threat if discovered. And then there was Shen Nanzhi. His abilities remained a mystery, though his firearm suggested formidable skill. He was merely a level 1 superhuman, possessing a seemingly useless invisibility ability. How could he contend with those two? Reluctantly, the third departed. The second approached and whispered, "I still believe we should wait. We know too little about their abilities. This is perilous enough, especially with one less person." He was cut off by Fengwu. Those who are timid starve, while the bold feast. Do you wish to go hungry? The second pressed his lips together, his seemingly innocent facade revealing a selfish heart. The terror of hunger was overwhelming. Such opportunities were rare. I have no objections. The fifth, the youngest among them, asked innocently, "Didn't they promise us food?" Fengwu scoffed. "We lost over a dozen men escaping that wretched place. Do you wish to return?" The fifth shook his head vigorously. "Then obey me. Once Lin Tangtang signals, we move." Inside the lounge, Lin Tangtang sat on the floor, clutching her blanket and sobbing. After more than half an hour, those who could sleep did so, indifferent to her distress. The only one who paid her any mind was the red-haired Carl, who stood before her with crossed arms, exuding an air of amusement as if watching a monkey perform. Lin Tangtang found herself unable to continue crying. She believed these men must have escaped from a lunatic asylum. None of them were sane. She had no desire to put on a show for these lunatics. Wiping her tears, she raised her head, her expression a blend of grievance and resolve. "Thank you for bringing me here. I apologize for disrupting your rest. Biting her lip, her eyes welled with tears again as her voice trembled. "I just find it hard to contain myself. I wish I had met you all sooner." Upon hearing this, Carl immediately waved his hand. "Don't say such things. If we had met earlier, you would likely be dead by now. Even a fool could see that from the moment this woman appeared." The one upstairs had been suppressing a murderous intent. Carl glanced at Lin Yang, who stood vigil by the window. He felt a twinge of annoyance. Had it not been for this woman, he might have secured some benefits tonight, but now it was all gone. Lin Yang remained indifferent, while Avon slept, and Shen Nanzhi's absence indicated that action was not yet possible. Bored, Carl sought conversation. "Are you and your sister sure you are not twins?" Lin Tangtang froze, unable to suppress a sense of pride. "See, no man can resist me. Now they are inquiring about my background. No, I am 3 years younger than my sister. She replied. Carl replied, oh, you do resemble each other quite a bit. Lin Tangang smiled. Yes, but my mother says I resemble her more. Carl kept this thought to himself as he heard a faint sound. Instantly, he rose and moved to stand protectively beside Lin Yang. Avon, who had been sleeping, awakened in an instant, positioning himself in front of Lin Yang. Lin Tangang also heard the sound. It was a signal deliberately emitted by Feng Wu. Indeed, the two within the room shielded Lin Yang, indicating he was the spatial manipulator Feng Wu sought. With him, they would no longer have to worry about resources. Even without Shen Nanzhi, she could forge her own army, and at that point, she would truly be a queen. Suppressing her excitement, she gradually stood, feigning panic. What happened? Her expression of fear appeared genuine, yet the hand concealed within her sleeve shimmered with tiny sparks of lightning. Simultaneously, on the second floor, Shen Nanfeng displayed an expression of elation. He gestured for silence and subtly signaled to a hidden observer. His lips formed silent words. Brother, sister, the hunt begins. Until this moment, no one in Fengwu had noticed that the slender, dark-skinned man named Mike had vanished. Chapter 50. Crushing the explosion reverberated through the air, flames igniting a section of the first floor in an instant. Fengwu and her 3 companions found themselves ensnared within a ring of fire. A cold expression slowly emerged on Avon's face amidst the raging flames. Fengwu, we have been deceived. Silence. Fengwu's gaze hardened in an instant. A cold smile gracing her lips as she declared, if that is the case, then do not leave any room for escape if you wish to survive. With that, she drew her cleaver and charged at Avon. Old Five let out a chuckle, a devilish grin spreading across his face. I have a keen interest in playing with fire too. At that moment, enormous flames erupted from his body, a green hue radiating a palpable malice, infusing the fire with a scent of blood. Together with Fengwu, they launched an assault on Avon. Meanwhile, Lin Tangtang seized the moment to attack, hurling a bolt of lightning towards Lin Yang at the window. In the next heartbeat, a black hole appeared before the lightning, consuming it entirely. Lin Tangtang's expression brightened with excitement. Indeed, you are the space ability user. Yet, at that moment, Carl's flames approached ominously. Having thwarted one attack, Carl sneered mockingly. Little girl, are you not going to put on a show anymore? Lin Tangtang maintained her icy demeanor as lightning rained down upon Carl's head, yet he evaded each strike effortlessly. Lin Yang stood vigilantly, gun in hand, refraining from rashly joining the fray. Above, Shen Nanfeng casually toyed with his handgun, his gaze fixed on a particular point in the air. Little mouse, will you come out on your own, or shall I force your corpse to reveal itself? Hearing this, Old Three instinctively sought to flee, but in the next instant, Shen Nanfeng's gun was pressed firmly against his forehead. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Shen Nanfeng smirked, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. I will count to 3. If you do not come out, do not blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, his finger disengaged the safety. Yet, the air remained eerily still. Lin Maimai cast a curious glance, igniting Shen Nanzhi's displeasure. Shen Nanfeng began to count impatiently. 3. Lin Maimai found herself pinned against the wall, locked in a deep kiss by Shen Nanzhi. 2. His assertive tongue pried open her lips, while his icy fingers caressed her waist through the thin fabric. Suddenly, Lin Maimai lost her footing. When she regained her balance, she found herself distanced from Shen Nanzhi's heated embrace. Stay here, I will return. With those words, the light before her diminished sharply. Shen Nanzhi and Apos' cold visage and blood-red eyes obscured behind a closing panel. Ultimately, she was enveloped in darkness, the scent of dust and rust filling her nostrils. She struggled to suppress her rising fear, yet memories from her past life rendered her palms icy. Taking a moment to steady her rapid breaths, she dared to reach out and explore. You wretched Shen Nanzhi, you will regret this. As she sobbed, she continued to feel her way around. Soon, she realized that she was confined in a minuscule space, akin to a fire storage room. Though she could turn her body, she could not walk, forced to press against the wall and gradually slide down. Separated by a door, it felt like 2 worlds apart. In this silence, only her own voice echoed, while outside, the continuous sounds of battle and the explosions of abilities clashed relentlessly. When Shen Nanzhi returned, Shen Nanfeng had already restrained Old Three, awaiting his brother's arrival. Brother, shall I ask? Shen Nanfeng remarked, noting their impatience. Upon their arrival, the group had just managed to escape. Coincidentally, they even knew how to reach the research facility. It was hard to believe there was no conspiracy at play. Shen Nanzhi, without uttering a word, approached Old Three, gripping his neck to force their eyes to meet. Moments later, the crimson glow in Shen Nanzhi and Appo's eyes dimmed significantly, while Old Three fell unconscious, foam escaping his lips. He was utterly oblivious. Shen Nanfeng blinked in surprise before angrily kicking at the ground. Damn it, how could I lose? He had wagered with Carl and others that he would be the first to uncover the mastermind, only to be humiliated before his brother. His eyes flushed with rage. Bang! A bullet silenced Old Three, yet Shen Nanfeng remained unsatisfied. He vaulted over the railing, racing towards the heart of the roaring flames. In no time, Shen Nanfeng's swift figure confronted the leader beside Feng Wu. Shen Nanzhi cast a glance toward Lin Maimai's location, pursed his lips, and then vanished from the second floor. Soon, two piercing screams shattered the air. Feng Wu turned, her pupils constricting in horror. The bodies of the leader and Old Five were engulfed in crimson flames, reduced to mere ash in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind swept through the dilapidated window, and at that moment, Carl happened to pass by. Some of the ash settling on his attire. He brushed it off with disdain, a hint of lament etched on his face. Brother Nan, this isn't how you play. We agreed that if I achieved merit, you would give me a chance. He swiftly dodged the lightning shot by Lin Tangtang, calling out to Lin Yang from a distance. This doesn't count. Your brother has no honor. Lin Yang's expression stiffened, and in the next moment, the barrel of his gun was aimed directly at Carl, firing without hesitation. Carl's face paled in fright. Lin Yang, are you attempting to murder your own husband? The only response he received was a barrage of bullets and Lin Yang's flushed cheeks. Shen Nanfeng, not far off, taunted, Lin Yang, could you make your reluctance any more obvious? If you can't bear to strike, just say so. Initially wearing a forlorn expression, Carl's face brightened upon hearing this. Little Yang, do you also harbor feelings for me? At that moment, Feng Wu and Lin Tangtang felt like mere jesters, their injuries negligible. Yet the humiliation was profound. They exchanged glances, determination burning in their eyes. Feng Wu was the first to strike, swinging her cleaver directly towards Avon. Yet, Avon stood unmoved. Unbeknownst to her, Mike had appeared behind Feng Wu, his right hand piercing through her chest. The cleaver slipped from her grasp. As she looked down at the black hole where her heart once resided, a gurgling laugh escaped her throat. Devouring abilities, so you were the one she sought. Before her voice trailed off, she entirely lost her life force. Mike furrowed his brow slightly, casually tossing Feng Wu's lifeless body into the flames. Both Carl and Avon stood frozen, astonished. Good heavens, we always thought Mike possessed only the power ability, never realizing he wielded a second ability, devouring. In unison, they swallowed hard, retreating a step while forced smiles adorned their faces. Mike, we are brothers, right? Lin Yang approached Mike, whispering, did you acquire that individual S as well? Mike nodded. Then silently walked over to Shen Nanzhi, presenting him with a map of Jiangning City. In truth, on the night Lin Yang was drenched in crimson rain, Mike had also endured. Yet, his presence was so understated that not a single soul noticed his absence. For instance, today, however, this ability of his is strictly prohibited from being revealed by Shen Nanzhi. This is because Lin Maimai once mentioned that the power of devouring was something the underground auction house sought in her previous life. Eventually, when it was found, it is said that on the very first day of entry, its core was extracted. This marks the first occasion that Shen Nanzhi has permitted him to employ the devouring ability. Lin Tangyang has killed the fourth, yet Mike remains, waiting for her departure. The fourth is not entirely lifeless yet. A single breath is sufficient for Mike to absorb his powers completely. At this moment, Lin Tangtang has been utterly petrified with fear. She finds herself grasped by Shen Nan, lifted into the air by one arm, his icy gaze reminiscent of one surveying the dead. Below her, fierce flames dance, with tongues of fire that seem poised to consume her in the next instant. You cannot kill me. Yet, the tips of Shen Nanzhi's fingers already flicker with the light of impending lightning. Lin Tangyang, drenched in cold sweat, hastily exclaims, Zhou Qing is coming. She must be looking for her sister right now. Chapter 51, The Manus Catches the Cicada. While the yellow bird awaits, a piercing scream escaped Lin Tongtong's lips as Shen Nanzhi severed one of her arms with a bolt of lightning. Her body, along with the blood that gushed forth, plummeted into the inferno below. The flames ravenously consumed her remaining form, and she writhed and struggled in the fire, ultimately managing to emerge with only half of her body. Save me, she implored, her eyes meeting the indifferent faces of Shen Nanzhi and his companions. Helplessly, she watched as her flesh was charred bit by bit. Just as despair enveloped her, a powerful gust swept through the factory. Above them, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Zhou Qing's half-human, half-mechanical body emerged under the spotlight, confronting the crowd. Shen Nanzhi could hardly believe his eyes. How could she still be alive? He had confirmed her death long ago. Save me. Lin Tangtang perceived a glimmer of hope and reached out toward Zhou Qing, yet the flames still clung to her, raging even more fiercely with the wind. In the next instant, a glint of cold light flashed, and Lin Tangtang and Apos' head was severed by a blade of air. Her charred visage rolled back into the flames, producing a crackling sound as it burned. Zhou Qing's rigid face was adorned with an electronica that scanned the individuals below. Lingering longest on Shen Nanzhi, the air echoed with the harsh sound of the air blades slicing through the atmosphere. A few figures emerged slowly from behind Zhou Qing, looking down upon them with disdain. Upon recognizing their faces, almost everyone tensed, a wave of incredulity washing over them. Even Shen Nanzhi's expression darkened at that moment. The figures standing behind Zhou Qing were none other than the original researchers, professors, and doctors from the Clem Asylum. Each of them bore expressions of madness and excitement, their eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. I found you. Zhou Qing's eyes darted, finally pointing a finger at Mike, her voice cold and mechanical. Shen Nanzhi, hand him over to me, and I shall ensure your safety. Shen Nanzhi raised his gun and fired. Try it. Yet, in an instant, his bullet was thwarted by an invisible barrier. Unyielding, he fired a barrage of bullets, all of which were effortlessly deflected. This provoked mocking laughter from the figures behind Zhou Qing. At that moment, Mike suddenly stepped in front of Shen Nanzhi. A single glance from Shen Nanzhi silenced him, urging him to step back. Avon glanced at Carl, who stood protectively in front of Lin Yang, and quietly relinquished his hold. Zhou Qing spoke again, her voice devoid of any human emotion, cold and robotic. Shen Nanzhi, I understand you and can discern your thoughts. I assure you, if you hand over Mike, I will keep my word and let you leave unscathed. I am aware of your prowess. We are no match for you, but... Her eyes suddenly radiated a chilling light. If you refuse, I cannot guarantee Lin Maimai's safety. A murderous intent surged within Shen Nanzhi. His blood-red eyes glowed ominously as a powerful bolt of lightning erupted from him. Boom! The lightning obliterated the barrier before Zhou Qing and surged toward her face. Simultaneously, an icy chill enveloped the area, freezing the air in an instant. The chill morphed into countless tiny ice needles, directed at everyone aboard the helicopter. Zhou Qing was yanked back by a gray-haired professor, who quickly erected another barrier. Just as it formed, it shattered again. The next moment, the professor plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and splattering into a gruesome mess. Zhou Qing found herself within Shen Nanzhi's grasp, as a sharp ice blade pierced through her body. Yet, she exhibited no sign of fear or resistance, her electronic eyes reflecting a chilling calm, as though she were a mere automaton. Hiding behind a decoy robot, Zhou Qing, are you now too afraid to confront me? Shen Nanzhi's madness erupted fully. In the darkened sky, lightning danced, and the helicopter soon exploded, plummeting to the earth. Those professors and doctors, who had just reveled in their triumph, stood frozen in place, their expressions blank as they witnessed the lightning tear their bodies apart. Zhou Qing, however, remained indifferent, stating, I know this will anger you. Those were merely gifts to soothe your fury. If you are not appeased, you may do with this body as you wish. As her words fell, Shen Nanzhi and Apos' eyes blazed with icy fury. In the next moment, her neck was twisted, revealing the mechanical innards within. The head that lay on the ground continued to speak. I will take Lin Maimai with me, and Mike will be left in your care. I shall return for him. As if exhausting her final reserves of power, her voice crackled with static. Welcome to Jiangning City, Shen Nanzhi. I await your arrival. With the extinguishing of the green light in her eyes, the dark shroud enveloping the sky dissipated, revealing a sunlit day. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber in Jiangning City, Zhou Qing awoke, lying beside a young man who had long since perished. Half an hour earlier, Lin Maimai suddenly heard faint footsteps outside. She immediately rose and pressed against the door, joyfully inquiring, Brother, is that you returning? Click, the door swung open. A sudden light pierced through the darkness, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. When she opened them again, her heart raced uncontrollably at the sight before her, a smiling face that ignited an overwhelming surge of hatred within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her powers. Yet, Her complexion paled as she glared at Gu Yisen, who remained grinning, his eyes betraying a suppressed, maniacal joy. Just moments ago, when her vision had faltered, he had injected something into her neck. "My Maima, do not fear. This serum will merely render you temporarily powerless." With that, he discarded the empty syringe and cradled her slowly fading consciousness in his arms. At that moment, he resembled a lovesick fool, tenderly caressing her cheek. His eyes filled with possessive excitement. "In my past life, I was a fool, allowing a treasure to slip through my fingers. This time, I shall not repeat my folly. I will keep you close." He lowered his head, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "How could I allow you to lose your powers? I need you. Once I stand atop this world, you will rejoice, will you not? After all, you once loved me dearly." Cradling her in his arms, he glanced down at the dark sphere below, his eyes filled with derision. "Let them tear each other apart. I shall take you away to a place where they will never find you. At present, I am not yet formidable enough. I must cultivate my strength in silence. When I re-emerge, I assure you, my dear Maimai, I shall undoubtedly be the most powerful being in this world." Chapter 52. On the brink, Shen Nanzhi gazed at her brother, Shen Nanzhi, who stood motionless in front of the door, a profound fear reflecting in her eyes. Her brother was unnervingly calm. There was no anger, no frenzy, only an unsettling silence. Yet Shen Nanzhi understood that this was the moment when her brother was most fearsome. For the calm before the storm is the most terrifying of all. She slowly approached him, whispering, "Brother," but Shen Nanzhi remained unresponsive. The others behind her were equally tense. Carl, known for his fiery temper and impatience, could hardly contain his frustration. "We've been set up. We must reclaim our honor," he insisted. Awen felt a headache brewing. Yet he patiently analyzed the situation with Carl. "That shadow can obscure our senses and even create illusions." Nandu was oblivious. "Do you think you can handle it?" Carl scoffed defiantly. "I refuse to believe anyone is more formidable than Brother Shen, right, Lin Yang?" Indeed, no one surpassed Shen Nanzhi in prowess, as they had once again witnessed his terrifying combat capabilities. However, this did not preclude him from being momentarily misled. Lin Yang bowed his head, lost in thought. What if that shadow reappeared? Their apparent target was Mike, but the true objective was Miss Lin. Can you guarantee that we won't turn against each other under the shadow's influence or fall victim to those lurking in the dark? Awen hesitated to voice such grim possibilities, but the current circumstances did not dismiss them. Indeed, the probability was alarmingly high. At that moment, lightning erupted around Shen Nanzhi, shattering the door into splinters. The group recoiled in shock, retreating several paces. Only after the lightning dissipated did they dare to look at Shen Nanzhi, who was now shrouded in a thick layer of ice, with tiny ice crystals scattered around him. His eyes brimmed with malevolence as he commanded, "To Jiangning." As he turned, the entire factory was obliterated in the wake of his wrath. A vehicle burst forth, racing towards Jiangning. Simultaneously, in the underground chamber where Zhou Qing resided, a figure materialized, the man who had once rescued her. With a flick of his fingers, a new mechanical version of Zhou Qing appeared before her. After connecting the necessary data, the real Zhou Qing fell into a deep slumber, while the robotic counterpart's electronic eyes flickered with green light, adjusting to its new form. The man in black observed her with a benign smile, yet his eyes betrayed no warmth. "This is the last one. Don and Apos, T mess it up again. I can and Apos, T create another." Zhou Qing remained silent, hastening to the computer to pull up surveillance footage. Yet, no trace of Gu Yisen or Lin Maimai could be found in any corner of the underground realm. The man in black propped his chin on his hand, watching her work before speaking slowly. "I recall mentioning that Gu Yisen is rather peculiar. He seems to know too much. However, I've checked. He is not affiliated with any of our circles, which is highly suspicious. He cannot be trusted, yet you still utilized him. A self-serving individual will never genuinely collaborate with you. Clearly, his target has been Lin Maimai from the very beginning." Zhou Qing ceased her frantic typing, mechanically turning to him. "You knew he took Lin Maimai and did nothing to stop it?" The man in black rose from his seat, shrugging with feigned innocence. "He provides me with entertainment. Why would I interfere?" Zhou Qing's fists clenched, striking the table with force. "Professor Zhou, you truly possess a sense of humanity. Even your daughter is merely a tool for your amusement in your eyes." The man in black yawned nonchalantly, a black void appearing before him. He stepped into it, turning back to Zhou Qing. "As a father, allow me to kindly remind you, Shen Nanzhi will find this place soon." He glanced at his watch. "Given his current state, I estimate he will arrive in under 4 hours. With a slight gesture, he caused the lifeless body of a man to float beside him. Ah. Let us see if he can still be salvaged. Having a prodigal daughter is quite the challenge. His voice faded into the void, which vanished in an instant. At that moment, the door to her room was forcefully swung open, revealing a familiar face from the asylum, bloodied hands, and a hint of terror etched across her features. Subject 1011 has gone out of control. Zhou Qing's eyes glowed brighter with green light as she stepped outside. As she traversed the long corridor, she could see through glass panels into individual rooms, each housing either a person, a zombie, or a hybrid of both. If Lin Maimai were present, she would recognize the environment as eerily reminiscent of the underground auction house from her memories. Zhou Qing moved swiftly, while the woman trailed behind, nearly jogging to keep up. However, upon their arrival, they found the room devoid of life. The floor was littered with dismembered bodies, blood splattered everywhere. In the crevice of a nearby cabinet sat a half-zombie, its skin a mottled hue, yet its eyes were dark. It clutched a severed arm, gnawing hungrily. Upon sensing their approach, it let out a growl, baring its teeth. Yet as it caught sight of the woman behind Zhou Qing, it discarded the bloody arm and lunged at her. Ah! The woman screamed helplessly. In the next moment, a colder, more mechanical voice rang out, "Step back." The creature's bloodied hands, with long black nails, were mere millimeters from the woman's throat, but retreated slowly upon hearing the command, leaving only an angry growl in their wake. The woman fled in terror. Zhou Qing observed the creature intently, then unleashed a blade of energy toward it. The attack did not sever its neck but cleaved a chair beside it in two, leaving a deep gash in the iron cabinet behind. The creature, however, showed no reaction. It bore no injury, save for a faint red mark on its arm. It appeared entirely devoid of pain, staring at its arm as a glimmer of malice gathered in its eyes. Yet, it merely emitted a whimper, shrinking back, unwilling to confront Zhou Qing. At this moment, Zhou Qing felt satisfied. She approached it slowly, presenting images of Shen Nanzhi and his companions. Do you understand? The creature lifted its gaze to Zhou Qing, then to the images, repeating the process several times before nodding vigorously. Zhou Qing instructed, "Remember, bring these individuals back to me, regardless of their fate." The creature scratched its bloodied head, hesitating before finally departing, glancing back multiple times as it made its way to the door. Once assured of its escape, it bolted down the corridor with astonishing speed, almost like a flash of lightning. Chapter 53. Speed and Hope on the other side of Jiangning City. Shen Nanzhi and his companions had already entered the urban area. They found themselves at the entrance of a stadium located in the bustling heart of the city. A place inherently crowded with people. Compounding the chaos, a concert was underway at the time of the incident, transforming the scene into a veritable hell on earth. A throng of zombies roamed the streets, occasionally colliding with one another and emitting low, warning growls. However, they had managed to find a relatively secluded spot. After dispatching a substantial wave of zombies, Evan, Carl, and Maiko were noticeably fatigued from over 2 hours of continuous combat. Their abilities were nearing exhaustion. Were it not for Shen Nanzhi's suggestion, Shen Nanzhi would never have agreed to pause for a brief respite. The air was thick with a foul stench and a heavy metallic scent of blood. Yet, these were not the most terrifying aspects for Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang. The relentless slaughter of zombies had caused the violent aura within Shen Nanzhi to swell uncontrollably, the chill emanating from him palpable even 3 meters away. He stood atop the vehicle, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on a specific direction. Shen Nanfeng exhaled a breath of cold air, wrapping his clothes tighter around him before climbing onto the roof. "Brother, have something to eat," he urged. Shen Nanzhi remained silent and still, as if encased in ice, radiating an aura of frost. Shen Nanfeng retracted the food, his throat tightening, finally uttering a dry comfort. "Brother, sister will be fine." Yet, Shen Nanfeng knew that Lin Maimai had fallen into the clutches of Zhou Qing, and even if her life was not currently in peril, she would undoubtedly face immense suffering. Zhou Qing, that ruthless woman, was a force to be reckoned with. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Maimai was less than 2 kilometers away, on a high-rise directly across from the stadium, being held before a massive telescope by Gu Yisen, watching Shen Nanzhi and the others. "Maimai, you truly astonish me," Gu Yisen remarked, gently toying with her long hair. In his past life, he had been enamored with her flowing locks, unable to resist their allure. It was remarkable that she had caught the eye of the young master of the Shen family. However, he had also heard whispers that the man was unhinged. "You are the mad one. Your entire family is mad." If her hands had not been bound, Lin Maimai would have surely struck him. What if he finds out that his woman has been with other men? Will he lose his mind? Cursed be the ropes that bound her feet. Otherwise, she would have inflicted a lifelong disability upon him. Gu Yisen was oblivious to the fact that Lin Maimai had mentally dismembered him numerous times already. Yet he prattled on, reveling in his perceived triumph. Were it not for the current state of the world, the news of him seizing the young master of the Shen family's woman would have sent shockwaves through the metropolis. In the next moment, a cold edge crept into his tone as he gripped Lin Maimai's arm, glaring fiercely into her eyes, threatening, "You better behave, otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences of your past life." With that, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand, slicing into Lin Maimai's arm. The blood that welled from the wound igniting a spark of excitement in Gu Yisen's eyes. As he bent down to savor the blood, Lin Maimai instinctively collapsed towards the ground, deliberately aiming for the wound. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had seized her again, his gaze icy. "Maimai, you really don't listen. Do you wish to attract more zombies with your blood?" He scoffed derisively. "Do I need to remind you again? I am also reborn. Compared to you, who has been confined in an underground laboratory for years, I understand this world, and them, far better." 2 kilometers surpassed Shen Nanfeng's range of perception, as it did Shen Nanzhi's mental detection distance. In that moment, he regarded Lin Maimai as a fool, while she perceived him as a lunatic and a pervert. Suddenly, she leaped up, forcefully striking her head against his chin. The immense pain brought tears to his eyes, causing him to loosen his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Maimai spun around and dashed towards the edge of the rooftop, calling out, "Brother, brother, I'm here." However, before she could call out a third time, Gu Yisen charged at her, yanking her hair back. "Lin Maimai, you brought this upon yourself." He raised his hand and struck her face with a resounding slap. The first, followed by a second, then a third, and a fourth. He unleashed a total of 6 stinging slaps, leaving her cheeks swollen and bloodied at the nose and mouth, only pausing to catch his breath. "If you still don't learn your lesson, I won't hesitate to hand you over to another man for training." Her body chilled, her mind clouded. Yet, Lin Maimai noticed the bloodstains at the edge of the rooftop, her own blood. It had already begun to drip down below, where the zombies were starting to stir. The distant howls served as a warning for Shen Nanzhi and his group to retreat. Only by conserving enough strength could they reach the research facility and rescue Lin Maimai. Shen Nanfeng had urged Shen Nanzhi several times, yet he remained rooted in place. His gaze fixated on the direction of the zombies and Appos, roars. "Brother, we should go." Shen Nanzhi remained unmoved, the chill around him intensifying. At that moment, a figure shot out from the horde of zombies, heading straight for him. He recognized it as a half-human, half-zombie creature. All exited the vehicle, bracing for confrontation. Yet, the creature halted a distance of over 10 meters away, tilting its head as if pondering something. Soon after, it let out a deafening roar, causing the earth to tremble. All the zombies surged toward that location. Carl's face paled. He had been on high alert throughout their journey, battling zombies while also protecting Lin Yang. Among the group, he had expended the most energy. Now, sensing the impending horde, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This one is of a high level. It can summon other zombies. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Yang produced several small bombs, which, while lacking in explosive power, could create clouds of smoke to provide temporary concealment and obstruct visibility. Given that it was day, these would prove effective against the zombies. He distributed the bombs to a few members, followed by larger grenades. At that moment, Carl could not contain his excitement. "Brother Nan, you're incredible. You seem to have everything." Evan cast a complex glance at Shen Nanzhi, who stood atop the vehicle. From the onset of the apocalypse until now, Shen Nanzhi's actions had appeared almost prophetic. Yet this ability, the so-called wizard claimed, was exclusive to him. He had approached Shen Nanzhi based on the wizard's foresight. Now it seemed that everything had indeed unfolded as the wizard had predicted. Lin Maimai was the variable. Yet Shen Nanzhi embodies the hope of this world. Hope resides within uncertainty. Without variability, hope cannot exist. Chapter 54, Covert Schemes, revised at the same time. Lin Maimai found herself forcefully dragged by Gu Yisen to the telescope. "Can you see it? That is Zhou Qing's ultimate weapon, crafted by her own hands. This woman is truly insane. However, this madness works to my advantage. With her shielding me, Shen Nanzhi will not trace me." Through the telescope, Lin Maimai beheld the grotesque figure, half-human, half-zombie, its body a patchwork of stitches and scars. This sight evoked memories of a film she had once watched, featuring a similar creature. Yet, rather than fear, a cold smile crept upon her lips. "By taking me, you betray Zhou Qing. Do you truly believe she will keep your secret when confronted by Shen Nanzhi?" Gu Yisen had anticipated this angle. A triumphant gleam sparkled in his eyes as he savored the blood from her arm, as if relishing a delicacy, his eyes narrowing with pleasure. As long as you are present, when Shen Nanzhi arrives, who do you think has the better chance of survival? Lin Maimai's heart fluttered with concern. She had witnessed how others had judged her blood in her past life. Yet, she masked her anxiety with scornful retorts. If you claim to know them better than I, then you should understand Shen Nanzhi's abilities. You would stand no chance against him. Instead of anger, Gu Yisen's response was oddly tender as he caressed her bruised face. I am certainly no match for him, yet his level of concern for you exceeds my expectations. This lunatic possesses a fierce possessiveness, and I doubt you have ever mentioned me to him. If he were to discover our connection, who do you think would perish first? His words struck Lin Maimai's hidden fears directly. Despite her attempts to conceal her trepidation, her trembling brows betrayed her inner turmoil. Gu Yisen slowly wiped away the blood that belonged to her from the rooftop's edge. Maimai, we are both reborn souls, yearning for a better existence. Why not join forces? He leaned closer, a twisted desire for power evident on his face. Maimai, I possess a deeper understanding of this world's dynamics. If you are willing to collaborate with me, we could rule this world together. In that future, no one would dare to oppress you, nor would anyone wield a knife to sever your life. For you would be the sovereign of this realm. Her heart sank at his delusions of grandeur. Yet there was a glimmer of hope in the offer he presented for escape. She feigned relaxation, no longer resisting his grip on her arm, as if she had capitulated. Swayed by his painted vision, with a fade of fear, she whispered her conditions. I can agree to cooperate with you, but you must ensure that Shen Nanzhi does not find me. A flicker of triumph crossed Gu Yisen's eyes. He perceived her posturing as mere theatrics, convinced she still harbored feelings for him. Had she truly held resentment, she would have used Shen Nanzhi to locate him long ago. After all, he had revealed to her in a past life that his home was in Zhongning City. For someone like Shen Nanzhi, eliminating a minor character like him would be trivial. Thus, this long-standing struggle and resistance were merely her strategies to win his affection. Indeed, women were foolish, driven by love, with a hint of affection. They would leap through fire for him. Very well, I accept your terms. Lin Maimai's eyes sparkled with fleeting joy, only to dim again just as swiftly. You are allied with Shou Qing. She despises me for vying for Shen Nanzhi's affection. You. Gu Yisen threw his head back, laughing darkly. His mirth laced with pride. Rest assured, Maimai, after my experiences in the previous life, I will never again deliver a treasure into another's hands. That would be sheer folly. At that moment, a thick fog began to rise in the distance, followed by towering flames reaching for the sky. Gu Yisen's smile faded as he seized Lin Maimai's hand. Now, we must depart. The chaos of battle should not ensnare us. Before descending, Lin Maimai cast one last glance toward the distant horizon, silently urging Shen Nanzhi. I have left you a clue. You must find me. Beneath the dense fog, Carl clutched Lin Yang and Appo's wrist tightly, shielding him behind his own body. To his right stood Ivan, and to his left, Mike. Ahead, the faint outline of Shen Nanfeng was visible, with the electric aura of Shen Nanzhi leading the way. The recent barrage of bombs had left the surroundings littered with the remnants of zombies, a gruesome and revolting sight. The air was thick with the noxious stench of charred flesh mingled with gunpowder, a nauseating concoction. Yet, no one paid heed. All eyes and focus were intensely trained on the scene. Just moments ago, the half-human, half-zombie creature had vanished. Shen Nanfeng and Appo's ears were filled with the sound of wind, the distant approach of more zombies, and the rhythmic breaths and heartbeats of his companions. Yet, there was an unsettling absence of the creature's presence. Not a trace remained. Sweat beaded on his forehead, impatience gnawing at him. The more he strained, the more elusive the creature became. Suddenly, a sharp claw lunged toward his temple. Shen Nanfeng reacted just in time, raising his arm to shield himself, hoping to mitigate the force of the impending attack. Yet, the overwhelming strength rendered his efforts futile. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the claw with precision, while simultaneously an ice wall infused with electrical energy rose before Shen Nanfeng. The wall shattered, but the claw lost its target. Not only that, but it bore a wound, oozing a foul green ichor rather than fresh blood. The half-human, half-zombie creature recoiled in pain, retreating swiftly while letting out a primal scream that summoned more zombies from the vicinity. This was the first time it had sustained an injury, its eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and rising fury. Shen Nanzhi seized the opportunity, immediately pursuing it, unleashing a long, crackling whip of lightning aimed at its neck. The strike was swift, but the creature was swifter still. In the blink of an eye, it vanished once more, dissipating into the fog. Yet they all understood. The creature had not fled. It lurked in the shadows, biding its time, waiting for the arrival of more zombies and an opportunity to strike again. Carl spat in frustration. Cunning little beast. Chapter 55. Inference. Amidst the obscuring fog, ice crystals began to spread from beneath Shen Nanzhi's feet, densely layered, yet delicately scattered. Each ice crystal resembled a mirror, reflecting everything around it. Lin Yang extended his finger and gently touched one of the ice crystals, infusing it with a faint grayish light, the manifestation of his spatial abilities. As this glimmer seeped in, all the ice crystals began to tremble ever so slightly, emitting a sound akin to the chirping of insects. Shen Nanfeng placed his palm upon the ice crystals, heightening his senses to their utmost. At that moment, the trio's powers harmoniously intertwined. Carl, taken aback, watched in awe. Soon, one of the ice crystals emitted an unusual vibration. The half-human, half-zombie creature stood less than 10 meters away, atop a raised platform resembling a statue, surrounded by a throng of zombies. The thick fog and daylight dulled the zombies' senses, rendering them incapable of pinpointing the group's exact location, yet they were aware of their general presence, effectively encircling them. At that moment, the half-human, half-zombie creature seemed to sense something amiss. It let out a piercing roar, prompting the surrounding zombies to join in the cacophony. Shen Nanzhi and Appo's brow furrowed, the crimson hue in his eyes intensifying. The sound pierced Shen Nanfeng's eardrums, causing blood to pour from his ears and nose. He hastily wiped it away. But the zombies had already taken notice. The scent was far more enticing to the creature than that of a human. Before the zombies could advance, Shen Nanzhi acted swiftly, dashing towards the creature. Bang! Lin Yang fired a shot, striking the creature's forehead, but the bullet was deflected, falling uselessly to the ground. Shots rang out in quick succession, second, third. Carl joined in, followed closely by Ivan and Mike, effectively slowing the creature's approach. While wiping the blood from his nose, Shen Nanfeng cautioned Shen Nanzhi, "Brother, be wary. This creature possesses sonic abilities." That roar just now was a demonstration. As he spoke, the creature's claws were already poised before Shen Nanfeng. Shen Nanzhi thrust him aside, raising his left hand. Lightning crackled at his fingertips, weaving through the air into a web-like formation, which rapidly fused with the ice crystals, creating a wall of lightning-infused ice. The creature found itself ensnared within. Initially bewildered, it tentatively reached out to touch the crystalline barrier, leaving shallow traces and sizzling sparks upon its coarse fingers with each attempt. Enraged, it emitted a long, haunting wail, its voice sharp and filled with anguish. Carl and the others clutched their ears, each displaying varying degrees of agony. Shen Nanfeng, possessing the most acute senses, found himself bleeding from every orifice, the blood clouding his vision, while his ears felt as if they would burst, staining his collar crimson. Only Shen Nanzhi remained stoic, his expression dark as he regarded the creature, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. The horde of zombies was effectively obstructed by Shen Nanzhi's lightning ice wall. These low-level zombies were instantly frozen upon contact, the lightning erupting within their bodies. In mere moments, a mound of dismembered zombie remains lay scattered on the ground. Yet, the half-human, half-zombie creature began to gnaw at the lightning ice wall, undeterred by the growing wounds on its body, its frenzy escalating. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building 50 meters away, dozens of figures clad in lab coats aimed their firearms at the scene. Why did Dr. Zhou release him if we were to come here? Among them were several who had previously worked at the CLYM asylum, well aware of Shen Nanzhi's formidable prowess. Now, witnessing the amplified ferocity of his abilities, they trembled with trepidation. The leader shot a cold glare, admonishing, "Focus on your task, and refrain from idle chatter." The individual nodded reluctantly, muttering, Yes, our mission is to capture that black man. Nothing else matters." Just as the exchange concluded, the half-human, half-zombie creature had torn through the lightning ice wall, engaging Shen Nanzhi in combat. As the creature suddenly fled, Shen Nanzhi pursued closely, with Carl and Ivan following suit, leaving only the less combat-capable Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang behind. Mike, initially tasked with their protection, now found himself targeted by the others. "Move out." On the other side, Shen Nanzhi chased the half-human, half-zombie creature to the base of a tall building, with Carl and Ivan catching up. They watched in disbelief as the creature scaled the building with bare hands. What could possibly entice it to ascend? Shen Nanzhi and Appo's pupils contracted sharply, a violent aura radiating from him. Carl and Ivan exchanged puzzled glances, Yet Shen Nanzhi had already leapt into action, following the creature's lead up the building. They shared a brief glance before swiftly retreating inside the structure, searching for a staircase. The zombies from earlier had been mostly drawn away by the creature, allowing the two to easily locate the stairs. Upon ascending 36 flights, they reached the rooftop, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Just minutes prior, the creature had been formidable. Now, it lay in disarray, its remnants scattered across the rooftop. Surrounding Shen Nanzhi, lightning crackled, his hair standing on end, the crimson hue in his eyes deepening. He stood amidst the debris, clutching a small piece of torn fabric. Initially, the two were taken aback, but it soon dawned on them that the fabric's pattern resembled that of Lin Maimai's clothing. So, Lin Maimai had been here not long ago? Ivan's gaze fell upon a small bloodstain at the edge of the rooftop. Considering what he had observed earlier, Shen Nanzhi's protective instincts towards Lin Maimai were not solely out of love, but also a fierce desire to shield her from harm, even the slightest injury. Moreover, wherever Lin Maimai appeared, zombies tended to riot, contradicting the sorcerer descriptions. Thus, could it be inferred that the creature was drawn to her blood? Chapter 56, Divine Favor, Revised. Carl and Appos. As sudden exclamation jolted Evan from his thoughts. Carl, his face a mask of terror, stared wide-eyed at Shen Nanzhi, trembling as he grasped Evan and Appos' hand. Brother, Nanzhi has lost control. What shall we do? Evan felt a pang of panic. The memory of Shen Nanzhi and Appos' last episode was still fresh in his mind. Lin Maimai was not here this time. What should they do? Carl was already in a state of distress. Evan, despite his quick wit, was not particularly adept in such situations, especially when it involved Shen Nanzhi. Should they seek out Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang? Just as these thoughts swirled, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the direction they had come. Both men were startled, their faces paling. At that moment, Shen Nanzhi suddenly leapt from the rooftop. Carl reached out, but it was too late. He could only curse, shit, before he turned and sprinted towards the stairs with Evan closely behind. However, upon reaching the ground, they found no trace of Shen Nanzhi. The gunfire continued, compelling them to return for support. Meanwhile, Gu Yisen stealthily led Lin Maimai into Zhou Qing's underground chamber. He bound her limbs and gagged her, striding confidently down the corridor. Don't worry, she won't know. The power plant outside was mostly shut down, relying on a generator for electricity. Until a sufficient power source was found, Zhou Qing had to conserve energy. As he paused, he pointed to the non-functioning surveillance equipment ahead. Look, it's not working. Before entering, it was no wonder he suggested taking a detour around a dilapidated power room. Gu Yisen had grown more cunning than in his past life. Internally, he urged, Shen Nanzhi, do hurry. Gu Yisen appeared to be in high spirits, a subtle smile gracing his face as he led Lin Maimai deeper into the facility. Does this place seem familiar? His sudden inquiry caught Lin Maimai off guard. She had been contemplating her escape should Shen Nanzhi fail to arrive, even considering the drastic measure of biting her tongue, given her poisonous ability. The thought filled her with regret. How could she have overlooked this when Gu Yisen had drained her blood? Clearly, being under Shen Nanzhi's protection for too long had dulled her instincts. As she pondered how to inflict harm upon herself, Gu Yisen's seemingly innocuous question compelled her to survey her surroundings. As they ventured deeper, Lin Maimai's pupils began to constrict, her breathing quickening. She recognized the place. This was where she had been held as a subject of vivisection in her previous existence. Gu Yisen had brought her back. What were his intentions? I shall reveal a truth to you. His eyes gleamed with a strange smile as he guided her around a corner and into a corridor lined with glass walkways. The scenery that approached was increasingly reminiscent of her memories, igniting an uncontrollable fear within her. She began to struggle, muffled sounds escaping her lips. Yet, Gu Yisen remained unfazed, appearing rather amused by her distress. Maimai, I told you, no one will know we are here. Have you forgotten? My psychic ability not only controls zombies, but is equally effective against ordinary people and those with abilities. Defeated, Lin Maimai ceased her resistance, a fierce resolve blossoming within her. Her tongue pressed against her teeth, ready to bite down. Yet in that moment, she sorrowfully realized that the tranquilizer Gu Yisen had administered was not ordinary. Her powers were still suppressed. Even when he had drained her blood, she had been unable to summon her abilities. This realization deepened her despair. With a beep, the electronic door opened, and Lin Maimai was thrust into a laboratory. Upon surveying her surroundings, her tense body relaxed slightly. This was not the place where she had been imprisoned and tortured. The equipment was antiquated, reminiscent of artifacts from decades past. Gu Yisen rummaged through a dusty cabinet, retrieving a file folder and laying out a stack of documents on the lab table for Lin Maimai to see. This is the truth I spoke of. He slid 2 pages toward her. Do you see? This is Shen Nanzhi, and this is Zhou Qing. They are both test subjects. His face betrayed a simmering rage. This world is a colossal experiment. Is it not absurd? Terrifying? His agitation was palpable, eyes brimming with madness. When I first learned of this, I was just as shocked, terrified, and lost as you. I could not rest. In that moment, he did not seek a response from Lin Maimai. He was like a long-repressed soul, venting his emotions. The world had long descended into chaos, with humanity blissfully unaware. We are all mere pawns, reduced to the status of livestock, ready to be slaughtered at a moment's notice. I refuse to accept this. I cannot. He clenched Lin Maimai's arm, his eyes wide with a terror that threatened to burst from their sockets. We are all like farmed animals, poised for slaughter whenever needed. I cannot abide by this. In my previous life, I uncovered this secret, but I lacked the strength to confront the unknown forces. I need power to resist them. His fervor surged again, but heaven has favored me, granting me rebirth. A second chance to alter my fate. His hands cradled Lin Maimai's face, his expression rife with yearning. Maimai, promise me. Promise you will help me. His urgency mirrored that of a man on the brink of death discovering a source of water. His words confirmed Lin Maimai's suspicions. In silence, she signaled for him to remove the gag. Believing her gesture to be in agreement, Gu Yisen promptly obliged, removing the cloth and loosening her restraints. Though the ropes binding her hands remained. Maimai, Lin Maimai questioned, how do you know all this? How can I trust you? Gu Yisen grasped her hand tightly, his expression a mask of ferocity. In my past life, I encountered that individual, the one who controls us. Lin Maimai's heart raced as she urgently inquired, who is it? Chapter 57, Parallel Realities? Revised, welcome to my domain, Lin Maimai. The sudden voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of the door lock engaging. Gu Yisen looked at the person entering with a mix of terror and disbelief. Zhou Qing, how did you know we were here? Zhou Qing's movements were somewhat stiff. Yet the individuals behind her swiftly encircled Gu Yisen. I advise you not to resist, regardless of whether your abilities can be utilized. I do not wish to terminate our collaboration just yet. Gu Yisen's expression faltered, his eyes narrowing slightly. What do you mean? However, Zhou Qing seemed disinclined to elaborate. She raised her hand slightly, and those surrounding Gu Yisen immediately bound him, even placing a strip of tape over his lips. We'll address your issues shortly. For now. Zhou Qing turned her gaze, her mechanical eyes green light fixating on Lin Maimai. Lin Maimai, I can offer you a collaborative opportunity. Will you accept? In such close proximity, Lin Maimai finally discerned that Zhou Qing was, in fact, a mechanical entity. You are not her. The implication was clear, a refusal. Zhou Qing, however, managed a chilling smile, her lips curving unnaturally upward. Such advanced technology is beyond your comprehension. All you need to know is that this is indeed me. She seemed to aspire to laughter, yet her expression was unervingly grotesque. I refuse. You refuse? Zhou Qing's laughter turned cold as she abruptly pointed her finger at Gu Yisen. Do you truly believe he can divulge the entire truth? What he knows is merely the surface of a much deeper reality. Lin Maimai resisted her temptation. She thought to herself that if Shen Nanzhi had discovered the small piece of fabric stained with her blood, given Shen Nanfeng's extraordinary senses, it would not be difficult for them to locate her. Her objective was to buy time. Time until Shen Nanzhi and the others arrived. I admit, I am somewhat curious. But it and Oppos, s merely curiosity. I do not feel compelled to know. Zhou Qing and Oppos, s green eye twitched slightly before stabilizing. Lin Maimai, the truth is intricate and unfathomable. It's akin to, she paused, stepping closer to Lin Maimai, leaning down to whisper, as if you and Gu Yisen are both reincarnated. At that moment, Lin Maimai's pupils dilated in shock. She instinctively glanced at Gu Yisen, who, unable to hear Zhou Qing's words, merely stared at her with wide eyes. Zhou Qing chuckled softly. He has not articulated much, but the implication is clear. This does not prevent me from deducing his actions and reaching conclusions. Lin Maimai clenched her fists, striving to suppress any signs of panic. I do not understand what you are saying. Zhou Qing was not seeking Lin Maimai's admission of her reincarnation. Her ability to suppress her jealousy and resentment suggested ulterior motives. Lin Maimai, have you considered that perhaps this is not your original world? Or that this is merely a parallel reality, another realm? Coincidentally, the original Lin Maimai perished, and you took her place, believing you still inhabit your former world, when in truth, you do not. Lin Maimai felt an instinctive urge to refute. Impossible. Yet Zhou Qing seized her whispered provocations, straightening her posture with a tone laced with mockery. Nothing is impossible. Humanity often regrets past decisions, reflecting on paths taken, only to realize their errors in the end. Thus, they fantasize about starting anew. If given the chance to begin again, perhaps the outcome would differ. Clinging to such fantasies may offer a semblance of redemption, transforming those relentless dreams into reality. Impossible. Lin Maimai longed to retort vehemently. Yet for reasons unknown, when she opened her mouth, she found herself unable to voice her protest. Her throat felt constricted. Zhou Qing had achieved her aim. Seizing the opportunity, she made her demand. Tell me your desires, and I shall assist you in fulfilling them. But in return, you must aid me. It's simple, just cooperate with me in a straightforward task. Lin Maimai's body trembled imperceptibly, her eyes darting, revealing her turmoil. Zhou Qing noted her reaction, the smile on her lips widening. As long as you comply, not only will I help you realize your wishes, but I will also unveil the greatest secrets of this world. Lin Maimai remained silent, her head bowed, her long black hair obscuring her face. Gu Yisen, unable to see her expression, grew increasingly anxious. Since his reincarnation, he had regarded Lin Maimai as his possession. Now, Zhou Qing sought to claim her, and Lin Maimai wavered. He could not allow it. His urgency intensified, and he began to struggle violently. Even with his lips sealed, he attempted to produce sounds, striving to reclaim Lin Maimai's consciousness. Do not trust her. This woman is a venomous scorpion, destined to leave you as nothing but a pile of bones. He wished to convey this warning, but all he could manage were muffled protests. Zhou Qing, dismissive of his antics, fixed her gaze solely on Lin Maimai. So, what will it be? Have you made your decision? Lin Maimai remained silent for a considerable time, two conflicting voices clashing within her mind. Rationality urged her to distrust Zhou Qing. Yet, she could not fathom what could compel a woman who loathed her to propose collaboration. What do you want me to do? This was her reluctant acquiescence. Gu Yisen's muffled protests grew louder, his struggles intensifying until a researcher in white attire administered a sedative, rendering him unconscious. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Zhou Qing's somewhat rigid features as she suddenly grasped Lin Maimai's arm. Soon after, several individuals approached, armed with ropes, tape, and syringes. Your sole task is to cooperate with my researchers, allowing them to conduct thorough examinations of your body. In that instant, Lin Maimai's heart raced violently. An uncontrollable surge of hatred coursed through her. It was indeed her. This was the very underground auction house that had imprisoned, tormented, and ultimately led to her demise in her past life. Zhou Qing was the owner of that nefarious establishment. Lin Maimai yearned for a blade to plunge into Zhou Qing's chest, avenging the suffering she had endured in her previous existence. Yet, she could only remind herself internally to remain composed. Suddenly, she recalled the discussions about Zhou Qing in the Shen family's old residence's laboratory. Shen Nanzhi and Shen Nanfeng had asserted that she was unlikely to access core secrets and objects. However, in her previous life, Zhou Qing's underground auction house had possessed them all. Moreover, the researchers who had suddenly appeared were not the same individuals who had studied her in her past life, but they were indeed older. Were they also remnants of the Shen family's secret laboratory? They had not perished. Instead, Zhou Qing had concealed them here. Just as Lin Maimai's mind spiraled with unease, the air around them began to distort. A dark rift in space suddenly manifested before them. The figure before them was clad in a black cloak, their face obscured by a matching black mask, yet their eyes glowed with a faint crimson hue. Gu Yisen felt an awakening within him. As his gaze met that of the cloaked figure, he was seized by an overwhelming terror. His eyes widened in sheer fear, cold sweat cascading down his brow, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 58, The Grand Capture Scene, revised. The man in black was momentarily taken aback upon entering the room filled with a multitude of people. What a lively gathering. Xiaoqing, what is your intention here? His voice carried a hint of amusement, yet his tone remained casual. His gaze gradually settled upon Lin Maimai, and there was a flicker of surprise in his slightly reddened eyes. At that moment, Lin Maimai sensed a peculiar stir of energy within her, akin to a resonance triggered by an unseen pull. It was reminiscent of how ants communicate through their antennae. They locked eyes, yet their energies began to align in a harmonious frequency. The sensation was undeniably strange. Lin Maimai couldn't quite articulate her feelings, but she certainly did not harbor any aversion. Indeed, She could not summon any feelings of dislike towards the man before her. In her past life, Lin Maimai was certain she had never encountered this man. The unsettling familiarity of their connection instilled fear within her, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. However, the man in black seemed to have discerned something, his eyes growing brighter with an unmistakable surprise. "Xiaoqing, I want this girl." He turned slightly, addressing Xiaoqing with a tone that was gentle yet carried an unyielding undertone. His declaration momentarily stunned everyone in the room. Gu Yisen was taken aback. Lin Maimai was puzzled, but Xiaoqing was engulfed in fury. In that instant, all her past grievances surged forth. Her mother had abandoned her for Shen Nanzhi, who in turn had chosen Lin Maimai over her. Now, even he rejected her in favor of Lin Maimai. She strode angrily towards the man in black, her raised hand trembling uncontrollably. With her other hand, she pressed down on the trembling one, her face contorted in rage, nearly losing her sanity. "I won't let you have her. My people are more than enough to study her, and you." She hesitated, swallowing hard to steady her voice. "Get away from me. Leave." Yet the man in black remained calm, even exuding a hint of tenderness. "Girls are always so angry. It's quite detrimental to their health." Xiaoqing scoffed, swiftly drawing a gun from the waist of a nearby individual. Amidst the gasps of terror from everyone present, she aimed the weapon at her own temple and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck her temple with a ping before ricocheting off a nearby pillar, then rebounding towards a man standing at her side. The bullet entered his left cheek and exited from the right side of his skull, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. "Do you see this? This is the body you have given me, a steel frame. How could I possibly fall ill? What a joke." Faced with his tranquil gaze, Xiaoqing felt a wave of sorrow wash over her for being angry. However, the man in black remained perplexed. "Without this, you'd be a living corpse. Isn't that what you desire?" Xiaoqing was momentarily stunned before erupting into a hollow laughter, her emotional turmoil causing her voice to take on a metallic quality. "You think this is good? That I am good like this?" Xiaoqing had truly lost her mind. The firearms in the hands of others, overwhelmed by her emotional outburst, automatically disengaged their safety, unleashing a chaotic barrage of indiscriminate gunfire. Screams erupted all around. Lin Maimai found herself perfectly shielded within the air barrier created by the man in black, the bullets merely causing ripples against its surface. This spectacle only drove Xiaoqing further into madness. It wasn't until her gun was emptied that the farcical scene finally paused. Xiaoqing's body trembled, her face pale, as she gazed at the man in black with a deranged expression, her voice piercing. "Why? Why do you choose her? What is so special about her? You all choose her." The man in black tilted his head slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask, though confusion lingered in his eyes. "And what makes you so special? Why should I choose you?" Xiaoqing's pupils constricted as her body shook violently, almost in disbelief as she shouted, "I am your daughter. Your only daughter." The man in black nodded nonchalantly. "You are. But I also have sons. If I'm not mistaken, there are several others out there. But they are too far away. I know of them, yet they remain unaware of my existence." "Xiaoqing, you are quite fortunate." Xiaoqing stood frozen. But Lin Maimai watched as the light in her eyes gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a cold void. The man in black turned his attention to Lin Maimai, his features softening into a smile. "Can you feel it? I am truly surprised. A mere human, possessing a fragment of my lineage, can coexist with me. This surpasses the offspring I sired several centuries ago by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this young lady is so delicate. Look at how frightened she is. Quite pitiful." Xiaoqing had truly disappointed him. Had he known such an endearing girl existed, he would have never wasted his time on her. Oh. But the young lady had someone protecting her, Shen Nanzhi. It seemed he held her in high regard, and still did. Should he not send the young lady back to Shen Nanzhi then? Yet, he was quite fond of her as well. As he pondered, he detected a subtle sound, a fleeting flicker of regret crossing his features. "Little girl, I will seek you out. Until then, be sure to wait for me patiently." Saying this, he swiftly moved to Xiaoqing's side, letting out a small sigh as he tucked her under his arm. At that instant, Maimai, Gu Yisen's voice suddenly rang out. She turned to look, realizing he had awakened and had somehow managed to tear off the tape that bound his lips. Upon seeing the man in black, he recognized those eyes. This was the very man who had taken his life in a past existence, the one he had intended to warn Lin Maimai about. He was the Dominator. His words momentarily stunned Lin Maimai, but Gu Yisen believed she was in disbelief. He opened his mouth to express his thoughts, but before he could speak, his lips were sealed once more, and he felt a sharp pain. Grimacing in agony, he slowly bowed his head to inspect his abdomen, where his clothing was saturated with blood. The man in black cast a fleeting apologetic glance at Lin Maimai. I'll be taking this one with me as well. You probably do not wish to witness this. In the next moment, Lin Maimai's pupils dilated in horror, for just behind the man in black, Shen Nanzhi was rushing towards her, bloodied and battered. As he entered the room, his gaze fell upon the man in black, who was vanishing into a rift in space. Taking Zhou Qin and Gu Yisen with him, and heard Gu Yisen's desperate cry, "Maima, wait for me. I will return to take you away. I promise." Lin Maimai was left in sheer shock at the sight of Shen Nanzhi. His body was marred with wounds, his arms, legs, neck, and face bore deep gashes from varying sources. Blood flowed from these injuries, pooling beneath him, dripped down in rhythmic drops. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and the darkness within them deepened, as if ink were being squeezed from his very gaze. His expression was ominous and terrifying, radiating an aura of ferocity. Lin Maimai could almost hear the sound of his clenched fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Chapter 59, Mental Control Brother. Lin Maimai instinctively called out. Yet Shen Nanzhi merely fixated on her with his bloodshot eyes. Uncertain of his intentions, Lin Maimai instinctively retreated until her back pressed against the wall, with no further escape. At that moment, Shen Nanzhi emanated an aura of brutality, causing the temperature in the room to plummet dramatically. Soon, even the breath she exhaled turned white. Fear gripped Lin Maimai's heart as she noticed the wounds adorning his body. "Brother, your injuries. Let me help you," she said, tentatively stepping closer. Noticing he neither moved nor objected, she summoned the courage to approach him, trembling hands reaching out. Before her fingers could make contact, his bloodied hand seized hers with a force that caused her pain. Yet, she dared not cry out, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she murmured, "Brother, you're hurting me." The delicate tone of her voice deepened the crimson hue in Shen Nanzhi's gaze. He tightened his grip further, eliciting tears from Lin Maimai's eyes. "Brother," she whimpered. Yet his expression remained cold as ice. Just as Lin Maimai was at a loss for what to do, his chilling voice resonated. "Does it hurt?" Pouting, she admitted, "Yes." But when she looked up, she was met with an even more terrifying sight. His expression was dark and heavy, his eyes akin to pools of blood. He leaned down slightly, pulling her trembling hand to his left side, where blood oozed from his chest. "Does it hurt here?" he asked in a low, hoarse voice. Seeing her recoil in silence, Shen Nanzhi felt an unbearable pain in his chest, nearly causing him to explode. She had always been acting, seeking only his protection because of his power. Just once, she had been taken away due to his failure to guard her, and now she was prepared to abandon him without hesitation. Shen Nanzhi could not bear to think what might have happened had he arrived a second later. Would she have walked away with that man? The one who called her Maimai and asked her to wait for him? Zhou Qin had mentioned his name, Gu Yisen. He had never forgotten. And Lin Maimai had never offered an explanation. He ransacked his memories, unable to comprehend how she could possibly know this individual. He had kept a close watch on her, never granting her the opportunity to meet anyone from the outside world. Indeed, she had spoken of a past life. In that world, unknown to him, she had once belonged to another, charming and flattering that man just as she did now. The thought sent a chill through him. "Tell me, who is he? What is Gu Yisen to you?" Shen Nanzhi and Appo's voice was low and hoarse, suffused with boundless rage and madness. He gazed intently at Lin Maimai, clinging to the last vestiges of reason, willing to give her one final chance. Terror coursed through Lin Maimai. She could sense Shen Nanzhi was on the brink of eruption, but she dared not speak. Anyone could be honest, but she could not mention Gu Yisen. What would happen if she did? She had no inkling of how he might react. Perhaps he would kill her outright. All she could do was stall. "Brother, let us leave here first, all right? You're hurt. And this place is too dangerous." In that instant, a thread in Shen Nanzhi and Appo's heart snapped with a resounding "and Appo's," pop, and Appo's, his gaze towards Lin Maimai brimmed with icy madness. In the next moment, his cold hand tightened around her slender neck, his reason collapsing entirely. "Speak. I give you one last chance. What is your relationship with him?" The frigid breath that fanned across her face sent shivers down her spine. Shen Nanzhi had completely lost the calm demeanor he usually possessed. His eyes were now shrouded in darkness and blood. Lin Maimai was petrified. The pressure he exerted on her neck intensified, and she felt the painful constriction of her throat. The force was such that she feared he might snap her neck with a mere twist. Yet what terrified her more was the thought of revealing the truth and facing the consequences. "Brother, please don't." As her plea fell from her lips, Shen Nanzhi's eyes grew even colder, more frenzied. So you truly love him? Lin Maimai shook her head vehemently. But Shen Nanzhi's disbelief was palpable. You want to leave with him? His demeanor sent chills down Lin Maimai and Appo's spine as she witnessed a thick black fog manifest in his eyes, swirling and expanding, while a cruel smile curled on his lips. You're forcing me. You're forcing me. In the next instant, a sharp pain seized her entire brain. Lin Maimai suddenly realized that Shen Nanzhi had resorted to his psychic abilities, attempting to control her entirely. A wave of icy dread coursed through her. She discovered, to her dismay, that she was utterly defenseless. Cold sweat quickly beaded on her forehead, rendering her unable even to cry out in pain. Before her, Shen Nanzhi's expression grew increasingly malevolent. His smile more grotesque, the red and black in his eyes deepening. Just as her consciousness teetered on the brink of total darkness, a voice pierced through the void. Shen Nanzhi, let her go. Who is it? Why did that voice sound so familiar? But the next instant, Lin Maimai's awareness was snuffed out, plunging her into a deep, murky slumber, surrounded by nothingness. She lost all sense of self, direction, and origin, encased in a frigid isolation, helplessly hugging herself as her final thoughts faded into silence. At that moment, Shen Nanzhi was momentarily thrown into chaos by the sudden voice, his psychic control shattered. Anger and madness radiated from his gaze as he turned towards the woman before him. Hand her over. Seeing the woman shield Lin Maimai from his grasp, his expression twisted further into a snarl. Yet the woman showed no fear, her face contorted in fury as she faced him. I rushed here, but still arrived too late. You lunatic. I knew Maimai wouldn't have a good life with you. Her words struck a nerve in Shen Nanzhi's sensitive, fragile heart. Return her to me. With that command, countless shards of ice surged towards the woman from all directions. However, she merely scoffed, lifting Lin Maimai into the air, evading his attack. I won't give her to you. In that moment, her defiance plunged Shen Nanzhi into utter madness. His eyes no longer reflected any hint of black. Consumed entirely by a sea of blood red, even the whites of his eyes transformed into pure crimson. The icy shards thickened around him, and the lightning that coiled around his fingertips morphed into a whip of electricity, crackling and illuminating the room in shades of purple and red. The woman felt a cold sweat break out across her back, and she thought to herself, Lin Maimai, if he is indeed the one you regret, the one who could offer you a better life, I could almost spit on you right now. You truly are an unreasonable lunatic. She lowered her gaze to the Lin Maimai in her arms, then raised her head to behold the frenzied expression on Shen Nanzhi's face, her own countenance unwittingly transforming into one of anxiety. Please, calm down, Shen Nanzhi. Look at yourself. Your current demeanor may harm her. Yet, Shen Nanzhi paid no heed. His thoughts consumed entirely by Lin Maimai. Why were there so many vying for his Maimai? Perhaps it would be best to eliminate them all, ensuring no one would dare to contest him again. The energy radiating from Shen Nanzhi flickered ominously, while bolts of lightning wreaked havoc throughout the room, filling the air with an acrid scent of charred matter. The woman felt a jolt of alarm. She had forgotten Lin Maimai's warning that Shen Nanzhi became increasingly unhinged under provocation. Swiftly, she positioned Lin Maimai in front of her, and indeed, the lightning diminished somewhat. She urgently exclaimed, I will give you the person you desire, but you must regain your composure. Chapter 60. Even the madman loves flattery. In the next moment, both lightning and ice came to an abrupt halt. Raising her gaze, Lin Maimai had already landed in Shen Nanzhi and Appo's embrace, yet simultaneously, a frigid ice arrow sped towards the woman's face. The woman widened her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, her form vanished from sight, leaving only a puddle of water swiftly flowing into the corner. The water moved quickly, but no matter how fast, it was blocked by the raging flames before her. The enormous blaze scorched the surface of the water, soon producing a cloud of white steam. The woman could no longer endure the agony and revealed herself, her skin flushed, with burns causing her flesh to peel away. Despite the severe pain, she did not cry out. Instead, she raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I apologize. I should not have been harsh with you, nor should I have tried to take Maimai away. I can tell you about Maimai and Gu Yisen. Her words perfectly staved off the impending threat. Speak. Shen Nanzhi and Appo's tone was icy, hoarse, and deeply unsettling. The woman nodded eagerly, just as she was about to speak. Hesitation crept in. Before I begin, may I ask what Maimai has told you? The man's frigid gaze bore down on her, as if any further delay would result in her immediate demise. The advancing ice arrow confirmed this unspoken threat. To survive, one must be adaptable when faced with overwhelming power. One must bend without breaking. This was a lesson the woman had long understood. Hence, she quickly divulged, I am Xiangyu. And I would consider myself a good friend who has shared hardships with Maimai. Noticing the man's frown, she swiftly added, in our past lives, after all, we are both reincarnated, haha. She chuckled nervously before continuing, Maimai and I met here, in this underground auction house, where we happened to share a dormitory. When we were not being studied, we would reminisce about our previous lives. She mentioned you, saying there was someone who had treated her well, whom she had let down. At that time, she did not understand what was good. She thought that her desire for freedom and lack of constraints was what she wanted. It was only after entering this place that she realized love itself is a form of bondage, binding each other together. It is the very desire to be close that fosters love, and yet she failed to see it, was manipulated, and consequently hurt you. As Xiangyu spoke, she cautiously gauged Shen Nanzhi's expression. Noticing a slight tremor in his eyes, she understood that he was actually receptive to her words. If he enjoyed hearing this, then so be it. For a madman, if he is fixated, one ought to give him what he desires. Maimai also said that if she had the chance to return and see you again, regardless of your feelings, she would cling to you tenaciously. Even if you locked her away, she would never leave your side. She also mentioned that if heaven granted her a second chance, she would not foolishly allow herself to be used to hurt you. Instead, she would love you fiercely. A subtle fracture appeared on Shen Nanzhi's face. His lips quivered slightly, yet he ultimately pressed them together, striving to keep his voice steady. Is this what she told you? Xiangyu nodded emphatically. Yes, we endured great pain at that time, and we would think of happy memories to ease our suffering. For Maimai, her memories of you were the best painkiller. The man's demeanor abruptly shifted, becoming frigid once more. If that is the case, then why does Gu Yisen still exist? He recalled Zhou Qing stating that only Gu Yisen was the one whom Lin Maimai truly loved. The burns on her body throbbed painfully. Xiangyu had just begun to relax when she heard Shen Nanzhi's ominous tone, causing her body to tense once more. Maimai told me that during that time, she felt you were confining her, that your love was twisted. You were her first affection, but your love frightened her. So she fled, and then, Xiangyu's tone was tinged with helplessness and sorrow. The young girl was naive. A seemingly gentle and caring man might not be a good person, and thus, she was deceived. Gu Yisen believed her abilities were useless, and coupled with scarce resources, he sold Maimai into this place. This underground auction house specialized in the study of zombies and those with abilities, aiming to exploit the fusion of the two, making the sale immensely profitable. Anyone who had spent time here bore painful memories they wished to forget. Xiangyu too had suffered. Therefore, one cannot blame Maimai for her silence. She cared for you too deeply to confide in you. This experience was both painful and shameful. She should have told me. Shen Nanzhi's voice turned hoarse with rage. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Xiangyu stared at him in shock, her heart racing. Such an intense display of affection did not yield the intended results. Just as she was plotting how to reclaim Maimai and escape, Shen Nanzhi stated, if she had told me sooner, instead of hiding the truth, I would have personally dismantled Gu Yisen's bones the first time I met him, making him understand that his precious one must not be harmed by anyone. Xiangyu's lips trembled uncontrollably, thinking to herself, Maimai, what kind of cursed fate have you entangled yourself in? This madman is already at full capacity. Shen Nanzhi carefully cradled Lin Maimai in his arms, a deep crimson hue flooding his gaze once more. Xiangyu cautiously observed him. Then, can you lift the mental control over Maimai? In the next moment, she watched as Shen Nanzhi placed his hand on Lin Maimai's forehead. Though Xiangyu could not see it, she felt a surge of energy pulsating. At that moment, the sounds of zombies echoed through the corridor. Xiangyu grew anxious. Oh no, the zombies are closing in. We must leave quickly. She had entered in a rush, and the guards had been so bothersome that she had no choice but to release the zombies. Now, it had become their crisis. A thick black mist enveloped Shen Nanzhi, accompanied by crackling lightning swirling in his palm. In the next instant, he unleashed the lightning upon the wall. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the underground chamber. Xiangyu gaped in awe as he, holding Lin Maimai, blasted through the walls layer by layer until they reached the outside. As she hurried to follow him, the scene outside left her equally stunned. A mountain of zombie corpses lay piled high, stretching from west to east, nearly half a person tall. Upon seeing Shen Nanzhi emerge, several individuals who were still bombarding the zombies turned to look. Among them was a boy with a blue diamond embedded in his nose, whose cheerful smile caught her attention. However, was he injured? Why did his face appear as white as a sheet? Brother, you're back? When his gaze shifted to Lin Maimai, a look of concern shadowed his features. What happened to my sister? The other individuals also cast worried glances. Xiang Yu felt a surge of happiness. It seemed Maimai had indeed found individuals capable of protecting her. Of course, Shen Nanzhi remained to be assessed. Chapter 61. Is it a dream or the future? All eyes were fixed on Shen Nanzhi, while Xiang Yin took it upon herself to explain. It's nothing serious. He simply fell victim to a mental anomaly, resulting in a temporary loss of consciousness, but he has since been revived. After a brief slumber, he should awaken. The group exchanged glances, and Carl let out a scoff. Where did you come from? With poise, Xiang Yin introduced herself. The cacophony of zombie howls and the surrounding chaos made it clear that this was not the ideal place for conversation. With an additional person in their midst, the previous vehicle was now rendered unusable. Lin Yang decisively produced a larger vehicle from his spatial storage, and they swiftly boarded. Carl observed Xiang Yin closely, noting her serene demeanor, as if she were intimately familiar with them. Remarkably, she seemed to know precisely where each of them intended to sit. More importantly, her gaze held no trace of unfamiliarity. He discreetly gestured to AI air from across Lin Yang, and the latter acknowledged him with a knowing look, both choosing to remain silent. Shen Nanzhi's gaze remained fixed on Lin Maimai, who was still adrift in darkness. She sensed that the chill had lessened. Her body was no longer rigid, and she could distinctly hear her heartbeat. However, when her hand pressed against her chest, she felt no pulse. The surroundings were still enveloped in pitch blackness. Upon closer inspection, she noticed faint, twinkling lights drifting toward her, reminiscent of fireflies encircling her. Curiously, she extended a finger, only to discover that the light was prickly, causing her to suddenly open her eyes. Above her was a white ceiling, sunlight streaming in, accompanied by the soothing sound of ocean waves. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and in the next moment, her body was gently lifted. A soft pillow tucked behind her, as a smiling face appeared before her. You're finally awake. You've been asleep for 3 whole days. If you hadn't woken up soon, someone would have gone berserk. Lin Maimai stared at the familiar yet strange face, and, upon hearing the well-known voice, found herself momentarily unable to recall whose it was. You? She attempted to inquire, who are you, and where am I? But her voice came out hoarse and dry, her head pounding painfully, her entire body aching as if run over by a truck. A warm cup of milk was placed into her hands. Xiang Yin, aware of her weakened grip, did not release it but instead cradled Lin Maimai's hand, guiding it to her lips. Take your time, drink some milk first. Whatever concerns you have, I will explain. The small cup of milk was soon emptied. Lin Maimai licked her lips, her gaze lingering on the now empty cup. Xiang Yin chuckled. You haven't eaten in days. If it weren't for their absence, I wouldn't have even let you drink milk on an empty stomach. You taught me that it's harmful. Those familiar words sparked a vivid memory in Lin Maimai's mind. You are Xiang Yin? Xiang Yin beamed, lightly tapping Lin Maimai's forehead, her voice laced with joy. So you remember who I am. It seems your mind is still intact, and I can finally breathe easy. The Xiang Yin before her was a stark contrast to the one etched in her memory. The Xiang Yin she remembered was perpetually pessimistic, shrouded in fear and self-doubt. In those times, she seldom smiled, and an air of despair clung to her. Lin Maimai had feared that if Xiang Yin were to perish, she would be left alone, devoid of companionship in the face of overwhelming terror. Thus, she had always painted optimistic pictures for Xiang Yin, depicting a future filled with hope. There came a day when Xiang Yin truly seemed to be on the brink of death. She had been returned by the researchers, devoid of breath. Yet Lin Maimai had felt the faintest pulse. She had fed her her own blood, urging her to feign death, for those men would soon dispose of her body, presenting the only opportunity for escape. That had been the first time she had seen a flicker of light in Xiang Yin's eyes. Now, Xiang Yin was radiant, her face forever adorned with a cheerful smile. Xiang Yin noticed Lin Maimai gazing at her in a daze and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, do not doubt it. I am the possibility you have envisioned. Like you, I have returned. Lin Maimai's eyes widened in incredulous surprise. How could this be? Xiang Yin shrugged. I do not know, but it has happened. Lin Maimai pressed her throbbing head, her previously held belief shattering once more. With Xiang Yin's return, there were now 3 resurrected individuals. Previously, she had believed it was Gao Jiayu and Zhou Qing who orchestrated everything. However, after encountering that man in black, she realized that Gao Jiayu and Zhou Qing were likely mere children, just as he was. Was this vast game truly the work of some extraterrestrial civilization? Could time be reversed? No. At present, it was just the 3 of them, with no others in sight. Was there something she had overlooked? Yet, no matter how she pondered, She could not grasp that crucial point. Xiang Yin gently released her hand, speaking softly, "You are still in recovery. Do not strain yourself with thoughts. Just rest peacefully." Lin Maimai nodded, her gaze drifting to the window. "Where's this place?" Xiang Yin smiled. "Jiangning City. It lies nestled between mountains and the sea. I never anticipated it would be so tranquil here." She approached the window, allowing the gentle, briny breeze to flow in. Here, there were no zombies, only mutated marine creatures. However, as long as they stayed out of the water, they were safe. The only danger lay in the nearby mountains, which shielded them from the city's zombies but could not deter the mutated animals. Moreover, these creatures were formidable, far more dangerous than the current zombies. These past few days, Shen Nanzhi and the others had been dealing with potential incursions from these animals. As they put it, animals possess instincts, and mutation amplifies those instincts. If they are strong enough and eliminate enough threats, these creatures will learn that this is a place best avoided. Lin Maimai reclined against the bed, her gaze calm yet cold. Since regaining consciousness, she had refrained from mentioning anyone, especially Shen Nanzhi. Several times, Xiang Yin had considered bringing it up but ultimately chose silence. She sensed that, beneath Lin Maimai's seemingly tranquil exterior, she had yet to escape her fears. Just moments before awakening, Lin Maimai's mind had been filled with a haunting image: Shen Nanzhi standing amidst a blood-red mist, his pupils fracturing into hexagons, his entire eye a shade of crimson. In his grasp was a whip conjured from lightning abilities, while blood and confusion painted the sky. At his feet lay a mountain of corpses, human, zombie, and unknown creatures alike. Dense black fog expanded around him, enveloping his form, as a strange and sinister smile spread across his face. Her head was held in his hand, blood dripping from the cut, falling drop by drop onto her lifeless body, which lay still on the ground. Chapter 62. To Lin Maimai and Apos. S hands trembled uncontrollably. She struggled to calm herself, but the more she tried to forget, the clearer that image became in her mind. At that moment, voices floated up from downstairs. Xiang Jin was about to say it must be them returning when the door swung open. Shen Nanzhi appeared at the threshold, his gaze deep and penetrating as it settled on Lin Maimai's face, a subtle turbulence evident in his eyes. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the room. Xiang Jin glanced at the silent Lin Maimai, who sat there, her gaze fixed on her fingertips, exuding an aura of detachment and resistance. She was sulking, and rightfully so. If she were treated that way by a man, she would feel equally indignant. Yet, her own man, while assertive, was undeniably gentle. She wondered when she would see him again. Straightening her posture, she made her way toward the door, explaining, "Maimai just woke up and is still feeling weak. She had a headache earlier. Please take care of her while I prepare something to eat." As the door closed, Shen Nanzhi's somber eyes remained fixed on Lin Maimai. Yet he did not speak. With only the two of them in the room, the atmosphere grew heavy and tense. Lin Maimai felt every pore on her body open, and cold sweat trickled down her spine. She fought to suppress her fear. Shen Nanzhi approached her step by step, and instinctively, she leaned back against the headboard. In the next instant, a strong hand clamped around her wrist, his cool fingers gripping her tightly. "You are avoiding me." His voice, frosty and tinged with anger, carried an unhealthy obsession that rendered his presence even more terrifying. Lin Maimai instinctively recoiled, her gaze drawn to the injury on his forearm, which was encircled by lightning, glimmering beautifully in the sunlight. Her heart raced, and her mind flashed to the image of him lifting her head in his palm with that very arm. Cold sweat slid down her forehead, landing in Shen Nanzhi's eyes, igniting a greater tempest within him. The fragile cracks that had formed within her upon learning of her past life now widened due to her fear. He forcefully pulled her into his embrace, while his other hand gripped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Because I have used mental control on you, you fear me." His tone was icy and hoarse. Lin Maimai remained silent, hunching her shoulders, eyes shut tight as tears silently streamed down her cheeks. After a long pause, his voice returned to the air. "No matter how you conceal it, when you look at me, your eyes always betray fear." His voice bore a fragility she had never encountered before. "But I have seen the way you look at him. There is no fear in your gaze, only deeper emotions." Xiang Jin said, "You hate him. But if hatred is the only way for your eyes to reflect only me, then I shall become the object of your deepest loathing." No sooner had he spoken than he forcefully lifted her chin. His head descended, and his lips devoured hers with fervor, the metallic taste of blood spreading swiftly in her mouth. Lin Maimai was taken aback and pained, attempting to push him away, but as she raised her hands, He pinned them down, forcefully spreading her wrists to either side. Fear, reluctance, pain. A conflation of emotions coalesced into large, glistening tears. Despair washed over her as she beheld him atop her, tearing her clothing apart. Despair enveloped her as she watched her body contorted into various positions, ultimately succumbing to the encroaching darkness as day faded into night. Lin Maimai became acutely aware of her consciousness separating from her body. Oh, no. Perhaps this time it is merely a dream. For she saw Zhou Qing, the same underground auction house, the same laboratory. She lay upon the cold operating table, blinding light illuminating the space, while Zhou Qing stood beside her, clad in a white coat, a scalpel in hand. Her gloved hands were stained with blood. Zhou Qing regarded her from above, her gaze cold and unfeeling. Awake? Is the dream beautiful? Dream? Lin Maimai wished to assert that this dream was anything but beautiful, even terrifying. Yet Zhou Qing's subsequent words sent chills coursing through her. You worked hard in your dream, but in the end, won't you meet the same fate as before? You will forever be that exquisite doll in Shen Nanzhi's hands, devoid of thought, devoid of agency. No, Lin Maimai instinctively protested. This was her dream. The outside world was the reality. No, this is reality. That was merely a beautiful dream I granted you. The final outcome is to make you clearly see that what you desire will always remain unattainable. Zhou Qing's taunts caused Lin Maimai to tremble uncontrollably. She suddenly scanned her surroundings. Everything felt achingly familiar. Blood-stained cabinets, medical instruments strewn about, and faces that were cold and greedy. Then, she caught sight of her hollowed-out body and the organs laid out on a steel tray beside her. Zhou Qing now stood behind her brain, poised to slice open her skull. How could I allow you to live? Zhou Qing's voice dripped with malice. You were given the only antidote, allowing you to live in this monstrous state. Haven't you been searching for me? Then let me ensure he can never find you, nor even see you. With Zhou Qing's chilling laughter echoing in the air and the descending chainsaw, Lin Maimai once more slipped into the depths of darkness. Unlike before, it was dark here, but it felt warm. She wished to simply sleep on, believing that in slumber, all pain would cease, and she would feel no more hurt. As her eyelids slowly lowered, just before she succumbed to slumber, they were abruptly thrust open. Before her stood a face identical to her own, another Lin Maimai, the deeper essence of herself. Always on the brink of death, had I known it would be this way, I should have emerged from the beginning. She released the grip on her eyelids, displaying disdain. You are truly useless. This remark ignited a fury within Lin Maimai. She shoved the other away, shouting, What do you understand? What do you know? You merely hide here and make sarcastic remarks. Her words stirred a similar outrage in the other Lin Maimai. Her eyes glinted with coldness and sharpness. Do not forget. You are me, and I am you. What you have endured, I have too. That is precisely why I am disappointed in you. What is Zhou Qing? A pitiful creature manipulated by men. What is Shen Nanzhi? A man, a mere tool that becomes your knife if used well. What do you fear? How foolish to be reborn only to remain so cowardly. It is utterly pathetic. Lin Maimai lay there, hands pressed against her ears. She did not wish to hear any more. These were the words she spoke to herself every day, assuring herself that everything would be different, yet in the end, she remained that pitiful creature at the mercy of others. She no longer wanted to live this way. The other Lin Maimai was incensed, her head nearly steaming with rage. She would never concede that such a worthless person could be herself. She could no longer allow herself to be ensnared in this place. If time were to linger any longer, there would be no turning back. She floated to Lin Maimai's side, lying face to face with her. Beneath them lay a gentle surface of water, and the surrounding darkness was no longer absolute. A faint, moonlit glow enveloped them. The voice of another Lin Maimai seemed to drift from a distant realm, reaching Lin Maimai's ears. Have you never questioned why the Gao family and Zhou Qing displayed such disparate attitudes towards you? Have you pondered the words of that man in black? The chessboard is expansive. Their target is Shen Nanzhi, or could it be yourself? Chapter 63. Leashing the mad dog. Lin Maimai suddenly opened her eyes. Sitting up in alarm, she gasped for breath, her forehead slick with beads of sweat, her body cold as ice. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as her terrified gaze darted around the room. Sunlight streamed through the glass, mingling with the salty scent of the sea breeze that wafted in. She closed her eyes abruptly, overwhelmed by a sense of having survived a calamity. Her body remained tense, pain radiating through her. She inhaled deeply, striving to steady her racing heart. In the next moment, she caught sight of the bruises covering her body and the faint bloodstains on her clothing, causing her complexion to pale once more. The door creaked open gently, revealing a figure holding medicine. Upon seeing her, the person froze momentarily, joy flooding their eyes. Xiang Yi hastened to her side, nearly stumbling over herself. "You're awake. How do you feel? Where does it hurt?" she asked, her gaze scanning Lin Maimai's body. When her eyes fell upon the injuries, they quivered slightly, but she quickly masked her reaction. Before she could speak further, the door swung open again, and Shen Nanzhi rushed in, worry etched on his face. Upon realizing Lin Maimai was awake, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. "Quick, sister, come see brother," he exclaimed, reaching out to pull her along. However, Xiang Yi coldly swatted his hand away. "What are you looking at? Let him go mad on his own. Don't disturb my Maimai." Shen Nanzhi's expression twisted momentarily, the cruelty in his eyes threatening to erupt. His hand instinctively reached for the gun at his waist. But had it not been for Lin Yang's timely arrival, even so, he could not conceal his simmering rage. Lin Yang grasped his hand, fixing a solemn gaze upon Lin Maimai. "Miss Lin, may I kindly request you to see Brother Nan?" Lin Maimai remained silent, her pallor evident. Yet a cold glint shone in her eyes. "I understand you are quite upset, Miss Lin, but Brother Nan's condition is dire." Shen Nanzhi suddenly shoved Lin Yang's hand away, his voice thick with emotion. "Is it dire? Brother, he has been hurting himself all along." His voice cracked, the weight of despair palpable. "If this continues, he will die?" Shen Nanzhi was in extreme danger. The collapse of his emotions had caused his abilities to spiral out of control. He had locked himself away on the 3rd floor, refusing entry to anyone. Yet, Shen Nanzhi could hear his anguished screams and the acrid scent of blood wafting from that room. He and Mike had attempted to break in. Even a tranquilizer would suffice. But they could not enter. Shen Nanzhi's immense power had created a barrier around the room, imprisoning himself within. "He cannot be harmed. Sister, I beg you. Please check on him. He will surely listen to you." Lin Maimai regarded him with a blank expression, devoid of emotion. She wanted to retort that it was none of her concern. Yet, in the next instant, another voice echoed in her mind. "Did you not wish for revenge? Do you not long to escape that dreadful nightmare? Those people are still lurking in the shadows, and only Shen Nanzhi possesses the strength to aid you. Have you forgotten what I told you? He is a mad dog, but you must chain him, compelling him to heed your command. This is what you must do." "Miss Lin, he merely used the wrong approach. He loves you too much and cares for you deeply." Xiang Yi scoffed at Lin Yang's words, her eyes filled with derision. "If what you call love and care results in someone being bloodied and half dead, I cannot commend such affection. Even now?" The image of Lin Maimai lying on the bed left her shivering. Lin Maimai gently pressed her hand against Xiang Yi's, interrupting her unfinished sentence. "Maimai." However, Lin Maimai merely offered a reassuring smile before throwing off the covers and stepping out of bed. The pain in her body was more severe than she had anticipated. The moment her feet touched the ground, had it not been for Xiang Yi's timely support, she would likely have fallen. Once steadied, she asked with calm resolve, "Where is he?" Both Shen Nanzhi and Lin Yang could not contain their surprise. "On the 3rd floor. I will take you there." The staircase leading to the 3rd floor lay just to the left of the door. Initially, Xiang Yi assisted Lin Maimai, but as they reached the stairs, Lin Maimai pushed her hand away. "I can go up myself." Xiang Yi hesitated to agree, but she could feel the immense energy pressing down upon her, making it difficult to breathe. This was beyond her current abilities to withstand. She could only admonish Lin Maimai, "If anything feels off, run immediately, understood? Don't be foolish and linger." Suddenly, Lin Yang staggered, leaning towards Xiang Yi. Startled, she abandoned her words and rushed to support him. Lin Maimai observed everything quietly, silently accepting the 2 tranquilizers Shen Nanzhi offered her. Grasping the handrail, she bore the pain in her lower body, painfully ascending the stairs. She did not wish to know why this energy field allowed her passage unimpeded. Her expression remained cold as she searched for Shen Nanzhi and Appo's figure on the 3rd floor. Her concealed hand trembled slightly beneath her sleeve. Before long, she heard agonized screams emanating from a room, accompanied by the sound of something shattering. Lin Maimai followed the sounds to stand before the closed door. The ground beneath her feet felt sticky. She looked down to find blood seeping around her feet. The scent of blood filled her nostrils. It should have been repulsive, yet now it exuded an enticing aroma that made her swallow involuntarily. She abruptly raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, attempting to resist the allure of the scent. Yet, she soon realized it was futile, only intensifying her insatiable desire. Another voice echoed in her mind. "Why resist? Embrace it. You will undergo a complete transformation. Did you not wish to be a parasitic flower?" Did you not long to be manipulated by others? Acknowledge your thirst for power. Lin Maimai pressed her hand against the doorknob, knowing that a gentle push would grant her entry. Yet, she hesitated. The other voice continued to resonate within her mind. The crystal core is on the verge of forming. By consuming his blood, you will become the one who controls him. From now on, the mad dog will have the key. Only you can unlock him. So, do not hesitate any longer. Finally, she pushed open the door, but the sight within was akin to hell. A fierce wind, thick with the stench of blood, assaulted her senses, mingling with a strong burnt odor. Before her lay a vast expanse of blood. Amidst the crimson, Shen Nanzhi knelt, one knee on the ground, his hands clutching his head. His expression was one of agony, as though he were in a fierce struggle. Countless wounds marred his body, and the wall behind him was riddled with cracks. Sensing her approach, he lifted his head. Lin Maimai beheld his face, twisted with fury, blood streaming down his cheeks, and his eyes ablaze with a deep crimson hue. At the moment he laid eyes on Lin Maimai, a profound astonishment surged within him. Yet, in the next instant, he was tormented by a violent headache that elicited a pained howl. Chapter 64. The fusion of extraordinary powers. The air was thick with an intense fragrance, a scent that was unmistakably his blood. Something surged within her, causing her eyes to redden uncontrollably. As if under a spell, her feet moved involuntarily towards Shen Nanzhi. Another voice, that of Lin Maimai, echoed in her ear with an excited laugh. Yes, that's right. Go on, drain him of every drop of blood. Lin Maimai clenched her fists tightly, her sharp nails piercing her flesh. The pain jolted her back from the brink of losing herself. No, she resisted, only to be met with the confusion and allure of another Lin Maimai. Are you afraid he will die? But wouldn't that be wonderful? No one could imprison you anymore. You would be free. At that moment, the person who had been kneeling suddenly lunged towards her. Lin Maimai recoiled in terror. After retreating a few steps, Shen Nanzhi collapsed to the ground, the chaos around him hindering his movement. Excessive blood loss had drained his strength. Yet, the uncontrollable power within him surged violently upon seeing Lin Maimai, becoming more feral than ever before. Maimai. He reached out with his blood-soaked hand, desperately trying to grasp the hem of her skirt. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, Lin Maimai recoiled sharply. Ah! Shen Nanzhi let out a desperate scream. Mine, you are mine. Come here, Maimai. Let me touch you. The other Lin Maimai revealed an evil smile once more. Look at this madman. There is no reason to hesitate. Drain his blood, and you can fully evolve into the zombie queen, ruling this world. Go on, suck him dry. Didn't he say he would be delighted to be your food? Fulfill his wish, he will be happy. No. Lin Maimai continued to refuse. The other Lin Maimai finally grew furious, her voice a furious roar. Look at your injuries. Do you wish for countless more like this in the future? You are a coward. Your enemy stands before you, ripe for the taking, yet you dare not strike. Shen Nanzhi is not my enemy. This she was absolutely certain of. She would not drain his blood, nor would she allow herself to become a zombie. Having been reborn, her wish had always been simple, to live well. She remembered the very beginning, when she sought Shen Nanzhi at the Clem Asylum, and she had expressed her desire to grow old with him. She was still angry, still believed he was utterly insane. She was still afraid of him, yet she had never wished for his death. Coward. The other Lin Maimai finally left in disappointment. Lin Maimai's forehead was already beaded with sweat. Her body burned under the lure of Shen Nanzhi's blood, her heart racing. She fought to restrain her instincts, her gaze warily fixed on the fallen Shen Nanzhi. Now, he was covered in blood, his face savage, yet his eyes reflected endless despair and pain. His voice, filled with a heart-wrenching cry, repeatedly called out her name. Maimai. Maimai. Mine. You are mine. Lin Maimai glanced down at the sedative in her hand, hesitated for a moment, then resolutely tossed it aside. If a mad dog needed a leash, it would not be a sedative. She pursed her lips and looked down at Shen Nanzhi. Despite his blood-stained visage, the madness and stubborn obsession in his eyes remained unchanged. No, it was even more intense. Steadying her heartbeat, she slowly extended her hand. Her fingertips trembled slightly, yet her words were remarkably clear. Do you wish to grasp me? As those words fell upon Shen Nanzhi's ears, a tremendous storm brewed within his gaze. You are mine. His hoarse voice carried a terrifyingly possessive intensity. Yet, Lin Maimai remained calm, her eyes even holding a hint of chill. Then take my hand. No sooner had she spoken than Shen Nanzhi seized her hand with fervor. It was damp, sticky, and cold, yet it emanated a jealousy and allure towards her, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. Maimai, don't move. Let me see. He recalled hurting her. He remembered her lifeless form collapsing in his embrace. Thus, his hand trembled, his entire being shook. Yet, despite this, he tightened his grip on her hand. It was warm, belonging to Lin Maimai. He pulled her into his arms, burying his head deeply into her neck, nearly obsessed with inhaling her scent. No more, never again. How could he endure a world without her? For this moment, he was terrified. Lin Maimai's face was likewise nestled against him, her arms wrapped around his waist. Little by little, she drew in his blood, her rationality carefully controlling the amount, ensuring she did not take too much. As his blood coursed through her, her extraordinary powers responded, gently enveloping his entire being, healing Shen Nanzhi's wounds. Red and icy blue light flickered and intertwined across their bodies, transforming the once blood-drenched room into a strange kaleidoscope of colors. Shen Nanzhi remained oblivious to the changes within him as his wounds rapidly healed. At this moment, he could distinctly feel Lin Maimai's extraordinary powers. It was a foreign energy that yet felt intimately familiar, and he yearned to claim this closeness, to become a part of her. Lin Maimai's face pressed against Shen Nanzhi's chest, her lips gently sipping. The crimson hue in her eyes had not faded, and her body temperature was gradually rising. Meanwhile, Shen Nanzhi and Appo's temperature was slowly dropping, yet an uncanny sensation enveloped them both, as if their energies were exchanging. No, it was more like a resonance. Unlike the overwhelming control he felt with Gao Sheng and the man in black, this resonance with Shen Nanzhi was one of fusion. As time elapsed, the extraordinary powers within Shen Nanzhi gradually calmed under Lin Maimai's influence. Their abilities flowed swiftly through one another's bodies. With a soft pop, reminiscent of a bubble bursting, a crystalline core appeared in their minds. Lin Maimai looked up in astonishment, her red eyes sparkling like the finest rubies under the sunlight. In contrast, the red in Shen Nanzhi's gaze bore an enthralling allure. You are not an irregular core of an extraordinary being, nor the colorful core of a zombie. Lin Maimai found herself at a loss for words, unsure of what she and Shen Nanzhi had become. Yet, amidst her confusion, Shen Nanzhi felt an exhilaration blooming within him. They had truly become one. This meant that even without mental control, as long as they were within perceivable range, they could sense each other. He grasped her shoulders tightly. His eyes filled with madness. Maimai. His voice trembled uncontrollably. However, the next moment, Lin Maimai forcefully pushed his hand away. A profound joy still surged within his heart, yet her sudden indifference left him momentarily disoriented. In the next instant, the door was forcefully flung open. Shen Nanzhi, Lin Yang, and Xiang and I appeared at the threshold, their faces etched with urgency. It became evident that it was not her intention to push him away. This realization caused the madness that had briefly ignited in his eyes to recede like a receding tide, yet his gaze upon the trio remained chillingly cold. Upon witnessing him and Lin Maimai, their eyes widened in uncontainable astonishment. Both individuals had undergone subtle transformations, not in their appearance, but rather in their entire aura. Especially Shen Nanzhi. Confronted by his frigid and merciless stare, the three of them instinctively felt a shiver run down their spines. Shen Nanfeng hastily scratched the back of his head. Chuckling awkwardly as he attempted to explain, I suddenly found myself unable to sense your presence, so, as he faced Shen Nanzhi's increasingly icy demeanor, his voice dwindled to a whisper, his head bowed lower. It was not my intention, I was merely concerned for my brother and sister. With that, he immediately raised his hand in an oath, declaring, I promise, from now on, I shall automatically shut down my senses whenever I am within the vicinity of my brother and sister. Chapter 65. Is there a trace of Shen Nanzhi in Xiang Ning's blood? As soon as Shen Nanfeng finished speaking, his expression changed dramatically. He swiftly made his way to the window. The nearby woods were eerily silent, only occasionally disturbed by a few startled birds. Xiang Ning joined him by the window. Was there something unusual? Shen Nanfeng furrowed his brow. He was certain he hadn't misperceived anything. Something was indeed approaching them. Yet, despite his attempts to amplify his senses to the utmost, he could discern nothing. At that moment, a cry of alarm echoed from downstairs. The group exchanged glances and hurried down. Shen Nanzhi and Lin Maimai were the last to descend. He reached out to take her hand, but she swatted it away, shooting him a reproachful glance. Instead of feeling anger, this fierce demeanor from Lin Maimai sparked an unexpected thrill within Shen Nanzhi. He found her fierce and assertive nature oddly charming, and he silently followed her, pondering that if a few scratches could bring her joy, he would gladly oblige. And if that wasn't enough, he would take matters into his own hands. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found Carl, Ivan, and Mike gathered at the entrance, where the sound of a small animal-esque growl could be heard. As they approached, they discovered a cage containing a small mutated beast, with sharp fangs, gray fur, and two antennae sprouting from its forehead. It was Lin Maimai gasped. "Where did you get this little gray wolf?" Carl looked taken aback. "You think this is a gray wolf?" He circled the cage twice, still unable to discern its identity, even extending his hand to compare. "Miss Lin, please, don't joke. Even a newborn wolf wouldn't be this small." Ivan chimed in the past few days, while exploring this mountainous terrain, every mutated creature we encountered has been larger than normal. This one, regardless of how you look at it, bears no resemblance to a wolf. If anything, it resembles a teacup dog." Yet Lin Maimai was certain it was indeed a mutated gray wolf. She had seen something similar in an underground auction house in her past life. Although that one was entirely black, all mutated wolves possessed a unique ability, sonic resonance. "Where did you find this?" she inquired. Carl pointed at the entrance and said, "We came back to find it here, gazing up at the third floor, occasionally letting out a sound." Mike tried to catch it, but it didn't even flinch. Xiangning's eyes met Lin Maimai's across the room. For no one understood better than they that this type of mutated wolf was a product of Zhou Qing's underground laboratory. No one knew where to hunt such a creature, but possessing one would greatly enhance survival rates, even against high-level zombies. The mutated wolf's sonic abilities could render zombies incapable of their keen senses. And a sufficiently powerful wolf could even cause a high-level zombie to self-destruct. Thus, in her past life, Zhou Qing's underground auction house sold mutated wolves at a premium. Now, however, one had appeared here. Lin Maimai had 2 points to consider. First, it was evident that the underground laboratory that had caused her and Xiang Ning so much suffering in her previous life no longer existed. And thus the auction house was also gone, eliminating Zhou Qing as a suspect. Second, considering the man in black, she hesitated to dismiss the first point. Although she was yet unaware of the connection between the man in black and Zhou Qing, if the former was involved. The presence of a mutated wolf, especially a juvenile, could not be overlooked. A creature with such high plasticity appearing right before them suggested the possibility of another underground laboratory akin to Zhou Qing's hidden somewhere in these mountains. Or could it be Zhou Qing herself? This speculation sent chills down both their spines. If that were the case, it meant the man in black was nearby. And perhaps even Gu Yisen was as well. Xiang Ning leaned on his chin, frowning as he asked, "During your exploration of the terrain these past few days, did you notice anything unusual?" Lin Yang opened his mouth to respond, but was abruptly silenced by Shen Nanzhi's hand. Lin Maimai stepped forward, standing defiantly in front of Xiang Ning. Her gaze was icy, laced with an unspoken challenge. "How did you know I was there?" Xiang Ning was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Maimai to voice that question at such a moment. She faltered, her eyes darting away. Disappointment flickered in Lin Maimai's eyes. "I told you about Shen Nanzhi. You don't find it strange that you know him, but why do you know him? I never described his appearance to you." Lin Maimai pointed towards Shen Nanfeng, Carl, Lin Yang, and Mike. "And them, you're familiar with them as well. You said you were like me. Yet you've never mentioned how you died or why you're alive." Tears began to well in Lin Maimai's eyes as her voice turned choked. It felt as if everyone here knew her as intimately as if they had shared countless experiences together. Her voice faltered before regaining composure, her eyes now sharp with reason. "Can you explain why you are unfamiliar with Ivan?" Even this seaside villa had been brought to them by Xiang Ning, though both were in Jiangning City. The underground laboratory was situated nearly at opposite ends. To traverse the entire city for this place was utterly illogical. What horrified Lin Maimai further was that even Shen Nanzhi, who was typically astute, had never questioned Xiang Ning. No one had inquired about her identity, how she arrived, or how she coincidentally found them at that precise moment. It was only now that she raised these concerns, yet both Shen Nanzhi and Shen Nanfeng, along with Lin Yang, remained silent, merely listening. In the past, they would have swiftly eliminated any potential threat. Yet now, they appeared perplexed, as if they did not understand why she had suddenly turned her scrutiny upon one of their own. However, Lin Maimai was mistaken. There was one exception: Shen Nanzhi. He remained still, choosing not to interrupt her, biding his time until she needed assistance. Just like now, when Xiang Ning was ensnared by his mental abilities. Her body suspended in midair, her face reddening as she struggled for breath. "Maimai," she attempted to explain, but in the next moment, a shadow appeared behind Lin Maimai, a hand reaching out to touch her, only to be lifted into the air by Shen Nanzhi through the same method. Everyone was taken aback, particularly Carl, who was incredulous and disbelieving. "Ivan, what are you doing?" he questioned, noticing the dagger clenched in Ivan's hand. A bitter smile crossed Lin Maimai's face, for they were in league with each other. Carl suddenly swung his arm, his face contorted with rage. "This is impossible. Ivan is my brother. We've been together until we followed Nangu." Lin Yang was equally unconvinced. "But you just said she was a stranger to Ivan?" Lin Maimai's sorrow was even more profound, for it was a facade she had crafted. She needed to establish a semblance of estrangement between herself and Iwan, facilitating Iwan's actions. After speaking, she turned to Shen Nanzhi, her voice barely above a whisper. "Please, first release them from their mental control, if this continues. I may find it impossible to articulate my thoughts, for even if I manage to clarify things, due to Xiang Jin's exertion of mental influence, they would remain silent out of respect for Shen Nanzhi, yet they would never truly believe her." It was only upon hearing Lin Maimai's words that Xiang Jin's eyes widened in astonishment, and it was then that she began to feel a tinge of fear. "Is it so strange that I know you possess psychic abilities?" Xiang Jin was rendered speechless, yet her eyes conveyed an affirmative response. Lin Maimai offered a wry smile. "Have you forgotten what I just mentioned? You are well acquainted with my brother." She lifted her gaze to Xiang Jin, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "The reason you can discern my brother's whereabouts is because his blood runs through your veins. You have returned with the powers of your past life." Chapter 66. 9 cycles. The astonishment in Xiang Shun's eyes gradually faded, revealing a calm indifference. She chose not to retort, instead adopting a demeanor that suggested resignation to her fate. Avon mirrored her state. "Do you truly believe I would allow my brother to kill you?" Xiang Shun smirked, her labored breathing causing her complexion to take on a purplish hue. Avon appeared nearly breathless. Carl, in a state of urgency, attempted to advance but was halted by Mike, who silently cautioned him against acting impulsively lest he too suffer a dire fate. It was apparent to all that Avon's assault on Lin Maimai and Shen Nanzhi's decision not to execute him immediately stemmed from a consideration that Lin Maimai might have inquiries of her own. As both Avon and Xiang Shun and Apos' faces contorted in agony, Lin Maimai gently touched Shen Nanzhi and Apos' sleeve. "Please, let them go, brother." Shen Nanzhi and Apos' gaze flickered momentarily, and upon confirming her intent, he released his grip, tossing them heavily to the ground. The two collapsed, coughing violently. Simultaneously, Carl, Mike, Shen Nanfeng, and Lin Yang felt a sudden clarity wash over them. When they turned their eyes back to Xiang Shun, expressions of confusion and wariness surfaced among them. Shen Nanfeng was the first to rush forward, kicking Avon's dagger away and seizing him by the collar, raising a hand to strike. Carl instinctively moved to intervene but, recalling something, restrained himself. Shen Nanfeng's fist connected brutally with Avon's face, causing his head to snap aside and blood to spill from his mouth. Just as the second punch was about to fall, Avon struggled to explain, "I did not intend to harm Miss Lin. He was merely seeking to have Shen Nanzhi release Xiang Shun." Lin Maimai approached Xiang Shun, crouching down and extending her hand. In an instant, Shen Nanzhi grasped her hand, his eyes reflecting deep disapproval. Yet, Lin Maimai gently pushed his hand away, presenting her own once more to Xiang Shun. "It's all right, she won't harm me." At these words, Xiang Shun merely scoffed and swatted her hand away. Lin Maimai sighed softly, withdrawing her hand and standing upright. Her expression remained devoid of emotion, her voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb Xiang Shun. "The blood of your brother was injected by Shou Qing, wasn't it? I thought, at that time, you would be safe compared to me." Xiang Shun's pupils constricted, and then she suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. "Safe. Once we entered that place, we were all the same, merely differing in value." She had always sought to forget those memories of the dark, sunless laboratory, the frigid blood that had been forcibly injected, and the harrowing experiences of being experimented upon. "Don't you understand better than I, Maimai? If it weren't and Apos, tea for you, I would have likely perished long ago. I am grateful to you, yet I also harbor resentment. Grateful for saving me, yet resentful for granting me countless days and nights of terror to come. Had she not encountered that person, perhaps she would have lost her sanity long ago." Lin Maimai fell into a brief silence before, under the weight of Xiang Shun's resentful gaze, she quietly inquired, "How did you die?" Xiang Shun, after a prolonged moment, slowly rose from the ground, her voice calm as if recounting another's fate. "I was sent at the same time as you. You were special due to your abilities, while I was deemed powerless." A hint of bitter laughter crossed her face. "I have an older brother and a younger sister. Fortunately, we all survived the onset of the apocalypse. My brother and sister awakened their powers, but I did not. They regarded me as a burden, and at that time, Zhou Qing had begun researching how to endow ordinary people with abilities, thus I was sold. That marked the beginning of her nightmare. By the time Lin Maimai rescued her, allowing her escape from that hell, she had already acquired dual powers of water and spirit. In those endless days of despair, I often wished to abandon life. Until I stumbled upon the revelation that as long as I remained close to Shen Nanzhi, the turmoil within my blood would settle. So, you subsequently joined my brother's group? Xiang Shen shook her head, nostalgia and sweetness glimmering in her eyes. No, I stayed with him. I didn't need to join the group. He helped me mask my presence, allowing me to follow them like a ghost. Lin Maimai pressed her lips together and softly asked, "How did you die?" A painful expression crossed Xiang Shen's face, yet she remained silent. Lin Maimai seemed to understand. Xiang Shen had always been deeply emotional. With the person she regarded as her anchor gone, she no longer wished to live. Rather than press further, Lin Maimai redirected the conversation. "What is your relationship with Avon?" Upon hearing this question, Xiangshan looked at Avon, who shook his head slightly, but Xiangshan laughed derisively. "Did you think you could keep it hidden?" Avon attempted to intervene, yet Xiangshan candidly provided an answer. "Our organization is called the Dawn Society. Both Avon and I serve merely as their eyes." Lin Maimai frowned, surprisingly unshocked. "You are monitoring my brother?" Xiangshan laughed. "No, we are also watching you. Our mission is to prevent you from creating crystal nuclei." A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Maimai, and she instinctively glanced at Shen Nanzhi, her hand clenching tightly, uncertain if it was merely psychological. The moment Xiangshan uttered crystal nuclei, she felt a tremor within her own mind. Shen Nanzhi discreetly grasped her hand, gently pressing her against him, one hand encircling her back in a soothing gesture. Lin Maimai bit her lip, aware that her reaction was excessive, yet she could not shake the feeling of being surveilled. Thoughts of conspiracy and schemes flooded her mind, realizing she had been living under the constant gaze of others, every moment observed. It was as if she were still trapped in that laboratory, lying on the frigid examination table, perpetually under scrutiny and analysis. Shen Nanzhi softly patted her back and turned his gaze to Xiangshan, asking, "What specific orders did you receive?" Xiangshan suddenly looked up at him. "You could actually view my memories, since we are both of the spirit system, and my abilities stem from you." Essentially, she was a subordinate of Shen Nanzhi. Avon, restrained by Shen Nanfeng, was rendered speechless, his eyes filled with urgency, yet he could not intervene in the slightest. As Xiangshan fully opened her mind to Shen Nanzhi, his consciousness delved deeply into her memories. Before them unfolded a stark white room. The chamber was devoid of furnishings, save for an individual cloaked entirely in white, seated at a high position, and Xiangshan standing below. "Our arc requires more time. We cannot allow the zombie king to be born before then. The emergence of any one of them could obliterate the entire planet. This is already the 9th cycle. No matter how we have attempted to alter the course in the previous 8, we have failed. This is our final hope. This time, I have placed them together. Should one of them undergo a transformation, do not hesitate. Kill them." Shen Nanzhi and Apos' consciousness abruptly withdrew from Xiangshan and Apos' memories. The shock in his eyes flickered momentarily. It was not that he did not wish to investigate further, but rather that the remaining memories of Xiangshan had been sealed, forcing him to exit against his will. Shen Nanzhi and Apos' expression was frigid, her crimson gaze infused with a palpable, bloodthirsty intent. Who was that person? Chapter 67. The colossal creature. As Xiang Ning's body succumbed to the withdrawal of Shen Nanzhi's mental energy, she collapsed entirely. Pain etched across her face. The agony of having her memories intruded upon rendered her speech almost impossible. "I only know him as the wizard." The selection process for the wizard necessitated a specific condition. And both I and Avon had been chosen. We each had someone we yearned to find and regrets we wished to amend. Carl abruptly turned his gaze towards Avon. As fraternal twins, they shared no secrets. For instance, when he first fell for Lin Yang, he had immediately informed Avon. Yet, he could not fathom what person or regret Avon sought to evade. Avon averted his eyes from Carl, a coldness visible on his face. This left Carl despondent, his disappointment intertwined with a surging anger. However, it was clearly not the right moment for confrontation, and he could only clench his fists in silent rage. Lin Maimai inquired of Xiang Ning, "Is it because of that person?" Xiang Ning, anticipating the question, nodded gently. "The wizard promised me that I could see him again." Lin Maimai was perplexed. If Xiang Ning had been reborn, she could simply seek out that person based on her memories. Why engage in such a transaction with the wizard? Yet when she posed the question, Xiangming fell silent once more. Brother. Lin Maimai looked to Shen Nanzhi, hoping his mental prowess could illuminate the figure within Xiangming's memories. However, all that remained was a vague silhouette, as if someone had deliberately stripped away the visage of that person from her consciousness, leaving only their voice behind. She could no longer recall what he looked like. How could this be? It seemed the wizard had anticipated her ability to probe with mental energy and had thus sealed away crucial information. The revelation that someone possessed mental strength surpassing Shen Nanzhi was enough to shock Lin Maimai. Too many questions lingered, and ultimately, Avenge and Xiangning were temporarily confined. Within Lin Yang's sanctuary, this arrangement would prevent the wizard and his Dawn Society from abducting anyone. The night wind battered against the window as Lin Maimai perched on the windowsill. Gazing at the twinkling stars in the dark expanse, her mind a chaotic swirl. Zhou Qing, Gu Yisen, Jiayu, the man in black, and then Xiangning and Avenge. She sensed an invisible thread connecting these individuals, yet no matter how hard she tried, the commonality among them eluded her. Shen Nanzhi observed Lin Maimai's silhouette, the dark red glimmer igniting in his eyes. For 3 hours, she had maintained this position without once turning to acknowledge him. Despite his looming presence, this realization ignited a simmering anger within him. The past still haunted him, and he was reluctant to frighten her again. Yet he could hardly tolerate her indifference. Maimai. Shen Nanzhi approached slowly, wrapping his arms around her from behind. The sudden intimacy caused Lin Maimai's body to stiffen. But she refrained from turning around, striving to relax. Shen Nanzhi, acutely aware of her resistance, suppressed his wrath, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice softening. What are you thinking? Lin Maimai's gaze drifted downstairs, where Mike and Shen Nanfeng sat before the cage of the mutated gray wolf, their vigilant eyes scanning the depths of the forest. A sense of looming danger persisted in the air. Meanwhile, Carl had ventured alone to the seaside, and after a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang followed suit. Brother, what do you think Avenge's exchange condition for becoming the eye is? Lin Maimai recalled the earlier caution from Shen Nanzhi regarding Avenge's trustworthiness. Had her brother known of Avenge's dubious nature all along? Shen Nanzhi replied affirmatively. I could find no records of his treatment in the archives of the Clem Asylum, as if he had materialized from thin air, yet he is indeed Carl's brother. Lin Maimai furrowed her brow. If the wizard truly possessed precognitive abilities, such an evident flaw as Avenge should not have surfaced. Perhaps it began with Avenge's initiative, leading to the wizard approaching for collaboration. This explanation seemed plausible, but it implied that Carl was the bargaining chip in Avenge's dealings. Yet, Lin Maimai sensed otherwise. How do you intend to handle them, brother? Shen Nanzhi passionately kissed the delicate skin of her neck, finding satisfaction in her involuntary shivers in response to his affection. The more excessive his actions became, the more he reveled in them, until Lin Maimai could no longer endure and began to shy away. Only then did Shen Nanzhi temper his fervor, albeit slightly. His possessive grip on her tightened as he intertwined their fingers and said, if Maimai wishes to unravel the mystery, they may remain for now. His tone remained gentle, yet Lin Maimai was oblivious to the icy demeanor and glacial glint in his eyes. He was indifferent to the enigma she spoke of. Even if they transformed into zombies, it mattered not to him. As long as Lin Maimai remained his, he cared little for the state of the world. However, if anyone sought to harm her or even take her life, he would ensure they experienced true despair. Delicate kisses fell upon Lin Maimai's crown. The figures she glimpsed in her memories and the 9 cycles he spoke of were secrets Shen Nanzhi would never divulge. Perhaps his current composure was due to the fact that this individual had asserted Lin Maimai was to be returned to him. Based on that, he could afford to let her live a little longer. At an opportune moment, we can return to the Longhua base and bring them along. I believe Jiayu would be quite intrigued. With 20 days remaining until the efficacy of the suppressants from the initial injection waned, there was ample time to explore the mountain. Suddenly, the sea breeze intensified, and the waves roared violently against the night sky. At that moment, it became apparent that Lin Yang and Carl had yet to return. Shen Nanfeng listened intently but sensed nothing amiss. The only sounds were the wind and the crashing waves. A sense of unease began to creep over him. Brother, Mike and I will go check. With that, he seized Mike's hand and dashed away. Meanwhile, within the cage below, the mutated gray wolf emitted a series of low, mournful howls, its expression one of terror as it flailed within its confines. Lin Maimai gazed down at the cage, where the wolf looked up at her, fear evident in its eyes. Brother. Shen Nanzhi enveloped her protectively, his sharp crimson gaze fixed intently on a shadow lurking in the darkness. The wolf's thrashing intensified, its fear palpable, its cries growing louder. Concurrently, a tremendous commotion erupted deep within the silent mountains, causing the very earth to tremble. At that moment, Lin Yang and Carl suddenly appeared before Shen Nanzhi and Lin Maimai. Upon realizing Shen Nanfeng and Mike were absent, their expressions shifted dramatically. Nangu, Xiaofeng and Lin Maimai quickly understood that Shen Nanfeng's inability to sense Lin Yang and Carl stemmed from their presence within a spatial rift. The monstrous waves churning in the sea revealed a visible terror, concealing not just one colossal creature, but several. They ventured to the seaside in search of you. Lin Yang turned to flee, but upon glancing back, he beheld Shen Nanfeng and Mike racing towards them, their faces etched with terror. The ground trembled with increasing ferocity. Enormous tentacles emerged from behind them, poised to make contact. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. A colossal gray wolf descended from above, seizing the tentacle and forcefully hurling it aside. The wolf turned its gaze back, its eyes chillingly cold, and let out a thunderous howl that echoed through the night. The sharp fangs gleamed with a blinding, icy light in the darkness. Chapter 68. The second host planned suddenly. Immense waves surged up from the sea, and a colossal octopus burst forth from the depths. Its jaws aimed at a gray wolf. Lin Maimai felt a tightening around her waist as she was swept into Nanzhi's embrace, her head resting against his cool chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the gentle coolness of his breath enveloped her, wrapping her in his mental fortitude. Nanzhi held her securely, his hand brushing against her face and then her neck, diligently wiping away the seawater with his sleeve. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. Brother is here." Lin Maimai looked up into his steady crimson eyes, noting the focus and intensity within them. She softly replied, "I'm not afraid." Yet, Nanzhi seemed to trust his instincts more, erecting a lightning ice shield before her and forming an impenetrable barrier of mental energy around her. The consumption of such extraordinary abilities was immense. Lin Maimai wished to protest, but ultimately, she merely pressed her lips together, silently accepting his protective dominance. The commotion stirred unease and agitation both in the sea and within the mountains. The sky darkened ominously, an invisible pressure permeating the atmosphere. Suddenly, Shen Nanfeng cautioned quietly, "Be careful, something big is approaching." The group immediately became alert. Ahead, the gray wolf let out a thunderous roar, its body performing 2 circles before it lunged at the octopus with a powerful kick. Meanwhile, the mutated little gray wolf, which had only reached Lin Maimai's ankle while in its cage, began to howl incessantly. Its delicate voice, though small, carried a ferocious resonance that caused the octopus to hesitate mid-air, unable to retreat in time. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the sky, revealing the hidden storm clouds. A massive bird emerged from the darkness, each flap of its wings dispersing the thick clouds. Its entire body was black, adorned only with 3 magnificent feathers atop its head and a long, elegant tail that shimmered with iridescent hues, resembling peacock plumes. Its arrival diverted the attention of both the gray wolf and the octopus, intensifying the wolf and Apos' howls. The crimson hue in Nanzhi and Apos' eyes faded somewhat. Yet a faint red lingered. His gaze fell upon the storm clouds, becoming increasingly solemn as murderous intent began to accumulate. At that moment, the commotion attracted a force lurking in the shadows. 2 figures suddenly emerged from the mountaintop, racing towards their direction. In that instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. The sound emitted by the mutated little gray wolf plunged the octopus into temporary disarray, causing its massive body to crash heavily onto the ground. The earth trembled violently from the impact. Nanzhi tightened his hold on Lin Maimai, while Lin Yang, Shen Nanfeng, and the others instinctively retreated behind them. Protected by Nanzhi's mental energy, the howls of the mutated little gray wolf posed no threat to them, though they found the sound somewhat jarring. Surprisingly, the sound wave resonance from the little gray wolf proved ineffective against the giant bird. The colossal creature soared into the sky, executing a sharp turn before diving swiftly downwards. Its sharp claws targeted the octopus on the ground, piercing through its massive body. The bird then flipped in midair, soaring back into the sky. Simultaneously, the 2 figures cloaked in black witnessed this spectacle, pausing momentarily before swiftly climbing the tallest tree, observing silently from the shadows. The octopus writhed in pain, its flailing tentacles wildly swiping at the giant bird. Seizing this moment, the gray wolf lunged forward, its formidable jaws targeting the octopus's head, swiftly tearing flesh apart. Lin Maimai suddenly grasped tightly. "Brother, the blue crystal core." According to the color hierarchy of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, this was a 2nd-level crystal core. Her words barely faded when the gray wolf seized the core and tossed it at her feet. Before Lin Maimai could process this revelation, the gray wolf was already entangled in a fierce battle with the giant bird. The mutated little gray wolf in the cage, having exhausted its abilities, now lay limp on the ground, emitting only faint whimpers, its eyes fixed on the gray wolf, shedding tears. Ultimately, the gray wolf could not withstand the onslaught of the giant bird. Its body was shredded by claws, blood splattering everywhere, while the bird, adept at aerial combat, evaded several of the wolf's desperate strikes, leaving it near death while remaining largely unscathed. The sorrowful whines of the mutated little gray wolf echoed with profound sadness as it weakly banged against the cage's iron bars. This action elicited a warning growl from the gray wolf, but in that moment of distraction, the bird's claws carved through half of its face. The gray wolf maintained its turned posture, its brain matter splattering, blood oozing down its remaining half-face, spreading across the ground. Instinctively, Lin Maimai shut her eyes, gripping the fabric of Nanzhi's shirt tightly. Yet the bird's assault did not cease. It circled in the air before plunging down with tremendous force, crushing the gray wolf's body. After extracting the blue crystal core from within, the bird triumphantly swallowed it, emitting a proud cry. The mutated little gray wolf's front paws rested on the cage, its tear-filled eyes glistening with sorrow as it whimpered, a woo. Lin Maimai felt a wave of compassion wash over her, suddenly realizing the gray wolf's earlier gesture of giving her the crystal core. It must have known it was no match for the bird, leaving its legacy behind. She pleaded with Nanzhi, "Please help it." Nanzhi brushed her forehead gently, his words laced with a cold, merciless edge. "Let it fend for itself." As he spoke, a surge of crimson light ignited in his gaze, and in the next moment, the mutated little gray wolf froze, its mouth agape, the red glow in its eyes intensifying until it transformed into a pure crimson. A woo. The piercing howl morphed into a tangible arrow, hurtling towards the giant bird. Boom! The unsuspecting bird erupted into a shower of flesh and blood, which rained from the sky, ultimately frozen midair by Nanzhi's ice abilities. It remained suspended until they entered the house, at which point it descended once more. Nearby, the two figures exchanged excited glances. "Quick, return to report. It worked." Their silhouettes vanished swiftly into the night. Before the villa, Nanzhi led Lin Maimai back to the entrance. The sky had begun to lighten, and the air was thick with the scent of the sea, mingled with the metallic tang of blood. The group donned masks, wielding sticks to sift through the remnants of flesh and blood on the ground. The mutated little gray wolf in the cage lay in a state of unconsciousness, its strength utterly depleted. As the first rays of sunlight broke through, Lin Yang discovered a cerulean crystal nucleus amid a mass of fragmented flesh, while Mike unearthed a blue crystal nucleus from a large wolf that had yet to be consumed by the great bird. Meanwhile, Shen Nanzhi came across a chip inscribed with markings, bearing the designation of Experiment S1. As this chip was handed over to Shen Nanzhi, a long-dormant signal light at the distant dawn base flickered back to life. Shortly thereafter, a line of text emerged beneath the machine. Initiate the second host program. Chapter 69. Is Lin Maimai a test subject? Brother, this chip. Before Shen Nanzhi could finish his sentence, he caught a glimpse of Shen Nanzhi's pallid expression and fell silent. "Brother," Lin Maimai called out, but Shen Nanzhi abruptly grasped her face. His eyes filled with a crimson intensity. "Do not be afraid." Although his words were meant to be reassuring, both his tone and demeanor exuded a chilling coldness. He repeatedly caressed her neck, as if seeking to confirm something. Shen Nanzhi and the others dared not utter a word, their breaths held as they watched him intently. Suddenly, Shen Nanzhi's fingers found the back of Lin Maimai's neck, near her hairline. There, he felt a distinct hardness, and his eyes glimmered with an ominous red light. Gradually, his fingers moved slightly, and upon confirming a specific point, they stilled. Lin Maimai met his bloodshot gaze and instinctively grasped his hand, which felt damp and icy. "Brother, what is wrong?" Shen Nanzhi gazed at her for a moment before softly inquiring, "Are you afraid?" Lin Maimai hesitated, then raised her hand to touch. But he swiftly restrained it midair. An ominous premonition surged within her. Shen Nanzhi, looking deeply into her eyes, spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone. "There is also a chip here, but do not fear. Brother will help you remove it, though it may hurt a little." Lin Maimai's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening as her mind buzzed with disbelief. Why? She yearned to question why there was a chip within her body, yet her throat felt parched, and the overwhelming astonishment rendered her momentarily speechless. her complexion paling. Shen Nanzhi enveloped her in his arms, his fingers still gliding near the chip's location on her neck, attempting to soothe her. However, her body remained rigid, like a taut string. A pained expression flickered in Shen Nanzhi's eyes as his index and middle fingers pressed down with force. A sudden sharp pain shot through Lin Maimai's nape. The agony caused her to tremble and struggle, yet Shen Nanzhi held her firmly in place. Then, his fingers began to push with increasing pressure, the pain intensifying as a sharp object pierced her flesh, forcing its way out. "Brother, do not be afraid." Lin Maimai gritted her teeth, cold sweat beading on her forehead, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Do not fear." Shen Nanzhi's gaze remained fixed on her nape as he swiftly took a small knife from Shen Nanfeng and made a quick incision. Blood surged forth, revealing a dark chip. The crimson hue in Shen Nanzhi's eyes deepened, and an aura of malevolence emanated from him, instilling great fear in Carl and Mike. He continued to exert force. While Lin Maimai clutched his arm tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her teeth biting into her lip to suppress any cries of pain. At last, the chip was fully extracted. The bloodied object ignited a terrifying murderous intent in Shen Nanzhi's eyes as he crushed the chip in his hand. Cradling her face, he coaxed, "There, it no longer hurts." He then retrieved a bottle of medicine, applying it carefully to her wound before covering it entirely with a medical patch, cleaning her neck afterward. "Brother." Lin Maimai's voice was faint as she reached for his hand. "The chip." But Shen Nanzhi silenced her with a gentle touch to her lips, his thumb wiping away the sweat from her face and forehead. Observing her pale countenance, a surge of fury ignited within him. "It is all right now. We will return to the Longhua base immediately." Longhua base, the modifications on Gao Sheng had entered their final phase. Yet, regardless of how Gao Jiayu adjusted, Gao Sheng's consciousness could not fully integrate into the mechanical body. Numerous attempts had been made, resulting in rejection reactions. Upon entering, the man in black encountered Gao Jiayu's furious expression, which intensified upon seeing him. He seized the man in black by the collar, his eyes brimming with defiance. "You have concealed something from me, haven't you? Why did it fail? You clearly stated it was possible." Zhou Qing succeeded. The man in black cast a sidelong glance at him, a cold smile curling his lips as he easily shrugged off Gao Jiayu's grip, casually pushing him down to the ground. He then settled into a nearby chair, gazing at the fallen Gao Jiayu with derision. "I have good news for you. They have visited the laboratory. However, the test subject you desired has been destroyed." Gao Jiayu froze momentarily, then erupted into manic laughter. "After all the scheming, you have merely treated me as a pawn." He believed that acquiring the test subject would enable him to discover how to grant others extraordinary powers. Thus, he would possess the leverage to negotiate terms. Now, he realized that every action he took was orchestrated by the other party. How lamentable. The man in black and Oppo's expression shifted slightly as he leaned back lazily in his chair, his gaze fixated on Gao Sheng, who lay on the experimental table. "To be honest, I do not quite understand why you chose to abandon your 3 sons for him. Is it truly the power of your so-called first love? I wonder if she would regret her choice upon discovering this. Yet, what did that have to do with him?" Recalling Lin Maimai, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. He had found what he sought, the rest was inconsequential. Slowly, he rose to his feet. "As a courtesy, I shall inform you that Shen Nanzhi and the others have returned. Prepare yourself." Gao Jiayu was momentarily stunned. "Returned? How could they return?" He lunged forward, grabbing the man in black's pant leg. Panic etched across his face. "I followed your instructions. According to the plan, they would go to the seaside and then discover the Dawn Society, uncovering." Before he could finish, the man in black kicked his hand away. "You concealed from me that you had dealings with the Dawn Society. Did you think I was unaware?" "The reason I didn't care was that I hadn't found her." With a shift in tone, he chuckled. "In truth, your choices have been flawed since 50 years ago. Now," he pointed at Gao Sheng, "face the consequences of your decisions." With that, his figure vanished from the room. Gao Jiayu collapsed to the floor, despair enveloping him, casting the entire room into a suffocating silence. After a long while, he rose, slowly approaching Gao Sheng, gazing at his frigid visage and touching his mutilated body with profound sorrow. "I am sorry, it is my ineptitude as a father, but fret not. I will ensure you obtain a mechanical body like Zhou Qing's." He vowed to make Shen Nanzhi and the others pay for the harm inflicted upon him. Turning, he approached a cabinet, carefully retrieving a box and opening it to reveal 3 vials lined up neatly inside. With these, they would certainly perish. At that moment, the door behind him swung open, and Zhang Jinfei rushed in, bloodied and frantic. Not good, Dr. Gao. As soon as Shen Nanzhi and the others returned, they sought you out. I could not hold them back. Fear was etched across his face. It had only been a few days, yet their presence was even more menacing. Especially Shen Nanzhi. His subordinate had merely asked a question and was swiftly executed. The flesh on Gao Jieyu's face trembled violently, his gaze icy. He directly produced the 3 vials of medicine. Let us see who shall perish first. Chapter 70. Unless he dies. She wants to leave. Gao Jieyu stepped out of the laboratory, clutching a vial of serum. As he traversed the long corridor illuminated by flickering lights, he was met with Shen Nanzhi's icy voice. Where are you headed, Dr. Gao? Startled, Gao's heart raced painfully. Instinctively, he shielded the serum behind him and gestured hurriedly for Jiang Jinfeng to take it. However, before Jiang could approach, an overwhelming force yanked the serum from his grasp. His complexion paled as he realized he could no longer seize it back, helplessly watching it reach Shen Nanzhi, where it was ultimately taken by Lin Yang. In Shen Nanfeng's hand, a gun loomed ominously, its dark muzzle aimed directly at him. He straightened his posture, feigning anger as he fixed his gaze upon the 3 of them. What are your intentions? But before any of them could respond, he glared at Shen Nanzhi, threateningly stating, It seems you no longer desire the sedative? Do you wish for that girl to spiral into chaos and perish? As his words faded, he suddenly realized Lin Maimai was absent from Shen Nanzhi's side. A surge of speculation flooded his mind, flipping through various possibilities. Recalling the words of the man in black and witnessing the malevolent fury in Shen Nanzhi's eyes, all signs pointed to a grave possibility. Lin Maimai was dead. A wave of relief washed over him, and he immediately adopted a concerned fatherly expression, softly inquiring, Did that little girl encounter an accident? Is that why you? Noticing Shen Nanzhi's expression grow colder still, an illicit thrill of joy blossomed within him. Good. If she were dead, Shen Nanzhi would be unbound. This signified that his previously thwarted plans might be set into motion once more. Yet, it was a pity the girl had perished. Her blood held significant research value. However, thoughts of Gao Sheng quelled his regret. If Shen Nanzhi's consciousness could be extracted from her body, then Gao Sheng would possess Shen Nanzhi's form. Consequently, the abilities that belonged to Shen Nanzhi would transfer to Gao Sheng. The mere contemplation of this prospect ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him. Yet, he needed to deal with Shen Nanfeng and Lin Yang, his own progeny who obstinately opposed him, aligning themselves with that monster, Shen Nanzhi. Clearly, they were not her children. Even with his blood coursing through their veins, they lacked Gao Sheng's understanding and thoughtfulness. Amidst his scheming, he remained oblivious to the intense murderous intent simmering in Shen Nanzhi's gaze. In the next moment, a chilling gunshot reverberated through the air. Gao Jieyu's eyes widened in terror as he beheld Jiang Jinfeng collapsing before him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself lifted off the ground, his neck firmly gripped by Shen Nanzhi. Speak. Was the chip in Maimai's body your doing? Gao Jiayu turned pale, panic and fear flashing in his eyes. Yet he quickly feigned composure. What chip? I do not know what you are talking about. Shen Nanzhi, having lost patience, seized Gao Jieyu's arm and twisted it viciously. A piercing scream echoed through the corridor. Jiang Jinfeng lay on the ground, his eyes filled with urgency, but with a bullet in his abdomen and Shen Nanfeng controlling him. He could not assist. I will ask you once more, is Maimai's chip connected to the Dawn Society? The agony coursing through his body and the terror in his heart rendered Gao Jiayu trembling, not to mention the immense psychic pressure Shen Nanzhi exerted, making him feel as though his brain might split apart. Despite this, he stubbornly refused to confess, panting heavily as he gazed at the monstrous figure radiating an aura of dread. His conviction that Lin Maimai must be dead solidified. I do not. Before he could finish, a sharp pain erupted in his scalp. Darkness engulfed his vision as his other arm was broken. A wretched scream escaped him, leaving him feeling utterly drained and powerless. Jiang Jinfeng's eyes reflected deep fear as he watched Shen Nanzhi seize one of Gao Jieyu's legs and snap it with a resounding crack. Will you speak? Gao Jiayu clenched his teeth, enduring excruciating pain that dulled his senses, yet he refused to utter a word. However, this defiance crumbled when he saw Lin Yang drag Gao Sheng out, his expression impassive as he plunged a knife into Gao Sheng's heart. In that moment, Gao Jieyu's resolve shattered, and he cried out in despair, Yes, it was me. Let go of a Sheng. With a swift motion, Shen Nanzhi extracted the dagger from Gao Sheng's chest, only to drive it back in with brutal force. What is your goal? Shen Nanzhi's voice was frigid, tinged with cruel malice. Gao Jiayu trembled uncontrollably, helplessly witnessing the dagger repeatedly pierce Gao Sheng's body. Gao Sheng convulsed as he lay there, filled with sorrow and despair, feeling his strength waning, as if he would slip away any moment. When the dagger plunged into Gao Sheng once more, the last vestige of life faded from him. He was dead. Gao Jiayu stared blankly at his son's lifeless body, unable to comprehend that his only child had perished. In that moment, fear ebbed away, replaced by a desperate resolve. If he could not live, then he would ensure Shen Nanzhi experienced the bitterness of despair. You inquire about my motives? Ha ha ha, you asked me? Shen Nanzhi, you are a member of the Shen family. Do you not know what the Shen family does? He laughed maniacally, tears mingling with cold sweat cascading down his cheeks, his eyes burning with intense hatred. Anyone connected to you will meet a tragic end. Your mother was one such victim. Now, Lin Maimai will share the same fate. You wish to know my objective? My goal is to witness your suffering, for I despise you. I loathe you. As soon as Lin Maimai appeared before you, I reported her to the Dawn Society. She became a test subject long ago. He laughed wildly, devoid of reason, as though avenging himself against Shen Nanzhi. Do you seek knowledge of the Dawn Society? Let me tell you. His words were abruptly cut short. Bang! A bullet pierced through his left temple, exiting through the right, ultimately embedding itself in the wall. Shen Nanzhi, startled, immediately sprinted after the assailant, but could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a dark silhouette before it vanished entirely. He returned, guilt-ridden, standing before Shen Nanzhi. I'm sorry, brother. I could not identify that person. Shen Nanzhi ignored him, his crimson gaze fixed intently on Gao Jiyu's still smiling face, now devoid of life. He erupted with rage, violently casting aside Gao Jiyu's corpse, which inadvertently struck Jiang Jinfeng, rendering him unconscious. As he turned, he noticed Lin Maimai standing at the corner, flanked by Mike and Carl. Lin Maimai cradled a thick stack of documents in her hands, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at him. Shen Nanzhi's body suddenly stiffened, and he recalled the words shouted from Gao Jiayu that had made Lin Maimai the target of the Dawn Society, subsequently transforming her into a subject for experimentation. An unprecedented fear surged within him. He could scarcely bear to contemplate the possibility that if Lin Maimai believed her past suffering and torment were all due to his words, he might lose her forever. No, she would surely abandon him. This realization ignited a profound rage in his heart. She belonged to him. The only way she could leave him was through his death. Chapter 71. The World Game. Lin Maimai approached Shen Nanzhi step by step. She gazed into his eyes, which were flooded with a deep crimson hue, yet devoid of any expression that could convey information. At that moment, the fear and panic within Shen Nanzhi erupted. It was an overwhelming pain, akin to countless needles piercing his heart, causing his entire being to tense up. He stood there, fists clenched, his gaze fixated on her pale cherry lips. He dreaded her uttering the words, "I hate you," even more. The thought of her wanting to leave him, harboring resentment towards him, terrified him to his core. The immense fear distorted his complexion, intensifying the aura of hostility surrounding him. However, Lin Maimai maintained a tranquil demeanor as she handed him the documents in her hands. These are the materials I discovered with McCall in the secret chamber of Gao Jiyu. They contain the agreements between him and the Dawn Society, including the information provided by the Dawn Society for research purposes. She paused, lowering her head, and extracted a specific document from the stack, placing it atop the others. It required no elaborate presentation to reveal the stark title emblazoned on the white cover, Prototype of the Arc Project. The first page showcased an even more striking line in red ink. Only dual-core crystal bearers can become hosts. Upon flipping to the page listing the candidates for observation, the names Shen Nanzhi and Lin Maimai stood out prominently. The dossier indicated that Shen Nanzhi was designated as S0, while Lin Maimai was the sole compatible match as S1. They had been selected as host twins long before the apocalypse. The timestamp bore the year of Shen Nanzhi's birth, while the date for Lin Maimai was clearly added later, indicating a discrepancy with what had been stated about Gao Jiyu. Lin Maimai had not entered the observer list in the same year she met Shen Nanzhi. Upon her initial reading, Lin Maimai felt a profound sense of relief wash over her, as if a long burdening weight had finally been lifted. Now, she could perhaps comprehend why her parents had never favored her and occasionally regarded her with disdain. Perhaps she was not their child at all. If so, who were her real parents? Yet now, both of Lin's parents were deceased, and the last remaining relative, Lin Tangtang, had also passed away not long ago, effectively extinguishing any possibility of uncovering the truth. In retrospect, Every action they had taken seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand, and it was likely that even Gao Jiayu was part of this elaborate scheme. "Brother, take a look," Lin Maimai urged, pushing the documents forward once more. Shen Nanzhi remained motionless, his gaze still locked onto Lin Maimai's face, observing her slightly pale complexion, blood-tinged lips, and those eyes that held an unsettling calmness, reminiscent of a survivor. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, too faint to dispel his fears. In the next moment, Lin Maimai found herself suspended in midair, captured tightly in Shen Nanzhi's embrace. The sudden force propelled her body backward, yet Shen Nanzhi held her securely, trapping her within his grasp. The intensity of his actions startled Lin Maimai, causing the documents in her hands to scatter across the floor. "Brother," she began, but before she could finish, her lips were sealed by his fervent kiss. The unexpected heat of his kiss rendered her body rigid, while Shen Nanzhi, seemingly lost to madness, fervently sought to merge their beings. His eyes were filled with a deep crimson hue, and the force of his kiss intensified, bringing a stinging sensation. Lin Maimai attempted to resist, but Shen Nanzhi gripped her arm tightly, holding her firmly against him, the bloodlust in his gaze sending tremors through her body. Moments later, he released her, allowing Lin Maimai to gasp for air, her rapid breathing causing her chest to rise and fall enticingly. The crimson hue in Shen Nanzhi's eyes deepened as he enveloped her once more, his cold, fierce gaze darting toward the bystanders behind them. However, when he embraced Lin Maimai, those individuals instinctively turned away, with Shen Nanfeng covering his ears tightly. Yet, despite this, when they sensed Shen Nanzhi's piercing gaze upon them, they tensed, too fearful to move. After a brief exchange of glances, they hoisted the unconscious Jiang Jinfeng and hurriedly retreated from Shen Nanzhi and Lin Maimai's vicinity. Once the figures of the others had completely vanished, Shen Nanzhi redirected his attention back to Lin Maimai's face. Their breaths synchronized, both appearing more composed than before. Shen Nanzhi reached out, his fingertip brushing against Lin Maimai and Appo's injured lips, where a crimson cut remained visible, slowly congealing. His voice was hoarse as he inquired, "Does it hurt?" Lin Maimai shook her head slightly, pushing his hand away as she bent down to retrieve the scattered documents. Shen Nanzhi, however, grasped her hand and collected them instead. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper partially concealed beneath a stack of documents. Only half of it was visible, yet the text upon it caused his complexion to change dramatically. He swiftly extracted the paper, and its contents pierced his heart with a jolt of anguish, his eyes flashing with a terrifying intensity. Lin Maimai, noticing his expression, looked at him with confusion, her gaze following his to the paper. Upon discerning its contents, her complexion paled in an instant. It was a report concerning crystal core fusion, complete with detailed images illustrating how she and Shen Nanzhi could merge their cores, ultimately becoming dual-core bearers. However, the document failed to clarify what type of host they would become or the implications of such a transformation. It also did not specify whether Shen Nanzhi would fuse with Lin Maimai or vice versa. Shen Nanzhi's heart twisted in agony as the chilling crimson in his gaze intensified. He embraced Lin Maimai firmly from behind, pulling her into his arms. "Do not fear, Maimai, I will not allow such a fate to befall us. If one of us must merge with the other, I will ensure that it is you who merges with me." The thought of uniting with her filled him with unparalleled joy, but his eyes flared with a fierce glow. If the scenario dictated that he fuse with Maimai, resulting in her loss of life, even his deepest desire to become one with her would not permit such an outcome. He cupped Lin Maimai's face, observing the terror and confusion in her eyes, the bite marks on her lips, and her pallid complexion deepened his resolve. He would not allow her to come to harm. His Maimai was his life. "Trust me, brother will find a solution. So do not be afraid. As long as you do not fear me or leave my side, I will ensure you face no further harm, even if that harm comes from me." Yet, unbeknownst to Shen Nanzhi, Lin Maimai's panic did not stem from this matter. Her gaze remained fixated on a line of small red text at the bottom of the document, where it seemed a phrase had been erased. However, at this moment, as the obscuring black ink began to fade, a line of clear English text beneath it emerged, reading, "Host fusion failure. The world game will restart."